Chapter 242 You'll be honest when the British police, pay the tax. The transaction between Petrochem and the scavengers was not a deep secret, but tracing the connections was not easy. This was because scavengers themselves were divided into different tiers. The lowest tier scavengers basically colluded with local underground black market doctors, one would kill and dismantle cyberware, the other would dispose of the stolen goods. However, only the cheapest, low-grade cyberware was sold through this channel. Slightly better cyberware would be collected by the outpost leader, refurbished, and then sold to more legitimate hospitals, which was how the old Arrow operated. Finally, the usable standard and mid-range cyberware would be sent to the Pacifica outposts to be fenced to Petrochem personnel, and the quantity was often substantial, making airship transport through Dogtown inconvenient. Therefore, after players broke through a larger scavenger outpost in Pacifica, they only found details of the transactions with Petrochem from the outpost leader's confession and computer records. Most players merely marveled at the complexity of the forces involved in the smuggling network and regarded it as background information to expand the game's lore, without paying too much attention. After all, they couldn't even leave California yet, considering matters of the Eurasian continent was still too far off. But when this information reached Lin Miao, he realized an opportunity had arisen. Based on the intelligence provided, he issued an order to the newly established Pacifica Police Department and officer, bring the people back. Honestly, this was Lin Miao's first time ordering players to directly act against employees of a multinational megacorporation. Previously, those who died were conflict-related deaths caused by street mercenaries, which had nothing to do with him. But this time was different, the people making the arrests were Pacifica Police, his people. Alexei Antonovich. Lin Miao stood behind a one-way transparent window, comparing the two individuals being escorted into the detention center with the obtained data to confirm their identities. Although the two arrested men were bruised, they didn't show much fear. Instead, there was more anger, because even though the Soviet Union was far away and had little business here, it didn't mean they had no armed forces or influence in Night City. Let us go immediately, or when our people come for you, all of you will die. Alexei, a burly man, hurled threats, but his two black eyes made him look quite comical. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, he also had combat cyberware installed. However, the people arresting him were not some gang, but Night City police. If he resorted to killing, his charges would escalate from drug use to assaulting and murdering an officer. This was not Europe, where Arezaka had a legal department that could smooth over even street-level murders. It was clear someone was targeting them, and using force would only provide an excuse, possibly leading to them being shot on the spot. All of you will die. Lin Miao held the microphone, his voice, after being processed, echoed through the interrogation room speaker. Are you saying the Soviet Union is going to openly attack the Night City Police Department for a customer? Is the Soviet Union preparing to go to war with the California Republic? It seems your position in the Soviet Union is not small, are your ancestors Gorbachev? This grandstanding immediately silenced the Slav, who looked very displeased. Lin Miao said coldly, Alexei, I advise you to think carefully before speaking. What exactly do you want? Money. Alexei had heard from a Joytoy about this company's audacity, but he never expected them to dare lay hands on him. It was simply lawless. What do I want? Lin Miao's voice suddenly rose. You're breaking the law, you F***er. Do you understand? And now you want to bribe me. Breaking what law? Drug use. Alexei spat disdainfully. Tell me, how much do you want? Such a minor charge was as common in Night City as public urination in India. It was more prevalent than literacy and was merely an excuse police used for extortion. Drug use. You might be mistaken, Alexei. Your charges are much more serious than that. Lin Miao grinned. How could he use such a foolish charge to frame someone? That was merely a means to get them in. Once they were in his hands, the charge would naturally change. This was America, after all, and 2076 was also America. What was the biggest crime here? Massacre? Drug trafficking? Cults? No. 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 You are involved in an arms smuggling case with a value exceeding €200 million, evading massive tariffs, and the evidence is conclusive. I am now filing an economic lawsuit against you, and you are also implicated in at least thousands of deaths of Night City citizens. Of course, it's tax evasion. When I audit your taxes, you'll cooperate. Hey? Alexei's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Petrochem wasn't the only one evading taxes and smuggling in Pacifica. Arezaka, Kong Tao, which one didn't smuggle? If you want to investigate, why investigate me? And strictly speaking, he wasn't even evading taxes, because the Soviet Union wasn't shipping arms to Night City to make money. It was simply a barter system, using arms instead of cash to settle accounts with the scavengers. Although Petrochem was currently the Soviet Union's most famous enterprise, their traditional military industry had not been abandoned. Obtaining cyberware from scavengers at ultra-low prices, then using Petrochem's channels to bypass European community customs and enter the European market, earning dozens of times the profit, that's what you call smuggling. When I used arms to settle accounts with the scavengers, the price was the market price. The European community didn't even complain, so why are you complaining? But what did that matter to Lin Miao? He only knew that their arms had not passed Night City customs inspection and had illegally flowed into Night City in North America, disrupting the market order of local businesses. You ask which local businesses? Of course, Melee Tech, and Melee Tech, and Melee Tech. Don't assume that just because everyone is smuggling, this issue can be ignored. Soviet goods transported to North America ultimately encroached upon the market share of local businesses, and it would be strange if there were no objections. Similarly, cheap North American cyberware being resold by the Soviet Union to Europe at ultra-low prices meant losses for the European bigwigs' money, and compared to North America, their losses would be more than €200 million. €200 million was the price the scavengers, these black slaves, received. The Soviet Union could earn at least dozens of times that profit. Now is not the time when national governments are dominant, able to bribe government officials to force local businesses to accept smuggling, endure losses, and swallow the bitter pill. Now, the world's bosses are corporations, and we are in an era of financial crisis. If you eat one more bite, I eat one less. The relationship between corporations is such that seeing you make money is more painful than losing my own. Do you think the European community bigwigs will cause trouble for the Soviet Union after Lin Miao exposes this? When Alexei heard that Lin Miao was investigating their arms smuggling, he initially thought the other party was crazy, but then he suddenly remembered that Militech was behind this guy and assumed Lin Miao's actions were Militech's intention. But a €200 million smuggling case isn't that big. There have been smuggling cases in the tens of billions. Why isn't he investigating those? Wait a minute. Alexei broke out in a cold sweat. He realized. Why would you slaughter the biggest pig first? Moreover, the European community and NUSA already had an irreconcilable enmity. Even without mentioning the methods the European community used to seize the American Federation's international status in the last century, the bombing of the U.S. Army headquarters by the ESA controlling the lunar accelerator alone was an unforgivable act. The Soviet Union also had poor relations with other European community countries, so targeting them first was perfectly reasonable. In a flash, he seemed to see a long-dormant giant rising again, preparing to ignite long-extinguished flames of war. Make America great again. This was a phrase Myers often used in recent interviews, and many interpreted it as NUSA being on the verge of a major new move. Was he, Alexei, about to become the first barrel of tea dumped into the sea in Boston? Wait. I want to see my lawyer. Until then, I won't say anything. Lin Miao, you have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. He knew deeply that the European community could only be outwitted, not overpowered. Its strength was undeniable. Don't be fooled by the fact that the mass accelerator on the moon seems to be controlled by the High Knights now, having slipped from their grasp. The ESA has accumulated a considerable amount of space weaponry over the years. The American Federation, once the initiator of the space race, is now the most backward on the space track. Arezaka even has the Taikou colony on the moon, while they have nothing but a bunch of satellites floating in the sky. Therefore, to develop in this era, they absolutely cannot be allowed to live in peace. Let it be chaotic, the more chaotic the better. Only with chaos would Lin Miao have a chance. Only with chaos could a path to survival be found. After having the two bearded Slavs imprisoned, Lin Miao put the matter aside and didn't care what they planned to tell their lawyers. Anyway, conversations and videos would be recorded, and not only humans but also Ace, caught from the old net by players and brainwashed, were responsible for seamless surveillance, making it impossible for them to be bribed with money. If their hacker was so skilled that they could take down a rogue AI without triggering any alarms, then he had nothing to say, such a badass deserved to be acquitted. Speaking of the players' gains from the old net, Lin Miao suddenly remembered that Lucy had told him a few hours ago about a new, very important discovery and asked him to come to the network server room to find her personally. The temperature inside the room was much lower than outside. Lucy's network server room in Stone Ridge Mountain had undergone several renovations and was no longer the crude room it once was, with just a few servers connected to a hacker chair. Rows of servers, encased in ice blue liquid, were stacked 2 stories high, and large amounts of liquid nitrogen flowed like blood through pipes, constantly cooling the high temperatures emitted by the high power operation of each server. The cables connecting them twitched like veins, transmitting and processing large amounts of information between each other. Although it was cold machinery, at this moment it resembled a giant living organism. As the core brain, Lucy's hacker chair was no longer the ergonomic chair model found on the market, but a 3/4 metal sphere, simultaneously connected to all the servers in the room. Lucy herself was sitting cross-legged inside, constantly processing the vast amount of information coming from all directions. This was not only her studio but also the primary main computing center of the OGAS system built by Horizon Corporation, responsible for collecting and receiving data from all secondary computing centers. What did you find? Lin Miao leaned against the shell of the spherical main computer. Lucy was still engrossed in her work. If Lin Miao hadn't spoken, she might not have even noticed someone had entered the room. Something very important, plug this in first. Lucy skillfully brushed aside the short hair behind her ear, revealing the data port on her fair neck. Lin Miao naturally pulled out the data cable and plugged it in. In a flash, Lin Miao's consciousness entered cyberspace, where data surged like a chaotic, void ocean. Dense numbers and matrix streamlines crisscrossed everywhere. No matter how many times he came, Lin Miao could never get used to this environment. However, here, the speed at which the human body received information was many times faster than acquiring information through the 5 senses in the outside world. Compared to her previously unremarkable self, Lucy's figure in cyberspace now began to exude a sense of transcendence. The surface of her constructed body drifted with silver data points, constantly disappearing and reappearing. Lucy didn't know what this situation meant, but she didn't feel any discomfort because of it. She reached out and brought up an article, which not only contained dense text but also 3D modeling graphics and numerous formulas. Look at this. Lin Miao tried to read 100 or 200 words, straining his 10 points of transcendent intelligence, and after half a minute of deep thought, he sincerely said to Lucy, I don't understand it. It would be a miracle if he understood it. He had almost forgotten even high school chemistry formulas now. How could he possibly recognize this? Slap. Lucy pressed her hand to her forehead. She didn't really understand it either, but she would use AI technology to summarize the entire paper's content, transforming it into words she could understand. So, she could only bring up the previous AI summary and said, this is a paper they found in the data fortress of Kayleigh's metal company. Its author is unknown, and it's not a research project of this metal company. It's more like intelligence data they stole from another company through agents. Unfortunately, the content of this paper is incomplete and missing, so its origin cannot be traced. On the possibility of recycling waste metals by special ionization method. This was the title of the AI summarized paper, and the subsequent content also stated that through a special ionization method, composite metals could be selectively smelted into single components in a vacuum environment. This not only allowed for low-cost resmelting of high-strength alloys but also enabled the secondary utilization of metals previously deemed as waste. How did that sound so similar to the recycling furnace technology Lin Miao had? That thing. Lin Miao felt it was only slightly inferior to the modification chamber, also a highly advanced technology. He had inquired with several of the world's largest metal industry companies, but none possessed this level of technology. Interesting. If the core technology of the recycling furnace originated from the starting point of this paper, wouldn't that imply that the modification chamber should also come from previously lost human technology? But if humanity was so advanced 50 or 60 years ago, why are they regressing now? Thinking about it, these companies are really pathetic. No wonder they've ended up in such a miserable state now. Classify this paper as top secret. If any related documents or information appear, remember to notify me immediately. Also, any other suspected technologies should be prioritized as key targets. Lin Miao knew that asking the system wouldn't yield much, so he simply stopped bothering to ask. The amount of information he got from asking it for a long time was less than a few words from Dong Hui. And this? Lucy brought up another document, her tone somewhat nuanced. Remember the 3 nuclear-related programs found last time at the Prometheus laboratory? A few days ago, they went back to that place and found some leftover data that hadn't been discovered last time. It was initially thought to be some unimportant discarded data, but when it was submitted for program inspection, some new things seemed to have been discovered. The AI rated its importance as level 3, and I think it's necessary for you to take a look. Players found many things in various data fortresses, but most of them were junk left by some programmer, possibly complaints about their boss, or a pile of spaghetti code, or even a Buddha statue or Jesus built with code. It seemed to be a form of cyber superstition used by someone to pray for their programs to run normally without bugs. Truly useful things were few and far between. However, the title of the document Lucy brought up this time really caught Lin Miao's attention. Perhaps we can find a way to deal with highly radioactive substances in seawater and Hadean silt. This seemed to be a researcher's rambling left on a computer in the Prometheus laboratory, not a very formal research report. The person mentioned a kind of superoxide compound in this rambling log, which he seemed to have envisioned combining with water to form a strong alkali. It was intended to neutralize the excessive radioactive elements in nuclear wastewater. However, this superoxide compound was very unstable due to its extremely small ion radius, making it almost impossible to exist stably at room temperature. This resulted in extremely high synthesis and storage costs, and its practical utility was questionable, leading the board of directors to have no interest in investing in its research and development. It might even have been passed over by others before it even reached the board. The rest of the content was mostly complaints, feeling that the laboratory director didn't care about human ecological issues at all. Purifying seawater. In fact, Lin Miao could understand his boss's thoughts. This was purely looking for trouble, and this project would never pass. Companies are for making money, not for charity. What's the point of purifying nuclear wastewater? Can you make money from it? Moreover, the whole world is indiscriminately discharging nuclear wastewater into the oceans. What's the use of purifying this little bit? Wouldn't it be polluted again immediately? Lin Miao touched his hair, feeling a bit of a headache. If this were a relatively mature technology, it would indeed have considerable development prospects. But now, with just this log of unknown author and unknown follow-up, God knows if it has any investment value. Oh, right, wouldn't it be better to call that guy over and ask him? They were all from the same lab, seeing each other every day, maybe they knew each other. Chapter 243, All businessmen want to make money. What else can he want if not money? It can't be blowing up Night City. Lin Miao did not prepare a complete human body for Casper, instead, it was a mechanical body modified from the Nightwalker's cyborg body, which greatly displeased Casper. It wasn't a discrimination against mechanical bodies, but rather that electronic components were almost instantly killed in high radiation zones, dying on the spot, far inferior to the human flesh and blood body, which could continue to function for a long time even if its gene chain was destroyed by neutron flux. Although the things left behind by our ancestors seemed outdated, millions of years of evolution had resulted in durability. When Lin Miao came knocking, he hadn't yet adapted to his new body, his 6 optical implants spun independently, and he would frequently bump into walls. Which idiot installed so many eyes on himself? If he loves eyeballs so much, he should be reincarnated as a fly in his next life, then be kept in a jar for people to watch him mate. He deserves to die early. He was grumbling incessantly until he heard Lin Miao's question, which made him stop. He rummaged through his memory bank for a while before recalling. Purify radioactive elements? What are you talking about? He slapped his forehead. Ah, I remember now. You must be talking about that poor fellow from the nuclear materials project next door. At the time, their project's main focus was developing new corrosion-resistant materials, because the corrosiveness of needle salt was too strong. Constantly replacing reactor components would keep costs high, and a single shutdown for maintenance resulted in huge losses, you know. As a result, that guy was always pushing to develop new materials for the project, running to his supervisor with research reports. Later, he was caught embezzling project funds to privately purchase equipment for personal use, which so angered the board of directors that they threw him directly into a reactor and burned him to death. He was asking for it. Lin Miao didn't know whether to call the guy reckless or a martyr for science. Such a technology with little commercial value was almost impossible to attract investment, and the desperate gamble would only lead to his own demise. From your perspective, what is the feasibility of this technology? It has some use, but not much. Casper adjusted his errant right eye with his hand and said, after that guy died, someone showed me his paper. It used superoxide lithium ions to precipitate xenon compounds, formed by other radioactive elements in water, as flocculants. But it didn't solve the fundamental problem. Even without the most abundant xenon, there's still yan, huan. The cost to thoroughly clean it is ridiculously high. Come on, that's the 5 oceans. Even if all the money from all the corporations on Earth were poured in, it wouldn't be clean. So, from what you're saying, it's a no-go. Lin Miao was a bit disappointed after hearing this. He wasn't some environmental ambassador, he just thought that if such a technology existed, it might be used to extract some money from other corporations. Cleaning the oceans was still too far-fetched for him at the moment. That's not necessarily true. Casper mumbled, we only found a part of that guy's paper at the time. A lot of it was hidden somewhere we don't know. I heard his hacker skills were pretty good, so there might be an improved design hidden in some corner of the database. You can have them look again. Also, when will the nuclear laboratory you promised me be established? Working 17 or 18 hours a day, are you treating me like an ox and horse? Even Arezaka didn't exploit its employees like you do. It was well known that robots and AI did not require rest or sleep, and had no human rights, thus not subject to labor laws. Lin Miao chuckled, next time, for sure. Are you kidding? Nuclear projects start at hundreds of millions in investment. Where would he get that kind of spare money now? Besides, there was no need to build a nuclear reactor anywhere in Night City. Just wait. Regarding the completeness of facility design, Pacifica was undoubtedly the top district in Night City. When Pacifica was initially developed as a tourist project for Night City, it could be said that corporations of all sizes in Night City and the city council invested massive amounts of capital. Not only were the most luxurious commercial buildings to be built, but also beachfront villa areas, beachfront amusement parks, resorts, luxury hotels, and large areas of opulent architecture were located in every corner of this coastal urban area. From the sewers to the skyscrapers, everything was the result of the New Ma Construction Company's engineers working themselves to the bone, meticulously designing and toiling overtime. But hundreds of billions in investment were declared ashes with the arrival of the Unification War, making it Night City's most famous district of unfinished buildings. Several construction companies collectively went bankrupt. Land and development rights were bought and sold. There were always those who couldn't give up, wanting to bottom fish and gamble, but the Dogtown Warden's existence ultimately led to their financial ruin. The resulting economic disputes piled up enough to bury the judges of the Night City court alive. Good heavens, people still come here for vacation? Are they pica sufferers? Standing on the beach, Red Bucket looked at the pitch-black sea and complained helplessly. Although he was from the inland southwest, he had been to the seaside and seen the ocean in his youth. Compared to the boundless blue sea, the murky water in front of him was like a muddy pond. God knows how many chemical substances were hidden in the churning, turbid sea water. Just standing there, he could smell the stench of industrial wastewater discharge. What kind of mind would build a seaside resort in a city that indiscriminately discharged industrial wastewater into the ocean? Following Red Bucket was a 5-star general from the New Ma Construction Company, who in reality was a demolition engineer. Now he was an ox and horse. Besides, maybe their noses and mouths have been modified, so they can't smell it, understand? I wouldn't live in this place even if it were given to me. Red Bucket, having worked in civil engineering, knew all too well what beachfront villas were like. During typhoons, the residential areas by the sea were like the end of the world, glass windows rattling wildly. The constant wind and sun were not pleasant at all, and many people who bought houses were purely tricked by developers. He pointed to a 30-story office building by the sea. How much explosive would it take to blow that up? The general surveyed the office building, then quickly shook his head. How would I know that? I need to go inside and conduct an on-site inspection. It would be best if I could get the design blueprints, otherwise it'll be tough. He was a bit confused. Why are you blowing up buildings for no reason? Aren't we doing engineering? When did we start doing demolition? What demolition? Red Bucket whispered to the general, we're blowing up the foundation. There's something inside, understand? The general immediately had an enlightened expression. Lin Miao had obtained the governance rights of Pacifica, so he naturally wasn't here to be a local emperor or turn Pacifica into an amusement park for players. The core issue was to make money from Pacifica. Without making money, he couldn't expand more production lines or access more industrial chains. But Pacifica's history dictated that whoever wanted to restart development projects would have to face the mess of economic dispute accounts. If this problem wasn't solved, Even if all of Pacifica's facilities were eventually repaired, it would merely be working for others, making a losing deal for himself. And even if you solved all of that, there was an even bigger problem waiting for you here. What about the native residents of Pacifica? They had lived there for more than 10 years. Other corporations would certainly forcibly evict them to other districts to become vagrants, and if they didn't leave, armored vehicles would be sent to the streets to paint their tires red. But Lin Miao couldn't do that, the players wouldn't accept it. So, the best way was to tear up all contracts, destroy everything, and start over. But Lin Miao couldn't do it himself, nor could the players. He needed to find a scapegoat. This scapegoat's threat had to be great enough to make everyone forget that he tore up the contracts. And only one thing could do that: a rogue AI. Humph, it seems this guy is serious about Pacifica, not just a show-off like you said. The lower perimeter of the Gemsching building had been chosen by Hansen as a military base, surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, tightly sealed. Machine gun turrets of all sizes, armored vehicles, and anti-aircraft missile vehicles were piled everywhere, and one could even see Minotaur bipedal robots patrolling with the security teams. Compared to the Hellhound unit, other gangs were as gentle as kittens. And compared to the opulent Gemsching Hotel, Hansen, being a military man, preferred to stay in the barracks. The hotel's underground parking lot had been converted into a secure bunker. In the bunker, Hansen held a newspaper. The content published on it was about the Pacifica police arresting Soviet smugglers. Lin Miao's move could be said to have shocked many people. As soon as he took office, he offended Petrochem. It was more than just bold, it was utterly audacious. The paparazzi's noses were incredibly sharp, people were arrested in the morning, and the news was in the papers by the afternoon. But Hansen also had a headache. Because Lin Miao was cracking down on Night City's drug trade, Cuba was already expressing dissatisfaction to Hansen due to recent profit losses. The Cuban drug cartel was Hansen's biggest partner, and his current position was inseparable from their support. If he didn't perform well, there was no guarantee they wouldn't replace him. Gago, sitting beside Hansen, lit a cigar for him. Such a brainless brute won't live long. Petrochem will definitely deal with him before things escalate, saving us a lot of trouble. Colonel Hansen, you won't even need to personally intervene. To be honest, Gago was also a bit confused about what Lin Miao was trying to do. Even if he was working for Militech, his methods were too aggressive. How much money did Militech give him to be worth this much effort? A brainless brute wouldn't have survived until today. This newly appointed district chief definitely has his own plans. Hansen took the cigar, twirling it between his fingers. However, Petrochem's business has nothing to do with Dogtown, and they never intended to share profits with me. Scavengers also don't get along with us. But we can't just let the drug sales issue slide. He didn't want to wake up one morning to find Aguilar sitting by his bed in a black suit, ready to put a bullet from her revolver into his head. So, what should we do? As Hansen's right-hand man, Gago knew Hansen didn't want an armed conflict with the other party right now, but Cuba certainly wouldn't just wait around. He was deeply troubled by this. I've already had people investigate. None of his subordinates touch drugs. Threats and bribes don't work, and even seduction yields no results. To be so abstinent, they're not human, they're machines. His people can be abstinent, but can everyone else in Night City? Hansen scoffed at Lin Miao's anti-drug efforts. He had never seen anyone in Night City successfully quit drugs. Never, not a single one. When addicts' cravings hit, they would disown their own family, even selling their daughters to clubs for drugs. What good was regret afterwards? Once the high hit, they'd forget everything anyway. Tell Daoji to organize a group of junkies and tell them that future drug supplies are gone. If they want to find drugs, they should go to Horizon Corporation. That company bought up all the drugs, surely intending to corner the market and squeeze every last drop of value out of them. Also, whether those mercenaries use drugs or not isn't up to them. Find a way to give them a few shots so they get high in front of others. I shouldn't have to teach you these things, be discreet. In addition, afterwards, I'd like to invite the newly appointed district chief to my place for a chat. Please arrange it. Companies always prioritize costs. Those vampires never engage in unprofitable business, only profit drives them. The words drug prohibition are undoubtedly science fiction in today's society, because what constitutes a drug is not for you to decide. Regarding addiction, food, drinks, drugs, and cyberware in Night City all contain addictive components to varying degrees. How do you define that range? Many of them are hallucinogenic. And half the city's population uses drugs. How can you ban something that people in every street and alley casually take when they're bored? Therefore, Hansen sneered at Lin Miao's actions, believing it was absolutely just a precursor to Horizon Corporation establishing its own drug monopoly. They are all businessmen, can they really change their nature? You want to see him? Gago was a bit flustered. He thought Hansen wanted him to find an opportunity to kidnap Lin Miao and bring him to Dogtown. Colonel, that's not a good idea. Everyone in Night City now thinks you two will eventually clash. If you make a move, it could be very troublesome. I don't think his subordinates are easy to deal with. Indeed, Lin Miao was the soul of Horizon Corporation, and if he died, Horizon Corporation would surely collapse. But before it collapsed, those frenzied mercenaries and hackers might just blow up Dogtown. Even if the Wraiths defeated that group of mercenaries, they would be severely weakened, and those groups that had long coveted Dogtown would certainly make their move. Gago didn't want his prosperity to vanish like smoke. Just invite him here for a meal, don't do anything else. Hansen even suspected that Gago's head had been corrupted by guys like Yuri and Lindell. Why, whenever this topic came up, did he immediately think of using brute force? The time will be set after Daoji finishes his business. I'm curious to see how this boss Lin plans to deal with those junkies. After speaking, Hansen's face showed a meaningful smile. He was actually quite looking forward to seeing those junkies beaten to death in the streets by Lin Miao. It would both ruin the guy's reputation and give him a proper warning. Everyone here is trying to make money. Who wouldn't like those Eurodollars that smell of ink? If that person is willing to cooperate, there's no reason they can't happily make money together. Surely no one has a grudge against money, right? If you're not starting a company to make money, then what are you doing it for? To blow up Night City? Pain. It hurts. Raphael felt every bone in her body creaking, every cell screaming in agony, tearing apart. The pain of her internal organs rubbing against each other was driving her mad. Sweating profusely, Raphael even felt like she was dying, her will collapsing along with her body. Since that company entered Pacifica, the street drug dealers, once ubiquitous, had become increasingly scarce, and their goods became more and more expensive. In just 1 week, prices had soared by more than 20 times, emptying Raphael's pockets in a matter of days. Now, without money and unable to buy drugs, Raphael could only huddle in the corner of an unfinished building, enduring the agonizing withdrawal symptoms alongside other homeless people. At this moment, they didn't want to eat, didn't want to drink. Their minds held only one thought. Just one hit, just one hit. If they could just have one more hit, they would even die willingly. Drugs are bone marrow-sucking worms. Those who sell you drugs have only one thought, to drag you into a deeper abyss, forcing you to empty your pockets of every last Eurodollar until you are drained of all value, becoming the dregs of society, where even your life no longer belongs to you. Drugs are also a means for some to control their subordinates, employees, sex workers, enforcers, thugs. Anyone controlled by drugs no longer holds power over their own life or death. This stuff is more effective than any code of honor. In the darkness, a figure walked into the homeless people's gathering place. He pulled out a spray can that haunted the dreams of everyone present. Want some? One by one, the homeless people propped themselves up with their skeletal arms, their faces gaunt, their bodies emaciated, like skeletons that could fall apart at any moment. But now, they erupted with astonishing strength and speed, scrambling on all fours, vying to reach the person, extending their withered, stick-like arms, their expressions as sacred as if the person before them were the resurrected Jesus. They were more devout than the most fervent Christians. Yes, very much. Please, just one hit. I'll do anything you want. I still have a wife, I still have a daughter. If you give me one hit, I'll give them all to you. It was hard to imagine that these people had just been on the verge of death, but Daoji was used to it. He had seen too many junkies, this was nothing new. Facing the addict's pleas, he had no intention of dropping the spray. Instead, he said, if you want it, you can, but you must do something for me. Before he could finish, someone eagerly agreed. Don't say one thing, even 10, 100 things. Just give me that stuff. If Daoji hadn't had his subordinates with him, this group of homeless people would have pounced and tried to snatch it. He shook the black lace in his hand, looking down at the bugs. Do you know who made you suffer so terribly? It's Horizon Corporation. Chapter 244, Police and Citizens are one family. Company dogs, get out of Pacifica. This place doesn't belong to you. This company wants to control all of us by controlling inhibitors, it wants to make us all slaves. They killed Coel, such a good kid. I watched him grow up with my own eyes. Drive them out. Freedom belongs to Pacifica. Early in the morning, before the players had even come online, Lin Miao's temporary government office at the Grand Imperial Mall was surrounded by 3 layers of people, making it impossible to get through. Raggedly dressed vagrants held up banners and cardboard signs, shouting with full voices. There must have been about 100 of them. The cardboard banners had the Horizon Corporation's black hole logo drawn on them with oil pens, then a big cross, and slogans like "Get out" and "You are not welcome here." Troublemakers. A bunch of troublemakers. The police officers on the night shift were fuming at the sight. No one knew better than these officers, who had been transferred from other districts, what Horizon Corporation had done since entering Pacifica. After River and his team entered Pacifica, they immediately began counting the population in various areas, registering identities and compiling employment statistics. They were so busy they barely touched the ground, and they also had to follow the mercenaries everywhere to clean up the mess left by the gangs. How could they have any spare time to exploit the locals? Besides, as police officers with many years of experience, a quick glance told them that every single one of these people below was a drug addict. Their excited state clearly showed that the drug's effects hadn't worn off yet. Several night shift officers quickly moved cabinets to block the main entrance, drew their pistols, and loaded them. Gangs attacking NCPD police stations wasn't a first, everyone was familiar with the drill. An old detective looked at River, who wasn't on the night shift but hadn't gone home either. What do we do? A young detective spat disdainfully, why don't we just shoot them? These wastes of space are just wasting resources by living. River, who had just been woken up, clarified after understanding the situation, we can't shoot. These guys must be instigated by someone to cause trouble. If you shoot and kill someone, it will cause trouble for the company. The young detective was somewhat displeased. If they were in another district, no one would even report it if he shot and killed such a worthless person on the street. Scavengers wouldn't even bother to collect their bodies because their internal organs were too rotten. But now, he had to go easy on such people for the company's reputation, only able to complain, it's truly casting pearls before swine. River, of course, knew the other person wasn't talking about himself. Faced with such a tricky situation, he could only choose a compromise. Let's report it first and see what the higher UPS say. Police officers are also company dogs, it's always right to report everything. I understand. Lin Miao didn't rush after receiving the report. He propped himself up from bed and called Gloria. Although it was only 5 or 6 in the morning, she had already arrived at the hospital. In the call, she was wearing a loose white lab coat, looking quite intelligent with the air of a researcher. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? How's the progress on the neuroregulator that Arrow started working on a while ago? Human willpower can be very strong, in the face of physical torture, one can even endure being ground to dust. But human willpower is useless in the face of chemistry. With one injection of anesthetic, even if you were Rambo reincarnated, you would close your eyes and become a dead fish, at the mercy of others. And the effects of drugs are only stronger and more intense than anesthetics. They not only affect your endorphin, dopamine, and norepinephrine secretion but can even directly control your memory and brain, making you never forget the pleasure of drug use. However, in 2076, the development of brain cyberware never stopped. Even a semi-fringe medical company like Arrow was fully capable of high-intensity cybernetic modifications to the human brain, it just lacked the ability to produce the cyberware itself. Even the Maelstrom gang of lunatics dared to do it. Companies not developing it doesn't mean they don't have the technology, it just means there's no need. After all, drugs are the best tool to anesthetize the lower classes, making them lose their willpower and ability to resist, and also the most efficient oil-pressing machine. What reason do they have to develop anti-drug tools? They are only interested in how to make you more addicted. It has entered the experimental stage, but we still lack human subjects. We are considering recruiting the first batch of volunteers from the Dragon Farm, but there are certain risks. Gloria was amazed by Arturo's brain dance technology, which could easily manipulate users' emotions and control their neural endocrine secretions to produce corresponding psychological reactions. This was not something an ordinary brain dance editor could do. That guy was absolutely the top genius she had ever seen in her career, no less skilled than the rumored Judy. If Arturo wanted, he could make a person indulge in brain dance for a lifetime, truly achieving not eating, not sleeping, and starving or dehydrating to death. With his help, Arrow's research and development progress on the neuroregulator was very fast. However, although there were many drug addicts at the Dragon Farm, most were in the mid-stage of addiction, not yet at the terminal, half-dead stage. No need. Lin Miao said with a smile, a batch of severely addicted test subjects will be sent to you soon. Work with brain dance to give them a good treatment. Someone was causing trouble right after they entered Pacifica. Who the opponent was didn't matter, what mattered was that someone wanted to use this incident to destroy the local residents' impression of Horizon Corporation. Is reputation important? Sometimes it's very important, but sometimes it's not important at all. Side quest, staring into the abyss. Quest background, a group of drug addicts has gathered in front of the Grand Imperial Mall, seemingly dissatisfied with our anti-drug policy, and are protesting and demonstrating. Quest description, our Arrow Medical Institution is experimenting with alleviating drug addiction symptoms in the human brain and urgently needs a group of volunteers to participate. Quest reward, escort an addict to the Arrow Hospital and receive €100. Do you know what the Easterners despise the most? Drug addicts. Good intentions are not for these people. And Lin Miao only cared about the player's reputation, not yours, NPCs. What did the boss say? The number of addicts outside the door was increasing. They held banners and continuously pressed towards the mall entrance. Many also held wooden sticks and rebar. Given their quality, the detectives wouldn't be surprised by anything they did. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, the detectives had guns and combat cyberware. How could a group of scrawny drug dealers possibly defeat them? But River and several old detectives were holding back the young detectives, not letting them shoot to kill, at most firing warning shots to scare them. River blinked, he said people would arrive soon, and told us to make sure they don't run away, and also not to kill anyone. Everyone immediately understood, put away their firearms, and pulled out their stun batons from their waists. The so-called rabble looked exactly like these people in front of them. The bustling 100 or so people pushed towards the main entrance, each holding a sign, with no order or rules. They even started arguing with each other as they squeezed. If it weren't for the person behind the scenes promising a week's dosage afterward, they would have already started fighting. The addicts had, of course, heard of the company's bad reputation, but now, to get another fix, they weren't even afraid of death. Besides, didn't they still have so many people? No matter how powerful this company was, it couldn't possibly kill them all in broad daylight, could it? However, what they didn't know was that within the ranks of the crowd, some people actually had guns and were truly there to kill and escalate the conflict. Just as the addicts were reassuring themselves, a flurry of footsteps sounded from the outskirts of the crowd, accompanied by a hungry cry, "Where's my €100? Where's my €100? Upon hearing the sound, the addicts on the periphery were the first to turn their heads, only to see a cloaked cockroach leading the charge, appearing first at the street corner. He was holding a Sanking happy stick. Damn troublemakers, still daring to block the door? It seems you are terrorists rebelling against Super Earth's rule. You deserve to die. Although not the Ministry of Truth itself, he was possessed by the spirit of managed democracy at this moment, holding an education stick, charging forward for super balloon. What? What? What did this guy mean by what he was shouting? Before the addicts could react, they saw a large group of people suddenly rush out from several street corners. Their greedy and bloodthirsty eyes stared at them, as if looking at a piece of prime fatty meat, sending shivers down their spines. Sympathy? It ceased to exist once the players knew the identity of the people blocking the door. If gangs were just red-named monsters that dropped loot when killed, and players acted without disgust or hatred, then facing drug addicts and dealers meant every blow landed squarely. My true feelings are all hidden in my club, so listen with your heart, it's all my abundant love for you. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the police officers who had been guarding the inside wanted to rush out to help, but how could the players let anyone steal their DPS? They quickly rushed to the door, blocking the police. Hold on, hold on. Officers, there's no need for you to trouble yourselves with such a small matter. Police and citizens working together, everyone is responsible for fighting drug dealers. Just leave it all to us. How can this be? Police and citizens working together. The officers at NCPD had never heard such words. Their hearts immediately warmed, and they insisted on going out. It's fine, it's fine. On one side, they wanted to go out and help beat people, while on the other, they stubbornly blocked the way, but both sides wore enthusiastic smiles, making the scene particularly bizarre. Bang! Gunfire outside. Everyone, be on alert. No, officer, you must have misheard. We're setting off fireworks. We still have some left from a few days ago, and isn't it lively now? We're just setting off a few to celebrate. Setting off fireworks in broad daylight. We're happy, so we can set them off anytime. Why don't you join us for a couple? Because their vision was completely blocked by the human wall formed by the players, they couldn't see what was happening outside. They could only hear the thud of clubs hitting bodies and the desperate screams of the drug addicts. But looking at the enthusiastic and friendly citizens in front of them, how could they not be moved? What kind of dreadful lives had they lived before? NCPD was an outsourced company without much government funding, operating on a profit and loss basis. As peacekeepers, they didn't have convenient channels for profit. So, they could only accept dirty money, and this dirty money from gangs naturally had nothing to do with the officers below. This directly led to very low legal incomes for the officers, who could only maintain their livelihoods by extorting others or businesses, and colluding with gangs. This was a torment for those police officers who harbored a sense of revenge and still had a conscience. They either had to sink into corruption with everyone else or be eliminated as heretics. How could they possibly establish such a good relationship with citizens? As for drug addicts, just a roadside nobody. The morning's events were over, but Lin Miao knew this was just the opponent's warning or first punch. If he continued this way, the opponent's retaliatory strikes would surely follow. It could be a drug cartel, or Kurt Hansen, or even Zetatech. Dogtown was a mixed bag, with many factions, and countless people had this motive, making it hard to guess. But someone was about to provide the answer. An invitation? Hans. Lin Miao found the name a bit strange. There was no relationship between them, if anything, it was only the time he ran over Lin Miao and stole several cars of alcohol, so there was only enmity, no favor. What does he want with me? Gloria's expression was also a bit odd. I don't know either. That injured person left after sending me this voice message. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Your name has now spread throughout Dogtown, and it's impossible to pretend not to know. Many people are speculating when you plan to charge into Dogtown and fight Colonel Hansen. Everyone now fears you like a tiger, but I think we need to meet and talk first. At least we're old acquaintances, aren't we? Tonight at 7, at the Heavy Hearts Bar. I've already arranged a Dogtown access pass for you. I hope you can come to the banquet, and remember to come alone. It might be an ambush. Gloria said worriedly, they want to trick you into Dogtown. Once you're there, it's their territory. Our people won't be able to intervene, and they can do whatever they want then. Clearly, Gloria didn't want Lin Miao to enter that dangerous place, Dogtown. In the hearts of Night City residents, that place was probably even more dangerous than the Badlands. Hans. Lin Miao had first heard this name from Lucy and later investigated privately. However, information in Dogtown was scarce, and Hans had long been reclusive. Even the mercenaries he frequently contacted didn't fully understand his background and didn't even know what he looked like. He could be said to be the most mysterious fixer in Night City. Is it because he thinks I want to get involved in Dogtown, so he's giving me a heads up? Or does he have other intentions? Or, as Gloria said, is he planning to trick me in and then find an opportunity to kill me? No, that's impossible. If he really wanted to kill me, he wouldn't use such a low-key method. This seems more like he wants to avoid certain ears and talk to me privately. Hans, it seems this guy not only likes to hide his identity but also has unknown schemes behind the scenes. Gloria, don't worry about this matter. I'll handle it. You should focus on adjusting the suitable regulators on them as soon as possible. This will be of great help to our future. But Gloria still wanted to persuade him. After all, the insidious method of summoning him through her had left a very bad impression on her. If anything happened to Lin Miao because of this, she would never forgive herself. No buts. Rich people value their lives, and I don't feel like my life is particularly long, Gloria. The last time Lin Miao came to Dogtown was for 2 sets of machine tools, and he didn't even enter the main gate. Entering this place was not that easy. First, you had to have money, that was the most basic condition. Then, you needed connections, at least a qualified guarantor to give you a heads up in advance. Finally, you'd better pray you don't have any enemies inside. Because he had no connections and didn't want to owe favors, Lin Miao had never obtained a Dogtown pass, until today. After parking his car in the heavily guarded scanning area, a red light swept over, and he glanced at the identification on the electronic screen next to him. Well, it was fake. Name, Tadar Ami Khan. Gender, male. Age, 27. Identity, Biotechnica T1-3 employee. However, Dogtown's defenses were even more stringent than he imagined. Besides the 2 to 3 meter wide concrete wall and visible soldiers, a few Minotaur bipedal mechs, there were also numerous buried machine guns and hidden sentries. Even if several tanks came for a frontal assault, they might not be able to break through Barghest's defenses. And what surprised Lin Miao the most was that these soldiers didn't take the opportunity to extort him, which indicated their integrity might be higher than that of NCPD. Clear. After passing the checkpoint, Lin Miao officially entered Dogtown, but the environment inside was not as good as he had imagined. Everywhere were dilapidated, decaying unfinished buildings, residential areas piled up with rusted corrugated containers, and chaotic power lines strung everywhere. Garbage on the streets was piled high like mountains, and flies gathered on plastic bags, celebrating and wantonly proclaiming their territory to passers-by. It's really messed up. If other parts of Night City were this bad, Lin Miao could understand, but this was Dogtown, where countless people who had committed crimes and offended corporations had fled. These people still had considerable capital, and the accumulated money flowing into Dogtown over the years was a substantial sum. Coupled with the large construction machinery left behind at the time, Dogtown shouldn't look like this now. Lin Miao shook his head and shifted his gaze to the heavy Hearts bar in the distance. The huge triangular building looked somewhat like an Egyptian pyramid. The green neon lights on the building's exterior were among the few decorations, and the line of luxury cars parked at the entrance added some color and revelry to Dogtown's dark night. Luxury cars were also involved in smuggling. Buying luxury cars in Dogtown was much cheaper than through official channels. Reyes had boasted to Lin Miao more than once that he had even seen high-end goods like Rayfield in Dogtown, but unfortunately, the owner didn't agree to him stealing the car, and after several mercenaries died, he gave up. Following the subordinate hands had arranged at the door, he quickly met the mysterious fixer, known only by name but never seen in person. A big bearded man wearing a purple and red checkered suit, who could pass for a terrorist with a white turban. Well, look who's here. It's truly better to see once than to hear 100 times. You look much younger than you do on TV, Mr. Linear. Chapter 245, The King's Flag Changes on the City Wall. Opposite the door, a large projection screen displayed a sphinx cat, its movements as it lay on the grass so lifelike that the image must have been created using motion capture from a real cat. The wine-red carpet was furnished with a few simple, dark wooden pieces and leather sofas, it wasn't decorated with excessive luxury. In this era, what the eye see isn't necessarily real. Current plastic surgery techniques make it too difficult to distinguish with optical implants. Lin Miao walked naturally to sit opposite Hans, as if returning to his own home. He surveyed the room's layout, continuing, everything can be modified now. Even if someone were to present an artificial face, indistinguishable from the real thing, and disguise themselves as Mr. Hans standing before me, I wouldn't be surprised. Hehe, how could that be? Hans chuckled awkwardly, as if an unpleasant memory had been stirred. The most important thing in business is integrity. If I didn't intend to meet people openly, I wouldn't have invited Mr. Lin here as a guest. He reached for the kettle on the table and poured 2 cups. Clearly, he had investigated Lin Miao before their meeting, knowing he didn't like alcohol, and served mineral water produced by Horizon Corporation. I heard about what happened at the Grand Imperial Mall this morning. A group of incited idiots caused trouble there and were temporarily brought under control by Mr. Lin's people. But, if I may be frank, such brainless individuals are not only found in Pacifica and Dogtown, Night City has countless more. As long as someone offers a little bit of a drug, slaves to desire will do anything for another hit. Dogtown involves complex forces, with many large corporations having a hand in it. Outsiders want to come in and get a piece of the pie, using Dogtown to achieve their goals. Insiders want to kick out competitors and maintain the status quo. Those guys see you, Mr. Lin, as sharp and want you to charge into Dogtown's gate. The result will either be you getting a bloody head, or a lose-lose situation, with them reaping the benefits. I believe Mr. Lin understands such a simple problem. To prevent the situation from tilting in an unknown direction, I hope Mr. Lin and his people can think twice and act cautiously. Compared to other middlemen, Hans was clearly more astute, and he valued balance more than how to make more money. Is that all? That's all. Lin Miao was silent for a moment, then laughed. You're a smart man, Hans, so you should understand that many things you don't want to do, you can't avoid doing. We are all pieces on this chessboard. Whether we move, and where we move, is not up to you or me, but up to the players. How to preserve power as much as possible, build relationships, strengthen oneself, and not lose one's value is what we should be considering. Hans said nothing, but a trace of solemnity passed across his brows. It seemed that the person behind Lin Miao was determined to achieve their ambitions for Dogtown and would not give up so easily. However, the people Lin Miao spoke of were not merely tech, as Hans imagined, but the agitated players. They were already eager to enter the new version of Dogtown. The day-fading gangs of Night City could no longer satisfy the interest of leveled-up players, they were like rag dolls that had been played with too much. They urgently needed a new toy. Otherwise, they might genuinely dismantle all those gangs. In fact, besides the underwater entrance first discovered by Glamorous Woman, they had successively found 2 more suspected collapsed entrances to the Little Dipper laboratory underground and were currently excavating them. Dogtown's wall could block the prying eyes of Night City corporations, and its missiles could block Militica's air force, but for the players excavating underground, they were as good as useless. If this continued, the possibility of a direct underground battle with Barghest was increasing, which was not what Lin Miao wanted to see. Then you mean, they are determined to change the environment of Dogtown? Hans, having confirmed Militica's firm stance behind Lin Miao, had no choice but to become cautious. Lin Miao nodded. At least, from my perspective, the attitude is quite firm. Hans pondered for a moment. He couldn't quite grasp Lin Miao's and his backers' attitudes, nor did he know how they intended to deal with the Dogtown problem. Were they simply going to replace Dogtown's boss with someone who would obey them, or did they plan to bring Pacifica back under Night City's jurisdiction, or even directly have Militech move in? If it was the latter two, it would undoubtedly be bad news for him, and his years of cultivated network could suffer immense damage as a result. But risk often means profit. The greater the storm, the bigger the fish caught. So, he candidly stated, most people's understanding of Dogtown is one-sided. Let me explain it to you, Mr. Lin. It's not too late to make a choice after you understand it clearly. Kurt Hansen's ability to gain a foothold in Dogtown is partly due to his Barghest unit, and the other part is inseparable from the support of others. His biggest backer is the Cuban drug cartel, Havana. Almost half of America's drug trade flows out of Dogtown. Whether Hansen lives or dies, they won't give up this business. Next are the major arms companies, only a few in the entire world, and that naturally includes the one behind you, Mr. Linear. Solving Kurt Hansen and Militech smuggling from Dogtown are two different matters. Although there haven't been large-scale conflicts since the Fourth Corporate War, thanks to them, small-scale conflicts around the world have never stopped. Latin America, South America, the Pan-African Alliance, everywhere people are fighting with their guns, and 9 out of 10 of those guns and bullets flow out from here. One could say Night City is the core region of the entire North and South America. Every move here is watched by countless people, and a single move can affect the whole body. And according to my information, it's not just you who want to get involved, Netwatch, Petrochem, Arezaka. Every name he uttered could make the ground of Night City tremble, let alone when combined. To touch Dogtown, this smuggling hub, even the European community would have to weigh the consequences. Moreover, smuggling activities would not completely disappear just because Dogtown collapsed. To eliminate smuggling, it must be made unprofitable. This is not a problem that can be solved by violence or tariffs. To eliminate smuggling, unless prices are leveled worldwide, at least the price difference for the same product in different regions must be lower than the logistics and transportation costs. Lin Miao could neither achieve this now nor eliminate smuggling gangs. Regardless, Dogtown's smuggling nature could not be erased. And Lin Miao also needed to smuggle, so how could he cut off this arm? He would sell the captured multinational firearms and ammunition, and the strange cyberware that players didn't need, through Dogtown to acquire operating funds. Thank you for the advice, but may I ask who Mr. Hans serves? The outside world rumored that you have a deep connection with Petrochem. Hans was startled. He had never heard this rumor from the outside. His experience working at Petrochem should have been known by almost no one. How did he know? Hans leaned forward, hands on his knees. Me? I'm a rather selfish person, I only serve myself. As for Petrochem, it was merely an insignificant period in a long life. Then, what kind of benefit would persuade Mr. Hans to do me a small favor? That depends on what you need. In our line of work, the client first states their requirements, then we quote a price. I want a batch of Dogtown passes. A batch? Hans gasped. This guy couldn't possibly be planning to smuggle people in to blow up Hansen, could he? He simply couldn't agree. Lin Miao, Hansen won't sit in his position for long, his death is only a matter of time. This is just a small favor for you. This might be a bit difficult. Pacifica needs to be revitalized, and revitalization requires peace and stability. Our attitude towards Dogtown is also very clear, smuggling is acceptable. Everyone needs a channel to conduct business smoothly, but there must be no trouble. The business of scavengers and Cubans crosses the line for me, so they must die. Doing business honestly is good for everyone. Whoosh. Hearing that Lin Miao and Militech did not intend for Dogtown to die, but simply to change the flag on the city walls, Hans breathed a sigh of relief. This was within his acceptable range. These businessmen were actually most afraid of reckless madmen rushing in to disrupt things. Not too many people, otherwise Hansen will notice me. The Barghest are his good dogs, once they bite, they won't let go easily. You don't need to do anything. Lin Miao took out a USB drive and placed it on the table. Just follow the old rules of middlemen, find a reliable group of mercenaries to help me upload this demon doll to their roster system, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Hans picked up the USB drive and looked at Lin Miao. By the rules, I need to check the program inside. Please do. A moment later, Hans unplugged the USB drive from the computer, and his gaze towards Lin Miao became even more solemn. It seemed the rumor was true, there was a super hacker helping this company behind the scenes. Hans's own hacker considered himself an elite in the field, but this was the first time he had so highly praised the other party's technology and admitted inferiority. This was tantamount to a boxer directly conceding defeat before even fighting, making the disparity self-evident. The function of this program is also very simple, it controls the scanning program so that when it scans a specific target, it automatically generates a random file, then lets it pass, and afterwards, it deletes the record and continues to lurk, making it impossible for you to find it. In other words, if this puppet is successfully implanted, then as long as Dogtown does not change the inspection program at the entrance, for Lin Miao, this place will be like a bus, where he can come and go as he pleases. Just holding it in his hand, Hans could imagine how much of a headache Hansen would have for a while. Just thinking about it, even his own forehead started to throb. Hans had heard about the experiences of gangs in other districts, and he couldn't help but start to sympathize with Hansen. I can help with this, but you have to agree to one condition. Speak. I heard that Hansen recently dug up some things underground in Dogtown. I want to know what they are, and the more detailed the information, the better. This shouldn't be difficult for Mr. Lin's subordinates, I presume. The existence of a melee tech experimental base underground in Pacifica was an urban legend in Night City, but for someone with a complex network of connections like Hans, it was no secret. Night City has been established for almost 100 years, and there's something underground in every district. He even knew a thing or two about what was underground in Watson. He just wasn't too clear about what exactly was in that experimental base. But the other party's backer was melee tech, so they must be more concerned about the items in the experimental base than him, and he might as well do them a favor. No problem. Lin Miao nodded in agreement, believing that his players could give him a satisfactory answer. As for melee tech? Who cares? Beg me, and I'll tell you. NIGE, today I found a scavenger's warehouse in Pacifica. The little rascals even dared to resist. Don't they know that the more they resist, the more excited I get? We fought our way in, axes swinging, from the South Heaven Gate all the way to the Ling Xiao Palace. My arms were so tired that I had to strategically retreat. Wildman, those scavengers are really something. Isn't it just a few hundred pieces of cyberware? They acted as if it was their life. 70 or 80 people chased us for 3 streets, forcing us to call our brothers for a counterattack. Fine Roman ecstasy, boss, you're awesome. When can you take us to a dungeon? Jingluo Zhennu, please, boss, sponsor us so we can liberate Constantinople, and in the future, we will crown you Earl of Glamorgan. Officer, the NPCs in this game hold grudges. Last time, my occupational disease flared up, and I stopped a sex doll on the street to question and register her. Later, every time she saw me on the road, she would roll her eyes at me. Ministry of Truth, you'll get used to it. But what good equipment did you drop? Tell me about it. Helldivers currently need a lot of military support to maintain the safety of Super Earth. NIGE, nothing good, mostly green gear, and some blue gear. Nothing I can use. If you want something, I'll upload it to the trading network later, you can pick it yourself. In situations other than major dungeon settlements, players basically no longer sell cyberware snatched from scavengers to official game stores, because the prices in official stores are too low and not at all cost effective. While Arrow Hospital's recycling prices are slightly lower than those of cyberware doctors on the market, they don't question the origin of cyberware like cyberware doctors do, or even demand invoices. They just take it directly without asking too many questions. Ministry of Truth, blue gear again? No purple gear. NIGE, I searched everywhere and didn't see any purple cyberware. Wildman, oh, purple cyberware, it's all external. Can't you have some ambition? Isn't it better to focus your energy on serving the people? Jutio, get out of here. Wildman, it's been 2 minutes since anyone asked me about the story of the power engine and the silver badge. Fine Roman ecstasy, boss, what are the power engine and the silver badge? Potato, all you show-offs and bootlickers get out. The Super Earth Armed Forces do have many low-level players who need low-level equipment, but the drop rate in this game is a bit too low. Equipment above purple rarity basically doesn't drop from low-level monsters. It either has to be scavenged from high-level elite monsters or bought from high-level cyberware hospitals. In the former case, cyberware is easily damaged in combat, and in the latter, the prices are ridiculously high. Even the most common mechanical prosthetics of purple rarity cost 70 to 80,000 euro. For players, the attribute boost from one purple prosthetic is far less than that from an MT3, making it completely uneconomical. Not to mention golden cyberware, which is simply unavailable on the market. Currently, the only way to obtain it is through limited time event draws, and there have only been 4 in total across several events, making them priceless treasures. Compared to their use value and market value, they are more akin to a symbol of a player's status. As players defeat more and more enemies, the previously rare blue cyberware has become widespread, and its value is gradually decreasing. Purple cyberware is not in short supply, there is simply no supply. This has led players, whose levels are gradually increasing, to feel that their strength has reached a bottleneck. Most people also attribute this to the fact that higher level dungeons have not yet been opened. And that dungeon is right in front of them. Sword Saint, the cyberware on those Dogtown soldiers is at least blue rarity, and I also heard from the mercenaries that there are many forbidden cyberware items for sale in Dogtown. Wig, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to punch Dogtown to pieces. Then I'll capture Kurt Hansen and make him my personal star plow. Natural Curl, which hospital did this sexually repressed patient escape from? Quickly catch him and bring him back. Jackal, what? There's even Sichuan opera to watch. The pursuit of higher level equipment with more stats is almost ingrained in players' genetic instincts. Why, you ask? Of course, it's for dungeons. And what are dungeons for? to drop higher level equipment. And so the cycle repeats, until the entire game is cleared, or the servers are shut down. Only a very few types of games can completely break away from this traditional gameplay of numerical pursuit. Future Vision is clearly not one of them. Without stats, you'll just be caught and dissected by scavengers on the roadside, instead of clearing out the scavengers' homes. Version 0.7 Preview, Dogtown Enigma. Hello, players. I will be presenting the content of this version preview to everyone. Before announcing the version update content, our development team would first like to express our gratitude to the player community who have been working hard on the front lines. Without their efforts, we would not be where we are today, nor would we be able to showcase our creativity to everyone. Sincere thanks OTZ. Next up is the new content that will be released in our 0.7 version in 3 days. First, a new map, Dogtown, long awaited by players, will be opened in the new version. As the highest level map currently, it conceals Night City's unknown past, along with countless risks and treasures awaiting your discovery. However, Dogtown is heavily guarded, and entry and exit regulations are strict. It is not easy to pass the Wraith's inspection. Therefore, players who wish to enter Dogtown must obtain a permit from me, Permit, €2,000 plus 1500 GP points. Furthermore, once inside, unless under special circumstances, you can only leave by dying or waiting in Dogtown for 3 days. Forcibly breaking through may result in immediate termination by the Hellhound unit. P.S. In the new version content, players may further encounter the existence of rogue AI. Please treat them with caution. Then, new cyberware will be introduced in the new version. This time, we have secured a batch of uncalibrated super-spec armaments for players. They can help players turn the tide in battle, but the downsides are their high price and potential side effects, including, but not limited to, brain death and self-destruction. Please make your choice carefully. Also, we have noticed many players complaining on the forums about food safety issues in Night City. Therefore, in the new version, we will also launch Delicious Cafeteria. Players only need to spend a small amount, €50, to enjoy a safe meal. Additionally, if you have any good ideas, you can apply to become a chef in the cafeteria and provide nutritious and delicious meals for the vast number of players. At the same time, Aero services will also expand to Pacifica. Players no longer have to worry about missing critical rescue time due to delayed ambulance services and having to wait 3 days to revive. P.S. As players' influence on 2076 grows day by day, the choices players make in this version will further influence the content direction of future version updates. Please choose carefully. Finally, the most anticipated issue for pre-registered players, game account distribution. As the number of players gradually increases, we will no longer issue a large number of accounts at once as before. Instead, we will change to releasing 50 game slots every 24 hours. This number will further increase after future version updates. Currently, the game's starting point is still Stone Ridge Mountain. We wish you a pleasant game. Chapter 246, Sanlang kills the Black Hand with warm soup. Ju Tiu, who was observing the growth of fish fry at the Big Sur water plant, complained after hearing the new version's preview, it takes 3 days to get out once you go in. That's too much trouble. If something happens, I'm afraid there's no way to escape. Sometimes, players would misjudge the number of opponents locally. If they found they couldn't win, they would turn around and drive away. Usually, once they reached another district, the gang members wouldn't pursue them further, unless they were really provoked. Now, entering Dogtown requires a 3-day cooldown period before you can leave. This means if they cause trouble inside, it will be much more difficult to get away. Just by looking at the Hellhound unit's gear, you know they are much higher level than NCPD officers, not to mention it's their territory. They won't slack off like the police, so Lin Miao hopes players will act cautiously and not just beat up anyone they don't like. NIG, far away in Watson, asked, 3 days? So if we log off and sleep inside, we'll have to sleep in Dogtown. The developers probably want to encourage us to set up long-term outposts in Dogtown. We'll need at least a few safe houses. Potato, I think the sewers are pretty safe. Once I dive in, whoever dares to come down, I'll take them on. Ju Tiu, I think you've gotten used to exploding poop. You don't want to come out of the sewers, do you? Potato, history is written by the victors. As long as I win, it doesn't matter what moves I use, whether it's dry or wet. As long as it can crush the enemy, it's good. He recently also developed a stink bomb gun. Although it doesn't use real eggs, it guarantees that the foul odor will penetrate through the gaps of cybernetic mechanical parts, reaching the innermost parts, a kind of rotten stench that you can't wash off no matter how hard you try. If it doesn't kill you, it'll still disgust you. It's a full-on mental attack. Savage, €2,000 isn't expensive, but 1500G feels a bit much. I'm still 750 short of becoming a captain. NIG, you're a bit faster than me. I just reached lieutenant. Players can only earn GP points by completing corporate missions or large-scale events, there are none from daily monster grinding. Most points need to be saved for class changes or upgrading job levels. The 1500 GP for the Dogtown entry card means they'll have to save for at least half a month. The more expensive the entry fee, the higher the drop rate inside, right? No pain, no gain. Ju Tiu said earnestly, maybe there are purple items everywhere inside, and a random passerby on the street has Atom Smasher level strength. Not only is everyone's bounty worth over 10,000, but there's also a chance to drop gold in cyberware. Potato, dream on. The KMT printing money isn't as fast as your inflation. Hurry up and get back to Night City. Don't raise your fish elsewhere. Get ready to go into Dogtown for pioneering together. The 3 days waiting for the new version to launch were long, especially for the local gangs of Pacifica. It was even more painful. Because on the day the new version preview was released, almost all players rushed to Pacifica. Regardless of whether they had enough GP points to get a pass, they all wanted to come to the entrance of the new dungeon to join the fun. Pacifica only has a few 100,000 people in total, and suddenly over 2,000 cyberpsychosis rushed in. The impact was obvious, and the result was that even a cockroach passing on the streets of Pacifica would be stepped on. Large-scale gunfights raged from the streets all the way to the beach, with bodies strewn everywhere. Especially the scavengers, after brutally interrogating 2 Petrochem liaisons, officer and his team obtained more identities of high-ranking scavengers. Following these leads, they successively dismantled dozens of strongholds disguised as legitimate businesses, suffering huge losses. But for the local civilians, these were almost the safest 3 days in Pacifica since the Unification War ended. At least they didn't have to worry about waking up one day to find themselves lying in a bathtub filled with ice. The continuous gunfire in Pacifica also led Dogtown to strengthen its security. The soldiers and firepower stationed at the entrance were almost doubled, and even the NCPD cops who were waiting for fugitives at the gate hid far away, fearing to provoke these local bullies. Meanwhile, the Hellhound unit guards in charge of security were still listening with great interest to today's program on their boss Hansen's carefully selected radio station Arezaka's Favor, a carefully selected text titled The Story of Grandpa Saburo Defeating Morgan Blackhand in a Hot Spring. Donnie, the popular host of the underground radio show, was passionately reciting, Grandpa Saburo, returning from an overseas visit, disregarded his physical exhaustion and called us, a few 12 or 13-year-old Arezaka young pioneers, late into the night to discuss children's day arrangements. When the discussion ran late, Grandpa Arezaka wanted to see us out. Before leaving the bedroom, he gave each of us a rainbow lollipop and asked the driver to take us home. The lollipop was so sweet, but it was a bit wrinkled and hairy. Donnie, annotation, this is a self-protection mechanism after a minor has been molested. There was no lollipop, it was something they imagined. On the way to the main gate, we said, Grandpa Saburo, you just returned from abroad and have been injecting positive energy into us. You must be very tired. Please go back and rest. Grandpa Saburo shook his head and said, it's no trouble. You know, many people internationally treat us as enemies and constantly cause us problems. You are Arezaka's future, your matters are Arezaka's matters, top priority. We were all excited, tears welling up in our eyes, and our already trembling legs shook even more violently. What a wonderful Grandpa Saburo. One of the children even handed his miso soup to Grandpa Saburo. Grandpa Saburo took it, then looked up at the sky and said, if only the world were as quiet as this sky. But some corporations, like Mealy Tech, just want to disrupt the world. Saying this, Grandpa Saburo placed the miso soup back in our hands, no matter, I'll drink it after I return. He shook both hands, and a pair of mantis blades popped out from the sides of his forearms. Then he looked at the bushes and said, Baka Yara. With that, he leaped into the bushes and slashed forward with his mantis blades. Soon, a soft grunt was heard from the bushes, and then a blood-soaked figure rushed out and fled. Before escaping, the figure exclaimed, Aieeeeeeee. Ninja. Why are there ninjas? After the person fled, Grandpa Saburo walked out of the bushes with swift steps and explained to us, this is Morgan Blackhand, a high-level Mealy Tech agent. He has been lurking near Arezaka Tower, trying to steal Arezaka Corporation's secrets. I have tolerated him for a long time. Mr. Saburo Arezaka said indignantly. The children all applauded, proud that Arezaka Corporation had such a leader. Even the cup of miso soup was still warm. A moment later, Grandpa Saburo called Atom Smasher and asked, where did that agent run off to? It seems to be towards Arezaka Tower, Atom Smasher said. Grandpa Saburo paused and said, quickly send people to investigate and see if he has any accomplices. After that, Grandpa saw us off to the aerocar, waving until he could no longer see us. The next day, we heard that something had happened at Arezaka Tower. It seemed that the escaped villain, Morgan Blackhand, had used a nuclear bomb to blow up Arezaka Tower. We were all very nervous. And then Grandpa Saburo called us over. He was still so kind, making us sit down and saying, company development always requires sacrifices. Those who sacrifice to expand the company's business empire are great. He then lowered his head and said, but I must admit, my action of repelling the enemy agent at that time was too reckless. I apologize to the entire company here, and I will explain the situation to the board of directors. We were immediately moved to tears. What a wonderful grandpa. His small mistake during the struggle with Mealy Tech was remembered by him, and he even apologized. In our future studies, we must learn from Mr. Saburo Arezaka, from his broad mind and his spirit of not being ashamed to ask questions. After the text recitation, the radio also played the general's tune, if you come to Dongduang, I'll give you a pure white snow I want to eat Cantonese choy sum. The guards didn't understand the song, but they couldn't help but express their opinions on the text. A big man leaning against a machine gun turret felt both angry and amused, damn it, that old geezer Saburo Arezaka is truly shameless, daring to brag about defeating Morgan Blackhand. With those old bones, I could take him apart with one hand. That's not necessarily true. The female soldier beside her scoffed at her comrade's recklessness, What kind of old geezer can live to be over 170? If you ask me, Saburo Arezaka must have transformed himself into a super cyborg. Beneath that old skin, there's actually a man-eating machine, specializing in hunting down young people and children, using their fresh blood to extend his life. She said it with such conviction, yet no one doubted the authenticity of the statement. Because the content in the Arezaka internal textbooks was almost identical to what Brother Deo recited, both glorified Saburo Arezaka as the sole son of Neo-Japan. What was a mere Morgan Black Hand? Even if he picked up pebbles and shot down satellites, it could be done. Absolutely. Easily. All that spooky stuff. If you ask me, Saburo Arezaka must have died ages ago. The one alive now is actually his Kage Musha, a body double, you know? I've read in Neo-Japanese novels that those daimyo all have them. In this era, changing a face is so easy. The young soldier guarding the door with a gun turned to look at the main entrance after speaking, and his face instantly paled. Holy crap. Get out here, someone's attacking Dogtown. The wraiths crouching inside the door were all stunned when they heard this. What? Attacking Dogtown? Who's got the guts for that? Being a gatekeeper was a lucrative job. Those who caused trouble in the city and didn't have a Dogtown pass would pay all their Eurodollars for one. Moreover, no one dared to cause trouble here. Today, hearing that someone was attacking Dogtown immediately made things interesting. They went out to look, and holy crap, it was really happening. Before the massive Dogtown gate, various cars were piled up in a long line, blocking the entrance completely. Among them were many fully armed mercenaries, clearly not to be trifled with. The aggressive players immediately scared the guard unit, who quickly set up their guns for defense. Even the machine gun turrets buried underground rose up. The Wraith captain yelled at the savage squad at the very front, "What are you doing here? Do you know what this place is?" "We know, sir." The savage from the passenger seat leaned halfway out the car window. "Dogtown, right? We're just about to go in. See how obediently we're queuing." It was only Dogtown. If it were any other gang daring to confront players like this, the matter wouldn't be settled without a map full of dead bodies today. Entering Dogtown? I'd say you're more likely attacking Dogtown. If it were before, he would have dragged this guy out of the car and given him a good beating. But these guys in front of him clearly weren't to be messed with, so he decided against it. He walked suspiciously to the car window, looking at the unfamiliar, sunglasses-clad face inside the driver's seat. "Entering Dogtown? Do you have a pass?" "Of course I do. If you don't believe me, sir, scan it." Jutio coolly took off his sunglasses with one hand, though even without them, it was hard to find his squinting eyes on his face. The captain also squinted, examining the unfamiliar face before him with his optical implant, then actively requested to connect to the database and scan the two people in the car. Name, Big Head. Name, Savage. The avatar frame turned from red to green, and the system showed that the other party indeed had a Dogtown pass. It was truly bizarre. The captain really didn't want to admit that the other party had a pass. He even suspected that the system had an error or had been hacked, but after reporting it several times, the auditing hacker replied that there were no anomalies. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Fuck. No matter how many questions he had in his heart, he had to honestly carry out the order now. Reporting was for later. Any mistakes would be attributed to the computer system and the hacker, but not letting them in now would be breaking the rules. He would be the one getting into trouble. Reluctantly, he said, "Go in. Remember to register your weapons." Jutio triumphantly put his sunglasses back on, covering his non-existent small eyes. "Thank you, sir." Before, they had tried various methods to enter Dogtown, hiding in other people's trunks, hijacking drivers, climbing walls at night, crawling through sewers. They had tried almost every conceivable method, but they were all blocked by the heavily guarded Hellhound unit and scanning equipment. And now they could openly drive in. It felt incredibly satisfying. The captain took a deep breath, reassuring himself that at least they weren't cyberpsychosis coming to attack Dogtown. If there were any problems, the internal X-ray scan would reveal them. Then he looked at the next player driver, who was smiling broadly. 99. Again, deep breaths, calm, calm. What? 800 people entered Dogtown in one morning. Hansen's subordinate, Murphy, was stunned by the news. In the past, Dogtown wouldn't see that many people in 2 or 3 days combined. What kind of madness was this today? Are the voodoo boys just sitting around doing nothing? Is this how the system is maintained? Dogtown doesn't seem so special after all. They found a random spot, parked the car, and what greeted their eyes was the desolate scenery of Dogtown. The buildings here hadn't been painted or decorated, and there was a rough feel of concrete walls everywhere. The pedestrians on both sides of the road were even more chaotic than those in Pacifica outside. They were gaunt, their clothes tattered, aimlessly wandering around, as if everyone had nothing to do. Whenever a garbage truck drove out of large buildings like Gemsching or the Brooding Bar, a group of homeless people would rush out, rummaging through the trash heaps by the entrance. They would even get into brawls over half a bottle of beer. From time to time, eerie laughter would come from street corners. Jutio wanted to investigate, but then realized it was a high addict curled up in a corner. If he got too close, he might even be attacked by the confused drug user. Don't they work? So much free time. Even in the most chaotic Pacifica, people would still find a job to barely survive, but don't notice that people here seemed not to work at all. Where would they find work? NIGE had inquired about the internal situation of Dogtown before coming. There's only one bar and one hotel here. The rest are all gang-operated businesses, and the prices are much higher than outside. Refugees from outside won't last long before they get hooked on drugs or extorted by gangs, draining every euro-dollar they have, then becoming one of these homeless people on the street, eventually dying in a trash heap one afternoon. Dogtown's sole business is smuggling. All its economy relies on this illegal trade. Even food and drink are smuggled in, and they prioritize their own people, so there are simply not many job opportunities for outsiders. Ordinary people have no way to survive here. That sounds really miserable. Zhu Tiaoyu shook his head. Nige reminded him, don't pity these guys. They all committed crimes and couldn't escape, so they came to Dogtown. It just goes to show that evil people need evil people to grind them down. More and more players entered Dogtown, but fortunately, the area itself was quite large, so even an increase of 800 people was just a drop in the bucket. Some wanted to check out the so-called black market for high-end cyberware, others wanted to take photos at Dogtown's attractions. They quickly dispersed. Just as the Savage Squad was about to follow to the black market to see the legendary black market goods, a strange sound from the sky caught their attention. They had heard this sound before on the outskirts of Dogtown, but it was very faint and irregular, so they hadn't paid much attention. But now, looking up, they realized it was the sound of a large drone making an emergency landing. It plunged towards a spot on the ground, then its lower cabin door opened, and a box with orange smoke was dropped straight down. The arrival of the drone also seemed to cause a commotion in the crowd. Many vehicles immediately turned around and rushed towards the location where the airdrop box fell, as if competing for some prize. The few of them exchanged glances, finding the situation somewhat inexplicable. Savage casually grabbed a tall, thin man who was trying to run over, pointed at the airdrop still in the air, and asked, "What is that? Where did this stupid hit come from?" The tall, thin man originally wanted to say that, but the other party's gun muzzle was already pressed against his mouth. Having been in Night City for so long, the players had completely mastered the means of friendly negotiation with the locals. Don't shoot." The tall, thin man raised his hands, smiling wryly, "That's Hansen's smuggled airdrop. It's full of good stuff he bought, cyberware, weapons, or chips, whatever. First come, first served." "What?" Zhu Tiaoyu was dumbfounded. "His stuff, he just throws it in Dogtown for you guys to grab." Chapter 247 I am Superman, you are the loser. Not just Zhu Tiaoyu, everyone else had question marks on their faces. Where was the logic in buying something and not having the delivery person hand it over properly, but instead airdropping it onto the street for people to take for free? Did they have too much money to burn, or were they just playing around? Are they idiots? Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, the lanky man knew they had just arrived in Dogtown, unaware of its rules or the laws of survival here. Immediately adopting an attitude of "I'm an old-timer in Dogtown, I've eaten more rice than you've eaten salt," he pushed away the nomad's pistol that was in his face and slowly explained, "Hansen is the boss in Dogtown, but it's not just him calling the shots here. Scavengers, animals who doesn't have some territory here? Land transport would also get robbed. The airspace around his gem blue hotel doesn't allow AVS to pass, so the airdrop can only land elsewhere. This way, don't we have a chance to fish in troubled waters? Those are all top-tier goods in there. If I succeed just once I'll be set for life." Watching the lanky man's smug expression, Nige and the others silently tagged him as cannon fodder in their minds, then released him. It seems Hansen's reputation isn't as great as people say. His position isn't stable. Zhu Tiaoyu also realized what was happening. Even land transport wasn't safe, which clearly meant the Hellhound unit had been infiltrated like a sieve, unable to keep secrets. If they really went by road, they'd probably be robbed 10 times every kilometer. It was better to use temporary airdrop coordinates, only informing the unit of the delivery after departure, which would prevent the moles from having time to leak information and make arrangements. What does his stable position have to do with us? Nige gripped the handle of the axe behind him, already eager for action. Pacifica is under our $$S control now. A warlord who carves out a territory will be dealt with sooner or later. The nomad clasped his hands together, a warlike smile on his face. You're right. Treasures belong to the virtuous. A bandit like him doesn't have the fortune to enjoy them. Brothers, let's go. The power engine he got last time had never been used. This was a good chance to test it out on Dogtown's high-level enemies. Dogtown is quite large in terms of area, at least not smaller than the city center. Its internal architecture and facilities are also complete. It could easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. It's just that all the buildings are unfinished and abandoned. Currently, only tens of thousands of people are active inside. The players who entered were also scattered everywhere, each doing their own thing, whatever it may be. For example, the Yang Beatles, standing under a street statue, were performing a street show with a guitar, accompanied by 2 bandmates. Yes, they were here to play street music. He was also the lead singer at the New Year's concert a while ago. As a lifestyle player, the Yang Beatles had not invested any skill points in combat, putting everything into performance, singing, and similar skills. His combat power in Night City wouldn't be much stronger than a chicken's, he probably couldn't even beat a street sex doll. But even so, they dared to enter Dogtown and stand out in a place where you could get shot by a passerby just by walking. Especially with their permed curly hair, they stood out even more among the scruffy Dogtown pedestrians. Don't ask, if you ask, it's because rockers can do anything. At least he hadn't snorted coke, slept with fans, or driven under the influence with those rappers. That was already not rock enough. The tiles of Dogtown, like the colorful past, are stained with old dust. The moss in Gemsching is like broken tiles in Night City. Treasures are hoarded, military discipline obscured, and USA officialdom is hazy. His head swayed with the melody, hair flying, attracting many passers-by to stop and watch. Giving money was out of the question, no one understood what they were singing, but they were enjoying it, completely immersed in their performance, passionately plucking the strings. It wasn't until a large crate, trailing thick orange smoke, descended from the sky and crashed with a boom in front of them that the massive sound pulled these guys out of their rock music trance. What happened? The dust kicked up by the crate swept over them, and many small stones splattered onto them, forcing them to stop playing and retreat a few steps. The Beatles pushed back his hair, which was covering his eyes, to see what had fallen from the sky, when he heard the roar of a car and an overbearing shout, "Get out! All of you, get out! Hellhound Unit business!" The 3 words Hellhound Unit were like a plague god. The passers-by who had just been listening with interest immediately scattered like birds. Although some of them showed greedy eyes when they saw the crate, the Hellhound Unit that followed closely made them quickly compose themselves and run as far as possible. Those who dared to steal airdrops were desperate men. Anyone who wanted to live would not harbor such crooked thoughts about stealing Hansen's airdrop. The colonel would kill every mercenary who stole an airdrop and hang them under the overpass as a warning. His methods were undeniably cruel, but there were always people who held onto a glimmer of hope. Where did this idiot come from? Get out of the way! Before the car had even stopped, a burly man in a dark green bulletproof vest jumped out of the passenger seat, pulled out a pistol, and fired 2 shots. The bullets whizzed past the Beatles' ear, hitting the base of the huge statue. "You motherfucker, how many pages are in your family tree? How dare you talk to me like that? Don't you know that none of us rockers are afraid of death?" He originally wanted to say that, but unfortunately, the guitar he bought with all his savings, even borrowing $5,000, was too expensive. This wasn't a cyberware that could be insured or picked up by other players if he died. If it broke, it was truly broken. A wise man knows when to retreat. He'd settle the score later. No. What later? Call for backup. The Beatles crooked his mouth at his bandmates. The 3 of them picked up their drum kit and retreated, but at the same time, they immediately called for backup in the game channel. He didn't know anything about airdrops, but the Hellhound Unit was so tense, there must be good stuff in that crate. He didn't care about cyberware or anything like that, he still didn't have any cyberware except for his optical implants, but plenty of people did care. For players, there's no such thing as yours or mine, any resource on the map is theirs, even you are theirs. How dare you carve Hansen's name on my airdrop? Quickly decrypt and inspect the goods. Lieutenant Dennis saw that the wandering band wasn't causing trouble and had left obediently, so he didn't make things too difficult for them. He immediately dispatched the intel team from his convoy. Although it was an airdrop, they still needed to open and inspect the goods on site. If the goods didn't match the order, it would be easier for them to cause trouble for the seller, of course, by requesting a refund only. Cracking the password lock takes time, and it's often during this period that mercenaries, driven mad by the desire for wealth, come looking for trouble. Local mercenaries, after all, knew the roads better than players. No sooner had the band ducked away than several shifty-eyed heads peered out from a building, opening fire on the Hellhound Unit on the street. Lieutenant Dennis stood behind the armored vehicle, dodging bullets, and cursed at the mercenaries on the 2nd floor not far away. Damn it, there are always these idiots who don't know what's good for them. There couldn't be just this many people attacking, there must be accomplices hiding elsewhere. Take them down! He roared, and several Hellhound Unit soldiers immediately grabbed a 12.7mm heavy machine gun from the back of the armored vehicle and opened fire on the building. Cartridge cases as thick as an index finger rained down, and the bullets tore the concrete wall to shreds. In an instant, the steel rebar inside the wall was exposed to the air. The mercenaries inside the building died gruesome deaths, several of them had their upper bodies blown apart on the spot, blood and metal parts splattering an entire wall. The mercenaries in Dogtown were all desperate men, many times fiercer than those outside. Even facing the horrific deaths of their comrades, they didn't retreat, instead, they intensified their assault. First, several smoke grenades were thrown into the Hellhound Unit's position by a fearless mercenary, followed by the roar of an engine. A used truck charged head-on, crashing through several obstructing private cars before heading straight for the position. At the same time, more mercenaries were firing to suppress them. Damn it! The thick smoke obscured the soldiers' vision and blocked the firing line of the Minotaur bipedal mech, buying time for the truck's charge. But this situation was not new to the lieutenant. He charged out of the smoke alone, activating his Sandevistan and rushing towards the front of the truck. Just as he was about to collide with the front of the vehicle, he sidestepped, jumped, climbed onto the car door, punched through the car window, reached in, grabbed the mercenary inside, and tried to pull him out. The mercenary also had Sandevistan, but his power was clearly inferior to the lieutenant's. He only reacted and struggled after being grabbed, even attempting to wrestle with the lieutenant. However, there was also a disparity in strength between the two sides. While both used strength-type prosthetics, the lieutenant's carbon nanotube bionic muscles had a maximum output of 200 times, allowing him to overturn a small car with one hand. He easily dealt with the mercenaries inside, tearing off the car door along with the person, leaving no room for resistance. Then, with a flick of the steering wheel, the entire truck crashed into the unfinished building, scaring the vagrants inside into crying and screaming. The remaining mercenaries also suffered heavy losses after just a few exchanges with the wraiths and were forced to retreat. Reckless fools, the lieutenant cursed the mercenaries. Since Hansen began his smuggling operations, the number of times his airdrops had been stolen was few and far between, and a significant number of those were subsequently recovered. Only a handful of people had truly managed to snatch food from Hansen's mouth and survive. Just as he thought today's matter was concluded, two more figures emerged from the ruins, saying, "This road I opened, this tree I planted. If you wish to pass, leave your toll behind." What kind of nonsense was this? As the lieutenant turned his head, he heard a pounding heartbeat, so powerful it was like heavy drum beats, resonating in his ears. Before he even saw anyone, he felt a profound sense of oppression. The sound grew louder and closer, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost right next to his ear. What? The lieutenant instinctively raised his right hand to block, protecting his right ear, and immediately felt a tremendous force smash into his arm. What astonishing strength, even surpassing his own. The lieutenant's cybernetic eye immediately flashed a red warning for cyberware damage. At this moment, the corporal in the Hellhound unit also shouted, "Enemy attack! Take him down quickly!" A dark figure had, at some unknown point, taken advantage of the last of the fog to infiltrate their ranks, even making it directly behind the bipedal walking mech. With a great leap, he climbed onto its head. Two axes, empowered by immense strength, directly cut through the bulletproof head armor, forcibly twisting the entire mech's head around. The two Gatling guns fired wildly in all directions, disrupting the entire Hellhound unit's formation. Ju Tiou and Tudo, acting as fire support, each carried a machine gun, suppressing all the soldiers. The four of them achieved a more significant effect than the dozen or so mercenaries before them. Who in the world are you guys? Lieutenant Dennis was certain that mercenaries this formidable couldn't be unknown in Dogtown, yet he didn't recognize them. How could this be? You don't need to know, Savage replied, not one to announce his name while committing a crime, only responding with increasingly powerful punches. At this moment, he felt his heart beating so powerfully that he could hear the blood surging through his body with every beat. The power was so immense that every piece of cyberware in his body was pushed to its maximum capacity. Even without a berserk implant, he achieved an effect no weaker than mainstream berserk chips on the market, and the two could even stack. If it weren't for his blood vessels having been entirely replaced, Savage might have died from exploding arteries due to excessively high blood pressure. With one punch, he sent the lieutenant flying, smashing through a concrete wall and disappearing into the smoke. Savage then looked at the crate. The airdrop was surrounded by several armored vehicles, but the soldier who appeared to be cracking the password lock had already unplugged the data cable, clearly having completed the decryption and inspection, and was preparing to load it onto the vehicle to leave. He frowned, preparing to see how far away the others were, then call them to block the road so no one escaped. However, when he checked the map, 3 friendly units were only a stone's throw away from him. Following the mini-map's guidance, he discovered it was the bar band. The Beatles, still carrying a guitar, waved at him. "What the hell are you guys doing here?" "Street performance, come and see," the Beatles said, like a bard who had wandered into a battlefield, casually pointing to his guitar and asking, "Brother, do you want us to give you a buff?" 6691. Savage almost laughed. Can this damn game really get buffs from a bard? But it didn't matter. "Alright, then just play whatever you want, the more arrogant, the better." After speaking, he activated his Sandevistan, accelerating and dodging the bullets flying at him, and charged towards the Hellhound unit. "Brothers, bring out the gear." The drum kit, which had just been packed away, was immediately set up under an eave. They began playing again, less than 20 or 30 meters from the battlefield. Only this time, they played a different song. "Oh, my back. Yo, yo, yo." The rhythmic drum beats and the lead singer's rap drew some attention from everyone present towards this audacious band. It was the first time in their lives they had seen people daring to sing while two sides were exchanging such intense fire. They truly had guts. What was even more gutsy were the lyrics these guys were singing, clearly aimed at the Hellhound unit. "Why are you sleeping here? Why the long face? Who told you that you still don't understand the difference between me and you? Yet, I'm Superman, yet, I'm Superman. Yet, you're a loser. Hurry, step aside, we are celebrating." The arrogant lyrics and the singer's occasional contemptuous gestures towards the wraiths, combined with the sight of Hellhound soldiers being suppressed by Savage and his team, highlighted an unspoken sense of disdain, infuriating every Hellhound soldier. They did get a buff, but it was for the wraiths. War relies on strength, not luck, so you really don't have to be too sad. If you want to challenge me, you're always welcome, but you'll have to work hard for 100 years. Shut the hell up. One soldier finally couldn't take it anymore, directly rushing out from behind the armored vehicle's cover, intending to riddle the singer with bullets from his gun. But he was immediately headshot by a bullet flying from a distance. Another group of players arrived at the scene, even faster than the Hellhound's own reinforcements. Officer, with a toothpick in his mouth and a large caliber revolver in hand, charged at the front. Pacifica Police investigating smuggling. "All of you, lie down honestly. What airdrop? Where is it?" "NIGE, screw you, we found it first." Officer rolled his eyes. "Whoever gets it first, it's theirs. Slow hands get nothing." Hearing him say that, NIGE also became agitated. He jumped off the head of a robot that was almost pulled to scrap, activated his Sandevistan, bent down, and rolled to dodge the hail of bullets. Then, he slid and crashed into the Hellhound's intel team, grabbing the airdrop handle with one hand, intending to hoist the airdrop and throw it out. But the wraiths were no pushovers. Several soldiers immediately activated their Sandevistan, drew their daggers, and lunged at him. In such high-speed combat, melee weapons were more effective than firearms, and their speed was noticeably superior to that of the gangs outside. Damn it! Feeling the pressure, Nige cursed. The five of them immediately engaged in a swift struggle in the confined space, their movements almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Bang! 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 On the ground and on the armored vehicles, clear fist marks and axe slashes appeared one after another. Steel and concrete pavement were so fragile at this moment, yet not even a shadow of a person could be caught. Until one soldier, unable to withstand the neural pressure, exited his Sandevistan and was kicked by Nige into a vehicle. The force was so immense that the entire vehicle body was deformed, almost flipping over. And before this soldier lost consciousness, he could vaguely hear singing from afar, "Superman actually needs a little emotion. So fast, your girl sent me a message. She said, she doesn't want to deal with a useless thing like you. Finally, she left me one more line, oh, I love you." Pfft. The soldier, who had already taken a kick to the chest, hearing these lyrics and recalling his girlfriend who had recently cheated on him and dumped him, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. However, the players didn't care about such a minor interlude. Nige, who had successively taken down 2 soldiers, also took several punches himself. But he stubbornly relied on his fearlessness of pain and death to snatch the airdrop into his hands. He roared at Savage, "Got it." Then, with a burst of miraculous strength, he lifted the 500 kilograms box with both hands and hurled it out. Savage also took 2 steps, jumped, and caught the heavy object in midair, which had an impact force no less than a cannonball. After landing, he carried it and ran. Seeing that the item was secured, the other players didn't hesitate either. Enduring the wraith's gunfire, they rushed forward, stripping the fallen Hellhound soldiers clean of everything from firearms and ammunition to bulletproof vests, leaving only a few naked men at the scene before making their getaway. Chapter 248. No one would think that they can make a fortune by grabbing my airdrop, right? Pushing away the rubble that buried him, Lieutenant Dennis scrambled out of the collapsed house in a disheveled state. Although the guy just now had high-performance cyberware, he wasn't killed by a single punch, he was just a little injured. But when he walked out of the building, the sight of the Hellhound unit before him was unbelievable. Several naked men, clad only in shorts, sat limply on the roadside stones, heads bowed, sobbing as if they had just suffered a great insult. The other soldiers were also dejected and disheveled, but the mercenaries who had robbed them were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Dennis had a rough idea of what had happened, but he still wouldn't give up. They escaped. A sergeant stepped forward and reported helplessly, "I've already reported the situation to Major Murphy and asked him to set up defenses along the way, but there's no news yet." "What about the airdrop?" Dennis already knew the answer but asked anyway. "It was stolen, and the other party had an expert who removed the tracker, so we can't find their location. Besides the airdrop, several of our brothers' equipment was also looted. I suspect if they hadn't been in a hurry, they wouldn't have even spared the cyberware on their bodies." At this point, the sergeant couldn't help but recall what had just happened. The other party's withdrawal was decisive, but it was incredibly shameless. Several mercenaries still engaged in close combat with the Hellhound unit didn't even bother to pretend, directly activating their Sandevistan to forcibly snatch their equipment, bulletproof vests, rifles, even walkie-talkies, tearing them off the soldiers with their bare hands before fleeing, even willing to take a few bullets. Unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. It wasn't that airdrops hadn't been stolen before, but to directly and brazenly snatch equipment from the Hellhound unit face-to-face was a first. The lieutenant's face grew increasingly grim, but what was done was done. Now, he could only try to search and recover some losses. Return to base first, report the incident, and prepare to arrange personnel to assist in the investigation. This matter cannot be simply dropped. The sound of soldiers sobbing reached his ears again, igniting an unprovoked anger in him. He walked over and kicked each of them. They fell over, one after another. "Stop being such crybabies. Your clothes were just stripped off, you didn't lose any flesh, so what's there to cry about?" "No, sir." A bare-chested soldier looked up, wiping away tears. He had several gunshot wounds, but they had already been bandaged. "Those bastards uploaded a virus to us to prevent us from resisting while they stole our equipment, sob sob, I don't know why, but now I just feel so sad and want to cry, sob sob, mommy." The lieutenant gritted his teeth. What kind of hacker would be so deranged? If they really wanted to kill, they would just fry their brains. It was like children playing pranks. A lot of supplies were lost in the whole battle, but not many people actually died. Something was off, terribly off. Go. We'll settle the score with them later. Dogtown's terrain was even more complex than Kabuki, filled with illegally built shantytowns and unfinished buildings connected by steel bridges. Many buildings had collapsed and piled together due to the Unification War, making it utterly chaotic. Let alone external players, even the local wraiths couldn't guarantee they knew all the roads here. The players couldn't care less. What they had in their hands was real. They scattered to empty areas, and after confirming that no wraiths were pursuing them, they immediately began to divide the spoils on the spot. "Savage, woohoo! We're flying." High-intensity combat was not without its cost. He had long-term high-pressure blood supply to his heart, causing multiple capillary ruptures throughout his body. He had become a blood-soaked mess, and he had run for several kilometers carrying a 500-kilogram heavy box, yet Savage felt full of energy, not slowing down his escape at all. A mere minor injury was no hindrance. Nige eagerly rubbed his hands, preparing to open the box. Maybe we'll get a golden item. It would be great if I could get a top-tier Kiroshi optics with the eagle eye vision skill. Potato also chimed in with a utilitarian tone. Let's see what's inside first. If it's a box of instant noodles, we've hit the jackpot. At such a critical moment, he dared not speak carelessly. If the cyberware turned into 2 boxes of peanut milk, the other 3 would definitely explode at him. I'll open the box. Wait. Ju Tiou grabbed Savage's hand. Let me. Although there was no luck stat in this game, among the 4, he and Potato had always been the luckiest, both being card game masters who got whatever they wanted. Even with terrible card skills, they were gods who could rely on luck to rush into the Hearthstone championships. Savage thought about it, and he was right. You do it then. Ju Tiou placed his hand on the handle. The airdrop box's password had already been cracked by the wraiths, so there was no need to re-enter it to open. With a gentle pull, my turn. Draw a card. Unfortunately, opening boxes in this game didn't have flashy effects like in other games, it was just an ordinary box opening. Opening the lid, what appeared before the 4 was 2 weapons in a cyberware box, all marked with the large Melee Tech logo. Nige was stunned. Doesn't Melee Tech have a grudge with Hansen? Wouldn't selling him things be aiding the enemy? Ju Tiou said indifferently, the NUSA has a grudge with Hansen. Whose money isn't money? Besides, grudges are a matter for those at the top, and smuggling is a matter for those below. They don't interfere with each other. He picked up the long rifle, which came with an instruction blueprint and several magazines. Militek, M179E Achilles, electromagnetic precision rifle. As soon as he placed his thumb on the trigger, the gun immediately sprang to life and began self-checking. The bar-shaped conductor structures on both sides of the gun body and the battery unfolded. An electronic screen above the stock displayed the remaining power and bullet count. Coupled with the lightness of the engineering plastic gun body, it had a strong futuristic technology feel. This little thing looks a bit expensive, probably worth a lot of money. Ju Tiou held it in his hand and fiddled with it a few times. If he wasn't afraid of attracting attention, he would have fired a few shots to try it out. Although not as ridiculously expensive as smart weapons, tech rifles were not cheap, but they were rarely sold on the market. Even the Serbian shotgun that Lin Miao used before, the Satara, was already one of the cheapest on the market. Even so, it cost 5 or 6,000 euro each. Players had also acquired electromagnetic rifles before, but not many, and a large portion of them were custom designed and modified by gangs from finished products, so their performance wasn't necessarily good. Some even simply removed the accelerator and installed it on kinetic rifles for secondary acceleration to increase power, often resulting in the battery exploding during use. Lin Miao had considered producing tech weapons but later gave up on the idea. Currently, the market's high-temperature superconductor synthesis method is encrypted technology. Melee Tech has it, but it comes at a cost, and the structure of tech rifles is precise, making them time-consuming and labor-intensive to produce, which would occupy a large amount of production capacity, so it was not very meaningful to him. Nige went online to the Melee Tech official website and found the gun list. Holy crap, it's actually 48,000 euro a piece, almost more than all my cyberware combined. The promotional video inside was even more astonishing. The bullet's muzzle velocity could even reach Mach 6, more than twice as fast as the anti-material rifles currently used by players. It could probably even penetrate light tanks, right? Potato picked up another pistol and aimed it, M76E Omaha, then searched for the price and found that this ordinary-looking pistol actually cost over 7,000, exclaiming, this price makes it a purple-tier item. I just wonder how it performs. Finally, the cyberware box contained a rare subcutaneous implant, rhino skin. This was not the simple dyed or purely bulletproof clumsy subcutaneous armor available on the market, but a protective suit made of liquid expanding carbon fluid. In addition to conventional bullet, blunt, and sharp weapon defense, it also provided electrical and electromagnetic pulse protection. Once this was installed, even if they encountered an electromagnetic pulse missile again, they wouldn't be affected by it, preventing their cyberware control chips from being burned out. Although its rarity was clearly not comparable to Savage's power engine, Nige couldn't find its description on Militika's public website, which proved its self-worth. He couldn't help but murmur, no wonder those mercenaries charged forward so desperately. I feel like robbing Hansen once yields a higher income than participating in an event. Ju Tiou excitedly said, the drop rate must be high, otherwise, why would it be called a high-level dungeon? Things that couldn't be bought outside, they had snatched 3 of them on their first day in Dogtown. This drop rate was simply outrageous. It's decided. Starting today, I'll camp out in Dogtown. Wherever the plane goes, I go. Whatever it drops, I'll snatch. However, Savage poured cold water on the 3 who were excited to the point of forgetting themselves. Don't celebrate too early. Getting the goods isn't the end, cleaning them is the real conclusion. The problem now is how to deal with the Hellhound unit's pursuit. He still remembered the rules for entering Dogtown. Unless you died, you couldn't leave within 3 days. If you died outside, other players would collect your body as part of an insurance mission reward, helping you retrieve it to avoid losing equipment and cyberware. Dying in Dogtown, however, would be miserable. Not only might no player be able to take your body out, but 3 days would be enough time for the people here to sell your cyberware to the Soviet Union. At that point, no insurance would cover it, the officials wouldn't even compensate you. And do you really think the NPCs in this game have no memory? Those soldiers must have taken photos with their optical implants. Soon, the entire Dogtown Hellhound unit would be after them, making it impossible to run. Against optical implants, even wearing a mask is useless. Unless it's high-tech anti-infrared, they can see exactly what you look like at a glance. This is such a pain. The three of them showed no awareness of being wanted criminals. Previously, when they robbed gangs, they always had a legitimate reason and could even exchange the gang members' heads for bounties. But they had never been wanted by a gang. They wouldn't dare to do something like this even with 10 times the courage. Potato then said, "Anyway, we have a lot of people this time. How about we gather everyone and go to Gemsching to take out Hansen?" There were 800 players, almost enough to fight another big Sur defense battle. The Hellhound unit, at most, had a few hundred armed forces. Besides, weren't the media constantly talking about Horizon Corporation and Hansen clashing? To the players, this was a prelude to a major dungeon opening. There was no time like the present, they might as well make today Hansen's death anniversary. In fact, many people had this idea. Perhaps in places Wildman couldn't see, players were already attempting to assassinate Hansen. No, we definitely can't win. Wildman shook his head. All our heavy firepower is stockpiled in Big Sur. Without heavy artillery, tanks, or even robots, how could we possibly win against the Hellhound unit on their home turf? NIGE also chimed in, this is a high-level dungeon. The monsters just now were not low-level. If I hadn't had the powerful Sandevistan effect, I might not have been able to take on 5 of them. Others shouldn't even think about it, regular players would struggle with a one-on-one. He and Wildman had both engaged in close combat with the Hellhound unit and knew they were not to be trifled with. 800 people charging the Hellhound unit head-on without heavy weapons might not win in the end. This was even without Hansen playing his trump cards. If he had any big guns, the players would be completely wiped out. First, hide the items, then tell the others to spread out and gather information about Dogtown. More intelligence makes things easier. Then, find a hidden place as a base and slowly wear down the Hellhound unit. It would be best to find a secret route for weapon transport, and proceed slowly. Wildman then emphasized, but we still have to grab the airdrops, we can't let them benefit. This news didn't reach Hansen's ears immediately but first went to his financial steward, Gago. Gago, with his silver hair and leather jacket, showed little emotion upon hearing the news. His youthful, scholarly appearance made him seem out of place among the tough Hellhound unit members, not to mention his petite physique, it felt like anyone could easily strangle him. The airdrop was stolen? Who did it? Have you found out? His sharp voice made his demeanor even more neutral. Lieutenant Dennis reported honestly, not yet, but we can confirm it wasn't the scavengers, nor the animals or voodoo boys. Their methods resemble those locusts that recently appeared in Night City. Not only did they steal our airdrop, but some soldiers' equipment and clothes were also taken, which matches the descriptions from other gangs. Did they retaliate so quickly? Gago understood. Earlier that morning, news came from the gate, suspecting the database was corrupted or hacked. In just one morning, 800 people were let into Dogtown. The officer on duty even wanted to close the gate and announce a system maintenance. But Gago didn't let him do that and continued normal screening. As for the system check, it was handed over to the Voodoo Boys hackers. They weren't aligned with the Haitians outside, otherwise Hansen wouldn't have used them to build his server. It should be the same group of people. I didn't agree to help, but they still found a loophole to get in. Gago, who held Dogtown's economic power, saw things more comprehensively than warriors like Bennett and Murphy. He was well aware that Dogtown was constantly at the center of Night City's storm. If not for Hansen's iron fist, this shaky little boat would have long since been shattered by the waves. But even so, his subordinates had their own agendas, and more corporate tentacles reached in, trying to get a piece of the pie. This ship probably won't last much longer. The animals were workers who were already active in Dogtown back then, with Biotechnica secretly behind them. Wherever there was chaos, there were scavengers. Hansen just didn't expect them to connect with Petrochem, planting a huge bomb in Dogtown. Even Arezaka's people have recently started contacting that idiot Bennett. And as the Hellhound unit's largest smuggling partner in Dogtown, Militika's share has been shrinking in recent years. As their informant, Gago was well aware of Militika's recent dissatisfaction, but even so, he did not agree to let people into Dogtown. Which means, Hans, it must be him. Gago didn't hesitate and immediately reported the matter to Hansen. Such a thing couldn't be kept from the colonel of Dogtown. But Hansen, upon hearing it, just waved his hand, appearing unconcerned. It's just one airdrop. If it's gone, it's gone. Gago was somewhat unsure of Hansen's thoughts. So you mean? Their target can't be the airdrop, they just want to provoke us. Hansen didn't think a retaliation worth $100,000 was a big deal. If it were, the other party would be too childish. Just a mere 100,000. He earned more than that in a day. Gago also felt the same way. Letting 800 people in just to steal an airdrop? That would be too ridiculous. Hansen, they most likely want to use this trick to divert the Hellhound unit's attention. Once we're scattered across the city searching, they'll strike at the vitals. I expect they'll also go for tomorrow's and the day after's airdrops, and their numbers will likely grow. Remember to send more people and get the young ones moving. Don't let them think they're wolves just because they're kings in this small territory. He was certain that Lin Miao was coming for him, and sending 800 people in at once was too obvious and impatient, not even bothering to hide it. Such a hasty move indicated that Militika's leash around his neck was very tight, constantly urging Lin Miao to act. So, especially at this time, he couldn't rush. As long as he dragged it out, the scavengers, animals, voodoo boys, and all the various gangs wouldn't tolerate this new district chief's root and branch suppression. They would definitely confront Lin Miao before he did. These gangs, which had operated in Pacifica for decades, weren't so easy to eliminate, and there was also Petrochem's retaliation. When Lin Miao was tied up with problems and unable to focus on Dogtown, that would be the Hellhound unit's best time to counterattack. However, Hansen, outwardly calm, knew very well that even if he repelled Lin Miao this time, it wouldn't be over. Militech and the Night City Council would still not let him go. After being betrayed by NUSA, he knew this day would come sooner or later. To survive, he needed more power, stronger power, and resources. Lin Miao's arrival undoubtedly further intensified Hansen's sense of urgency. His expression remained unchanged, but his right hand constantly fiddled with a dagger between his 5 fingers. Seeing this, Gago knew what Hansen was calculating internally, and he had most likely already found the answer. Whoosh! A flash of light stabbed into the poster on the wall. The blade plunged directly into Myers's politician's smiling face on the poster. Shameless bitch! Hansen cursed silently, then turned to Gago and said, "Contact the voodoo boys. I want to see how their new toy is coming along." Chapter 249 Smuggling Channels. Before entering Dogtown, players had already gathered all the necessary information, knowing the general layout and buildings, so they wouldn't be completely lost upon arrival. Although Dogtown was sealed off from the outside world by high walls, some things remained unchanged. The rich indulged in decadent pleasures in luxurious hotels and bars in the north, living in a drunken stupor, with rows of luxury cars parked outside, guarded by private drivers and bodyguards, while the poor huddled in the shanty towns in the south, barely surviving amidst the garbage heaps. The shanty town was located at Long Beach Stockpile, originally the largest construction site in Pacifica, full of building materials and high-rise buildings, which were later encompassed by Dogtown. After the high walls were erected, it became a slum. However, this seemingly chaotic and dilapidated shanty town was also the most well-informed place in Dogtown. Various factions had countless pawns embedded within it. It was highly likely that while two people were chatting and laughing in the north, the forces behind them were baring their ugly and greedy fangs, tearing at each other in the south, and it was also an excellent place for fencing stolen goods. Among the information players had gathered on their own, even the NCPD was included. From the Pacifica police officers, players learned that the cops' equipment was terrible, all refurbished second-hand goods, old gear from over a decade ago. The source was precisely Dogtown. NCPD Chief Courage had connections in Dogtown and bought firearms at low prices from there for his officers. The officers' complaints were useless. Having something to use was good enough, at least they could still pull the trigger. After all, the higher UPS had already made their money, so why would they spit it out? Blending through the main gate was not difficult. The guards on duty were purely slacking off, not even bothering to stop the unfamiliar group of 4 much, only giving them a small threat after seeing their weapons before letting them through. Walking through the seemingly desolate and dilapidated outskirts and heading straight to the center, the 4 suddenly felt as if they had entered a new world. With the unfinished high-rises as the main structure, a withered large tree as the center, and temporary welded steel-structured board houses as connections, strings of small light bulbs illuminated the area, creating circles of small bustling markets in this small place. Faint white mist emanated from the houses, shrouding the sky above the 4th floor in a nitrogen box, and everywhere was a cacophony of human voices. "Give me the money. You idiot. If you don't have money, go back to your mother. I'll owe you, next time. You think there'll be a next time? I'll have someone cut you down right now. Boss, your bullet primers are damp, they won't fire at all." Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots accompanied by angry roars. "You little bastard, trying to scam money in my shop? Get out." The cacophony of street curses was somewhat similar to Japantown, only cruder and more direct, and it perfectly matched the player's imagination of a lawless zone. However, they were hungry now and didn't have time to think about anything else. They just pulled off a big job and needed to find a place to eat first. The Moth Bar. "Good evening, folks, what can I get you to drink?" The white female bartender, wearing an apron and holding a notebook, looked expressionlessly at the 4 mercenaries who had just walked in. Honestly, she wasn't keen on serving these guys. With her years of experience, she could tell at a glance that these 4 had just committed a crime. One of them had a very strong smell of blood. Who knew if a few wraiths or thugs from another gang would suddenly rush in and start fighting in her bar, smashing tables and chairs, and killing a few people, with no compensation whatsoever. A plate of stir-fried beef with scallions. "I want egg fried rice." Hearing these 2 dish names, the bartender rolled her eyes and replied coldly, "We don't have that." Potato, who had ordered, slapped his forehead. "Oh, I forgot, this isn't an officer's tea house. What do you have here?" He then looked through the window at the kitchen, where a dumbfounded robot was working. "Robot cooking?" "Yes, the menu's here." For some reason, Potato felt that the female bartender was targeting them as he looked at the menu thrown in front of him. However, he was in a good mood now and didn't plan to argue with a minor NPC in front of him, so he picked up the menu and returned to his seat. Holy cow, a meal in this place is so expensive. Ju Tiou was dumbfounded by the prices, which were several times higher than outside. Just switching to a small map made it like this. It was as ruthless as the numerical inflation in those crappy games. I suspect the designers are maliciously reclaiming our Eurodollars, limiting our wealth. Normal situation, no need to make a fuss. NIGE, on the other hand, was used to it. He casually ordered 2 items before explaining, Dogtown has no factories, everything edible and drinkable is imported and smuggled from outside, so it would be a problem if it weren't expensive. Aha! Potato's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he whispered to the others, then can't we smuggle things in from outside to make money? And what's your smuggling channel? Zhu Tiaoyu looked at Potato with contempt and disdain. You don't seriously think those guards at the gate are idiots, do you? They can scan how many guns and bullets you have in your car. In that situation, how much can you bring in to smuggle? Do you think it's like Koreans flying to the northeast to smuggle rice? Before the server opened, many players had camped at the Dogtown gate, clearly seeing how many vehicles entered and exited each day. Most of them were rescue supplies marked with a red cross. Beyond that, there were no large-scale smuggling convoys. Oh, there must be a way. NIGE tossed down the tofu skewers he bought from a street vendor, clapped his hands, and said, there are only 2 ways to smuggle things out of Dogtown, one is the wraiths, and the other is the scavengers. The wraiths are hard to deal with, but after we completely eliminate the scavengers, won't their smuggling routes become ours? The players didn't treat the NPCs in the restaurant as outsiders, openly discussing smuggling in broad daylight. However, this was like hearing someone in a roadside restaurant say they were going to storm the White House and take over. At most, it would be treated as a joke, never taken seriously. Even the female bartender secretly sneered at their overestimation of themselves. Those were the scavengers, formidable characters that even Hansen and the Night City Council couldn't handle. Only these drunken mercenaries could brag like this, they could say anything, making Morgan Blackhand seem like a junior in their presence. Savage leaned back in his chair and stretched. Feels a bit troublesome. This must be a big hidden quest, but since the boss has already targeted Petrochem's people, completely crushing the scavengers is only a matter of time. I just don't know where the clues for the quest progression are. Speaking of hidden quests, Potato and Zhu Tiaoyu seemed to remember something. Potato slapped his thigh and excitedly said, oh, I'm telling you, you have to be extra careful with hidden quests. I once accepted one, and because I couldn't find the clues, I lost the quest and lost a ton of money. NIGE looked at him strangely. When did you accept it? How come I don't know? I accepted it with him. Zhu Tiaoyu explained to the 2, we thought back then that those story NPCs definitely had hidden quests. Isn't that how games are usually designed? As long as your favorability is high enough, the KST line will advance. So the 2 of us would go drinking with Main every few days. One day, we finally got him drunk and managed to get a little bit of quest information. Guess what it was? Zhu Tiaoyu feigned mystery, looked around, and after realizing no one was paying attention to them, he whispered, he said he saw his old comrade, Solomon Reed, a senior NUSA intelligence agent, in a bar. Bang! A sound of breaking glass. The few quickly turned around, only to find that the female bartender had slipped while carrying drinks, causing the glasses on the tray to fall and shatter on the floor. However, they were far apart, and it was unlikely the other party heard what they were saying, so the players didn't pay it any mind and continued their discussion. Facing the mysterious Zhu Tiaoyu and Potato, NIGE and Savage's first question was, who is Reed? Zhu Tiaoyu and Potato, hiss. They both seemed to have heard something astonishing, and after a few seconds of silence, they straightened up and slowly spoke in a low voice, we don't know who Reed is either. Who the hell knows who Reed is? The 2 of us searched every bar in the city, asking everyone, and couldn't find anyone named Solomon Reed. The quest ended there. Zhu Tiaoyu, but we did see a black man in a bar. Hey, he looked exactly like Heimdall from Thor. We originally wanted to take a picture with him to show off and pick up girls, saying we'd been to Hollywood, but by the time we went back, he'd already quit. What a shame. Intelligence agents all have their own code names and wouldn't expose their real names to outsiders, it would be strange if they could be found. Damn it. Savage was speechless at his 2 idiotic teammates. Even if there were agents hiding in Night City, their grand search would have scared them away by now. And Main might have just been drunk and spouting nonsense, bragging. Neither of them even thought about it. However, Savage felt that this lead might not be completely dead and was worth investigating further. Just as he was about to ask the 2 for more details, here's your food. The female waitress's interruption cut off their conversation. Zhu Tiaoyu activated his Kiroshi optics, scanning her up and down. She was average looking, but had a good figure. This was his innate skill, to see a person's 3-dimensional attributes at a glance, knowing their past and future. But even so, he reached out and grabbed the waitress's arm. Wait a moment. The waitress turned around, her back to them, her right hand clenched. Just as she was wondering whether to blast these guys who were probing her, the squinty-eyed man holding her spoke, why is your water so expensive? Zhu Tiaoyu pointed at the super earth purified water on the menu and chattered, it's only 1.5 Eurodollars outside, but you're selling it for 10 Eurodollars here? Are you ripping people off? Is this bottle made of gold or is the cap made of gold? The waitress turned back, her face colder than before. Show me a clean water plant in Dogtown? All of this comes from outside. If you think it's expensive, I think it's expensive too. Damn it, I was nervous for nothing. They really are a bunch of idiots. They know the name but not what he looks like, and they've already let him escape. But the information must be fake. If it were really Solomon Reed, these 2 would have died 10,000 times over just for trying to track him down. There's no way they would have lived to enter Dogtown. Just say whether you want it or not. I have water, why would I want that? Zhu Tiaoyu seemed to be looking for trouble, pulling out a bottle of water identical to the one on the menu from his bag, grinning at the waitress and showing it off, shaking it back and forth. Hold it in, hold it in. The waitress clenched her fists, suppressing the urge to punch the man in front of her into the sky. She wanted to break free and leave, but Zhu Tiaoyu had no intention of letting her go. Hey, don't leave. I have something important to discuss with your boss. Zhu Tiaoyu wasn't some pervert who got excited at the sight of a woman. He shook the bottle of water in his hand. Let's talk business. We can all make money together. Phew. The waitress forcefully pulled her arm free, with such strength that Zhu Tiaoyu couldn't hold on, and he was surprised. I am the boss. Speak if you have something to say. Zhu Tiaoyu. The other three looked at Zhu Tiaoyu as if watching a joke, covering their mouths and snickering. Zhu Tiaoyu remained composed, not taking the others' mockery to heart. He was used to it by now. I'll provide the goods, you sell them here. How about a 70/30 profit split? The female boss squinted at this mercenary who didn't know his place. Didn't he know that all the drinking water and food in Dogtown were smuggled in from outside the city through scavengers' channels? Although the scavengers didn't directly engage in this business, they still took a cut. Did these few people really think they could muscle in on Dogtown's water supply? Forget it, let these idiots go and die. It would also save her the risk of exposure. My water comes from Rorschach, and it's not just me. All the packaged drinking water at Long Beach stockpile comes through him. If you're capable enough to deal with him, then I'll do business with you. The most important things in life are eating, drinking, and gambling. Whoever controls others' stomachs naturally controls their lives. Rorschach had always believed this. As the local boss of Long Beach stockpile, he and his subordinates controlled nearly 80% of the food and drink channels in this small district, but the profits were not as high as others imagined. Firstly, the cost of using the scavengers' channels was very high, the profits of a single run were entirely taken by those damned channel merchants. Secondly, the Long Beach stockpile was full of poor people who couldn't afford normal water and food. After all, Dogtown itself had few job opportunities, and capital flow relied entirely on siphoning money from wealthy refugees who fled from outside and from the Hellhound unit. This money first went through hotels, bars, and other lavish establishments. They could only pick at the leftovers. However, all this changed with the arrival of a new product. Rorschach saw his chance to get rich. He played with a water bottle he had just taken from an alley, looking at the GG language printed on it. Horizon Purified Water. Drink this bottle of water and become a super healthy citizen of Super Earth. In the bottom right corner, there was a string of tiny characters. Super citizens enjoy lifelong military service, and the Ministry of War can conscript them at any time. It was absurd with a touch of dark humor. Just a casual GG phrase. No one would take it seriously. He opened the cap and took a sip. The uniquely clear and refreshing taste that went down his throat made Rorschach exclaim, such good stuff only sells for €1.5. Isn't this idiotic? Although it didn't provide more energy for cyberware like high-energy drinks, ordinary people didn't have that kind of need. In Rorschach's opinion, did a bunch of rats living in a gutter deserve to drink something so good? As long as it didn't kill them, it was fine. A subordinate, holding 2 bottles full of water, brought them to him and then excitedly said, Boss, the production line has been installed and can start running soon. Hearing this, Rorschach's eyes lit up. Take me to see it. The production line they spoke of was naturally not some legitimate factory, but an underground factory installed in the basement of a building. Under the illumination of a few dim light bulbs, water pipes fixed to the ceiling with nylon ropes constantly vibrated due to water pressure. Controlled by mechanical switches, they filled plastic bottles on the assembly line. These filled plastic bottles were sent to the next capping process on a conveyor belt, where several workers with heavily modified cyberware diligently capped the bottled water at an astonishing speed. The shape of the bottles was identical to the Horizon Corporation purified water circulating on the market, but the water itself was slightly yellowish, seemingly not very clean. Looking at the bottled water on the conveyor belt, Rorschach felt as if he was seeing bottles filled with gold, his hands trembling with excitement. This is it, this is it. With a purchase cost of €1.5, the wholesale price could even be as low as €1. Normally, smuggling it into Dogtown to sell for €10, Rorschach would only get €2, with the bulk of it going to the scavengers. But if he poured out half of the water and filled it with tap water, 1 bottle could be sold as 2, directly increasing profits tenfold. Compared to such exorbitant profits, what was smuggling cyberware? Perhaps he didn't even need to leave half, a third, and the profit could increase even more. At this moment, a subordinate next to him held an empty glass bottle as if presenting a treasure. Boss, look at this. Rorschach looked closely. The bottle was pale green, with the 3 characters Roman luxuriously carved, and the cap was decorated with a gold foil-wrapped crown, clearly indicating its high value. There were still 1 or 2 sips of liquid sloshing at the bottom of the bottle. What are you doing with a wine bottle? The subordinate handed over the bottle. This isn't wine inside, try it if you don't believe me. Rorschach watched him act mysterious, snatching the bottle. It was probably picked up from a trash can outside a bar or on the roadside. Homeless people loved to rummage through those things, calling it opening treasure chests. However, this business was later monopolized by their gang. They had to go through the trash cans first, and only what was left went to the homeless. But after 1 sip, his eyes widened. Water. That's right, boss. The subordinate's voice trembled slightly. I can't tell the difference between this stuff and the purified water we drink, but this is definitely hundreds of times more expensive than that. We should just put clean water in these and sell them second-hand. We'll make a lot more money than we do now. Dozens of times the profit? 100 times the profit. He even thought he was a genius. But Rorschach hesitated. That company is not to be trifled with. I heard the scavengers suffered a huge loss at their hands. The subordinate didn't want to lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because of his boss's hesitation. That's out there. This is Pacifica, our territory. How can a small company boss around Pacifica? Can they ride on Colonel Hansen's head? If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. It won't reach us. Chapter 250. Does that taste right? Why are you discussing such things with a shop owner? After leaving the shop, Nige, who had originally planned to check for good merchandise at a local weapons store, was curious about what Zhu Tiaoyu had just said to the female shop assistant. Aren't you afraid I'll go out and tell Sister Wei Wei about this, making you wash dishes for a month? Facing a life threat, Zhu Tiaoyu said with utmost disdain, as if you wouldn't have to wash them if I didn't say anything. You don't know anything, this is called doing business. Nige, she doesn't even know you. Why would she do business with you? And it's debatable whether she's even the owner. You still need to work on your flirting skills. Without legitimate smuggling channels, players could at most rely on driving water into Dogtown when entering or leaving. Even if each of them had a car, how much could they bring in? This kind of activity wouldn't make much money and would waste time, people wouldn't care about a mercenary's drunken words. Though unspoken, everyone understood this principle. But Zhu Tiaoyu, after all, was familiar with the fish market. Even if he didn't participate in customs smuggling, he knew more than others. So he explained, in the past, there were rules for where fish market vendors sourced their goods and which stalls they bought from. If you sourced irregularly, you couldn't even get through the gate, and if caught, your stall would be overturned. And to prevent buyers from complaining about false weights, there would be people from various parties patrolling the fish market. At closing time, they'd check how much you sold that day. Fish spoil quickly after dying, unlike other meats that are butchered and sold, so there are many opportunities for tricks. Water-absorbing ropes for tying crabs, water-absorbing bags for fish, tech scales, internal organ false weights magnets are all minor tricks. So I don't care if she's the boss or not, as long as someone hears what I say, that's enough. Every day, various bars had drunk customers flirting with female waitresses. If they were willing to pay and both parties consented, it was fine. But if someone caused trouble or hit a waitress, a bodyguard would surely come to deal with them. Only then did the other three understand what Zhu Tiaoyu had been doing in the bar earlier. Tu Do was even more astonished, reaching out to ruffle Zhu Tiaoyu's hair as if searching for something. Did you secretly get some brain implant to improve your intelligence? Or were you possessed by a rogue AI from the old net? Actually, we've never discriminated against your and Yeren's intelligence attributes, there's no need to push yourself so hard. Get lost. Be careful, I'll paint you, you dog. Alright, looks like it's still the original. Tu Do's tone was full of regret. He actually hoped this guy in front of him was a fake, so he could take the opportunity to beat him up. The attribute point distribution in this game seemed to be random, and intelligence and IQ were two different things. 3 points were still within the normal range for a person. But that didn't stop other players from mocking certain people for having 3 intelligence. It was just Zhu Tiaoyu's appearance that led to people's prejudice against his IQ being higher than others. At this moment, Nige and Yeren exchanged glances, then said, I'm going to find a place to relieve myself. You guys go ahead and browse, I'll catch up soon. The depth and breadth of this game were almost incomparable. Theoretically, any NPC on the main road could offer a quest, depending only on the player's methods and initiative. Although most might be small errand jobs, with quest rewards of only a few Eurodollars, or even quests that violated game rules. There was only one exception. When it came to entrapment, players were professionals. Their acting skills, portraying naive and innocent characters, could easily outperform current young idols. So, soon, the Long Beach stockpile inexplicably had 7 or 8 individuals tirelessly promoting new channels for drinking water to local vendors. Unfortunately, all were rejected, not a single vendor was willing to stock the cheaper drinking water from the players. However, unexpectedly, no one mentioned Rorschach's name except for the female owner of the Moth Bar. Just as Rorschach was secretly pleased about finding a way to make money at the underground production line, he suddenly received very bad news from his subordinate. Someone was trying to steal his business, and they even dared to promote purified water on his turf. Wasn't that a clear challenge to him? However, out of caution, Rorschach still looked at the subordinate who had been with him for over 10 years and asked seriously, do you know where these guys are from? Have you figured out their background? If it was the wraiths or scavengers trying to get into this business, then he could only temporarily endure and avoid their sharp edge. The subordinate leaned in close to his boss's ear and whispered, I had people check, they have no background. They're just greenhorns who just came into Dogtown from outside today, trying to do business. They haven't even heard of your name, boss, and they don't even have guns. They're clearly greenhorns. Phew. Rorschach's previously tense guard immediately relaxed, but then he felt something wasn't quite right. Could someone who dared to smuggle goods into Dogtown be a clueless greenhorn? Perhaps there was some big shot hidden behind them, but letting these people go was also impossible. This was his territory, which he had managed for so many years. How could he just hand it over to others? He snapped his fingers, signaling his subordinate to come closer. Here's the plan, call a few guys, and together go notify the scavengers that I have a new batch of goods. Tell them to follow and kill these people. Make sure the scavengers dispose of the bodies and everything cleanly, leaving no loose ends. As he spoke, he patted the other person's shoulder. Do a good job. I have a new channel that can connect with Europeans. When this batch of goods is sold to Europe, your share won't be small. The subordinate was ecstatic, as if he could already see himself swimming in money tomorrow. Understood, boss, don't worry. I'll go arrange for my subordinates to take care of them right away. However, after leaving, his excited expression quickly cooled down. There was no trace of the excitement for money he had shown just moments before. Instead, after walking a short distance, he contacted others. He didn't fall for it. He wants to pin this on the scavengers. What now? Borrowing a knife to kill. Gago on the other end of the phone was not surprised that Rorschach didn't directly run into the Horizon Corporation mercenaries. He had figured out that those lunatics entering Dogtown were clearly looking for someone to vent on. Whether it was the Wraiths, Rorschach, or the scavengers, those guys didn't care who the target was or what their identity was. They would grab anyone and stop them, regardless of the cost. These madmen had offended every gang in Night City, even daring to ram Arezaka's Platinum Tower, but they relied on their unreasonable brute strength to make everyone choose to avoid their sharp edge. Let him be. As long as those guys are in Long Beach for a day, they won't calm down. Weakening these guys' power by using others' heads was fine. Gago didn't want to fulfill their wish and let the Wraith soldiers clash head-on with these madmen. Although Gago wasn't particularly loyal to Hansen, the existence of the Wraiths was the embodiment of his value. If the Wraiths were finished, he would be finished too. Hanging up the phone, Gago looked at Hansen, who was discussing matters with the Voodoo Boys. Hansen was standing in front of a robot, scrutinizing this conventionally armed robot. The robot's design was very conventional, one could even say unremarkable, a humanoid with weapons mounted on its hands. The NCPD used this exact model. From Hansen's own war experience, this thing was useless. Its two legs, which maintained balance, could be easily knocked askew with one kick. It could fall on slightly complex terrain, was inconvenient to move, and lacked firepower. Its advantages were few, while its disadvantages were a whole lot. Compared to it, Hansen actually preferred the two robot models that Horizon Corporation had just released, which were modular, multifunctional, and not confined to a humanoid shape. So he looked at the blind man sitting in the hacker chair. My Wraiths are not some pretentious performance troupe, we don't need such flashy and impractical things. Can you provide something real? As he spoke, he pulled up several design blueprints and sent them to the blind man, emphasizing, I hope your system can control these things on a large scale, not those song and dance robots. Hansen was furious whenever this topic came up. He had encountered the same situation Donald Lundy had, or rather, it was a common occurrence. NUSA's military was heavily equipped with melee-tech weapon systems. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, did the low-ranking soldiers have the right to give melee-tech weapons a bad review? The answer was no, or rather, even if you complained to your superiors about poor weapons, they wouldn't listen to you. Do you know how much tax melee-tech provides to NUSA each year? Do you know how much it would cost to recall all already produced weapons and then redesign and reproduce updated replacements? Do you know how much your life is worth? No, you don't know. You only know that this thing will get you killed on the battlefield. But the lives of bipedal, multifunctional, amphibious-born soldiers were worthless in the face of the congressman's wallets. Slider's optic nerves had burned out years ago, and he was too lazy to install cyberware to see this rotten, messed up world, feeling it was better to fully immerse himself in cyberspace to earn Eurodollars. He casually glanced at the design blueprints Hansen sent. One was a quadrupedal robot, designed to be roughly human-sized, while the other was Militica's once vaunted masterpiece, the Chimera war machine. I know what you're thinking, Colonel, but it's impossible. You can't afford the price. Seeing the slow, steady bubble sound, and though he couldn't see the person in front of him, he could still pinpoint their location through the information transmission. He slightly adjusted his hacker chair to face Hansen and said, the control systems for these humanoid robots all use action data collected from human brains. We also need to arrange for several hackers to be stationed and patrol the central control program to ensure normal operation. It's the same for other corporations, this is already the safest process currently available. Round and round, it always came back to the unavoidable problem in the cyberspace world, overly complex programs will lead to an increase in data convergence, significantly raising the probability of AI birth. Militica's Chimera control core operates independently, and the plugins installed in it are incredibly expensive. I estimate that preventing AI birth in one machine would cost at least $1 million. Are you sure you can afford that price? Then why can Horizon Corporation and Delamain? Hansen was still unwilling to give up. He had seen Ace before. Melee-tech still had a few old Ace saved from before the old net collapsed, and they were still functioning normally. Because they aren't afraid to die, or someone has already paid the price. Delamain, this AI, directly kicked out everyone on the board and took over the corporation. However, it behaved very obediently, and with someone protecting it, Netwatch didn't eliminate it. As for Horizon Corporation, they had a Poseidon. No one knew better than Slider where that thing came from. But he had no idea why the other party, having already killed Bridget, should have been very clear about what was hidden in the Poseidon subnet, yet still dared to use this damned thing to control their robots. These corporations were truly crazy for money, daring to use anything. AI. AI. Hansen now understood why those corporations were all so eager for the Blackwell and Ace. Any corporation that possessed its own AI could greatly enhance its strength, but no one knew what these Ace were thinking. Perhaps they had already rebelled, but you, unaware, continued to enjoy the material wealth they provided. But he didn't want to wait any longer. Melee Tech, arranging for Horizon Corporation to enter Pacifica, clearly targeting him, a former NUSA colonel, was coming for his head. And his subordinates either secretly colluded with Arezaka and Melee Tech, thinking Hansen didn't know, or they were gamblers and fools. They used to have loyalty, but now even that was almost gone, and their minds were empty, unable to do anything well. There were hardly any reliable people, and he had cleaned up countless messes for them. An increasingly strong sense of crisis warned Hansen that if he didn't speed up and increase his leverage, the day of his death would not be far off. Hansen's eyes flickered, no one knew what he was thinking at that moment. But clearly, he had made a major decision. Tomorrow, I'll have my subordinates send a robot to you. Use it as a blueprint to design a set of armed control programs. You don't need to worry about the rest. Slider rested his right elbow on the hacker chair, wiggling his fingers. This blind man seemed to sense the anxiety hidden in the colonel's heart. As you wish. I've always done business for money, nothing else concerns me. He hated that Bridget tried to cross the Blackwell to contact an AI, but Slider also didn't think the Dogtown colonel could find an ownerless AI in this godforsaken place. The chance was even smaller than his eyeballs suddenly growing back on their own. And if the other party really had a way to contact an AI, it had nothing to do with him. Slider knew his limits, this was not something he could solve. Money for goods. Very fair. After sending his underlings to find scavengers to deal with the outsiders, Rorschach rushed to prepare to meet his client with his newly produced goods. He even changed into an expensive suit stripped from a dead man. He had paid a hefty price and owed someone a favor just to get a 5-minute meeting, so he couldn't be late. He had an underling hold a mirror, and he constantly adjusted his appearance in front of it. Get in the car, bring all the goods, and remember to dress formally. Don't embarrass me. The goods he spoke of were the freshly bottled and sealed Roman natural mineral water, 3 cases of it. If calculated at market price, these 3 cases of water would be worth several thousand $, while his cost was merely $50 to bribe the preoccupied bar waiter to help him recycle empty bottles, plus $200 for purified water, absolute exorbitant profit. One underling threw a box into the trunk with both hands. The clinking of glass immediately earned him a kick, sending him to the ground. Rorschach grabbed the other man by the collar, his furious eyes looking as if he wanted to devour him. He roared, "Damn it, do you know this box of water is worth more than your head? If even one bottle breaks, I'll make you lie on a scavenger's bed today." "I'm sorry, boss, I won't dare to do it again, please spare me this one time." The underling was so scared by Rorschach that he almost peed himself, his legs unable to stand steady. When Rorschach let go, the man collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. "Get out! Don't let me see you again!" Rorschach kicked the clueless fellow, then sat in the back seat after his bodyguard opened the car door. However, the driver's seat was still empty, no one was there. He asked, "Where's Todd?" The bodyguard replied, "He just said he had to pee and went to take care of it. He should be back soon." Rorschach, humph, always causing trouble when it's time for serious business. Keep a close eye on everything later, absolutely no screw UPS. He impatiently checked his watch. It was still early, but Rorschach was getting a bit antsy. Luckily, the driver returned to the car after only a few minutes. However, he was inexplicably wearing a tiger claw-style mask. "Why are you wearing a mask?" Rorschach asked. Todd didn't turn around, his voice hoarse. "Forgot to get it maintained by a doctor. My facial cyberware is aging, and my mouth won't open. I didn't want to embarrass you, boss, so I just grabbed a mask to wear for now." "Humph, the location is the health spa. We'll meet there. Drive." Rorschach didn't suspect anything. After all, his optical implant had already scanned him, the other party's identity was correct, and the scan results showed an anomaly with his facial cyberware. Besides, he had only just arranged this business deal, and hadn't revealed it to anyone before leaving. Less than half a day had passed, so not many people should know. The car engine roared, and after a puff of white smoke from the exhaust pipe, the rear wheel scraped the ground as it drove towards the Long Beach stockpile exit. Rorschach, sitting in the back seat, was in a joyful mood. The thought of his goods being shipped to Europe for a lot of money, and being able to leave this damned Dogtown to live happily, made him feel incredibly good. Hansen. Heh. Rorschach still remembered trying to curry favor with Hansen, only to be beaten out of the military camp by wraiths before he could even get in. "One day, I will climb over your head. Just you wait." Thinking of this, Rorschach wished he could open a bottle of red wine in the car to celebrate properly, but unfortunately, he was going to meet someone, so drinking was not convenient. Rorschach noticed a bottle of Horizon purified water on the driver's seat and reached out to take it from the other man's hand. Then, he boastfully told the bodyguard and driver, "A few months ago, this was high-class stuff only rich people could drink. I really don't know what nerve snapped in that Horizon Corporation guy's head to sell it so cheaply to those poor slobs." He held the bottle of purified water with some pride. Rorschach felt as if his status was as noble as those rich people, with piano symphonies by top musicians echoing in his ears, surrounded by Night City's upper-class wealthy and celebrities. He shook his head, opened the cap, and prepared to savor this purified water like a fine wine, completely oblivious to the driver's shoulders in front of him constantly shaking, his eyes watching his every move through the rearview mirror. It wasn't until Rorschach put the water in his mouth that a strong, foul smell rushed to his head, followed by a violent retch from his gut. Twee. The water he had just drunk was completely spit out in the car. He looked at the still warm mineral water bottle in his hand in shock. Damn it, this taste is all wrong. At this moment, the driver in front slammed on the brakes, took off his mask, and NIGE looked at Rorschach as if he were an idiot, laughing incessantly. Did someone squeeze your head? That bottle contains my pee. How could it taste right? Chapter 251 What a coincidence, you also come here to pee. Time rewound to several hours prior. When NIGE told the other three he was going to freshen up, he wasn't really looking for a random spot in Dogtown to relieve himself. Instead, he was discreetly separating from the group of four to hide and bide his time. These outsiders didn't understand the power dynamics of the Long Beach stockpile. Knowing only the names of Rorschach, Luo Chu, and Luo Chun was useless. The two potatoes had searched all over Night City but couldn't find Solomon Reed. So, the best approach wasn't for them to find someone, but to let someone find them. Wildman contacted a group of players in the channel who hadn't yet gone to Gemsching or other dangerous areas to get themselves killed. He asked them to come to Long Beach stockpile for one purpose, to lure the snake out of its hole. Soon, NIGE, hidden in the shadows, noticed someone tracking Wildman and his group, who were busy hawking pure water. However, the tracker didn't make a move. Instead, NIGE followed the minion who went back to report, all the way to Rorschach's base. Because NIGE didn't know who the boss of the base was, and to avoid alerting the enemy, he chose to stake out the perimeter of the base. After all, he knew his limits. NIGE understood that once he went inside, his bad luck would surely expose him through various accidents. He had reported this bug on the forum many times, but there was no feedback. He felt like it was specifically targeting him, an old player. But nature calls. After a meal and a series of movements, it was soon time for him to relieve himself. Due to censorship, player cyberware modification options didn't include lower body branches. After a while, he really couldn't hold it in. To prevent the sound of his release from being heard, NIGE could only choose to use an empty bottle he carried as a storage container. Phew. As he savored the relief, footsteps suddenly echoed from the stairwell of the abandoned building where he was hiding. Thinking it was his bad luck at work, he clenched his anal muscles, squeezed his buttocks, and the flow stopped. His hand instinctively reached for the axe handle tied to his belt. However, the guy who came up the stairwell didn't seem to notice he was an outsider. Instead, he enthusiastically slapped NIGE's back, causing the water he was holding in to come out. What a coincidence, you're here to pee too. Heh. Yeah, what a coincidence. NIGE cursed the idiot in his heart. That slap almost made him pee on his own hand. But the guy was like a chatterbox, grabbing his pee buddy and blabbering on, as if they were old friends. Damn, you're so refined, even using a bottle to catch your pee. What, are you annoyed at that guy and planning to get revenge? Of course, I'm annoyed at you. But NIGE remained calm, holding his lower back and feigning discomfort. It's a urinalysis, I probably smoked too much. My kidneys haven't felt right lately, so I'm taking this to a ripper doc to see what's wrong. Hat. The driver flashed a smile that only men understood, then pointed to his own drainage with a finger. Enhanced circulatory kidneys, no matter how much you smoke, it won't affect it. Plus, an X990 brand big cannon, first-hand goods, top gun with top ammo, isn't that impressive? Heh. NIGE suddenly burst out laughing very happily. The driver didn't know what the other person was laughing at, but he immediately started laughing along. Happiness is contagious. Idiot. NIGE tossed the body into an inconspicuous corner. After wiping the blood from his axe with the victim's underwear, he stripped off the victim's jacket and put it on himself, casually styling his hair to roughly match the victim's. Luckily, both had black hair, so a quick glance wouldn't reveal the difference. Is this guy the driver? A cold, feminine voice came from the channel. Yes, his data application list contains numerous connection codes from the same 620 Ragnar, red body. I've already overridden your identity information with his, but be careful not to be deeply scanned by anyone, and do not connect to their internal network, it will expose you. Direct and to the point. NIGE couldn't detect a single emotion in all those words. Got it. But could you please show a little more emotion when you're explaining things? Anyone who didn't know would think I was talking to some rogue AI. I had autism as a child. I've always been this way. My apologies. NIGE slapped his thigh. I'm such an idiot. I'm kidding. Damn it. NIGE adjusted his clothes, picked up his axe, and put on the mask he had previously stolen from the tiger claws. Before leaving, he didn't forget to kick the corpse. Big cannon, hey. It was only because this guy's cyberware modification rate was too low, otherwise, NIGE would have cut off his scalp and face to replace his own. To be honest, NIGE hadn't expected the other party to actively ask him for that bottle of water. No matter how many times he reminded himself to keep a straight face. He couldn't hold back when he saw the other party drink the water he had relieved himself of. Ha 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 ha. Aha. Aha, you actually drank it. Watching NIGE honk with laughter, not to mention Rorschach, even his two bodyguards were stunned. Fortunately, the bodyguards were professionally trained, no matter how funny it was, they wouldn't laugh. They immediately pulled out their guns from their holsters, ready to take down this lunatic who had appeared out of nowhere. Bang! Bang! Intense gunfire erupted from outside the window. Rorschach's reaction was a step slower than his bodyguards. He didn't draw his gun immediately, and it was that one slow step that saved his life. Only after the heads of the two men beside him were blown apart did he realize that the driver wasn't alone. So, he wisely put down the gun he had just drawn and raised his hands where the other party could see them. Brother, do you want money or your life? If it's money, name your price, I'll give you whatever you ask. His ears were filled not only with gunfire but also with the angry shouts and wails of his subordinates outside the car. But Rorschach ignored it all, staring intently at Nige in the driver's seat. Cough, cough, cough. Money. Nige finally stopped his wild laughter amidst a fit of coughing. He got out, opened the car door, and dragged Rorschach out of the car, throwing him onto the ground. At this moment, Rorschach was in a whirlwind of thoughts. Who sent these guys to catch me? Several people he had feuded with flashed through his mind, but while those people were his enemies, it wasn't enough to warrant such a grand display, was it? And with the skill level of these mercenaries, who routed his subordinates in mere tens of seconds, was he really worth that price? Rorschach then saw several figures slowly emerge from the nearby ruined buildings. The subordinates in the other cars weren't so lucky. The players had no intention of leaving anyone alive, killing them all. Sword Saint wiped the throat of a punk who charged forward with a Sandevistan, trying to fight to the death. Then, as he walked, he wiped the blood from his dagger and asked Nige, who is this? Calling us all the way here to ambush him. The players had intercepted the convoy beneath the Dogtown basketball court. The recent gunfire had also scared away the surrounding civilians. Nige pointed at Rorschach on the ground. This guy's from the Long Beach Stockpile gang. He's probably someone important. I think capturing him is a good move. Rorschach, lying on the ground, was utterly bewildered. You guys are messing with me without even knowing who I am. Are you guys out of your minds? But Nige didn't care about any of that. He directly opened the trunk, pulled out a cardboard box, placed it on the ground, and with a slash of his dagger, revealed the Roman inside. Sword Saint bent down, picked up a bottle, and shook it in his hand, saying playfully, "Oh, you can afford such awesome water. You must be rich." Rorschach snapped out of his shock and could only offer an awkward smile. Ha, it's fake. How could I afford such high-end mineral water? This statement drew a burst of laughter from the players. They all knew the origin of the water. They just found it amusing that this guy, who was supposedly a gang leader, thought mineral water was high-end and was even dealing in fake versions of it. This created a kind of misplaced humor for players who watered their flowers with mineral water in reality every day. Wildman now joined the interrogation. What are you doing with this box of fakes at the spa? Rorschach seemed to see a glimmer of hope and quickly replied, there are a few European businessmen I contacted there. They seem very interested in these cheap pure waters that have recently appeared in Night City. They want to find channels to smuggle these waters to Europe and sell them at high prices. It's a huge profit coming and going. Isn't this mineral water? Inside is pure water. Rorschach continued, the bottles are European made, and the water is all poured from Horizon Corporation water bottles. These are all samples for the Europeans to see. If they agree, I can smuggle this water to Europe to sell. I know you guys are strong. How about this, we cooperate. You protect me for the transaction, and we'll split the profits 50-50. No, we'll split it 70-30, you get 70 and I get 30. How does that sound? His will to survive was practically overflowing, but the smiles on the players' faces grew wider. Some even squatted on the ground, laughing uncontrollably, their laughter making Rorschach's heart pound. You moron. Jutio laughed, breathless. Don't you know that Roman is a Horizon Corporation Shell brand? And how could Europeans possibly want these overpriced bottled waters from a Shell brand? Do you think they don't know? They just want your cheap water to repackage, that's all. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. Rorschach's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe what the players were saying. What did they mean by Shell brand bottled water? Roman was a Horizon Corporation Shell brand. Rorschach had thought Roman was a new luxury beverage company from Europe, and he had eagerly gone to smuggle his product to the Europeans. Of course they wouldn't want it. Damn it. Scumbags. Absolute scumbags. These corporations, not a single one of them was any good. To make money, these bastards would pull any trick, and now he had fallen into their trap too. Bang. Jutio shot Rorschach in the head. He died with his eyes wide open. Why did you kill him? Sword Saint was puzzled by Jutio's action. At least let him hand over all the ill-gotten gains from his crimes over the years as atonement before killing him. It wouldn't be too late. After all, he was a gang leader, he should have some money. Killing him like this was a waste. But Jutio said, what's that little bit of money? This is a chance to make big money, brothers. Seeing the confused players around him, Jutio returned his gun to his waist, a businessman's smile appearing on his face, and explained, the Europeans want water, so we give them water. Do you think those high and mighty Europeans care who they're trading with? Hiss. Nige gasped. Are you really going to smuggle? Before this, he had thought this guy just wanted to use this as an excuse to lure out the gang leader and kill him. Jutio's voice rose. Why not? Does the game say we can't smuggle? Then his voice lowered. What is not forbidden by law is permissible. We are earning foreign exchange, understand? Generally speaking, smuggling abroad involves illegally seizing company assets, because this portion of goods cannot be accounted for. No matter who makes this decision, even if it's the chairman or CEO, no matter how much money is made from the smuggling, the money ultimately goes into personal pockets, while the cost deficit is borne by the main company. Moreover, to avoid being investigated for illicit gains, this money would not pass through banks or digital currency, it would basically be cash flow. Now, there is also the option of encrypted electronic currency. However, this point did not apply to Lin Miao. No matter how much money players acquired through any means, their accounts were managed by Lin Miao. As long as the money was eventually spent on projects set up by Lin Miao, it was fine. Not to mention, no matter what company players established, after passing review, Horizon Corporation would mandatorily hold 80% of the shares in investment. Essentially, all money was being paid into Lin Miao's account, he wouldn't lose a single cent, and would even make a huge profit. Smuggling? As long as you don't traffic drugs, open casinos, or brothels, I won't even care if you sell NUSA nuclear bombs to Europe. If you can do it, you're capable. I'll just count the money. Therefore, the players were surprised to find that the system had no reaction to what Zhu Tiaoyu said, as if it implicitly acknowledged Zhu Tiaoyu's actions as reasonable. The spa had already been cleared out. Several luxury cars were parked in the open space, with dozens of heavily armed European community soldiers standing outside. Inside one of the cars, Russian arguments could be heard. I told you to transport the goods to Dogtown, but you always have an excuse about wind or rain. It's been 2 months, brother. Do you think you're going to the moon? Are you messing with me? Brother, strong winds and waves are common. I haven't even mentioned you, you jinx. The line was cut, and it's all the fault of those 2 guys who came to pick up the goods. Not only did they get caught, but they also ratted out our people. Those lunatics are now killing our people and stealing our goods everywhere. Humph, this batch of goods is 80 million. I'll give you 1 more month. If you can't gather the goods, you'll have to deal with it yourself. Night City was, after all, the largest city in North America, and Europeans also had many industries here. For European community company employees who traveled long distances, assignments here were extremely lucrative. Moreover, for them, the Europeans, there were as many rich North American young ladies eager to cling to them as there were stepdaughters desperate for a certain something, as if the 2 words Europe carried a unique, extraordinary charm, synonymous with nobility. Even a homeless person, just by adding the words European in front of their title, could elevate their status by several levels in other regions. Until the end of the Cold War, the people of Western European countries like Britain and France still held a very high status in the minds of Americans. This was the new money's aspiration for the prestige of old money. Therefore, every business trip to Night City was a great opportunity for these Europeans to make money and sleep with beautiful women. The smuggling industry also took advantage of this opportunity, becoming one of Night City's main industries. Sounds like the petrochem people are very angry? I guess they won't be making much money this time. Inside a luxury car emblazoned with the flag of the French Fifth Republic, 2 French individuals, a man and a woman, listened to the uninhibited, rough roars of the Slavs. The man could barely suppress a smile. Who cares? The woman, puffing on a slender cigarette, spoke with disdain for the Soviets. Only these barbarians would do business with those crude butchers. They are all stained with blood. I heard they even had 2 people arrested this time due to the changes in Pacifica and are currently suing the new district chief. It's truly an embarrassment to our European community. Then she changed the subject. But I think that new guy is quite formidable. He actually dared to cause trouble for Petrochem. I just wonder if his skills in bed are as impressive as his mouth. If he's still alive the next time we come here, you can go play with him. But we don't have time this time, and who knows, next time you come to Night City, you might only be able to masturbate in front of his grave, looking at a photo. The man was unfazed, not even jealous. The words passionate and promiscuous were ingrained in the bones of the French. There was no such thing as chastity. Everyone did their own thing, and open-air group parties were common. The woman rolled her eyes. The man's bluntness still made her a little displeased. At that moment, a soldier outside said, "They're here." The man said, "Have them bring the goods over." Rorschach or not Rorschach, the French didn't care about such things. If it weren't for the money the other party paid, he wouldn't even bother to meet this local boss. Upon receiving the order, the soldier immediately turned and left. In just a minute or 2, several soldiers surrounded Zhu Tiaoyu and Sword Saint and walked over. The other players were blocked outside by the soldiers. The equipment on the French military committee agents was truly impressive, blue and white painted external cyberware and electromagnetic weapons. It looked even better than what the Wraith's elites wore, making the players drool. Honestly, if they hadn't known Zhu Tiaoyu's plan, that these people had to return to Europe alive, they would have really wanted to find an opportunity to trick the other party into making the first move, and then kill all these people to get their equipment. Where are the goods? The man and woman in the car didn't speak, the soldier outside the car spoke for them. Here. Zhu Tiaoyu eagerly pulled a bottle of water from the box and handed it to the soldier, but it wasn't the Roman that Rorschach had brought, but ordinary purified water. A recently launched private label product like Roman would absolutely not fool those who had lived in Europe for a long time, just as no East Asian would recognize General Tso's chicken. Smuggling required importing at a low price and exporting at a high price. Roman couldn't be sold in Europe, the other party only wanted ultra-low-priced purified water, and the bottle was completely irrelevant. The man unscrewed the cap, first used a reagent to test for poison, sniffed it, and then took a sip. After handing the water to his female companion, he asked, "How much supply do you have?" Zhu Tiaoyu stated directly, "As much as you want, we have." His words made the Frenchman pause. He finally slowly lowered the car window, allowing Zhu Tiaoyu to see the faces of the people inside. Dressed in a white, gold-embroidered formal suit, looking incredibly expensive no can be said, not to mention a neutral, impossibly handsome appearance, which surprised Zhu Tiaoyu. This person's handsomeness is not inferior to mine. He is a worthy opponent. Chapter 252 What is the most important thing in life? The random appearances generated by players aren't too ugly, most are of average looks. But players soon discovered they could undergo cosmetic surgery through Riperdox or Eros, heavily mechanizing their faces and customizing their looks like sex dolls. Thus, when it comes to appearance, it's a case of the handsome being monotonously similar, and the ugly each having their own unique characteristics. It's not just one or two people with middle parts and suspenders bumping into each other. Perhaps only individuals like Zhu Tiaoyu and Tu Do, who completely disregard others' opinions on their looks, would maintain their original forms. As the two elders of Xianming would say, after dying and resurrecting, they'd have to pay for cosmetic surgery again, so it's better to invest limited funds into increasing strength. A little ugliness is fine, looks can't put food on the table. However, his already not so good looking face, coupled with the murderous aura from having just killed someone, greatly diminished the Frenchman's impression of him, mentally equating him with street fighting hooligans and mercenaries. At the same time, he realized that the person in front of him was probably not the Rorschach who had contacted his subordinates earlier. "I don't care what happened between you. In 3 days, my people need to see 10 tons of purified water here." Side quest, Smuggling, 1. Quest background, guests from Europe seem to be very fond of some local specialties in Night City. Perhaps we should help him, a gentleman should facilitate others' good deeds. Quest description, the boss already knows about this matter, and he is also very interested in opening a European smuggling route, so you can negotiate with confidence. The price is not important to him. Quest reward, 50% of the profit from each ton of smuggled goods will form a prize pool shared by all players involved in the entire smuggling route, with monthly dividends. You can also use these funds to specifically purchase Horizon Corporation products, enjoying a 5% discount. Nice. All players present received the same quest notification. This huge surprise was undoubtedly an encouragement for them to participate, especially they, 1, which clearly indicated to players that this was just the beginning, and there would be many more things to smuggle later. But unfortunately, the exorbitant profits from smuggling belong to the middlemen, not the raw material providers. Because they have to sell products to the other party at a price lower than the market price to be competitive. In other words, the price of each ton of purified water must be less than €3,000. Why should I believe you have the channels? The two Frenchmen in the car didn't even bother to look Zhu Tiaoyu and Sword Saint in the eye. That arrogance and disdain, emanating from their souls, could be clearly felt without words. With the boss as his backing, Zhu Tiaoyu was not afraid of this Frenchman in front of him. He directly threw over a soldier's ID card. This is a qualification card that every transferred player is entitled to, and Zhu Tiaoyu has already reached second lieutenant. I was present at the battle between Horizon Corporation and the Wraiths in Big Sur. I directed the construction project of the Big Sur water plant. Do you think I have the qualifications? Upon hearing Zhu Tiaoyu reveal his identity, the Frenchmen were shocked. So, the real boss came knocking. No wonder the local snake before was taken care of. And because of this, he became slightly interested, but only slightly. Humph, fine. In 3 days, I want to see 10 tons of purified water here. As for the money, I'll give you 15,000. At least 250,000. Zhu Tiaoyu unhesitatingly rejected the other party's offer and countered with an even larger number. I will deliver 100 tons of purified water. Zhu Tiaoyu didn't know the cost for the company to produce a bottle of water, but according to his investigation while staking out Big Sur, the cost of 1 kilogram of water alone would not exceed €0.5, and it was further decreasing with the expansion of industrial production scale. This means the higher the unit price, the more profit these players can share. What are the Europeans taking this water back for? Of course, to sell it. And Zhu Tiaoyu judged that the other party's profit margin would definitely not be less than 20-fold. You're crazy. The Frenchman narrowed his eyes at Zhu Tiaoyu. He had no objection to the price, in fact, he thought it was too cheap. We don't need that much at all. Scarcity creates value. His purpose in acquiring these items was actually the same as Rorschach's, to rebottle them into high-end water bottles from within the European community and then, through his own channels, send them to various hotels and even replace original government supplies, thereby earning huge profits. To bring back 100 tons at once? That's 200,000 bottles to fill. If such a large quantity of high-end goods appeared all at once, would those companies be fools? That's your problem. If you can't handle my goods, then I'll find other buyers. Zhu Tiaoyu took back the initiative from the other party. He asked Sword Saint for a bottle of water, twisted open the cap, and poured it onto the ground. The clear, transparent liquid flowed down in a stream, splashing into individual droplets on the ground. No one in the world, except Horizon Corporation, can produce smuggled goods of this purity. As long as we speak up, buyers from all over the world could line up from Gemsqing all the way to Arezaka Tower. Remember, in this world, people can choose not to install cyberware, but everyone needs to drink water. So, I'm not begging you to buy. You're begging me to sell. Horizon Corporation set the price of bottled purified water at $1.5, directly crushing Night City's drinking water market pricing and radiating outwards at an astonishing speed. The entire California beverage market is facing a magnitude 10 earthquake-level upheaval, which will further expand as Night Corp and Mealy Tech also begin constructing water plants. If it weren't for Lin Miao maintaining the principle of one water plant supplying a 500-kilometer radius, his goods could appear in mainland Europe tomorrow. There are certainly those cleaner than me, but there are absolutely none cleaner and cheaper than me. Before the man could speak, the French woman beside him spoke first. Her already beautiful face adopted a charming posture, her narrow eyes seeming to hook one's soul. "Oh, my dear Raphael, it seems you can't satisfy this gentleman's appetite." After speaking, she even winked at Zhu Tiaoyu. Who was Zhu Tiaoyu? How could he be seduced by beauty? He'd enjoy the eye candy first, then talk. As the saying goes, a man can say no, but he cannot say he can't, especially when told he can't by his female companion, that is even more intolerable. Raphael pondered for a moment. The quantity of this batch of goods was indeed a bit large, he couldn't monopolize it alone and would have to leverage his connections to contact the local water plants in France. Even after deducting air freight logistics costs and funds for various payoffs, 100 tons of purified water could still bring him a very considerable profit. At least €1 million, which is much more profitable than smuggling cyberware. Alright, 100 tons of goods, €250,000. Payment upon delivery in 1 week. Zhu Tiaoyu, who was engrossed in eye contact with the other party, only reacted with an embarrassed expression after Sword Saint pinched his butt, and quickly emphasized, "It's 100 tons per month." What? Now Raphael was utterly astonished. 100 tons per month? My friend, what is your position in your company? You're truly incredible to dare to smuggle so much. Aren't you afraid your boss will chop off your head? If you're not afraid of death, I am. With so much high-end water appearing out of thin air on the market every month, even a fool would know something was wrong. But in the end, faced with such immense profits, Raphael, who grew up immersed in consumerism and the struggle of capital, had not the slightest resistance. His boasted willpower was vulnerable in the face of money. With this money, I can run for city councillor. Then I'll drag more people into this with me to be my umbrella. His wavering gaze only appeared for a moment before immediately firming up. How could a capitalist warrior, nurtured by money, give up because of such a small setback? All right. But you have to guarantee that your source of goods won't have problems. I heard Petrochem will be giving you trouble recently, you'd better be careful. Rest assured. Zhu Tiaoyu was very surprised in his heart. He didn't expect to get news of a subsequent dungeon from this guy's mouth, which was an unexpected bonus. He patted his chest. Petrochem doesn't call the shots here, I do. I said the calculation. The Frenchman looked bewildered. The English the other party spoke was not even accurately translated by the translator. Was it a regional dialect or accent? After discussing some more details, the expensive hover limo, carrying their bodyguards, shot into the sky and flew towards the airport. Smuggling, being illegal and criminal, doesn't involve paper contracts. Everyone conducts business based on integrity, emphasizing trust. And Zhu Tiaoyu, having settled the deal, was like a victorious rooster, strutting proudly downwards. Other players also confirmed through their quest logs that they had received the quest, and there was a quest completion countdown in their personal panel. No one would be unhappy looking at the impending total monthly income of €110,000, although it might only be €1,000 or €2,000 when divided up, it was still roughly the income they made from working hard for several days. Moreover, this was just the beginning, the future was bound to hold great promise. Awesome, Brother Sun. I never thought a literarily challenged person like you would be doing business with foreigners, and French ones at that. You've certainly avenged Lu Bouletin from back in the day. After coming down, Todo was the first to rush over, wrapping his arm around Zhu Tiaoyu's neck and starting to boast, which Zhu Tiaoyu clearly enjoyed. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. I'm just looking out for my brothers. Todo laughed heartily. The problem is, how do you plan to transport the water to Dogtown? 100 metric tons, even if we count it by boxes, it would still take 50 small trucks to get it into Dogtown. If we buy bottled water on the market, we'd be making a pure loss. Have you thought of a solution? Zhu Tiaoyu froze. He really hadn't considered this problem. The joy brought by the eye contact with the beautiful woman instantly vanished. Even if the boss was willing to provide 100 kilograms of purified water, how was he going to get it into Dogtown? Change the delivery point? But the person had already flown away. Hey! You didn't even leave me your contact information. Let's talk more. No matter how much Zhu Tiaoyu shouted at the sky, the flying vehicle that had already departed wouldn't turn back. Ah, there's no way. 7 days. We need to deal with the scavengers. At the very least, we need to find and control their smuggling routes in and out of Dogtown. As one of Night City's oldest gangs, the scavengers' deeply rooted network here can be said to cover every corner of Night City, and the threshold for joining and leaving is extremely low. They have no special attire, theoretically, any ordinary person you see on the street could have worked for the scavengers or have some connection with them. As long as you're short on money and want to acquire some chrome to sell to back alley doctors for cash, it won't be long before the scavengers actively recruit you. At the same time, countless corporate individuals are entangled with the scavengers. Therefore, no matter how many people they have offended, or how many times they have been targeted and suppressed by the NCPD or other major gangs, the scavengers always persist. They are the lowest level decomposers of this city, and the most direct manifestation of its evil. And the scavengers are particularly rampant in Pacifica, especially in the coastal area of West Wind Estate. Local scavengers even dare to openly carry bloody chrome and sell it to back alley doctors for cash in front of everyone. But those were glories of the past. When the iron fist first struck their faces, the scavengers felt for the first time the terror of having nowhere to hide. The former leader of the scavengers, who once ran rampant in Night City, Ripper Benjamin, was not hiding in some underground corner of Pacifica as others might imagine, but in a luxurious penthouse apartment in the city center, even with an open-air swimming pool for enjoyment. Did they really think he would be a boss in some impoverished mountain gully with those commoners? If you have money and don't enjoy it, then why earn so much? Yet, even such a luxurious home couldn't put Benjamin in a good mood. Dressed in a bathrobe, he stood in the kitchen, elegantly and slowly preparing meat on a cutting board with a chef's knife. Each cut followed the muscle grain, then he applied marinade and put it into the oven. His technique was so skilled it was on par with a top chef. While cooking, he also conversed with the holographic projection of a Soviet man in front of him. I've said it before, it's not that I won't supply you. The problem now is that you can't solve Horizon Corporation's issue. My goods can't be shipped out, they're piling up like mountains in Dogtown. As long as you have the ability to transport them out. After speaking, he bothered no longer with these unreasonable Soviet brutes and directly hung up the call. God knows how angry the other party would be. No one expected that a massive gang, deeply rooted in Night City's network for years, and a world-renowned megacorporation, would now be constrained by an emerging Night City company. In the Petrochem matter, Militech and Kong Tao did not get involved. Their legal teams were not there to be Lin Miao's tools. The business between the two parties did not involve chrome smuggling, rather, they were observing from the sidelines with a mindset of watching a show. The issue of taxes in Night City is indeed quite delicate. Because taxation is the responsibility of national governments, not corporate management. As a corporate-controlled city, the power of the Night City City Council can be said to be negligible in front of these multinational corporations. Corporations pay taxes simply to have this puppet government they support manage the city for them. The City Council wouldn't dare to investigate these companies' taxes, even if they were evading taxes, they could only pretend not to see it. Therefore, if one were to investigate closely, they would find that the tax rate for these companies in Night City might only be a subtle 1 or 2%, and most of this money would end up in the pockets of the council members. But that's where the problem arises. The company being audited now is Petrochem. While this company is large, Night City has absolutely no connection with Petrochem, this outsider. Therefore, investigating your smuggling and tax evasion is reasonable and legitimate. Companies like Militech are already being considerate enough by not kicking you while you're down. This became a one-on-one battle between Horizon Corporation and Petrochem. However, it was also fortunate that Night City, far away in California, was outside Petrochem's sphere of influence. Their capabilities here were limited. Otherwise, given the temperament of the Russians, they would have blown up Lin Miao and the corporate building together with a 480 cannon. This is not a simple guy, he's not after money. Benjamin Parker had met many people, but this was the first time he had encountered a group like Lin Miao and his subordinates, who disregarded rules, sentiment, and profit. They felt like a group of lawless cyberpsychosis patients, doing whatever they pleased, regardless of cost or consequence, just for the thrill of it. The more he thought of that person, the more anxious Benjamin's chef's knife became, cutting into the meat again and again, his movements almost a blur, until the service staff on the ground floor of the apartment announced through the doorbell, "Mr. Benjamin, a Mr. Zheng is here to see you." He slowly put down the knife in his hand, wiped his hand with a towel, and said, "He's my guest. Let him come up." Soon after, a young Asian man walked into the apartment, carrying a travel bag in one hand. If Lin Miao were here, he would be surprised to find that he knew this person, it was none other than Zhang Shisheng from Kong Tao. However, his face no longer held the composure he had at the banquet. Instead, emotions like guilt, anxiety, and fear were written all over it, and beads of sweat continuously dripped from his forehead, falling into the bottomless abyss. Zhang Shisheng carefully placed the travel bag on the kitchen counter, then quickly withdrew his hand. "Mr. Benjamin, these are the goods that need to be dealt with this time." A hint of a smile flickered in Benjamin's eyes. "I didn't expect it to be so fast this time. It seems you really enjoy that feeling." As if the other party's words had stirred memories, a flush of excitement appeared on Zhang Shisheng's pale face, but he didn't dare to directly answer the question. "Ha, he. You're joking. Sit down. Dinner will be ready soon. You're quite a rare guest." He took the baking pan out of the oven. Even through the aluminum foil, one could smell the rich aroma of meat and the sizzling sound of oil. But Zhang Shisheng's stomach churned at the sight of such delicious food, and he almost vomited. Seeing his reaction, Benjamin was a little displeased. Tonight's dinner is a loudly bleeding lamb, a precious ingredient, rarely seen. Zhang Shisheng didn't dare to vomit and could only force everything back down. He sat obediently in the chair, waiting for the Ripper to serve him dish after dish, roasted meat, baked liver, cold mixed lung slices. Benjamin divided the food, saying softly, "I called you here today mainly because there are two things I'd like to ask for your help with, Mr. Zheng. I presume you won't refuse." Zhang Shisheng did not speak, but his eyes were fixed on the all-meat feast on the table. From the first person he killed during his cyberpsychosis episode, he had already stepped into an inescapable, bottomless abyss. Seeing no reaction from Zhang Shisheng, Benjamin sat back in his seat, wiping his palms with a rag, then cutting into the oily roasted meat with a knife. Mr. Zheng, do you know what the most important thing is for a person? Zheng Shishang was drenched in sweat, his mouth slightly open, but he couldn't say anything. It's the timing. Chapter 253. This is not surprising. Zheng Shishang dared not answer the question. He vaguely saw a lamb skewered and roasted over a fire. And Benjamin was the devil who prepared it. Under the devil's temptation, he no longer remembered how many people he had killed. 10? 20? Probably 40 or 50, Zheng Shishang couldn't remember. Anyway, for company people like them, the lives of those at the bottom were always worthless. Until he killed a colleague. His position wasn't high enough to cover up the matter, so he had no choice but to seek Benjamin's help, pushing the blame onto the scavengers. His leverage, therefore, fell into Benjamin's hands. Relax, Mr. Zheng, it's nothing major. Benjamin's use of a knife and fork was elegant and slow, his movements calm and composed. Coupled with his pale, cool-toned skin, he looked more like a traditional European aristocrat, at least more refined than those guys in the Watson district underground. No one would have guessed the insane things this guy did in his daily life. This is the common tune of this era. Whether it's me or you, or even the big shots in Corpo Plaza, we're all doing the same thing. It's just that my method is a bit more direct. He slowly put a piece of roast meat into his mouth. The strong prey on the weak, survival of the fittest. This is a tradition left by hundreds of millions of years of natural development. We are the evolvers of the new era, and it is only natural to devour the failures on the evolutionary chain. God gave everyone a chance, but unfortunately, they didn't seize it. As the number of cyberware implants increased, and the numerical suppression of cyberware far exceeded that of flesh and blood, many people believed they were at the forefront of evolution. They believed that this world would eventually belong to cyborgs, and that unaugmented humans were born with original sin. But in obedient Zheng Shishang's mind, there was only one thought: what the hell was he talking about? He wasn't a Christian, he didn't believe in God or original sin, he only believed in almighty money, and that was all. But forced by the situation, he could only nod along, not touching the meat on his plate. Benjamin didn't care. He had never considered the other party his equal. While eating unhurriedly, he asked, "Did you find the information I asked you to look for last time?" Zheng Shishang shivered. "No, the security clearance for information related to Horizon Corporation is extremely high. My position authority is nowhere near enough." Interesting. Seeing that the other party hadn't brought what he wanted, Benjamin wasn't annoyed, because this itself proved something. Many people found it strange, since Horizon Corporation was Militika's lackey, and Night Corp was understandable, why did Kong Tao inexplicably get involved, even cooperating with Horizon Corporation to build a cyberware factory that had recently started production? "It seems your company has deep cooperation with Militech." "No." Zheng Shishang shook his head repeatedly. On this point, he was very certain. Kong Tao has no relationship with Militech. All cooperation is limited to Horizon Corporation. Zheng Shishang remembered very clearly that Militech had sent people to Kong Tao repeatedly, hoping to jointly pressure Lin Miao to go public, but the relevant documents weren't even delivered to the board of directors. Dong Hui directly rejected them. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't have fallen to him to propose to the other party during the New Year's event, although he still got rejected. Kong Tao. That makes sense. Benjamin's confusion was instantly resolved. Before, he had thought for 10 days and nights and couldn't understand why Horizon Corporation immediately clashed with the scavengers as soon as it entered Pacifica. That makes sense. Petrochem indeed had no conflict of interest with Horizon Corporation or Militech. The old Cold War animosity had also dissipated with the collapse and fragmentation of America. Now, the NUSA was a cripple, not worth mentioning. But if it was Kong Tao, then everything became logical. The Soviet Union and East Asia. Regardless of the relationship between the two companies or their respective masterminds, it couldn't be described as mutually respectful, it was more like coming to blows. Their feud began in the early last century, and it never ended even after both sides changed dynasties. Conflicts continued for decades afterward. Now it seemed Kong Tao wanted to use Horizon Corporation to cause trouble for Petrochem in Night City, taking the opportunity to cut off Petrochem's profit chain, and then have Horizon Corporation recycle low-grade cyberware for processing and sell it to Southeast Asia. Kong Tao wanted Horizon Corporation to deal with Petrochem, and Militech wanted Horizon Corporation to take out Hansen and cause trouble for Arezaka. The scavengers were just unlucky victims caught in the power struggle of several behemoths. All the clues connected, and having gotten the answer he wanted, Benjamin no longer wished to keep Zheng Shishang around. Although the other party was already on his bitch list, it wasn't time to cook him yet. He liked to wait until fear took root and grew into a towering tree deep within the other person's heart before making his move. The taste was most delicious then. After sending off the man who was practically shaking like a sieve, Benjamin, adhering to his no-waste policy, ate the other's portion as well. The ingredients the other party had brought were also put into the refrigerator for cold storage. After the dishes were washed, he used a private communicator to dial a contact, speaking in the purest Russian. "NIGE, those should be the scavengers' smuggling channels." The players, determined to take care of the scavengers within 7 days, didn't stop for a moment, scouring all of Dogtown for any information related to the scavengers. Having been in Night City for so long, the players were not completely clueless about the relationships between these gangs and citizens, or their secret codes and jargon. One could even say they were well versed. Moreover, Dogtown was much more chaotic than Night City outside the wall. Only the Wraiths maintained basic public order, and the local gangs everywhere were the bosses. They acted arrogantly, as if they wanted to write which gang they belonged to and which territory was under their control on their foreheads. Their strongholds were also boldly occupying and renovating residential buildings in broad daylight. As a result, the players found the scavengers' largest stronghold in Dogtown with almost no effort. It was a large warehouse located southeast of the Long Beach stockpile, surrounded by unfinished high-rise buildings, with several tower cranes visible among them. Several relief supply vehicles marked with a red cross were parked at the gate, along with a large number of scavenger thugs guarding them. Yurin squatted in a distant building, observing every move inside the stronghold with binoculars. We should have thought of it earlier. If these were truly relief supplies, prices in Dogtown wouldn't be this expensive. These guys are actually using vehicles marked with a red cross, under the guise of relief supplies, to smuggle goods in and out of Dogtown. That's truly despicable. Otherwise, how do you think those people got their 2 million yuan earrings? I heard some high-end goods go through the stadium route up north. NIGE also chuckled mischievously, heh, political satire, hey? The official game developers really aren't afraid of getting investigated. Yurin, if they could investigate the official game developers, they wouldn't have waited until today. If they really found them, I'd thank their ancestors 8 generations over. The players weren't fools. At this point, they all knew there was something questionable about the game's origin. But so what? They were only responsible for playing, and everything else was a problem for those in charge to consider. It's not like some cyber ghost would suddenly appear one day, remove the exit game button, and blow up anyone's head who dared to cut the power, right? NIGE laughed heartily. So, what do you say? Should we just charge in? Yurin, charging in directly isn't a solution. This isn't what we expected. Killing them might not get us the smuggling permit. The players originally thought the scavengers had some secret smuggling route to quietly transport goods into Dogtown, but they didn't expect them to use the main entrance. The Wraiths must know about this, but they probably turn a blind eye to avoid conflict with the scavengers. But could the players use this route? Normally, certainly not, unless the players took down the Wraiths along with the scavengers, but they clearly couldn't do that right now. After some thought, Yurin said, for the smuggling issue, I think we'll still have to ask the boss for ideas, to see if we can reach an agreement with the Wraiths. But that has nothing to do with the scavengers, so we still have to kill them. He used his binoculars to look down at the scavenger stronghold's layout from above, mentally simulating possible tactics. Most of those entering Dogtown were veteran players, so combat effectiveness didn't require too much consideration. While it was impossible for anyone to become a godlike figure who could single-handedly fight their way through the main entrance, there were still many of them. The scavengers never expected anyone to dare attack their stronghold, nor did they think to put a roof on it, so most of their deployment was clearly visible to Yurin from his elevated position. There are a lot of heavy weapons inside. Taking them head-on would be too much pressure, we probably couldn't take it down quickly. And once we start moving here, I estimate all the surrounding scavengers will rush over to help. Call everyone over first, get all the gear ready. This will be a tough fight. Also, tell them to keep a low profile and not alert any wandering scavengers nearby, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Smuggling was a matter for a small number of players, Wildman couldn't just make it public knowledge. Dozens of people could still split a considerable profit, but if it expanded to hundreds or thousands, they'd only get scraps. Perhaps in the future, when the industry expands, more players can be brought in, but not now. This time, it was simply about taking down a large scavenger's stronghold. We heard someone here needed Super Earth's help, so we rushed over. Compared to the previous standard issue roach suit, before entering Dogtown, the Ministry of Truth specifically commissioned a white democratic officer suit from a studio. The peaked cap helmet exuded authority, and the crimson photoelectric goggles gave off an unsettling, eerie feeling. Being stared at by those eyes felt like being targeted by something terrifying, sending shivers down one's spine. Coupled with the tight-fitting overcoat and cape, it easily brought to mind a certain profession. The Ministry of Truth was now completely immersed in the game experience, almost raising his hand to shout, "Heil! Wildman, this battle is a bit tricky." The Ministry of Truth's voice boomed, "Super Earth soldiers never fear sacrifice." Good heavens, they were already talking about sacrifice before the battle even began. His voice softened as he continued, "Of course, on the premise that their sacrifice is valuable." Pfft. Wildman didn't know if this was the Ministry of Truth revealing his true nature or just being overly invested in the role. No wonder they say you Fujianese are the most likely to swindle your own people. Don't talk nonsense. The Ministry of Truth emphasized, "I have nothing to do with those scam artists. Those bastards are purely ruining the reputation of our Minan region. All my people have arrived and are ready to launch an attack at any moment." That fast? Wildman was surprised. He knew that Sword Saint, who had been notified at the same time, was still assembling his troops. This is Super Earth super speed. You can't learn it. The Ministry of Truth was smug. His ability to catch up wasn't due to grinding or luck. Among the more than 2,000 players, he considered himself one of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest. Although he couldn't directly spend money in the game, it didn't prevent him from expanding Super Earth's forces. It was no exaggeration to say that while he hadn't spent a single cent in the game, he had already invested hundreds of thousands of RMB. Every Helldiver in Super Earth was now playing the game with his money in reality. Motivated players naturally had a different level of efficiency compared to casual players. A must-have in domestic MMORPGs is the wealthy guild leader, who can even support an entire game, making dozens of customer service representatives act as shills. Moreover, this didn't mean the Ministry of Truth was a rich fool. He clearly saw the commercial potential behind this game. Although there was no capital flow now, once the number of players increased, there would be plenty of ways to make money. For example, cash transactions for equipment and cyberware. Most of the cyberware on him wasn't obtained from dungeons but bought from other players with his own money in reality. Of course, Lin Miao prohibited discussions of such matters on the official forum and explicitly stated he wouldn't be responsible for them. If scammed, players were on their own. There were also external GG orders, and potentially existing live streams or video edits, and so on. As long as the Super Earth IP could be made big, money would not be scarce, and players joining would be endless. As for the protests from certain arrow-wielding factions, who the hell cared? After more than 10 minutes, Sword Saint also brought Kamen Rider upstairs. Wildman asked, how many weapons and equipment did you bring? This wasn't a large-scale battle. With the extra assistance provided by Horizon Corporation, players only carried their own prepared supplies when entering Dogtown. We have everything a Helldiver's standard suit should have. Before coming, we already took out a scavenger's stronghold and obtained some extra weapons. I plan to convert that into Super Earth's permanent stronghold in Dogtown. What about you? The Ministry of Truth asked Sword Saint. I knew there would be a tough fight before the new version opened, so I prepared 20 MT-1S and plenty of rockets in advance. I even rented 7 or 8 trucks from the official channels to transport them in. Sword Saint cursed. As a result, when we entered, the Wraith's guards at the gate extorted over 10,000 from us. Those bastards, I'll be the first to hang them from a lamppost when the fighting starts. Sword Saint wasn't as rich as the Ministry of Truth, he could only be described as from a middle-class family. However, he had investment shares in the players' beverage and food factories. During the period of rapid expansion of drinking water, he also actively participated in this smuggling operation, so he had a considerable amount of cash flow. In fact, Valhalla also had a batch of armed robots, but Sword Saint was reluctant to use them in this place. Wildman pondered for a moment and quickly made corresponding deployments. Deep within the heavily guarded scavenger's stronghold, 2 people were arguing over something, speaking in pure Russian. Damn it, how did they get into Dogtown? The speaker was Boris Barakov, a retired Soviet Special Forces soldier. Although many knew of the scavengers' unclear ties with the Soviet Union, few knew the extent of their close relationship. On the computer in front of him was a video clip. 7 or 8 cloaked roaches, carrying guns, stormed a small scavenger's stronghold. After a fierce battle, more than 20 scavengers were killed, and all the cyberware and weapons stored inside fell into enemy hands. Because of the highly recognizable equipment of this group, Barakov immediately identified their origin. A well-known mercenary group under Horizon Corporation, even engraved on drinking water bottles and GGs, Super Earth. Leaving no survivors, no supplies, ruthless and decisive in action, fearless in combat, and especially fond of shouting for managed democracy and for freedom during battles. Even among cyberpsychosis patients, these people would be considered incurable in their late stages. I told you, these lunatics are coming for us. The top priority now is to contact Petrochem and quickly send people to take out this company. We can't possibly stop these madmen with the people we have. The female agent speaking was Katya Karolinina, her towering white hair accentuating her anxious expression. We have no right to interfere with the company's decisions, Karolinina. Boris looked at his colleague with some annoyance. This guy was notoriously cowardly, not only having multiple hideouts to stash money but also always looking to run at the slightest sign of trouble, without an ounce of sacrificial spirit. He truly wondered how she passed special agent training. And you don't need to remind me of the importance of the Dogtown stronghold to our country. The higher UPS must have already started taking action. Our top priority is to figure out their true purpose for entering Dogtown. Karolinina, standing with her arms crossed, was angry. She had originally thought that Petrochem would strike hard and destroy Horizon Corporation this time, but instead, a group of lawyers showed up, truly just arguing with that Mr. Lin in court, with no intention of using force. Purpose? What purpose could these melee tech dogs have? They must be looking for trouble with Hansen and us. I'm telling you, Boris, the higher UPS have already expressed dissatisfaction due to the reduced supply of goods over the past 2 months. If we don't find a way to break their encirclement and collect enough cyberware to hand in, you and I will lose our usefulness. What the Soviets said so loudly in the spa was entirely for others to hear. In reality, the scavengers had suffered far more blows than others imagined. The cyberware collected from various strongholds had been looted by players. If they hadn't been able to make up the numbers with cyberware smuggled from other cities in California, they wouldn't have even met last month's quota. Karolinina couldn't understand why Boris, whose strength was top tier in the special forces, wasn't simply sent by Petrochem with a unit to take out that Mr. Lin in Pacifica, once and for all. Then, something even more perplexing followed. Outside the stronghold, several thunderous explosions suddenly rang out, followed by intense gunfire. The players, who had already assembled, immediately launched a fierce assault on the scavengers' stronghold. Chapter 254 Soviet Superman. Several thunderclaps boomed, followed by a flurry of gunfire and shouts. The scavengers near the gate were in disarray, seemingly caught off guard by an unknown enemy. Who's there? With the storm approaching, the 2 Soviet agents had their guard up to the maximum. This sudden outburst of conflict startled both of them. Quickly pulling up the surveillance footage, Boris saw 20 to 30 exoskeleton warriors advancing towards the outer stronghold and blurted out, "It's those lunatics from outside. How are they so fast? Sukablyat." Don't these people know what restraint is? They had just ambushed one of their strongholds an hour or two ago, and before their butts were even warm, they were already attacking the scavengers' core stronghold. Don't you even need a half-time break? It looks like they intend to wipe out the scavengers completely. Carolina had a splitting headache. She wasn't too worried about the stronghold's safety, this was the scavengers' main base. While not impregnable, it was at least comparable to Fort Douaumont in World War I. There was no way it could be defeated by a sudden attack. What was concerning was this group's attitude towards the scavengers. They were both gangs, but these mercenaries didn't have the same ruthless determination when dealing with the Tiger Claws or the 6th Street Gang. The pressure Petrochem exerted on Horizon Corporation was entirely insufficient to make this group stop. What the hell are the higher UPS doing? Do they want this smuggling route or not? Just give us a straight answer. We'll talk about the rest later. The priority now is to deal with these guys. Maybe we can even get some useful intelligence from them. Boris chose to ignore his colleagues' complaints. This woman was a bit clever, good for minor tasks, but useless in critical moments. He turned and opened a weapon case, pulling out a Nikomata sniper rifle and his favorite smart silenced pistol. I am going. The scavengers were the lowest tier gang on the streets, and their individual combat strength was the weakest among Night City's gangs. Yet, these very individuals managed to do what other gangs couldn't, carve out a large territory from the Wraiths in Dogtown, and even repeatedly clash with Hansen and escape unscathed. The scavengers didn't just rely on Petrochem as their backing. They also had military might. Retired Special Forces soldier Boris Rykobov was the ultimate guarantee of the scavengers' military power. Once in a combat-ready stance, Boris Rykobov's body seemed to vanish into thin air before Carolina, even his breathing and footsteps disappearing, as if he had never been there. Such a monster. Carolina, unwilling to give up, also drew her gun and followed. Dogtown was not the streets of Night City. When it came to weapon selection, they could be said to be unrestrained. Coupled with the scavengers themselves smuggling arms here, the intensity of the firefight was several orders of magnitude higher than outside. Besides lacking cannons and tanks, it was almost comparable to the Battle of Big Sur. Arno, wearing the MT-1 Pro version, held up a heavy riot shield at the very front, facing the firepower of 7 or 8 machine guns head-on. A storm of metal furiously hammered the shield, countless exploding tracer rounds almost illuminating him like a light bulb. This was only possible with the thick and solid alloy shield used after abandoning other armaments. If it were an armored vehicle, its side armor would likely have been riddled with holes. But even so, Arno knew his defenses wouldn't last long. The number of scavengers in front continued to increase. This was the enemy's main base, and they weren't short on heavy firepower. If they brought out flamethrowers or something similar, his shield, no matter how thick, would be useless. Quickly take out their firing points. We can't hold on much longer. Valhalla did bring a good number of rocket launchers and explosives, but the scavengers now had the advantage in firepower and terrain. Several players who tried to stand up and aim were immediately shot down. Even setting up artillery behind the MT-1 didn't yield much success. Damn it, if only Mongolian top laner and the others were here. At this moment, Sword Saint somewhat missed the sound of mortars he heard in Big Sur. Unfortunately, those things couldn't be brought into Night City. Since their brief appearance in Watson, weapon restrictions had become even stricter, making it impossible to bring them into Dogtown. Cayman, where the hell are your people? Get in there. Not far from the front line, a person jumped down in response. After standing up, he clenched his left fist at his waist and extended his right palm, forming a pistol gesture. Please watch. My transformation. Although Kamen Rider had already changed into his gear when he jumped out. No matter how advanced the technology in the cyberpunk world, it couldn't conjure armor out of thin air. And behind him, different BGM and high-pitched electronic sounds continuously rang out. Drive. Type. Speed. All-powerful action. All-powerful jump. All-powerful flying kick. Extreme action X. Rabbit. Tank. Best match. One after another, Kamen Riders, dressed in flashy attire, jumped out, standing in place and striking various cool poses. At least, they considered them cool. Sword Saint looked at these idle group-like guys and almost laughed in anger. Are you still posing? Believe it or not, I'll dock your pay. I'll throw all you idiots into the Red Bucket construction site to move bricks. Upon hearing the words docked pay, all the riders became agitated. Kamen Rider stood at the very front, raising a custom-made high-voltage stun baton and roaring, Kamen Riders. Assemble. Breakthrough. Charge. *N. 7 or 8 Kamen Riders, enough to film an entire movie, charged towards the scavenger positions. Under the super speed boost of the Sandevistan, their already colorful and vibrant armor left streaks of light and after images in the air. With an average of 6 times speed from blue Sandevistan, their figures weaved through the dense hail of bullets, carefully dodging one bullet after another that whizzed past, heading straight for the enemy's firing positions. The armor on their bodies had almost no function other than bulletproofing, all power came from the self-installed cyberware. Kamen Rider led the charge, sliding to avoid bullets sweeping from the front. Seizing the opening, he activated his leg cyberware, launching a charged jump into the air. Rider kick. High-pressure gas simultaneously jetted from multiple points on his back, waist, and legs, propelling his entire body like a cannonball exploding from a primer, crashing into the scavenger's machine gun bunker reinforced with bulletproof steel plates. In a smoke-filled ruin, the continuously roaring machine gun finally fell silent, and several surrounding scavengers also ceased to move. For this move, he had not only specially exchanged for black special cyberware but also forcibly modified the high-pressure propulsion device meant for elbow thrusts onto his legs. Never mind if it was suitable or effective, just whether it was a faithful recreation. The other Kamen Riders weren't as reckless as Kamen Rider, they used melee weapons to steadily eliminate the machine gunners and surrounding scavengers. Under the sudden assault, even if someone tried to activate Sandevistan to intercept, their physical fitness, cyberware installation quantity, and quality couldn't even compare to the Wraiths, let alone the players, who were all practically Cybertronians. Never mind if it's effective, just install it first. With the Riders joining, the scavengers' solid defensive line was instantly torn open. Arno's heavily armed unit immediately swarmed in, rushing into the stronghold and engaging in fierce combat with the even larger number of scavengers inside. The use of illegal cyberware almost always came with a terrible price, and Kamen Rider was no exception. He lay in the ruins, his right leg completely deformed, turned into scrap metal. Pushing away the iron plate crushing him, he shouted up at the sky. Quick! Quickly find me a leg to attach. Once activated, the high-pressure burst device couldn't be stopped and could only be used once in a short period. It was originally installed on the arms of powered armor, but Kamen Rider forcibly installed it on himself. If used improperly, his entire body would have been smashed into a pulp. You really treat your thigh like a disposable launcher. Dusty and disheveled, Kamen Rider gave Sword Saint a thumbs up. Hey, as long as it's cool, that's all that matters. If he used this thing to kick a soccer ball, he would probably kick the goalkeeper right into the goal. Seeing his miserable state, Sword Saint had nothing to say. He waved his hand, and the medical team behind him took a white cybernetic right leg from the vehicle and quickly attached it to Kamen Rider. After standing up and moving around, Kamen Rider immediately returned to the battlefield to fight alongside the other Kamen Riders. This scene made the distant scavengers' scalps tingle. Did these lunatics not even calibrate their cyberware parameters before using them directly? Even the same model of cyberware requires a period of familiarization and adaptation. Boris, already on the battlefield, saw this scene from above as well, but now was not the time to marvel at the opponent's unique physique. He was just an augmented warrior, the opponent's caliber was still far from his. He took down the sniper rifle slung across his back and brazenly propped it on the railing, yet despite his ostentatious display, not a single player noticed his presence. Petrochem's stealth system, implanted into his skin, could form a precisely adjusted spherical electromagnetic field around him to control the refraction of ambient light, redirecting light back to its original path to achieve area-wide stealth, making it more advanced than the Arezaka optical skin players had seen before. Aim, then shoot. The moment that player wearing MT1's head appeared in his scope, bang. His shot was swift and rapid, the inch-thick armored helmet offered almost no resistance as the electromagnetic bullet pierced the player's skull. The fallen player awoke from the game, removed his helmet with a look of utter confusion, and got out of bed. It took him a while to realize what had happened. Holy crap! A sniper! A frontline tank was instantly killed, and players immediately reacted, quick, find cover. A sniper! Arno heard the shouts of other players and didn't react immediately. His first thought wasn't to find a place to hide or raise his shield to protect his vital points, but rather, let me see what's going on. He poked his head out of cover. Bang! Another bullet accurately struck between his eyebrows, and brain matter splattered a meter away from the bullet hole in his helmet. Now, it wasn't just the ordinary players, even the Kamen Riders didn't dare to show their heads casually. Players weren't afraid of death, but it was only the first day of entering Dogtown, and 24 hours hadn't even passed yet. Dying now would be such a waste. As soon as Boris entered the battlefield, he immediately demonstrated a sniper's suppressive power, single-handedly keeping all the Valhalla players from raising their heads. The key was that 2 people had already died, yet the players didn't even know where the bullets were coming from. Where's the sniper? The wildman, observing from the rear, scanned the entire battlefield with binoculars, even checking all the surrounding tall buildings, but saw no trace of the enemy. Damn it, if Expert were here, it would be great. With his skill, he could definitely find the enemy sniper's position. But unfortunately, even with the new update, that guy was still soaking in the dragon's den and hadn't come out yet. NIGE, did you see that sniper? At the edge of the battlefield, NIGE, who was crouching in the shadows, slowly making his way into the stronghold, shook his head when he heard the wildman's question. I haven't seen any sniper, only heard 2 gunshots, which came from the high ground to the east. Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than a gunshot rang out from the top of the western wall, and another player fell. Only this time, the wildman happened to be sweeping the area with his binoculars, and with the aid of his optical implants, he immediately caught a subtle detail. A blurry, indistinct optical illusion moved on top of the outer wall, moving incredibly fast, disappearing from his line of sight in the blink of an eye, even faster than a Kamen Rider with Sandevistan activated. It's the boss. This guy is too damn devious, isn't he? The wildman gritted his teeth and cursed silently. There were no grand entrance effects, not even a sound. He just hid on the wall, sneakily sniping people, and on top of that, he's using an invisibility hack. What a shameless bastard. We have trouble. There's a boss hidden in the stronghold. Valhalla can't handle it. Known abilities include at least stealth, Sandevistan, and a sniper rifle. You guys make your move. We were just waiting for you to say that, Helldiver. Airdrop. Dong 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 dong. The scavengers, who had finally gotten a moment's respite after Boris joined the fight, suddenly heard an impassioned symphony erupting from the surrounding buildings. Along with it, dozens of cloaked figures, like spread-winged eagles, burst out from the windows of the surrounding floors, constantly leaping between ledges and structures on the building exteriors, and at the same time, each picked up a rocket launcher and pulled the trigger, firing at the scavengers looking up on the ground below. Taste my democratic iron fist. Long live Biostan. A volley of explosions sent the scavengers scattering. It's them. But how? Boris recognized this group of cloaked cockroaches at a glance. They were the same ones who had breached their stronghold 2 hours ago, and even the rocket launchers they were now holding were from that stronghold's inventory. However, even so, he wasn't worried. With his strength, killing everyone present was only a matter of time. As a top-tier soldier, he was very confident in his abilities. Even in a one-on-one fight with Atom Smasher, the outcome would be uncertain, provided the opponent didn't put on that large demon armor. The Wildman warned, watch out for the sniper. Heard you. The Ministry of Truth immediately activated the infrared detection in his helmet, attempting to locate the sniper's figure in the surroundings. However, even with a scanning device more powerful than conventional optical implants, it could only grope blindly against the Soviet Union's top-tier cyberware, unable to find any trace. Damn it, worthy of being a boss, completely uncatchable. The Ministry of Truth cursed under his breath, knowing that trying to overpower the opponent's cyberware was already futile. To win, he could only rely on other methods. Pandora, Suzuki, can you hack into his brain and shut down his cyberware? To facilitate the hacker's work, the Cayman riders below cooperatively captured a scavenger, broke his limbs, and threw him in front of good brothers, who had jumped down. However, a boss is a boss. How could a top-tier augmented soldier have such a major weakness? Even though good brothers connected to the scavenger's intranet, and the two hacker players attempted to initiate a data intrusion, they quickly discovered that this guy's ice was not only like a copper wall and iron barrier but also used the connection to reverse intrusion several players below. Optical implant reboot. Ah. My eyes. My dog eyes are blinded. My titanium alloy dog eyes. Watching several players rolling on the ground, let alone good brothers and the Ministry of Truth on the scene, even Pandora and Zhuzi in the backend were stunned. Impossible. Asterisk 2. This already violated the player's common knowledge about cyberware installation. Only one neural interface cyberware can be installed at a time, either a Berserk implant, or a Sandevistan, or a Netrunner port. It's impossible to install two simultaneously. After all, a human brain only has one, and it cannot simultaneously maintain the operation of two high-computation neural cyberwares. He has Sandevistan and a Netrunner port at the same time. Is this boss cheating? The Ministry of Truth loudly cursed the game balance, but as everyone knows, it's normal for a boss's stats and a player's stats to have huge differences. They quickly accepted reality, because if they didn't figure out a solution soon, this boss, with its cheating mechanism, could wipe out over 100 players here. The Wildman didn't want to compare whose bullets were more numerous or whose heads were more numerous. It's just optical implant reboot. This guy's hacking skills are definitely not as good as yours. Can you find a weakness in it? While giving the order, the Wildman also contacted Jackal and several other off-site hackers for support, asking them to work together to find a way to hack into this boss's brain. Compared to other hacker players who were struggling with the super ice, Pandora immediately stopped when she realized it was a futile effort. The opponent's ice had already surpassed military-grade standards. The firewall program itself was at least a purple-tier item, completely unlike something a gang of the scavengers level should possess. She calmly analyzed its overflowing data, trying to find some clues. No one is invincible. Even those seemingly invincible bosses must have their weaknesses. Soon, a subtle, anomalous microdata fluctuation caught Pandora's attention. It's an intranet. Besides the scavenger local area network, this boss also has another intranet, with very high security. If we can connect to it, we should be able to bypass his ice. The Wildman pressed, how do we bypass it? Do we have to capture him alive and then connect a data cable? Zhuzi explained to the Wildman, data interaction on a local area network cannot be done by just one person, so there are at least two people here, or another machine. Finding that person or machine will give us away. Looking at the chaotic battlefield below, the Wildman understood. NIGE, take your men and sneak into the stronghold. Find that person or machine. Chapter 255 Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. The internal structure of the scavenger's stronghold was complex, with smuggled crates full of firearms, ammunition, and cyberware piled everywhere. According to the original plan, the cyberware inside would be crated and sent to the airport, then transported to the Soviet Union. A portion of the exchanged firearms would remain in Night City, with the majority to be traded at the stadium and then sent to various locations in North America. However, with Petrochem's traders detained in Pacifica prison and local scavenger strongholds being repeatedly cleared out, both parties had to temporarily suspend the deal, leaving a large quantity of goods stockpiled here. There were even many private stashes belonging to the scavengers. For example, an Astra hovercar suspended by a crane, a Minotaur bipedal mech acquired from the Wraiths at first glance, Arazaka's sextant drones, and so on. Unfortunately, the scavengers themselves had no technical reserves and only knew how to tinker with cyberware. These damaged large mechanical items were all under repair and modification, unable to operate normally. NIGE and the others who infiltrated were envious, but with their mission at hand, they were all actively searching for the other node of the area network that Pandora mentioned. Along the way, they encountered many scavengers, all of whom looked hurried. Most were grabbing weapons, preparing to deal with the uninvited guests at the front of the stronghold. A small number of dishonest ones took advantage of the chaos to make small moves, stashing firearms, cyberware, and valuables. Amidst the confusion, NIGE and his group actually passed through unimpeded. No scavenger noticed that a group of people had already reached the depths of the stronghold. Good heavens, aren't the things here worth tens of millions? Shuiyu exclaimed in wonder. He had seen no less than 100 crates of firearms along the way, and bullets were measured in tons. Although most were messy goods he didn't recognize, even by weight, they had to be worth a considerable amount of money. Such a lucrative instance, no, that's not right. NIGE also found it strange. The rewards of an instance were linked to its risks. Although this stronghold had a seemingly unsolvable boss and a large number of scavengers, it shouldn't be worth this much money. Unless there were other unseen risks hidden within. He was cautious in his heart but didn't take it too seriously. After all, since they were already here, it would be unreasonable not to kill all these scavengers and loot all the spoils. As for the risks, that was something to consider later. Dogtown is only so big. Fire a shot anywhere, and within a few minutes, pretty much half of Dogtown will know about it. Not to mention the players here are making a racket, and rocket launchers are exploding with earth-shattering noise, others can't help but know. But unlike the Night City residents who try to avoid gunfights, Dogtown residents are definitely bloodthirsty spectators. Who's firing over there? So intense, is it a war? Could it be the Wraiths? I heard Hansen was unhappy with the scavengers a while ago. Last time, the scavengers even intercepted his goods. Maybe they're here to settle scores. But I didn't see any Wraiths military vehicles pass by us. Who cares who's fighting whom? Anyway, none of them are good people. If you ask me, the more who die, the better. The fighting is so fierce, I think at least 20 scavengers will die. Do you think it might be related to those guys? Which guys? Besides the Wraiths in Dogtown, who else dares to oppose the scavengers? Do they have too many kidneys, or something? It's those guys who came today. Weren't they trying to sell you water a few hours ago? Them. The speaker hesitated. Rorschach had specifically instructed someone to take the scavengers to deal with the guys selling water on his turf before he left. Several small-scale battles broke out between the two sides at the Long Beach stockpile. Rorschach and the scavengers' men were completely wiped out, and the combat power of the Overlord deeply impressed the local residents. They don't have any feud with the scavengers, do they? That's not necessarily true. I heard that the people behind the scavengers were messed with by that company, and now the two sides are clashing. The speaker had no intention, but the listeners took it to heart. The onlookers at the Long Beach stockpile were discussing animatedly, and some had even started taking bets on which side would suffer more casualties. Only one person felt extremely guilty. I just said it casually, buddy. Who knew you guys would be so fierce? I just mentioned a name, and the plate hadn't even dried after being washed, and you actually started fighting them. Alex was certain that the people fighting the scavengers couldn't be the Wraiths. Although Hansen had conflicts with the scavengers, it was all about money, far from warranting sending people to the scavengers' lair for a showdown. It must be that group of lunatics who just arrived. Therefore, Alex didn't even dare to talk to those bar patrons. If they knew she had revealed Rorschach's name, the Moth Bar would definitely not be peaceful. But why would these guys go looking for trouble with the scavengers? Could it be they mistook them for someone else? Alex had a splitting headache. As a special agent, she had remained in Dogtown and hadn't left, partly because she hadn't received new orders from above. Secondly, she really didn't want to get involved in these messy affairs anymore. But now that Horizon Corporation had entered Pacifica, and Dogtown was its core, those lunatics would certainly not miss the opportunity to stir up trouble in this place, and the situation was becoming treacherous. Hansen, Pacifica, Little Dipper Laboratory, any one of these elements was enough to draw NUSA and Melee Tech into the fray. As a hidden pawn, Alex couldn't escape even if she wanted to. And precisely at this critical juncture, she heard the name Solomon read again, as if an invisible hand was pushing everything from the shadows. It wanted to rekindle the unfinished grudge from 7 years ago, to settle everything on the old battlefield of Pacifica. All the people and events related to that time would not escape. She, Reed, Hansen. Who would be next? It wouldn't be Songbird, would it? Alex shook her head, finding her speculation somewhat amusing. Songbird was currently President Myers's close confidant, inseparable wherever she went. Her appearance in Dogtown would mean Myers had also arrived in Dogtown. Would that woman put herself in such a dangerous place? Absolutely not. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Alex thought, boss. Another bottle of liquor. Haha, I'm going to go see it live later, maybe I can even make a fortune. Just don't make me have to collect your corpse. Apart from the Dogtown civilians, Hansen, far away in Gemsching, also received relevant news. Even the patrolling wraiths nearby launched drones, transmitting the battlefield situation clearly to Hansen's eyes. The short, burly man beside him made a throat-slitting gesture. Colonel, should we intervene and find a chance to take out both of them? He had been unhappy with the scavengers for a long time. They stole goods every 3 days. If Hansen hadn't kept everyone in check, the wraiths would have long since cleared the scavengers out of this small patch of Dogtown. Why are you in such a hurry? Hansen said unhurriedly, crossing his legs, let them keep fighting. Isn't it better for us to watch the show? Hansen wanted to see how many lives this company could fill in the mass grave that was Dogtown. He clenched his fists, his impassive expression hiding a heart full of rage. During the Unification War, he was at the forefront. When everyone else was stopped by Arezaka forces, he alone broke through the enemy's defenses and charged into Pacifica, just one step away from victory. Wasn't that more glorious than the current Horizon Corporation? What was the final outcome? With a single word from Myers, his several thousand-strong army became cannon fodder. Hansen himself was trapped in a besieged city, and large numbers of veterans were left to wander the streets of Night City. Scorned by all. At that time, weren't the Wraiths just like Horizon Corporation today? Myers could sell him, Hansen, due to Arezaka's pressure back then. Couldn't she sell Horizon Corporation today due to the European community's pressure? They were all dogs, what good was such loyalty? In the end, wouldn't they still be kicked aside? Hansen now wanted to see Lin Miao offend more and more people, and then force Myers to discard this new dog. Due to Boris's attack, 7 or 8 players were continuously killed. The entanglement with a large number of scavengers meant they had no time to search for the invisible boss, only able to passively take hits. Moreover, in the eyes of a sniper, Z-pattern and S-pattern movements were useless. Unless Sandevistan was activated, they would all be one-shot kills. There was no such thing as dodging bullets as seen in movies and TV shows. Yuren no longer dared to let the players engage the scavengers in open ground, so he simply had Jian Sheng blast open several concrete walls, leading the other players to retreat inside and fight the scavengers in urban warfare. Jian Sheng endured the heavy rain of bullets outside the window, holding up a dismantled partition panel to block the window. But it was immediately riddled with a series of bullet holes, and even ricocheted off his helmet twice, making him curse loudly. Bullets aren't free, are they? Propaganda Department, who was suppressing the scavengers from the staircase, chuckled. It's free to shoot the old Mizzy's bullets. Maybe they really don't cost them anything. Facing the current situation, Jian Sheng was not in the mood to joke with Propaganda Department. How could these bid scavengers have such an awesome boss? It's practically cheating. Headlock, invisibility, speed boost. Is it going to be wall hacks and X-ray vision next? He didn't particularly grieve over the deaths of his players, after all, their bodies were there, and he could just pick them up after the fight. He just felt wronged. He wanted to fight a big battle, but he was stuck at the fountain by the boss, not even daring to leave. This is normal. Otherwise, why would it be called a high-risk instance? You don't expect to speedrun it, do you? The Ministry of Truth, hiding in another building, was quite open-minded. Before entering Dogtown, he had already anticipated the suspicious nature of this high-level dungeon. Compared to the so-called high-level monsters, the intricate web of hidden interests was the truly terrifying aspect. Just as a big fire once attracted Arezaka, who knows how many Arasakas are hidden in Dogtown now? He said, this boss's style doesn't match the scavengers. He's probably not a local. I suspect this guy is a thug from Europe, here to lend a hand. The stylistic differences between the major gangs in Night City are very obvious, the neon samurai of the Tiger Claws, the rednecks of the 6th Street Gang, the heavily modified members of the Maelstrom. A scavenger's boss should be a Texas Chainsaw Massacre-style killer with a chainsaw, not a sniper. Europe. Sword Saint was a bit confused and wanted to ask the Ministry of Truth for clarification, but saw him shake his head. The big shots are fighting amongst themselves. We just stumbled upon a dead rat. Don't worry about it so much, just fight. Lin Miao knew very well that once they entered Dogtown, with the player's nature, they would inevitably turn the place upside down. Scavengers and wraiths were just a matter of order, and even the animals by the roadside would be no different, none of them would escape. That's easy to say. Just as Sword Saint was about to speak, bang. A gunshot pierced through the partition, narrowly grazing Sword Saint's helmet, and a highly penetrating electromagnetic projectile directly tore off a piece of steel from his head. Damn it, he really has thermal vision. Everyone get away from the windows, don't expose yourselves. Sword Saint, clutching his ringing ears, roared into the channel, "Nige, have you found a breakthrough yet? That bastard isn't even pretending anymore. Still fighting. Glamorous woman, when will you arrive? Almost at the entrance. Not dead." Boris stood on a utility pole, frowning as he looked at the buildings where gunshots erupted. These guys were very experienced in combat, no less than professional mercenaries, completely incomparable to the reckless thugs of the gangs. And so many Asians, it seemed his and Karolinina's suspicions were true. These people could all be Kong Tao soldiers disguised as thugs, melee tech paying, Kong Tao providing the personnel. But the problem was, what to do now? None of the scavengers who rushed in came out alive, and after that shot, the opponents would definitely not even approach the windows. Should he go in? The complex terrain inside the building would certainly not be suitable for a sniper rifle, and the risk would increase greatly. "Karolinina, where are you?" The first thing he heard after connecting the call was not her voice, but intense combat sounds. Several seconds passed before he heard Karolinina swearing, "Suka. How did you guard the door? You let in several Arezaka rats and didn't even know it." "Arezaka? Yes, very much like the disguise tactics of those Arezaka agents." "Impossible, you must have seen wrong." "How would I know? All those East Asians look the same. Speak quickly, or shut up." Karolinina, dual-wielding pistols, hid behind a container and peeked out, firing wildly at Shuiyu and Nige. Smart bullets swarmed out like a hive of hornets, heading straight for the two. In addition to the two in front of her, there was also Voucher lurking on the ceiling, and Killer 42 firing from the shadows. Facing the siege of 4, Karolinina was under immense pressure. The opponent's skill was no less than that of high-level Arezaka agents, and their chrome activation rate was suicidal, they were simply maniacs. Quickly deal with them and come out. I've already notified the surrounding scavengers to return for support, but they've hidden inside the building. After I go in, I'll need you to take over command and relay information to me from outside. He finished speaking and disconnected the call. 2 large containers deep within the stronghold suddenly opened on their own, and a dozen specialized drones flew out. But they ignored NIGE and the others who were just feet away, flying straight out of the stronghold. Sucka. Easier said than done. Carolina discovered that Boris had hung up the communication and also redeployed the projection drones, immediately becoming furious, her face darkening. However, NIGE would not be polite with this woman. He wielded 2 axes with fierce power, as if each strike aimed to scalp her for bounty money, especially combined with his gorilla arms and Sandevistan, he was a complete berserker. Carolina barely dodged his chop, then immediately heard someone say, "A weakness." Shuiyu had already moved in close, and his extended poisoned mantis blades narrowly grazed the white-haired woman's waist, drawing a bloody cut. Carolina immediately felt half her body go numb. Her artificial liver and kidneys quickly began working to detoxify, but the brief moment of paralysis allowed another person to seize an opportunity. Naroi. Naroi. A 5th person? When? Several throwing knives flew from behind, cutting through the air. Carolina, greatly alarmed, twisted her body, spinning in midair to dodge the knives. Immediately, Voucher threw an electric net, enveloping the unavoidable Carolina, leaving her no room to maneuver, binding her tightly. Even her mantis blades, which were about to extend, were malfunctioned by the high-voltage current of the electric net. With currents coursing through her body, Carolina, who was being tormented, could only shout, "Let me go, I'm a Soviet agent. If you kill me, you'll all be finished." Soviet agent? NIGE and the others were shocked. Are you KGB? KGB? What an old relic, aren't you Kongtao people? Why would you think I'm KGB? Carolina was stunned upon hearing that name. But the players were not in the mood to care if she was KGB or MI6. Regardless of how she struggled and resisted, they directly pulled out a data cable and plugged it in, their actions brutal and merciless. This guy says she's a Soviet agent, so the one outside should be too. NIGE connected with the hackers and asked, "Pandora, can you handle it?" All he received was her faint reply, attempting intrusion. Meanwhile, Slider, deep beneath the spa, sensed several hackers attempting to intrude on his scavenger's client. Trouble. The Voodoo Boys didn't just do business with the Wraiths, in Dogtown, they always took all comers. And the scavengers themselves had the worst hacking skills among the gangs, after all, anyone with a bit of hacking skill wouldn't end up in the scavengers. Therefore, they outsourced many programming tasks, and that's how the Voodoo Boys made their money. Carolina, unlike Boris, wasn't a super-modified human. Her ice was standard military grade, but to be safe, she had specifically sought out the Voodoo Boys for a job. The hacker players intruding on Carolina had just broken through her ice when they saw several black hackers suddenly enter her network, clearly not coming with good intentions. Voodoo Boys? Weren't they assimilated by the boss? How did we run into them here? Maybe it's the faction inside Dogtown? Didn't they say the Voodoo Boys split? But it doesn't matter, the power of Uchiha is invincible. Slider was also bewildered because he recognized these guys, but due to professional ethics, he couldn't abandon his client and run. He could only try to fight them off first. Nearly 10 hackers from both sides engaged in a battle around Carolina's brain, while in the outside world, Carolina screamed in pain from the chaotic data impact awareness and struggled continuously, her bound body writhing. NIGE was a bit confused by the situation and could only press, "Hey? What are you doing? What's going on now?" A group of very difficult guys came, meow. There's a group of black hackers hidden in her head. Find a way to keep this Soviet agent conscious. Don't let her die, otherwise, we won't be able to use her port to attack that cheating boss. Keep her conscious? NIGE and the other players looked at each other, how do we do that? Glamorous woman spread her hands, how would I know? Shuiyu looked at Carolina, who was writhing in pain, finding it very amusing. He teased NIGE, this guy looks like she's possessed, and by a black ghost at that. Black ghost, possessed. NIGE had an epiphany. He immediately ran to a nearby box and rummaged through it. In a short while, he pulled out a nylon rope, held it in his hand, and gave it a forceful flick. Pia. The end of the rope even produced a sonic boom. NIGE, I have an idea. Isn't she possessed by a black ghost? I'll use ancient American methods to exorcise her. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves under the dumbfounded gaze of the others. Damn black ghost. Get out of this lady's body quickly, or I'll condemn you to eternal plantation hell. Pia. Ah. Damn black ghost. Manifest under the gaze of the white god. Pia. Ah. Damn black ghost. I will forever deprive you of the right to eat watermelon and fried chicken. Pia. Deep within the stronghold, the sound of whips cracking and a woman's screams occasionally echoed. Chapter 256 I made a deal with the devil. NIGE, holding the whip, swung it through the air, making a cracking sound that astonished the others, as if they had completely forgotten their mission for this trip. Playing SM so smoothly, no wonder they say it takes NI to cure NI. Shuiyu retracted his long saber, exclaiming, how could an ordinary person come up with such a move? Besides the eager glamorous woman and Killer 42, Voucher was worried about the prisoner. Don't beat him to death. Glamorous woman, please, he's a highly modified person. If a few whips could kill him, he shouldn't be in this line of work. Nige was having a blast, but he wasn't sure if the black ghost had truly been driven away. Fearing he wouldn't get another turn, glamorous woman quickly took the whip from Nige, pushing him aside. It's my turn, it's my turn. I'm the authentic white master. My ancestors might have even owned ships, so my exorcism effect is definitely stronger than yours. Count me in, I want to try too. Nima. Voucher, who still had some conscience, couldn't help but turn away. Wasting time with these lunatics here was worse than going out to find scavengers to grind for experience. Not only could he not take it, but even Slider and the other Haiti hackers couldn't stand it. In cyberspace, because they were connected to Carolina's brain, they could roughly know what was happening outside. Whipping people was one thing, but to call it driving away black ghosts was too much. I'm a Haitian from Latin America, not an African American. And it has nothing to do with the slave trade. This is truly a bunch of madmen. Slider felt that even if his people and the hackers on the other side didn't burn Carolina's brain, these people outside would torture her to death. After much thought, he decided to leave with the Voodoo Boys hackers. He wasn't afraid of the opposing hackers, whose skills were still shallow, but Slider knew very well that there were people behind them. The other side had even dealt with the Poseidon subnet, so a small Voodoo Boys hacker like him wouldn't be a big deal to them. Noticing the enemy hackers retreating, Jackal and the others first told Nige and his group to stop, then immediately began to invade Boris's cybernetic system through the Soviet agent's internal network. This left the three outside, who were enjoying whipping, a bit helpless. Nige reluctantly put down the whip, sighing, if only I could add a mod to set this guy's image as Yasuk. If it were Yasuk, I'm afraid you'd whip him to death. Shuiyu chuckled, looking at Carolina, who was lying on the ground, her skin and clothes torn to shreds by the three of them. What do we do with this guy later? Do we kill her to silence her? In his opinion, this was the big boss's weakness. Once broken, she was useless. No, don't kill me. Now that she truly experienced how crazy these people were, Carolina wouldn't gamble her life on whether they would spare her due to her identity as a Soviet agent. Enduring the intense pain throughout her body, she squirmed within the electric net, trying to adjust into a less uncomfortable sitting posture. I still have money. I've hidden some money and items in a few places in Dogtown. If you let me go, I'll tell you the locations. Shuiyu shook his head, pulling out a dagger. Who knows if what you are saying is true or false? I guess we'll just kill her later. Wait. Nige stopped Shuiyu's further intentions, picking up the whip he had just put down. This guy is also a Soviet agent, she might know some confidential information. We need to interrogate her thoroughly, squeeze out her remaining value, and then, Whoosh, he was clearly preparing for a second round. Side quest, Double Agent. Quest background, you have captured a Soviet agent. This organization no longer holds the unspeakable collective terror it did 100 years ago, but it might be useful to Horizon Corporation. Now, you just need one more. Quest description, capture 2 Soviet agents. Quest reward, self-selected forbidden implant *1. To deal with this overpowered boss, the players had made numerous arrangements using materials found within the building. However, this game didn't allow for reloading save files or memorizing layouts, so they didn't know which building the opponent would enter, relying entirely on luck. For example, they scattered lime powder on the floor to track footprints, filled rooms with dust, or simply prepared paint, ink, and other miscellaneous items. Even more ruthless measures involved setting traps and tripwires. However, these measures were completely ineffective against Boris. This guy didn't fall for anything, he was extremely slippery, directing the scavengers to clear the way and trigger traps while he hid behind them, taking pot shots. Even thin partition walls couldn't provide cover, otherwise, they would be dead if seen by his high-penetration cybernetic eyes, which greatly frustrated the Ministry of Truth and their allies. Boris didn't care about the casualties of the scavengers at all, the deaths of these foreign goons were no more significant to him than the death of a cockroach. He glanced at the optical module in his status bar, it still had 1/3 of its power left, enough for at least 20 minutes, which was perfectly sufficient to support the subsequent combat. 22 dead. How many more tricks do you have? He could clearly feel that the other side was accumulating strength, preparing to counterattack, but if they couldn't come up with anything new, Boris was confident he could handle everything. Another 1. In the vision of his cybernetic eye, a poor soul was about to die under his gun. Buzz, just as he was about to fire, his vision suddenly flickered with red and white light, like the static on an old television screen. What? Boris was both shocked and enraged. He knew very well that this was a sign of a hacker invasion program attack, and the opponent had bypassed his firewall through an internal port. Damn it! Carolina, you useless piece of trash. In just 1 second, he could deploy ice and his own hacking skills to repel these invaders. However, Jackal and her team had clear objectives and acted decisively. The moment they infiltrated, they used the simplest demon puppet to attack Boris's optical stealth implant. Implant overload. A current exceeding the rated power by more than 10 times instantly triggered the circuit breaker mechanism of his expensive and precise implant modules. Suddenly, a Soviet agent carrying a sniper rifle appeared out of nowhere in the previously empty corridor. Success. His implant won't be able to be reactivated until a doctor maintains it, and I've uploaded his coordinates to the minimap. Hurry up and act. Yurin was startled to find that the guy was 3 floors directly below him. The previous humiliation now became a source of motivation. It's time to fight back. Yurin pounded his right fist against his chest, disregarding his unhealed injuries, and reactivated his power engine. The boss has appeared. Everyone, converge on this location. Take him down at all costs. Boris, knowing that the enemy was about to launch an offensive, did not rage or panic because of the temporary failure of his optical module. After closing the Soviet internal network and clearing residual viruses, he immediately opened the control panel. Drones, already waiting for orders outside the building, swarmed in. They were not equipped with any weapons, only an optical projection device, whose effect was realistic enough. Soon, the players discovered that over a dozen Boris signal sources simultaneously appeared across the minimap and began moving at high speed, with the initial marked location quickly blending in and disappearing. Urine, humph. You think you can show off and then run? It's not that easy. He raised his right fist high and slammed it down onto the ground with a thunderous crash. Debris flew, steel bars snapped, and he actually punched a hole through the steel-reinforced concrete slab. Who needs stairs? The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Urine, as if possessed by Platinum Star, rained down punches, smashing through one floor and then immediately the next 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. The scavengers, who had thought they had the upper hand and were about to clear out the invaders, heard the terrifying thudding and the soul-stirring heartbeat. One by one, they forgot to shoot, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling as cracks expanded with the vibrations. Crash. The entire floor collapsed, and the sound of the heartbeat came closer to them. What is that? The scavengers had never seen such a direct way of going downstairs, and they were all stunned. After landing, Urine's fists were completely stripped of flesh, revealing the metal prosthetics covered by artificial skin on his arms. He quickly walked out of the smoke, not even glancing at the goons, and headed straight for the closest Boris signal. But the players didn't care about cutscenes or intermissions. The suppressed rage they had felt was now unleashed upon them. The 7.62mm caliber bullets, without the flashy features of smart or electromagnetic bullets, used the impact force of the oldest gunpowder propulsion to tear through the scavengers' bodies. The scavengers suffered heavy casualties, with many falling to the ground screaming. Some players who preferred large calibers even pulled out their .50 caliber rifles and shot people in half with a single shot. Even cyberware, which was much stronger than flesh, could not stop the devastating damage caused by such weapons. The scavengers of Dogtown might be much stronger than those outside, with more diverse and powerful weapons. But they could never be as fierce as the wraiths of the past, let alone the wraiths. It was simply a one-sided slaughter. Moreover, all the players on the battlefield received a mission to capture Boris alive, and each of them, like wild horses, frantically rushed to every suspected point on the map. Was that Sukabriat guy a human or a power armor? Boris also saw the scene of Yuran Yukwan landing, and the astonishing destructive power made his eyelids twitch. Even he did not want to be approached and hit a few times by such a guy. And soon Boris discovered that the suppression from these holographic projections was not as good as before. In past battles, as long as Boris displayed his amazing sniper abilities, every projection of him on the battlefield would become a high-threat unit. No one would risk their life to bet whether the bullets he shot were real or fake, thus often achieving a one-man army level of suppression. But these lunatics, Boris's projections could not suppress their charge at all. They rushed forward with Sandevistan activated, as if the threat of death was irrelevant to them. And when players discovered that a holographic projection's bullets hit without causing damage, the threat immediately dropped to zero. The drones hiding in the dark were quickly found and destroyed, then they rushed to the next target point. Along the way, the scavengers fell in droves, unable to even slow down the player's pace, let alone buy Boris time to relocate. Boris suddenly envied Atom Smasher's area of effect weapons. At least in this situation, a tank was more useful than a sniper. Moreover, the scope and intensity of the battlefield continued to escalate as more and more players and scavengers arrived, turning an area of several hundred meters into their combat zone. Bullets and flesh flew everywhere, with dozens of casualties almost every minute. Human life seemed so cheap at this moment. Players, in an extreme and brutal way, announced their entry into Dogtown. Over 800 people. Except for a very few non-combat personnel like the Beatles, every single one of them was capable of fighting, and many of them were ruthless individuals proficient in dual combat, not to mention the players' tacit cooperation in urban warfare. With neither quantity nor quality on their side, the originally balanced scales were smashed with a 100-ton weight, and the situation instantly tilted completely towards the players. Boris had already thrown away his sniper rifle and switched to I am going, constantly firing at the players closing in. As soon as someone got close, he immediately activated Sandevistan to create distance. Because there were hackers in the players' network watching him, Boris dared not risk connecting and using Optic Eye Reboot again. That terrifying heartbeat approached again. Just hearing that dull thumping sound was enough to make one's breath catch. Boris almost instinctively activated Sandevistan to accelerate and evade. Do you think you can still run away? With a loud bang, in the next instant, the structural pillar next to Boris's original position was suddenly shattered by Yuran Yukwan's punch. If he had stood still, that blow would have left him paralyzed. I have to admit, you do have some skills, but to think you can keep me here is too naive. As he fought and retreated, Boris was already close to a window at the edge of the floor. With just another acceleration, he could break through the glass and rush out of the building. At a height of 6 or 7 stories, with a few buffers, he could escape this place. As for Karolinina, that foolish woman, he could only wish her good luck. He stepped on the ground, and the splashing water startled Boris. Where did the water come from? If I let you run today, I'll live stream eating 2 pounds of shit, alright. Ju Tiou and Slider, who had been hiding on the side, held two thick cables. Seeing Boris step into the trap, they immediately plunged him into the water. Unless he had insulated cyberware similar to rhino skin, most of his cyberware would be paralyzed after taking that hit. Sucka. Sandevistan had just ended, theoretically still in its cooldown period, but to avoid that heavy blow, Boris chose to forcibly activate it. Even if he would collapse from cyberware overload the next second, it was better than dying now. Driven by high-spec cyberware, everything in the world around him became slow motion. So far, no player's Sandevistan could keep up with Boris's movements. Except for one person. Naroi. Naroi. The world is the strongest stand, far superior to you in both speed and power. Shine. What? A white man with a pale face like paper, bleeding from 7 orifices as he spoke, appeared around Boris even faster than him, and quickly threw several flying knives. The difference between throwing weapons like flying knives and bullets fired by primers is that they rely on the initial kinetic energy and inertia provided by the human body. Glamorous Woman also used acceleration, not time stop, and by ignoring air resistance, she could completely unleash kinetic energy of the same magnitude. This guy must have used overspec illegal cyberware, damn lunatic. The sudden appearance of Glamorous Woman made Boris no longer hesitate, willing to endure her flying knives to jump out the window and escape. Even though the knives pierced his flesh, they couldn't stop Boris from crouching and breaking the glass to jump downstairs. However, as he jumped out the window, his vision went black. He saw a large black bird with an open cloak gliding in midair with a grappling hook, heading straight for him. Looking closely. That was a fucking person. Voucher, swinging in with a grappling hook, slammed his feet hard into Boris's chest, forcefully knocking him back inside just as he jumped out, where he enjoyed a round of high-voltage electricity. He didn't even have time to say, "I can't tell you anything," before being electrocuted unconscious. When he woke up again, he was confined in a dark room, empty except for the chair he was sitting on. He also found that all his cyberware had been completely disabled, making him no better than an ordinary person now. Boris knew very well that someone must be watching him through surveillance. As an agent of Petrochem, even at this point, he remained calm, speaking softly to the empty wall, "You caught me and then what? Do you think you can use it to make the Soviet Union yield? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. The Soviet Union will not yield to anyone. Even if you know all our dealings with the scavengers, Petrochem will not acknowledge your leverage." He was actually right. A special forces soldier, even a modified warrior that Petrochem had invested in, was nothing more than an insignificant pebble in the face of corporate interests, not even worthy of being a bargaining chip. And Lin Miao had never intended for him to be any kind of bargaining chip. Boris's only value was death. Click. The sound of a door lock turning echoed in the claustrophobic room. Boris turned his gaze to the source of the sound. A grating friction sound came as the rusty, deformed door was pulled open. This was clearly still within Dogtown. Behind the door, in the flickering dim yellow light, a dark figure slowly walked into the room. Using the faint light from outside the door, Boris barely made out the appearance of the newcomer. "Carolina? They sent you to interrogate me." "Heh, I knew you would surrender, but what conditions did they promise you? Money? Status? Or your life? Do you think Petrochem will let you go? Do you think you can survive at the hands of your Soviet counterparts?" Boris's face was full of sarcasm, while Carolina's face was completely dark, her expression at the moment indiscernible. And in the room, a third voice finally rang out. The person even used an open mic, not at all worried about Boris hearing, and didn't even use AI to process the voice. "Do it, Carolina. Kill him, and you'll be free." And Boris immediately recognized the speaker's identity. The boss of Horizon Corporation, Lin Miao. Carolina seemed to be going through a very difficult internal struggle. The hand she raised to hold the gun trembled constantly, her heart wrestling. "I'm sorry Boris, I made a deal with the devil. You die and I'm free." She gritted her teeth, as if talking to herself, "Every man for himself or heaven and earth will destroy him." Boris looked up into her eyes, a hint of sarcasm on his face. "How shameful." Bang. A gunshot echoed in the room, and the heads of both agents slumped lifelessly. Chapter 257, Occupy the Magpie's Nest. Boris is dead. He died at the hands of Carolina, his colleague for several years. His brains and blood splattered from the bullet holes onto the chair back and walls. His expression was calm, he didn't even struggle. Agents are self-aware, they deal with too many things in their line of work to ever truly retire. Everyone will face a day like this. Solomon Reed did back then, and so did he. Or rather, this is the norm. The gun dropped from Carolina's limp hand to the floor. She lowered her head. "Are you satisfied?" "Sad? No." Although she knew that with Boris's personality, he would never submit to the enemy, if Petrochem ordered him to kill her, he would show no mercy. He had a strong sense of being a tool. Satisfied? Lin Miao, who recorded the entire process through a camera, could hardly say he was satisfied. The fact that 2 Petrochem agents were hidden as leaders in the scavengers' stronghold was quite troublesome. This also meant that the relationship between Petrochem and the scavengers was not just about transactions and background. Petrochem had deeply and completely controlled this hyena gang. Their infiltration of this place exceeded Lin Miao's estimation. Heaven knows how many of their people were still in Night City. So. The vague answer made Carolina's hopeful heart sink again. To be honest, she only killed Boris on the off chance it might work. Under normal circumstances, she had no chance of survival. The other party had no reason to let a Petrochem agent like her go. Even if she walked out of here, Petrochem would have her killed, which is why Boris mocked her for her wishful thinking before he died. However, Lin Miao was not someone who liked to lie, nor would he be so malicious as to make people kill each other for amusement. Girl Anina, I've recorded everything that just happened. I'm sure you know what that means. Now, I need you to do one more thing. Lin Miao pressed a button, and a miniature projection device displayed an image on the wall. It was a scene of Zhu Tiaoyu trading with the French, but because the drone recording it was too far away, no sound could be heard. This is Horizon Corporation people dealing with the French? This discovery greatly astonished Girl Anina, but the fact that the other party showed her this clearly meant there was something fishy going on. It was then that Lin Miao slowly said, Soviet agent Girl Anina discovered that Horizon Corporation agents were secretly trading with the French in Dogtown, and she suspected it might be related to the recent conflicts involving Petrochem. So, she and Agent Boris went in to investigate, but unfortunately, they were discovered. Horizon Corporation people surrounded the scavengers' stronghold, attempting to silence them. Agent Boris sacrificed himself to cover your escape with the data. After Lin Miao finished speaking, Girl Anina was no fool. She quickly realized that the other party wanted her to take this information back to stir up relations between the two parties. But why would Horizon Corporation, a company doing business in Night City, North America, care about matters between the European community? So it's Mealy Tech and Kongtao. Girl Anina shuddered at the thought. Planting agents or turning people in other companies was nothing new, but what Lin Miao just said wasn't about some French company, but directly pointed to France. Girl Anina didn't think the other party wanted her to guess which French company it was. These two might be planning to shake the European community's dominant position at the top of the world. And she was just an insignificant pawn in all of it. What a terrible place. Terrible place. Oh, what a terrible place. Realizing she was caught up in something big, Girl Anina was on the verge of tears. But to survive, she had no choice. I've uploaded a private encrypted channel for you. If anything happens, I'll contact you. You don't have to worry about Petrochem finding out, they don't have the technology. Of course, you can also try to run or expose me when you report back, if you're not afraid of death. This encrypted communication utilized the Blackwell protocol present in all network devices. No sane person would think that someone would use this thing to maintain stable contact. Lin Miao also had better employee contracts, but those weren't for a small fry like Girl Anina. Girl Anina felt this was unreliable, but she had no choice. She tremblingly took the miniature projection device from the wall, extracted the chip, and connected it to her neck to copy the data. Once the copy was complete, Lin Miao's voice directly echoed in her mind. Now, you are free, Girl Anina. Go back to the Soviet Union and report. But soon, you will find that freedom also has a price. This memory will become your new prison, accompanying you. Without their two Soviet agent leaders, the remaining scavengers were a group of toothless sick cats. They couldn't even withstand 2 or 3 waves of attacks from the players before collapsing. Not to mention that nearly 400 or 500 people arrived at the end of this battle, more than double the total number of scavengers in the entire stronghold. What was there to fight for? Not only the scavengers and the onlookers, but even Hansen was shocked. Through the surveillance drone footage, he saw Boris being kicked back into the building by Voucher. Not long after, the sounds inside died down. The outcome was obvious. The defeat of the scavengers and the Soviet agents happened much faster than he had imagined. 800 people. He turned to Gago, are they all combat troops? Gago also fell silent. Even Hansen himself didn't believe that statement. A unit must have logistics and administrative staff, right? The ratio of combat to logistics personnel should be at least 1:2, right? What kind of lunatic would throw 800 elite combat troops into Dogtown without any backup preparations, not fearing that Hansen would immediately turn hostile and wipe them out? And they took down the scavengers' largest stronghold on the very same day. Seriously, guys, is this right? I was hoping you'd fight the scavengers a few times, resulting in mutual destruction. But you're telling me the battle is over before I even started. Not even the Wraiths could achieve such organization and operational efficiency. Now these guys have dispersed throughout Dogtown. The cost for Hansen to try and eliminate them would be huge. If this wasn't fake news or a hallucination, Hansen just thinking about it made him feel like he might not be able to sleep every night from now on. That's 800 people. It's a good thing Hansen didn't know these people brought their own rations and bought their own weapons and cyberware to Dogtown, otherwise he would have gone crazy. Have you found the problem in the database? Gago hesitated. Slider's side said they haven't found it yet. Hansen took a deep breath, suppressing his killing intent. After a long while, he instructed Gago, those Haitians can't be trusted anymore. Also, contact hackers in Europe. The price is negotiable as long as the job gets done. And urge those people, I want what I asked for as soon as possible. Gago, The players, who had now become thorns in his side, were currently crowded in the scavengers' stronghold, opening boxes and inventorying loot in warehouse after warehouse. As a smuggling warehouse second only to the Wraith's main base in Dogtown, this place had an extraordinary amount of good stuff, far surpassing what the Night Walkers, whom the players initially defeated, could offer. Among the massive amount of Soviet-era equipment, there were even traces of Kalashnikovs. The most common type, according to web descriptions, was the AK-145S, which used electrothermal propulsion for firing. The feel of using it was mediocre, and many players planned to dismantle these things and take them back to Tutu and his crew, to see if they could DIY an electromagnetic acceleration rail onto their own guns. As for the mountains of junk cyberware, they would all be sold cheaply to Arrow or Tutu's crew once they could leave Dogtown. Players who could enter Dogtown wouldn't bother with these roadside stalls. Even newbies now had official new version standard cyberware. Although externally purchased cyberware had more functions, for some reason, they never felt as comfortable to use as those bought from official sources. And for veteran players, compared to the repetitive guns and cyberware, they were more interested in new things they hadn't encountered before. Inside the Astra AV, which was suspended in midair by steel cables from several cranes, Zhu Tiaoyu was curiously sitting in the cockpit, fiddling with the complex buttons. How do you drive this thing? Among the players, there were also sword saints who had tinkered with aircraft, but those were all improvised suicide aircraft, meant to go up and never come down. They were worse than the Wright brothers, let alone this most popular commercial vehicle on the market. It was like the difference between a steam tractor and a Ferrari. It was false to say they weren't envious of the AVs flying around in the sky, but so far, no one had owned an AV of their own. Firstly, they were too expensive, and secondly, they didn't know how to drive them. Even if they pooled money to buy one, it would only be a decoration. Sitting in the back seat, Tu Do was holding a glass of purified water, enjoying a noble's treatment. Hearing Zhu Tiaoyu's words, he couldn't help but laugh. What, you want to fly a plane? Have you gotten your pilot's license, Brother Sun? What's wrong? Zhu Tiaoyu was very displeased with Tutu's questioning of his driving skills. My driver skill is already at Master 3, okay? From an old man's scooter to a heavy truck, what can't I drive? Do you really think a hovercar isn't a car? The loot hadn't been fully inventoried yet, so it wasn't time for the auction, but Zhu Tiaoyu immediately took a liking to the damaged hovercar. Compared to it, he didn't want the purple cyberware or the equipment from the B0SS. This car is broken, though. Listen to my advice, Brother Sun, give up, it doesn't belong to you. Tu earnestly advised him. The two of them had their own plans. They were currently saving money as freelancers, only nominally working as a competition commentator for DOGE. How could they afford a hovercar, especially one with its front hood rusted open? Clearly, even the scavengers couldn't fix it. Moreover, Dogtown was full of open-air anti-aircraft missiles. Without a permit, any hovercar daring to enter Dogtown's airspace risked being shot down. In his opinion, this was just a broken toy, not worth a large investment. But Zhu Tiaoyu remained persistent. So what if it's broken? The scavengers not being able to fix it only proves they're a bunch of incompetent noobs. I have connections, okay. What connections? Old Captain. Damn. The hovercar shook as Yeren jumped inside from the side. Just now, Pandora found information about this hovercar in the scavenger's computer. It's an Arazaka hovercar that the scavengers shot down half a year ago. It's been parked here because it was never fixed. Tutu's eyes widened. You're not planning to buy this car too, are you? Yes. Yeren nodded. If we can fix this hovercar and install a few rocket launchers and autocannons, we'll have an additional aerial attack method for large-scale operations next time. Such as airdropping 2 ships of troops for a base rush, and another base rush. Even if we can't use it in Dogtown, worst case, once we sort out the smuggling channels, we'll find a way to transport this car out. Tutu, the problem is, who will drive it? No one among us can drive a hovercar. This game isn't just WSAD plus a spacebar to drive. There are still many players who can't even drive a manual transmission car properly. But Yeren said, remember that Wraith's tank we captured last time. After the last battle, when clearing the spoils, besides Oa Tekamaru, a tank with a broken track was also towed back to Big Sur for repairs. I had Zhu Tiaoyu try it out. Master-level driver skills are very quick to pick up. He just needs a few practice runs to drive it normally. Tutu's mouth was wide enough to fit a fist. He truly hadn't expected driver skills to be so versatile. Basically, very few players would put points into the driver skill. In their words, as long as you can drive, that's enough. Who doesn't know how to use the accelerator, clutch, and steering wheel? Why waste precious skill points on this? Engineering and combat skills are the current popular choices, and with AI intelligence so high now, a driver clearly has no future. Unexpectedly, there really was a god-tier player who maxed out driver to master level and even drove a tank. Alright then, you guys call the shots. It was now 2-1. Even if NIGE disagreed, it would be a tie, but NIGE wouldn't disagree because he had taken Zhu Tiaoyu's money. How could a worker resist his boss? But the thought of potentially riding in a hovercar driven by Zhu Tiaoyu in the future made Tutu feel uneasy, a sense of foreboding. So he could only change the subject. So what do we do next? It looks like we can't use the scavengers' smuggling channel. If we can't get water in, how will we explain it to those Frenchmen? Tutu didn't think he could just drive a Red Cross vehicle in and out of Dogtown with impunity. Zhu Tiaoyu, in the driver's seat, scoffed at Tutu's worries. The boss explicitly said he'd collect the money himself. Why are you still worrying about this? He'll definitely solve it. We just have to wait. What kind of NPC takes money and doesn't do anything? I've already reported the matter to the boss. He said he would discuss it with Hansen, and the water will definitely be delivered on time. Yeren said, however, I've discussed it with the Ministry of Truth. We plan to convert this scavenger's stronghold into our own base. We'll expropriate the surrounding buildings for players to rest and stockpile supplies. While it won't be as comfortable as sleeping in a dorm, at least they won't have to sleep on the streets and wake up with a body full of debuffs. Since the stronghold was taken down by all players together, and Lin Miao's architectural blueprints were not used, neither Lin Miao nor the Ministry of Truth found it convenient to charge for profit. So, a few players discussed it, and after collecting many player suggestions, they simply set the accommodation fee at 50 euros per day. This amount was pocket change for players who could enter Dogtown. This money was managed uniformly by a program designed by hacker players, used for improving and renovating these buildings and for electricity. As for embezzlement, it was impossible. Whether it was Horizon Corporation or transactions between players, every single transaction was meticulously recorded. Even the most skilled hacker players currently couldn't tamper with system data. If any player wished, they could request a trace of every fund flow and its purpose at any time. Even falsely reporting prices, creating fake accounts, or taking kickbacks was impossible, because W would monitor Night City market prices in real time. Without sufficient reason, factory players didn't even have the power to choose the price of raw materials for procurement. If they dared to collect protection fees from residents or other illegal income, a bounty would be marked above their heads the next second, and friendly fire would be enabled. You'd best pray your popularity among the player community is high enough that even with friendly fire enabled, they won't target your bounty. Of course, this refers to players being unable to embezzle funds within the system's operation. If you have the ability to embezzle Arezaka's corruption, then Lin Miao can only say you have skill, and you deserve that money. In this situation, players were very confident in pooling their funds, without worrying about their money being inexplicably misappropriated, and they wouldn't need to be surrounded and beaten by a group of suddenly appearing white-clad Ministry of Truth agents when trying to withdraw money, then kicked out. 2-2, oh my, so that means we're also Mountain Kings with our own territory now. Excitement appeared on everyone's faces. The Scavenger's stronghold was different from Stone Ridge Mountain and Big Sur, which were green zones designated by official NPCs. This was something they had truly fought for and snatched from wild monsters, claiming territory within a red danger zone. It was a bit dangerous, but it brought a sense of accomplishment. Until Zhu Jiaoyu posed a fatal question. Then where will the renovation materials come from? Are there building material suppliers in Dogtown? Even if Red Bucket and his crew took on the construction work, the problem was they couldn't just conjure raw materials out of thin air. The building materials previously accumulated in Dogtown had long been repurposed by local residents, and the black market didn't sell these kinds of things either. Yiren. 2-2. As if in response to the players, a notification signal popped up simultaneously on everyone's interface, new official store items available. Clicking it open, it was indeed building materials. And Lin Miao had thoughtfully categorized them: composite panels, tiles, cement, bricks, paints were all available, and there were even a considerable number of civilian devices such as generators, refrigerators, air conditioners, and so on. The prices were consistent with the market. Except for one small problem, a pending Dogtown logistics fee suffix was added after the price. Lin Miao, who had just sent Carolina away, laughed heartily in his mind. Did they really think that just because they entered Dogtown, Lin Miao couldn't harvest players' money anymore? As the saying goes, don't let fertile water flow into outsiders' fields. How could he, dedicated to building a self-circulating system, let players spend their hard-earned money in the hands of Dogtown merchants? Give it to me. Gago, who was using his network to help Hansen contact European hackers, suddenly saw a new message in his inbox. He opened it, his expression solemn, and immediately found Hansen to forward the email. Colonel. Lin Miao from Horizon Corporation wants to meet us to discuss the future of Dogtown. Hansen, whose mind was full of how to deal with the dangerous mercenaries who had entered Dogtown, suddenly heard this and thought he had misheard. He wants to meet me. Yes. Where? Hansen suspected this guy wanted to lure him out and then ambush him. He would never agree. Gago slowly said, Gems Ching. Chapter 258, Law? We don't care about laws. You guys really dare to use them. The resident doctor, who followed them into Dogtown, looked at the wild people, glamorous woman, and several other players lying on the operating table who had used illegal or oversized cyberware, expressing his surprise. The wild people were a bit better, it was just that the engine caused high blood pressure, leading to the rupture of many circulation pipelines in their cyberware. A quick re-maintenance would largely solve the problem. However, Kamen Rider's prosthetic leg fragments were impaled into his pelvis, and glamorous woman's brain nerves were corroded, causing facial nerve paralysis, leaving her probably only one step away from becoming a demented child. This is the price of power. Kamen Rider waved his hand dismissively. Aren't there always those superhero modes in novels and anime where you burn your life for power? What's so hard to understand? If I shrink back from fate, then I wouldn't be called Kamen Rider. Once the cost of becoming a hero and doing good deeds is lowered to a level acceptable to everyone, self-sacrifice is no longer an unattainable thing. Not to mention that the opponents are scavengers, such trash. Even if he dies, he can still brag on the forum 3 days after creating a new character. You guys are lucky this time. The scavenger's stronghold lacks everything except cyberware parts and artificial blood. They have all models. You should be able to get them replaced in a few hours. The resident doctor was still unaccustomed to these actions of not valuing one's own life. He was a doctor, and although he was still a resident doctor, if possible, he hoped that no one would die. He picked up the scalpel, preparing to give these guys some rough treatment, while complaining, it's just that the drug shortage is too great. I didn't bring any medicine into Dogtown. But never mind, it's all the same whether you guys use medicine or not. Just turn off all your pain receptors. Kamen Rider rested his head, watching the other person cut open the skin around his pelvis with a scalpel, searching for broken parts among the slightly deformed steel components. He asked curiously, I remember we got a batch from the tiger claws last time. Is the medicine still not enough? Ah. It's long gone. It's probably rare to find a few instances in the world where a surgeon chats with a patient on the operating table while performing surgery. The resident doctor, operating with his head down, sighed, medicine is something that will never be enough. In this game's medical system, drugs are among the most expensive. Those pharmaceutical companies never intended to cure diseases from the start, let alone provide medicine for the poor. They'd rather you have multiple diseases: fatty liver, gastric perforation, lung cancer. The more diseases you have, the better they can get you to take out loans to replace your cyberware. The most common and widespread drugs on the market are immune neural inhibitors and painkillers. Before a person is full, he only has one worry, being full. Once you are full, you will have countless worries. The resident doctor escaped the internal friction of the residency system in the game, but the situation did not improve, the pressure even increased further. The more he invested his emotions into this game, the more he despaired for the bottom-level people of this world. The oppression and exploitation of people in this world are reflected in all aspects. Players can use their fists to crush the scavengers, intimidate the tiger claws, and even make Arezaka choose to temporarily avoid their edge. But fists and guns cannot cure poverty. Nor can fists kill the thousands of diseases prevalent in this world. Arrow's pharmacies are basically empty. The previous few free clinics used up everything. Afterwards, it was just a few of us footing the bill, but it's simply not enough. The resident doctor, who frequently organized free clinics, came into contact with too many bottom-level people in Night City. Each of them had at least 2 to 3 diseases, which gradually worsened over time, leading to more complications. The final outcome was either to die under the torment of illness or to replace their original organs with cyberware. But even the cheapest cyberware would still be unaffordable for some. This is the logic of the capitalist market: if a commodity lacks scarcity, it cannot be hyped up in price, and thus loses its value, like air. Moreover, even if cyberware is replaced, how long can it last? 5 years? 10 years? It cannot be better or more durable than the original, as machines do not metabolize and self-renew. Not to mention the series of sequelae brought by cyberware. As a doctor, the resident doctor sincerely does not recommend normal people to abandon their original bodies for cyberware. Players are an exception, they are not human. In this situation, drugs other than painkillers could be said to be sky-high, even more terrifying than the exorbitant prices caused by pharmaceutical protection laws in the real world. And there are no traditional health insurance companies here. After all, Night City's employment rate is 10%, which cannot support a large enough insurance company. Of course, even if there were, the people who come to the resident doctor for treatment would not be able to afford it, and would ultimately still wait to die in pain. In this situation, the most painful thing is not getting sick, but rather a body that could have held out for a while longer, only to find out after seeing the resident doctor that they have a serious illness, with no money and no medicine. The person's will and body rapidly collapse in a short period. The resident doctor's kind actions even accelerated the deaths of those people. Other players knew that the medical system made money, but few knew what the resident doctor and his colleagues spent their money on. Aside from essential medical cyberware, they didn't install anything else for themselves. Kamen Rider saw the resident doctor's hand holding the scalpel trembling. He wore a mask, his head down, most of his face covered, and even one eye was specially modified, making his expression unreadable. But in the resident doctor's sole remaining biological eye, Kamen Rider saw a trace of tears welling up, as if the previous topic had touched a sensitive spot. If it were an ordinary patient, they would probably have screamed for a different lead surgeon. Only players could be so indifferent to their bodies, letting the other party do as they pleased. I really shouldn't have chosen this major in the first place. The resident doctor's voice was trembling. What's wrong with just following my family's arrangements and honestly taking the civil service exam? Wasting a few years and making myself so miserable. Leaving the ivory tower and coming to the hospital, the resident doctor thought he had seen enough of the harsh realities of life, the partings and deaths. It wasn't until he entered this game that he realized what he had seen in the past was less than a fraction of what he saw now, and he understood how much effort his predecessors had put into building the medical and health insurance system to avoid such situations, and how many deaths they had prevented. Kind people are always prone to pain and self-blame due to tragic circumstances. Kamen Rider didn't know how to comfort his attending physician, as the other party's tears were slowly falling onto his leg parts. He wanted to remind the other party several times that a few places seemed to be short-circuiting and starting to smoke and spark due to the tears, but he held back. Even the wild people fell silent. His body was young and strong, and his family was wealthy. He hadn't witnessed so many of life's 7 sufferings, so he couldn't empathize much. What are you crying about, big guy? Glamorous woman, lying on the adjacent bed, struggled to move her lips and made a sound. As long as your thinking is willing to slide, there are always more solutions than problems. Let go of your moral bottom line and enjoy a life of immorality, isn't that better? The wild people quickly scolded, what kind of sarcastic remarks are you making? What sarcastic remarks? My DIO, who is not lazy, has a PhD in law. A shyster, you know? Specializing in opposing rich people from large corporations like Speederwagon. Wild people, weren't you studying plumbing? Glamorous woman, you must have misremembered that. Wild people, what are you trying to say? Their conversation even made the resident doctor stop his scalpel. Mainly, he also realized that his hand was unsteady, and if this continued, his leg cyberware might be scrapped before he could fix Kamen Riders. A famous person in history once said an Arabic proverb, do you know it? Glamorous woman's stiff face made it difficult for him to speak clearly, and he drooled as he spoke. The more you play with schemes and tricks, the more you will stumble in unexpected places, so you just need to stop being human. Law should be a common denominator used to maintain the interests and stability of the people and society. If the law betrays the proletariat and instead serves the interests of the bourgeoisie, then why should you still abide by those broken words? It's just medicine, isn't it? If you can't buy the real thing, then go steal it. If you can't steal it, can't you make fake medicine yourself? There are still things worth learning from the Indians, you know. This. The resident doctor was stunned. Wouldn't that be bad? Making fake medicine violates patent law, right? Whose patent law? Glamorous woman, with a demented child's cerebral palsy face, looked at the resident doctor with the eyes of someone looking at a demented child. If you make medicine in the game using real-world pharmaceutical methods, can Pfizer cross networks to pursue you, or has Biotechnica obtained Pfizer's patent? As long as your thinking is willing to slide, there are always more solutions than problems. In Glamorous Woman's view, the resident doctor had simply read too many books, a rigid, stubborn mind. This was a game, after all. Players treat Night City's laws as a piece of scrap paper, too stiff even for wiping their butts. What the hell is a drug patent law worth? If you can't buy the real thing, then make fakes. Biotechnica and these pharmaceutical companies cause trouble? I don't even care about Arezaka, why would I care about you? If you're not convinced, let's have a real fight. Rogue? Yes, I am a rogue. So what? You've been rogues for so many years, and you won't let us be rogues? Some people, you know, are just cheap. The one who makes the rules wants everyone else to obediently stay within them, but he himself thinks about jumping out of this circle, profiting by stepping on others. When everyone stops caring about this circle and prepares to use their fists for something drastic, he'll start shouting again. How can you not follow the rules? Such a scumbag, a good beating is all he needs. The resident doctor's brain was ruthlessly overwhelmed by Glamorous Woman's cheese, and he was stunned for a long while, no longer shedding tears. Can it really be like this? Why not? The sword saint rolled his eyes, looking even more idiotic. You don't seriously think the guys at the ruthless food and chemical factories developed all those chemical foods themselves, do you? If we were to arrest people strictly according to patent law, every single one of those guys deserves to spend a few years in jail, it wouldn't be excessive. But the drug production process is very strict. The resident doctor was still a bit confused. From raw material processing to finished products, there are many procedures, and some special drugs have very high process requirements. Building many production lines would require a lot of capital investment. We don't have the money. How could the resident doctor and his group possibly support the enormous capital required for large-scale drug production? Moreover, they lacked the channels to import raw materials and didn't have enough chemical talents related to the pharmaceutical industry. So many problems? That only means your moral bottom line isn't low enough. Besides, we can take it one step at a time. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. Having a plan is always better than just moping around here. Glamorous Woman was parched from speaking so much, and it was exhausting to talk after her facial paralysis, so she simply closed her eyes and went offline. Just kidding. I studied plumbing and drainage, not law. My moral standards are incredibly high, so how could I possibly instigate the resident doctor to do such a thing? Don't wrongly accuse me, none of that was my doing. Producing counterfeit drugs. When Gloria reported this application form to Lin Miao the next day, Lin Miao thought the players below were up to something new again. For example, boiling starch paste and making several batches of strength pills overnight to sell to the animals' gang of fools. But then he took a closer look. Good heavens! Rather than counterfeit drugs, they were illegal but genuine drugs, completely disregarding patent law. You really have guts. Even in 2076, no company dared to touch this taboo. Why? This is an act of overturning the table, shaking the foundation of enterprises. Anyone who dares to do this will become a public enemy of companies worldwide. The players dared to think it, but Lin Miao wouldn't dare to do it. He looked at Gloria, waving the application form in his hand, and asked, "What do you think?" "I think it's best to reject it." Gloria also knew the seriousness of the matter, and her expression was very solemn. The risk is simply too great, we can't control it at all. Although Gloria didn't know that the players intended to use real-world drug technology to produce here, there was actually no difference. Just the low-priced drugs alone would be enough for others to come after you at all costs. You are completely aiming for a graveyard of all, far more severe than Lin Miao's previous tactics against those food companies. She quite liked these seemingly chaotic guys. Although to outsiders, these guys were lunatics who would kill your whole family at the drop of a hat, Gloria knew that these people all had kind hearts. But Gloria couldn't be as reckless as the players. But Lin Miao had a different idea than Gloria. Was what he held in his hand Horizon Corporation? Wrong. What he held in his hand was never a company. It was an interest group with the player community at its core. Players were not company employees, nor soldiers in the army or mercenaries, but civilians. Everything they did was merely out of interest. If they wanted to, they could switch from a combat class to a medical class tomorrow. Regardless of whether doing so would ruin their account or if the player was suitable for the profession, Lin Miao had never interfered with players' career choices. And this interest group, as it expanded, was attracting more and more ordinary Night City residents, growing linearly. Moreover, Lin Miao forcibly held 80% of the shares in all player companies, taking 8/10 of the players' profits. You might think this is dividend distribution, but Lin Miao preferred to call it tax. Only one type of organization levies taxes on its subordinates. This organization, under Lin Miao's control, was not operating on a market economy. Instead, based on Lin Miao's precise calculations and internal and external market demands, it allocated production quotas to major producers, analyzed industry gaps, and reinvested profits into reproduction to maximize productivity. Players and their companies rarely engaged in the most basic industrial production. At most, new players would take quests to open treasure chests in Garbage Mountain, which Lin Miao hired people to do. Steel recycling, water purification, chemical production, farming, assembly line factories, etc., were either automated assembly lines or staffed by recruited employees or reformatory inmates. Furthermore, all order exchanges within Horizon Corporation did not calculate profit. We don't produce for profit, we produce because we need to. Production and distribution are determined by both supply and demand, keeping the assembly lines always at full capacity to meet demand, but not overloaded to cause waste. Thus, production is not for the purpose of capital appreciation, nor will it artificially create scarcity of products. This is also why Lin Miao would never allow Horizon Corporation to go public. He was borrowing a chicken to lay eggs, how could he let the eggs be snatched by the chicken? Then drug production was an unavoidable part of establishing this organization's comprehensive internal circulation. Whether he wanted to or not, he would offend everyone, it was just a matter of sooner or later. If he could find a way to control this batch of drugs so they didn't circulate externally, Pacifica definitely wouldn't work. Big Sur is being watched by melee tech personnel. Raw material production is also a hassle, not easy to hide. Maybe. What business is it of yours if I buy my company's health insurance for my employees? Lin Miao had a rough plan in mind, still a considerable distance from actual implementation, but it was only a matter of time. However, it was not convenient to reveal it now, because ER0's current business did not include drug production, he would at least need to register a pharmaceutical company to act conveniently. Having made up his mind, Lin Miao put the document aside. Let's put this matter aside for now, I'll talk to them later. Also, Gloria, please prepare a batch of construction materials and register a construction company. In the coming period, we may have a significant amount of material exchange with Dogtown. These things don't need to go through secret channels, they should go openly and honestly. Gloria's already wide eyes widened even further with surprise. Transporting large quantities of construction materials in and out of Dogtown. She knew that many people had recently rushed into Dogtown, but construction materials were not as easy to fool as people. But the Dogtown gate is guarded by wraiths, will they agree to our materials entering? She had heard of Dogtown's notorious reputation, without permission, NCPD officers could only collect dust at the main gate, unable to advance an inch. Gloria clearly hadn't realized how much trouble the players had caused on their first day of rushing into Dogtown. That's what I'm going to solve now. Lin Miao smiled, picked up his jacket from the chair, and put it on in front of Gloria. I have an appointment with Hansen, I'm meeting him tonight at the Gem Blue Hotel. Who? Hansen. Gloria's already wide eyes now opened even wider. You're going alone? No. What if Hansen tries to harm you? This risk is completely unnecessary to take. If you must meet, make Hansen leave Dogtown and come talk to us. Gloria, who was usually obedient, for the first time vehemently rejected her boss's outrageous plan, even outright blocking Lin Miao's path, with an air that dared him to use his authority to forcibly order her to move. Who was Hansen? The notorious reputations of the Tiger Claws and Scavengers were nothing compared to him. All these gangs combined might not be able to defeat the Wraiths. Gloria, who grew up in Night City, knew very well how dangerous Hansen was. Years ago, his tanks had even driven into Santo Domingo. Lin Miao said helplessly, he wouldn't dare touch me. What if? We can't afford that risk. Gloria couldn't even imagine the impact if news spread through Night City the next day that Lin Miao had been killed in Dogtown. She and Lucy would go crazy. The players might even bloodbath Dogtown, or even all of Night City. Lin Miao tapped his head, there's no what if. My head is made of iron, I'm not that easy to kill. We also have our people inside, I'll arrange for some good hands to go with me. Then Gloria gritted her teeth, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes before she said, then at least you should call Miss Lucy and Maine to protect your safety. I will inform her. Lin Miao knew this wasn't over. To prevent Gloria from losing sleep tonight, he simply said, if you're worried, call some people to treat the guards at the Dogtown gate to a barbecue. Make a big fuss, that way, I'll definitely be much safer. Chapter 259 Cubans, Start. Lin Miao drove into Dogtown early. Although he had never been to the Gemsching, it didn't stop him from knowing the way. The Gem Blue Hotel is located in the center of Dogtown, diagonally opposite the Heavy Hearts Bar, and is also the tallest building in Dogtown, making it impossible to miss. The Wraiths used steel mesh, canvas, and iron plates to build partitions, separating the entire hotel from the outside world. In the original design plans for Pacifica, this hotel was meant to stand like the moon among many luxurious buildings, with neon lights shining inside and out, and a 24-hour continuous mist waterfall created with dry ice and CG, making those inside feel as if they were in a lavish and beautiful immortal realm. However, due to well-known reasons, this hotel, like many other buildings in Pacifica, was left unfinished. Apart from the already completed luxurious top floor and the gems Qing-colored exterior decoration, the interior consisted of bare concrete walls and scaffolding left over from the initial construction, perfectly embodying the saying gilded on the outside, rotten on the inside. Even with military camps below, cannons and missiles looking formidable, it still couldn't save the precarious situation of this towering building. Before he even got out of the car, Lin Miao saw Bennett and Gago, Hansen's top lieutenants, guarding the military camp entrance, clearly waiting for him, their distinguished guest. It seemed Gago was busy giving instructions to his subordinates and didn't notice a car had already stopped by the roadside. Besides the two of them, a large number of elite Hellhound unit soldiers were deployed around, armed to the teeth. Their advanced combat cyberware indicated they were Hansen's core forces. There were no fewer than 10 Minotaur bipedal mechs, and in addition to conventional firearms, Lin Miao also saw some plasma emitters mounted on armored vehicles. While the technological level certainly couldn't match the one Lin Miao had, their power might not be much less. Among these people, especially Bennett, who was burly with carbon fiber prosthetic arms crossed, stared intently at Lin Miao, as if he would pounce and tear him to shreds the next second. Stop, this is the Gems Qing. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited. Get out now. It was impossible for Bennett not to know what Lin Miao looked like, but he still blocked his path. After all, even if the other party was a scavenger, Lin Miao's heavy-handed crackdown on Pacifica's drug trade must have caused the Wraiths to lose a significant amount of profit during this period, so there was no way he would be given a friendly reception. It was then that Gago seemed to hear Bennett's words. Seeing it was Lin Miao, he immediately stepped forward to block the grim-faced Bennett, a smile full of apologies on his face. Mr. Lin, I apologize. I was just having my subordinates check the gate's access authentication, but I didn't see your access record, Mr. Lin. Bennett thought you hadn't arrived yet. As he spoke, he said to Lin Miao in a seemingly complaining tone, I don't know what's been going on lately, but the authentication system at the gate keeps malfunctioning. Before, it even let over 800 people into Dogtown at once, causing a huge mess. Bennett, behind him, chimed in, yeah, I don't know which bastard did it. If I find him, I'll tear him to pieces. All right, Bennett, don't talk about unpleasant things in front of the Colonel's esteemed guest. The two of them were indirectly scolding Lin Miao, as the instigator was right in front of them. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have enough lives to be killed 10 times over. But Lin Miao's thick skin was well practiced, if not as thick as a city wall, it was at least impervious to blades and bullets. He shook his head and sighed, I didn't expect anyone would dare to pull such petty tricks right under the Colonel's nose. Truly foolish. Lin Miao said cordially to Gago, my hacker still has some technical skill. Perhaps we could find an opportunity for her to help you take a look, reorganizing the system would surely fix the problem. Gago and Bennett were both sweating profusely at this point. You've got to be kidding me. 800 people getting in wasn't enough, and now you want to directly intervene with the system? Are you trying to turn Dogtown into your own private garden where you can enter and exit as you please? No need to trouble Mr. Lin's people. The Colonel has already contacted several hackers, and they will resolve this issue. That's truly a shame. Tisk, what a thing. Completely ignoring Bennett's foul mouth, Lin Miao's gaze was mostly fixed on the Hellhound unit. During the midnight operations, the soldiers who charged in with Hansen suffered heavy casualties. Due to various pressures, only Bennett and a few others remained with Hansen, the rest were recruited and trained from Night City itself. As his greatest military asset, Hansen was very willing to spend money. Just the firearms and cyberware, the equipment on one person alone would probably cost over €100,000. Plus, with fewer people, it's easier to manage, and there's less chance of embezzlement or siphoning off military funds, so being a Hellhound unit in Dogtown is actually a pretty good job. However, while they might have the equipment and training, Lin Miao was unimpressed by this unit, which was renowned in Dogtown. Their mental state and demeanor were truly poor, many had drooping eyelids as if they could fall asleep at any moment, completely indifferent to Lin Miao's arrival, and their stances were sloppy. Their power relied entirely on the guns and cyberware in their hands, lacking any of the spirit of a soldier. Rather than an army, they were essentially no different from a gang. An army engaged in business and smuggling, rampant drug abuse, and a complete lack of military discipline. Even the best army would rot into dregs. These people were even worse than the military parade Lin Miao saw a few days ago, by more than 10 times. One can only say that in this era where everyone is competing to be the worst, whoever is not as utterly rotten has an advantage. Lin Miao, as expected of Colonel Hansen's soldiers, these are clearly formidable, 1 against 10 heroes. Gago and the other person had no objection to this assessment, they truly believed it, as the Hellhound unit had few rivals locally, and anyone who dared to pull the tiger's whiskers was bitten to death by these dog-like soldiers. Lin Miao and Gago, surrounded by soldiers, took the elevator. Bennett remained downstairs, as Hansen had to guard against Lin Miao bringing others to sneak in. In the elevator, looking at the unfinished floors of the Gems Qing, Lin Miao remarked meaningfully, the Gems Qing. I remember the Pacifica promotional posters 10 years ago said it would gather all the world's celebrities and elites here. To showcase the greatness of America. But now we all know that NUSA and Night City are actually no different from this hotel, seemingly magnificent on the outside, but actually empty inside, and could collapse with a gentle push. Those are just superficial efforts. No matter how well decorated, it depends on who is inside. The colonel has been stationed in the Gemsching for 7 years, he knows if even a single hair falls outside. If Myers hadn't feared Arezaka back then, perhaps the colonel could have taken over all of Night City. Gago, who was clearly a later addition as a financial officer, seemed to feel more injustice for Hansen than even Bennett. As for whether he was sincere, only he himself probably knew. So you intend to run Dogtown as a black market like this, letting Pacifica remain in chaos? Perhaps you could persuade him, this isn't a long-term solution. The colonel has his own plans, it's not my concern. Gago interrupted Lin Miao. He didn't want to be hanged under a skybridge for a slip of the tongue. Ding, the elevator reached the top. As he stepped out of the elevator, Lin Miao saw a wall. Hansen, a towering 2.2-meter man even bigger than Bennett, blocked the entire elevator entrance himself. The shadow cast by the exterior lights enveloped Lin Miao, and looking up, he could only see Hansen's glowing red cybernetic eyes, exuding immense pressure. He extended his right hand, revealing a grin of white teeth, and said, Mr. Lin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Now that we're both in Pacifica, we can be considered family. Family. But Lin Miao didn't shake his hand. He paused, looking at the hand so large it could completely envelop his head, and replied with a similar smile, I'm not interested in shaking hands with family. The atmosphere instantly plunged into an ice cellar, silence fell all around. Gago was stunned. What was this guy trying to do? Didn't he know that Hansen's snipers were everywhere here, ready to blow his head off at any moment? He retreated 2 steps back into the elevator, afraid of getting blood on himself later. Under his horrified gaze, Lin Miao, ignoring the 7 or 8 snipers and Hansen himself, who was on alert, spread his arms and stepped forward, damn it, we should be hugging. Ah ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly, embracing Hansen's shoulders, as if the person in front of him truly was his own brother, full of warmth. Hansen's muscles were all tensed, if Lin Miao made any sudden move, he would tear him apart alive. Damn. Is this guy crazy? Watching Lin Miao's actions, let alone the snipers, even Gago on the scene was drenched in sweat. The boss of a lunatic is a lunatic. He shouldn't have treated Lin Miao as a normal person, this guy was no different from the lunatics on the street. Hansen also noticed that Lin Miao wasn't making any moves, just genuinely hugging him and laughing loudly. The skin from his cybernetic eyes was also ineffective on Lin Miao, making his true nature hard to discern. After a flicker of confusion, Hansen also laughed and hugged Lin Miao back. I never thought you'd consider me family, Mr. Lin. It's all my fault, my fault. The height difference between the two was like a bear and a passerby, anyone who saw them was afraid Hansen would accidentally strangle Lin Miao. But the two were incongruously walking arm in arm, heading into the hotel. Watching their backs disappear, Gago finally caught his breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly followed. Coming to Dogtown today to see you, Colonel, I wanted to discuss Pacifica's future face-to-face. As for the rumors circulating outside, I believe the Colonel certainly has his own judgment and hasn't been fooled by those journalists who love to stir up trouble and are always looking for a big scoop. Hansen had already withdrawn his hand and said casually, don't I know what those journalists are up to? They wish for things to be as big as possible, they're all guys who will say anything for a news story. Truly sensible people won't care what they say. Besides, Mr. Lin, you are now the administrator of Pacifica, with elite troops under your command who even dealt with the wraiths. Getting anyone's head is just a matter of a word. However, Dogtown is a complex place. Acting recklessly can be very dangerous. Even my own head could be moved if I'm not careful. As they talked, they reached the door of the private room, but the scene at the entrance was not harmonious. Several people were tied up, kneeling, and trembling. Coincidentally, Lin Miao knew all of them, their mugshots were still circulating among players. They were several notorious drug lords in Pacifica who had escaped multiple encirclements. Although it was suspected they had fled into Dogtown, Lin Miao hadn't expected Hansen to have them tied up here today. Hansen reached out and slowly explained to Lin Miao, I heard Mr. Lin detests drug sales, so I specifically caught these troublemakers as a welcome gift for you. Please don't decline. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier shot one of the drug dealers in the head, splattering blood and brains everywhere, even reaching Lin Miao's feet. Before Lin Miao could speak, Hansen glared at the soldier, damn it, didn't you see I was greeting an honored guest? You've dirted the floor. Get him out of here and clean it up quickly. 2 soldiers bowed their heads and dragged the dead man away, the blood flowing from the hole in his forehead staining the ground with a crimson trail. Hansen personally pulled open the curtain, radiating enthusiasm, not even glancing at the dead men. Mr. Lin, please. Hansen was from North America and didn't have the Asian custom of discussing business at the dinner table, banquets were for maintaining relationships after core conditions had been agreed upon. But since this was Night City, controlled by Arezaka, custom still leaned towards the Japanese. So, although there wasn't a grand dining table in the meeting room, and only he, Gago, and Lin Miao were present, there were still some drinks placed aside. Hansen occupied most of the sofa by himself. Leaning back in his chair, he asked curiously, speaking of which, Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts? Your business was doing so well, why suddenly come to a chaotic place like Pacifica to develop? Of course, it's for money. In this era, who doesn't do things for money? The 2 previous displays of dominance hadn't affected his thinking. With a calm expression and a faint smile, he said matter-of-factly, but, I don't like making money from the poor. Hansen took a sip from the glass in his hand. Then whose money do you want to make? Of course, whoever has money, I'll make theirs. Who has money? Who had money in Night City? Of course, it was those corporate executives and gang bosses, but why come to Pacifica to make their money? So Hansen didn't believe Lin Miao's words at all, until the other's gaze pointed at him. In Pacifica, who could be richer than the esteemed colonel of Dogtown? The sweat Gago had just wiped away started flowing again. Hansen's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Miao, and he said nothing. It wasn't until Lin Miao spoke the second half, taking an unexpected turn, of course, it's the companies and angel investors behind those unfinished buildings. I'm not a warlord or a gang selling drugs or smuggling military weapons. I'm the acting district chief of Pacifica, so of course, I need to be legitimate. I can't just smuggle sex dolls and film brain dances every day like the tiger claws, can I? Ha 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 ha, sharp insight, well said. Hansen gestured for Gago to pour wine into Lin Miao's glass. Most of the companies that have invested in Pacifica are local Californian businessmen. Their factories continuously produce goods sold to Europe, earning first-hand Eurodollars. In the cyber world, pure financial assets were like dancing girls waiting for people to rob them of money and beauty. Therefore, financial investment was merely a department under those industrial giants. Moreover, in a world where financial crises had lasted for decades, factories were the real capital. And first-hand Eurodollars could only be printed by the European Community Bank. Arezaka and Militech both had their own banks, but they were not qualified to print money, or rather, not qualified to print Eurodollars. Yen, US dollars, and other currencies simply couldn't be spent abroad, people wouldn't accept them. In a world controlled by corporations, exchange rates were merely tools to exploit local poor people. Governments had no power to control foreign exchange or currency. As long as the companies behind them were willing, they could print 100 times the market circulation of paper money in a single day to rob you. So, companies and individuals of any significant size only used Eurodollars. Even in this area, Hansen pointed to the ground, they are actually the ones who call the shots. Colonel Hansen, you're too modest. Everyone in Night City knows that you, Kurt Hansen, are the boss of Dogtown. Hansen waved away Lin Miao's flattery. A boss is often just a figurehead. Every day I open my eyes, there are hundreds of hungry dogs to feed, water, and clean up after, all waiting for me to serve them. I barely get a few bites for myself. If I were gone one day, those starving dogs and dog food sellers would bite everyone, tearing down this place that was so hard to build. It seems Colonel Hansen also has his difficulties. After toasting the other party, Lin Miao leaned closer to Hansen, and Gago, on the side, couldn't help but lean in to listen. Lin Miao then said, however, the reason I came to see Colonel Hansen this time is that I have a few ways to make money that I'd like to discuss with you. Oh? Please speak. Firstly, Pacifica is a treasure land. It has ports and plantations. As long as we can bring those investors back to rebuild Pacifica, the money you're making now, Colonel, will be a mere drop in the ocean. He was stating the obvious. Did Hansen need Lin Miao to remind him of such a thing? He himself had considered this, but the problem was it was impossible. For Pacifica to be rebuilt and make money from tourism and other industries, Hansen, as a dangerous element, could not exist. But as soon as Hansen laid down the Hellhound unit, Militech, the Cubans, and so many other enemies would immediately take his life. Unless a powerful force intervened forcefully, protected him, and took control of Pacifica's development rights. In Hansen's mind, the best candidate for this role was the European community, but unfortunately, several attempts to sound them out had been like throwing a stone into the sea, they ignored him. Secondly, Lin Miao looked at Hansen, a faint smile in his eyes. The Cubans. Gago. Oh. Hansen remained impassive. Are these Cubans related to us, or to money? Lin Miao, both. Oh. Are those Cubans in Dogtown, then? Yes. Lin Miao straightened up, increasing the distance between himself and Hansen. And no. The two looked at each other, smiles on their faces, but the atmosphere grew colder. Ha 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 ha. It was Gago who broke the tension. He picked up the wine bottle and poured drinks for both of them. Mr. Lin's words are quite profound. After giving Gago a warning look, Hansen continued, ha, then I wonder what exactly the relationship is between the Cubans Mr. Lin mentioned in Dogtown. The issue of Cuban drug trafficking was strange, yet not strange, as there had been precedents, even involving General Ochoa of Cuba back then, which implicated many people up and down the chain. The Baracaa Nature Reserve, 140 kilometers north of Havana, became a transit point for international drug trafficking groups smuggling drugs into the United States, earning over $100 million annually. But the problem was, that guy had been dealt with by Castro at the time, and subsequently, Cuba also cracked down on drugs, so there was no reason for such a large local drug trafficking group to exist. Castro even left behind a famous quote regarding this, if we do not execute 4 of them, our country will have to consider abolishing the death penalty entirely. Lin Miao later found out that, in this timeline, Castro ultimately did not escape the CIA's assassination, and the local government changed hands as a result. Cuba, having lost his control, completely became a paradise for various international drug trafficking groups integrating cultivation, drug manufacturing, and sales. And the United States, which killed Castro, became the primary dumping ground for massive amounts of drugs, with dozens of tons crossing the border annually, transported across the entire U.S. Chapter 260, each with his own agenda. The fact that Gago could ask that question without batting an eye truly impressed Lin Miao. He turned to Hansen and said, your accountant is a genius at feigning ignorance. Who doesn't know that nearly half of Night City and even America's drugs flow from you, Colonel Hansen? Among the lower-level gangs and corporations, apart from the sparkle produced by the Tiger Claws, the infamous black lace is the flagship product of the Cuban drug cartel. Now Gago was actually asking what the Cubans had to do with Dogtown? Wrong. Hansen shook his head. Even when Lin Miao pointed it out directly, he didn't get angry. In fact, he confidently held up a finger. I'm just running errands for the Cubans, earning a transit fee, and I'm only one of their legs. Why should he be angry? People in this era don't care if your business is illegal or if you have a moral bottom line. Making money is the real skill, those green banknotes are everything. The morals of the poor have no value whatsoever. So what if it's drug trafficking? Do you even have anything to traffic? Oh? Then, Colonel Hansen, please let us in on a secret. How many legs do these Cubans have? Gago, of course, it's 3. Even in North America, we aren't the only smuggling channel. Lin Miao chuckled, then Colonel Hansen must be their main leg. Yes, the main leg, but my leg is broken. Hansen's palm landed on his thigh, his eyes fixed on Lin Miao. 8 out of 10 times, my goods are hijacked by mercenaries in Night City. Think about it, how much money is that? The last few words were practically forced out through gritted teeth. Why did it break? How strange. Hansen didn't know how Lin Miao had the nerve to bring it up. His men had been like madmen, beating up drug dealers all over Night City. There was even one time Dog was almost dragged into it. The Cubans' goods were either robbed or lost, making them much harder to sell. Now, in Night City, it's almost impossible to find drugs to buy. Even with money, people can only get prescription drugs from doctors. But now that the other party was bringing this up to his face, was he trying to call a truce and do drug business together? This was actually similar to Lin Miao's previous attacks on those food companies. First, find a way to smash their roots, and then make a high-profile entry to distribute goods and seize channels. A very common business tactic, but effective. Broke in. Lin Miao nodded slightly, then seriously told the two, if you ask me, it's good that it's broken. Drugs harm both oneself and others. You might wake up one day, and snap, your head's gone, and your great latter half of life suddenly disappears. What a waste. Wouldn't doing legitimate business and getting clean be more comfortable than floating at sea? He would not agree to engage in such things, not even a temporary compromise. However, seeing Hansen's expression, Lin Miao knew that the other party was equally unwilling to give up the drug business. Hansen, a warlord, had no industries under him and relied entirely on smuggling arms and drugs to maintain his unit. Even if Lin Miao talked himself hoarse, Hansen would not cut off an arm just because of a few words from him. Even if he did find a new path, getting clean wouldn't be as simple as saying it. The Cubans wouldn't let him off easily. What a pity. Ah. Gago stepped forward again to mediate, saying, goods sell wherever they go. Even if they don't pass through Colonel Hansen's hands, they'll pass through others. Where there's demand, there's a market. We're not begging those people to use drugs, it's all their own choice. If they die, it's not anyone else's fault. Besides Night City, the Cubans' goods also go through Miami into Florida, and north through Mexico into New Mexico. Their network spans the globe, even having bases in Mexico and the Baja California Peninsula. We are just pawns, whether we do it or not won't affect the overall situation. To this day, drugs are deeply ingrained in the bones of various countries. Gago simply couldn't understand why Lin Miao was entangled with Hansen over such a trivial matter. If he wanted money, or to monopolize the drug market, he just needed to say so. Wouldn't it be better if everyone worked together to expand the business and make money? There are more addictive substances in the world than just drugs, why do something so thankless and futile? The legends of Night City are in graves, and good people are also in graves. Lin Miao, where there's a will, there's a way. Bang. Another gunshot and a dull thud came from outside the door. Clearly, Hansen didn't want to continue discussing this broken negotiation topic. He absolutely had to do the drug business. With only arms, he couldn't support so many subordinates or maintain his existing network of connections. Perhaps Hansen wasn't confident in handling Lin Miao, so he would let the Cubans do it. Cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Now, let's see how much Lin Miao weighs when the Cubans, without their horse, come to size him up. Let's not talk about such unpleasant things, Mr. Lin. Let's discuss something else. All right. Lin Miao agreed to Hansen's request with a smile. If we can't discuss the Cubans, then let's return to the issue of Pacifica and Dogtown. To revitalize Pacifica and attract investors' attention again, we need Colonel Hansen to show leadership and make an example. Oh? I'm willing to hear about that. According to my and the City Council's plan, Pacifica's reconstruction is imminent, but many people are unwilling to believe that you, Colonel, are actually a helpful good person. They all think Colonel Hansen is a ticking time bomb in Pacifica, so they not only abandoned their previous early investments, leaving behind many unfinished buildings, but now also refuse to continue investing. But as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Even for the sake of money, I believe Colonel Hansen, you are willing to take a step back and give Pacifica peace, even if only temporarily. So I want to discuss with you, since we're rebuilding, why not start with Dogtown? And by the way, I'd like to trouble Colonel Hansen to set an example by making your Hellhound unit the security force for Dogtown's reconstruction, to prevent those short-sighted small gangs from causing trouble. As for the security funding, I can absolutely satisfy Colonel Hansen. As for your businesses, Mr. Hansen, I will not interfere. Then I'll earn construction fees, and you'll earn security fees. We'll join forces to make money, wouldn't that be wonderful? Frankly, Hansen was probably the person least hoping for Pacifica to stabilize. He had run it as Night City's dumping ground and business center. Every day, countless corporate executives came to Dogtown for private, clandestine meetings about unspeakable matters, and to handle embezzled company assets there. Dogtown absorbed most of Night City's filth and became an intractable sore on Night City. But the problem was that he had made this cake too big, so big that it was attracting the attention of certain indescribable entities. Hansen's intelligence was far more extensive than some people imagined. He knew Arezaka was privately contacting Bennett, he knew Gago was privately contacting Mealy Tech, and he knew some middlemen in Dogtown were restless. He actually knew everything. Hansen had some leverage, but not enough. So, before those people decided to replace Hansen, he had to start finding ways to save himself. And the best way was to attract more people to the table before the other side made a move, re-establishing a balance that would make the opponent hesitant to act. At the same time, he needed to find ways to continue expanding his own power, so that the other side would weigh whether it was worth it before making a move. Therefore, Lin Miao's proposal was actually quite tempting to him. The Hellhound unit had a chance to use this momentum to get clean and become a military company. Compared to their previous unpleasant conversation, Hansen preferred the current topic. The hidden killing intent he had earlier briefly receded. A very good proposal. Then, Mr. Lin, what kind of help do you need? In the future, a batch of building materials and living supplies will need to be transported back and forth between Dogtown and Pacifica. I also need to recruit a group of construction workers locally, so I ask for your convenience, Colonel. This topic also provided an opportunity for Gago to join in, and the three began discussing the details back and forth. If Militika's attitude hadn't been so firm, Gago truly wouldn't have wanted to get involved in this matter. This Mr. Lin had repeatedly provoked Hansen, and he was genuinely afraid that Hansen, once enraged, would smash his cup as a signal, and dozens of swordsmen would rush out and chop Lin Miao to death right there. However, doing so would also give others a reason to criticize, and Hansen wouldn't survive either. Even if he could deal with those mercenaries, he couldn't deal with Mealy Tech, who would use this opportunity to kill him. But what Hansen was thinking was far beyond what was in Gago's head. If the cake got bigger, Dogtown would be targeted. Wouldn't Lin Miao also be targeted? He could die, and Lin Miao could also die. Moreover, Lin Miao had offended far more people than himself. As long as he waited, those guys would eventually be unable to restrain themselves and make a move. And he also happened to use this so-called Dogtown renovation plan to cover every move the Hellhound unit was making in their underground Mealy Tech laboratory. By then, the smuggling business would continue, the drug business would continue, and he would wash his hands clean and go legitimate, killing three birds with one stone. Hansen's mood instantly improved, and even Lin Miao's annoying face seemed much more agreeable. Bang bang bang. Gunshots? No, the sky outside the window was lit up with colorful fireworks, most of which were set off in the direction of Dogtown's main entrance. There were also a few scattered firework launching points within Dogtown itself, or rather, within the Hellhound unit's garrison, at the foot of the Gem Blue Hotel, and faintly, there was the sound of people singing. Someone had infiltrated, and the Hellhound unit hadn't even noticed. Hansen frowned because, through the Hellhound unit lieutenant's optical implant in the direction of the main gate, he saw the scene there, a group of unknown individuals gathered at the entrance of Dogtown, holding some kind of party. The Hellhound unit guards were all on high alert, holding their guns, fearing that some conspiracy was hidden among this group of people. Hansen almost didn't need to guess who the instigator behind it was, especially since the other party was smiling at him from there. His Gem Blue, which he thought was impenetrable, was not as secure as he had imagined. His recently improved mood instantly plummeted again, that face was still so annoying. Young man. There's no need to feel down. Young man. At the main entrance of Dogtown, hundreds of players gathered on a stage opposite the entrance, creating a very joyful atmosphere. The four Beatles, who had left Dogtown just 3 days ago, were loudly singing the classic song YMCA on stage. The players below, regardless of whether they could sing or not, just shouted along, or made hot dog jokes. The most important thing was to have fun. It was also a celebration for the first batch of players who entered Dogtown to explore and survived for 3 days. However, their actions annoyed the Hellhound unit at Dogtown's main gate. Damn it, I'm standing here in the cold guarding the gate, and you're feasting and drinking across the street, even singing? What's the meaning of this? If they were inside Dogtown, wouldn't any resident come up and show them some respect? This was simply not putting the Hellhound unit in their place. This was no ordinary gang, and they had to be dealt with severely. Since the players didn't have a unified uniform, and Horizon Corporation's standard outfits were openly sold, it was impossible to tell who they were just by their casual clothing. What are you doing there? Get out of here. At the officer's signal, several Hellhound unit soldiers swaggered forward with guns, trying to disperse the crowd. Officer, we're not interfering with traffic, and we applied to the city council for a gathering. We haven't done anything wrong, have we? A player on the periphery, whose shoulder was grabbed, glared unhappily at these NPCs. We weren't looking for trouble with you, but you came looking for it yourselves. You should know that the administrative control of Pacifica is now in Horizon Corporation's hands. What right does your Hellhound unit, an illegal private armed organization, have to boss me around? Shouldn't I be the one saying that? The Hellhound unit was used to being arrogant in Dogtown. In the past, even NCPD police wouldn't dare to speak to them like that. The Hellhound unit cannon fodder, sent by the lieutenant to test the waters, immediately exploded. They directly raised their guns and pressed them against the player's forehead. Still daring to talk back? Don't you know that we, the Hellhound unit, call the shots in this area? Believe it or not, if I shoot you dead right now, no one would dare to care. But the players didn't care about your Hellhound unit or not. You're looking for trouble like that? What's going on? Where did these idiots come from? The players, who were originally happily drinking, immediately put down what they were doing and surrounded the Hellhound unit when they saw someone pointing a gun at them. Those with guns pulled out guns, those with cyberware activated their cyberware, just waiting for the names above these NPCs' heads to turn red and their health bars to appear, so they could kill them for loot. Get away from me. Step back. Or I'll shoot. Realizing that this group of people wasn't intimidated by them, the Hellhound unit soldiers felt a little panicked, but their ingrained arrogant habits wouldn't allow them to back down. They could only yell back, not daring to make a move, waiting for the other side to strike first. The two sides were locked in a standoff until a sound rang out. Clink. Clink. It was the crisp sound of a glass bottle tapping against a road guardrail. The players seemed to realize something and quickly made way. Gloria, swaying with half a bottle of alcohol, stood among the crowd. A few strands of her red hair fell messily across her eyes, her cheeks were flushed with intoxication, and her lips constantly exhaled alcoholic breath. Even from her eyes, it was clear that she was extremely vexed at this moment. Lin Miao had gone in and hadn't returned yet, not even a message. Main and the others hadn't gone in with him, which made Gloria very worried about his safety. Even though she knew there shouldn't be any problems, she was just very worried, and it made her feel her own helplessness from another perspective. And these Hellhound unit soldiers in front of her might have been sent by Hansen. Gloria didn't want to cause trouble, it might disrupt his plan. She asked drunkenly, "Officer, is there a problem with us drinking here? Is there a problem?" The Hellhound unit soldier sensed that the woman in front of him didn't want to cause trouble, and the arrogance that had just been suppressed by the players immediately flared up. "This is freaking Dogtown. What are you people, daring to do all this nonsense right across from us?" Apparently, this soldier hadn't connected these people in front of him with the group who had previously cleared out scavengers' strongholds in the city. Or rather, who would have thought? Gloria listened to the other party ramble on for a long time. The implication was nothing more than wanting a bribe to settle the matter, and preferably to call over a few pretty girls to play with them. While speaking, he even looked at a few female players in the crowd with lewd eyes. Those few, tell them. Gloria, who had been listening for a long time without hearing any news about Lin Miao, felt an unnamed rage well up inside her. Why should I talk to this kind of trash? Player habits are contagious. Gloria's body moved faster than her brain. Bang. It was the sound of a glass bottle breaking against a skull. Beer mixed with glass shards cut through the soldier's synthetic scalp, revealing the metallic bone beneath. The soldier was shocked by the sudden outburst from the person in front of him. Just as he was about to shoot back, he felt a sharp blade pierce his lower jaw from below, going straight to his brain. In the next instant, his consciousness vanished into darkness. The drunk Gloria calmly looked at the Hellhound unit soldier who had collapsed to the ground. The surgical blade, extended from her arm bone into her palm, slowly retracted. The soldier's death served as a catalyst. Now, it wasn't just the few Hellhound unit soldiers who had come to inquire, the Hellhound unit soldiers who were already prepared in the back immediately aimed their guns at the players. Just as a bloody conflict was about to erupt between the two sides, "What are you all doing? Put your guns down immediately." At some unknown point, two vehicles drove from inside Dogtown to the main gate. After a quick scan, Gago in the first car saw the scene and quickly shouted to stop the Hellhound unit soldiers who were about to open fire. The colonel wanted to use the deaths of cannon fodder to gain benefits for himself, to have a few people die, then record it, and later demand compensation from Lin Miao. But he wouldn't actually choose to go to war with Lin Miao at this time. The two sides had failed on one item but succeeded on another. Mr. Linear look. Gago, who had stopped the conflict between the two sides, turned to look at Lin Miao in the car. "I'm sorry to trouble you. Have your people come out and clean up the mess." Lin Miao hadn't expected Gloria to kill so decisively. It was only one or two small fry, and even if a real fight broke out, it was within the plan, it would just be a bit troublesome to clean up afterward. He drove the car in front of Gloria and patted the passenger seat. "Get in." Gloria was like a child who had done something wrong, completely devoid of her previous ruthlessness when killing. With a flushed face, she lowered her head, opened the car door, and got in. Lin Miao then looked at the players, who were somewhat disheartened because they hadn't gotten to kill anyone. "Keep the music playing, keep the dancing." Chapter 261, What if there is no production line? Then go and rob it. Instead of driving back to Santo Domingo, Lin Miao found a quiet spot on the outskirts of the player activity area, parked his car, and watched from a distance as the players cheered, "Sorry, Mr. Linear." Gloria, in the passenger seat, curled up like a child who had done something wrong, awaiting Lin Miao's scolding. The act of killing provided Hansen with leverage, and since Gloria had personally committed the killing, he could easily use this as an excuse to gain an advantage in subsequent negotiations. Moreover, this was likely Gloria's first time personally killing someone, she had done it almost instinctively. It could only be said that after spending a long time with certain people, one's approach to problems tends to become more direct. "It's fine. It was just cannon fodder. Killing him is no big deal," Lin Miao said. Lin Miao didn't dwell on the issue. Anyway, for now, he was just playing along with Hansen. Once he finished dealing with Petrochem, it was only a matter of time before the two sides clashed. He was just a little surprised that Gloria would personally kill someone. Shouldn't any random player be able to do something like that? However, Lin Miao noticed that Gloria's expression seemed a bit down, but it didn't look like she was scared after killing someone. So, he took out a bottle of water, twisted open the cap, and handed it to her, telling her to sober up. You seem very unhappy today. Gloria leaned against the window and didn't even take the water. Mr. Lin, you put Arrow in my hands, but so far, Arrow hasn't been able to achieve normal profitability. It relies entirely on subsidies from other industries to maintain hospital operations. Am I useless? Arrow, after all, was formerly outsourced municipal medical care. It was shady, but at least the directors at that time were making money. Now, after being restructured under Gloria, despite expanding business, using clean methods, gaining more clients, and having so many players helping to save people across the city, the financial deficit has not only failed to shrink but has rapidly expanded further. One must know that the medical industry is the easiest industry to make money in Night City. Someone who can run a hospital into bankruptcy is truly a marvel. Many peers were waiting to see Arrow fail. Because of this, Gloria felt very guilty, even though all the loss-making decisions were made by Lin Miao. Free clinics, affordable medical care, expanding emergency medical teams, giving out mission rewards to players playing like this, the medical fees simply couldn't cover the cost of saving a single person. Especially when the resident doctor brought up the matter of generic drugs in front of Gloria, it made her even more troubled. Gloria. Lin Miao forcefully placed the water bottle in her hand, then looked into her eyes and said, the easiest thing in this world is to make money. As long as I am willing to abandon my principles, I can make as much money as I want. But in my plan, hospitals, like schools, should prioritize social responsibility over profit. Don't place too much importance on money. The success of a person in a career is judged by the value you create, not the price. Overemphasizing so-called financial reports will only lead to you being alienated by the numbers. If making a lot of money counts as success, then all the drug dealers we've killed would be winners in life. Gloria didn't quite understand. Having grown up in Night City, the phrase corporate social responsibility was utterly foreign to her, and she didn't understand what alienation meant, though she vaguely sensed it wasn't a good thing. But at least Lin Miao didn't blame her for the hospital not making money, which made Gloria feel somewhat better. She picked up the bottle and took a small sip. Seeing her relax, Lin Miao also brought up the main topic. He didn't expect her to understand what he was saying in a short time. Gloria, how much do you know about the industrial techniques and equipment for producing drugs? Lin Miao, who had just been speaking profound truths, suddenly shifted the conversation to drug production. The contrast caught Gloria off guard for a moment. Lin Miao knew she had misunderstood his intentions, so he quickly explained, I want to know how different the equipment for producing drugs is from the equipment for producing medicines. Well, Gloria was somewhat involved in the medical industry, so she knew a fair bit about this. The resident doctor and his colleagues, limited by their imagination, probably hadn't considered the idea of large-scale drug production lines, since movies always depicted small workshops and manual drug making on a small scale, with 1 or 2 tons a year being the absolute maximum. Drug manufacturing is actually very simple. Theoretically, if you just diligently complete high school chemistry, the knowledge in the textbooks is entirely sufficient for making drugs. The difficulty lies in purification. Most chemical equipment is actually versatile. The only differences are in the production process and raw materials. The difficulty in making drugs lies in purification. So, the larger and more established a drug manufacturing operation is, the better the equipment they will use. Lin Miao, then, if you had the chemical formula, detailed ingredient list, and relevant papers for a drug, could you produce an equivalent drug? Drug bottles in the cyber world wouldn't have these printed on them, but drug bottles elsewhere would. No, at most, you could only produce a generic drug, and the effect usually wouldn't be very good, Gloria said. Gloria noticed Lin Miao's limited understanding of the pharmaceutical industry, so she explained, the effect of a drug is far more complex than just some papers and ingredient lists. Even if you use the same main ingredients for a generic, differences in purity, order of production input, and manufacturing process will lead to variations in the impurity profile, crystal form, and residues. Moreover, the composition of excipients is also crucial. It's like a state banquet chef giving you a recipe, what you cook will inevitably be vastly different from what they cook. To achieve the same efficacy level as an original research drug, you must invest a large amount of capital in reverse engineering and conduct double-blind clinical trials to verify its efficacy. And even then, the original research drug company will continuously improve the drug's process and formula to enhance its efficacy, generating new patents. In short, without investing a huge amount of capital, even if you can produce a generic drug, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. This isn't a problem that can be solved with just equipment and a formula. The cost of such a process would likely be no less than that of the original research drug. If money were really that easy to make, it wouldn't be Lin Miao's turn to consider this idea. However, Gloria's words did not sway Lin Miao's decision. So, if we had a group of research and technical personnel from pharmaceutical companies, along with relevant AI assistants, we could quickly begin production of generic drugs. Theoretically, yes. Gloria also remembered that among the players, there were engineers, construction workers, and drivers of full range of professions. It would be reasonable and logical for some of them to have experience working in pharmaceutical factories, wouldn't it? But what about the equipment and raw materials? Gloria knew how expensive those things were, they were far beyond what ordinary assembly line tools could compare to. She suddenly fell silent, because Gloria remembered the question Lin Miao had asked her earlier. The industrial processes and equipment for producing drugs. Drugs are actually a type of medicine, just with strong addictive and hallucinogenic properties. Morphine is also a type of painkiller. Theoretically, equipment used to produce drugs could be used to produce other medicines without any problem. But the problem is that Night City, for all its international metropolis facade, doesn't have production lines of this scale, even in Dogtown. At most, there are underground manual workshops like those of the Tiger Claws. Lin Miao no longer kept Gloria in the dark. He didn't have the money to import large quantities of chemical production lines, and moreover, mass-producing generic drugs had to be kept secret from Militech and other pharmaceutical companies. The Dogtown black market couldn't hide it from those guys, and buying them on the open market wasn't realistic. The best option was the only one left. Steal. The primitive intensity of capital is always bloody, just like the player's first job was to rob the night walkers. Cuba. Gloria also realized what Lin Miao intended to do, and her mind was instantly shaken. There was no need to talk about chivalry with a nefarious drug cartel like the Cubans, everyone just had to band together and get it done. Most importantly, robbing the Cubans wouldn't offend too many people openly, as beating up drug dealers is inherently righteous and firmly occupies the moral high ground. But the biggest problem was that the Cuban drug cartel wasn't an organization of dozens or hundreds of people, it was a state-level entity engaged in global drug trafficking, with at least 15 tons of drugs transported into the American Federation daily through various channels, valued at over $800 million. They used shipping planes, airships, armed escort units, and even offshore submarines, monopolizing 80% of the global market for chemically synthesized drugs. Compared to them, even Pablo, the Colombian drug lord who once shook the world, was a small-timer. The Golden Triangle? Just a roadside ditch. The most interesting thing about drugs in the cyber world is that the American Federation, even before its collapse and fragmentation, had already launched the first South American war in the name of eradicating drugs, although the American Federation's true purpose at the time was to seize lithium mines in Chile and Bolivia. To this end, the American Federation even went so far as to develop a gene-editing virus that incinerated all the poppy fields in South America. The cost of this was incurring the displeasure of European corporations that secretly funded Colombian drug lords. Ultimately, Colombian drug traffickers detonated a portable nuclear bomb in Manhattan in 1993, adding insult to injury for an American Federation already mired in economic crisis. From then on, the drug industry in South America also suffered a decline, largely shifting to its former partner, Cuba. After all, chemical drugs don't require vast poppy fields like heroin. Once a factory is built, the captivating white pills, sprays, and candy chocolates can flow endlessly off the production line. The Cuban government, already teetering due to the color revolution, watched as the Cuban army, bought out by drug traffickers, drove tanks into the Ministry of Justice building. Dozens of judges and hundreds of Ministry of Justice members were shot dead on the spot, and the entire building was set ablaze, with the fire burning for 3 days and 3 nights without extinguishing. From that day on, the smell of cocaine permeated the air of Cuba, lasting for over 40 years, and it hasn't dissipated even today. On a side note, Mexico originally also had drug cartels, and the government was powerless against them, until the Cuban drug cartel swiftly moved to clear out and eliminate the local drug organizations, restoring order to Mexico. Of course, the amount of drugs flowing into the Mexican market only increased. With such a ruthless character behind him, it's no wonder Hansen was able to operate in Night City for 7 whole years. And even if they won, Cuba is so far from Night City, separated by an ocean. Even if their factories were destroyed, how would they transport everything back? Would Europe retaliate for the same reason afterward? Even the most iron-willed players couldn't withstand a nuclear bomb. Gloria didn't speak, but the worry in her eyes as she looked at Lin Miao was unconcealed. We must fight the drug traffickers, Gloria. Difficulty is not an excuse for us to avoid problems. Lin Miao wasn't doing this for some simple sense of justice, that would be purely offering his head as a target. If it were 50 years ago, Lin Miao would never dare to provoke the Cubans, but now it's 2076, not 2026. Since he had already offended them, he might as well directly turn hostile. In terms of addictive goods, brain dance, as it has developed to this day, can be said to utterly surpass inhaled drugs in terms of portability, low cost, and safety. Most importantly, there is a mutually exclusive relationship between inhaled drugs and brain dance. Stimulant drugs like cocaine, methamphetamine, and amphetamine disrupt the normal secretion of endorphins by brain neurons. Once addicted, they significantly hinder the brain dance headset's ability to regulate neuroendocrine function, preventing users from achieving the desired excitatory emotions. This is also why, despite the current cyber society's low regulatory control and the drug-using population increasing several times over the past 40 to 50 years, market consumption has not significantly increased. The excess market has been taken by brain dance. After all, can your hallucinations be more real than brain dance? As long as there is a conflict of interest, Lin Miao has room to maneuver. After all, he has also assembled a team to develop brain dance, and although its purpose is completely different, he has ample commercial reasons to do so. He might even be able to attract several partners to help him withstand pressure from various parties. Lin Miao explained his plan to Gloria bit by bit. He indeed intended to rob the Cuban drug traffickers, but he had no intention of transporting the equipment back from Cuba. For Cuba to produce drugs, its chemical industry must be very developed. Dismantling it and transporting it back would not only incur huge logistics costs but also require a period of personnel training. However, if they could take over the drug cartel's chemical plant and convert it to drug production on site, it would save a large sum of money and even gain the support of the local people. After all, as long as there is work and money, what is the difference between producing drugs and producing medicine? The latter is even safer. Furthermore, doing so would confine the conflict between the two sides as much as possible within Cuba and control the intensity of the war to a certain extent, preventing anyone from bringing a nuclear bomb into Night City to hit Lin Miao with a big one. But, Mr. Lin, why are you telling me all this? After this short chat, Gloria's intoxication had also faded by 7 or 8 parts. Especially since Lin Miao actually sought her out privately for such a significant matter, this greatly diminished Gloria's previous feelings of inadequacy. Lin Miao's tone suddenly became serious, because I need someone to go to Cuba to help me determine the location, integrity, and reliability of the drug chemical factories within Cuba. Also, there's the issue of surveying the Cuban terrain to see where it's suitable for large-scale airdrops and establishing forward operating bases. Astonishing remarks. If it were anyone else, they would probably think Lin Miao was crazy. Even Militech hasn't thought of targeting Cuba. Me. Gloria was dumbfounded, even wondering if she had misheard. She wasn't afraid of risk, she was just shocked that Lin Miao would think to ask her to handle such an important matter. Gloria had never even left Night City in her life. But Lin Miao also had his own considerations. This matter required extreme secrecy, not a single piece of information could be leaked except to those Lin Miao absolutely trusted. Moreover, he certainly couldn't disappear in front of everyone. Lucy is a hacker, she can do things Lin Miao cannot. But the tasks in Gloria's hands, he could temporarily take over and manage. At most, he would inform the players that their medical tutor was on a business trip. Yes, I will arrange for Expert, the killer, and an entire security team to be with you. Additionally, I will forge Wraith's identities for you all, claiming that your smuggling business in Night City suffered a major blow, and thus you need to find a new source of profit, which is why you are going to Cuba for an inspection. The Cubans' drug business in Night City is currently suppressed by me. Regardless of what happens next, they are definitely very dissatisfied with Hansen right now. With a second sales channel willing to participate, they will most likely not refuse. Although drug sales are illegal, in this era of crumbling etiquette, few people would pursue it to the end like Lin Miao. It would be perfectly reasonable for a businessman to openly visit a drug manufacturing plant in Cuba. Furthermore, among all the players, Lin Miao trusted those few the most. Perhaps their strength wasn't top tier, but they were absolutely reliable in their work. Their ability to gather intelligence was also exceptional. Even if going with Gloria failed, they could ensure Gloria escaped back. Gloria pursed her lips, knowing in her heart that this trip was even more important to Lin Miao than the Big Sur water plant. The latter was merely a means of profit, while the former was the foundation. The fact that the other party entrusted such an important task to her was undoubtedly the greatest trust in her abilities. Her previous self-doubt now seemed incredibly ridiculous. But undoubtedly, the risk of this trip might be the greatest she had faced since becoming Lin Miao's employee. That place was the lair of global drug traffickers. A slight misstep leading to intelligence leaks could result in instant death. Even Lin Miao couldn't guarantee a 100% error-free outcome. I'm willing to go. Her voice showed no hesitation. This was not a decision made out of impulse or a moment of hot-headedness, but rather sincere conviction from the heart. And there was no personal emotion mixed in. Gloria had not received formal medical training, nor had she sworn an oath to Hippocrates, but Gloria could feel an unprecedented power brewing between the players in Horizon Corporation, and it was affecting her. It was an indescribable emotion and ideal, merely a fleeting glimpse from outside the door, but it made her understand what an ideal was. What a great undertaking was. For that ethereal world, and so that more people would not live in a rotten world like this, what did it matter even if she died? Chapter 262 The Assassinations that followed. An emergency occurred in Santo Domingo. At 9 a.m. today, a group of unidentified terrorists attacked the third floor of the Horizon Corporation agency with short-range rockets. Reportedly, there were no casualties, and the fugitives are still being pursued. There is no definitive news yet, but according to relevant sources, this terrorist attack might be linked to drug trafficking groups. Horizon Corporation is involved in braindance development and claims that a groundbreaking neural implant is about to be released. Mr. Lin, the chairman of Horizon Corporation, was shot at the Grand Imperial Mall in Pacifica. It is reported that he was giving a speech at the time. Below is a video taken by the crowd at the scene. In the TV news footage, Lin Miao stood before a microphone on a high platform, speaking to the public below. We utterly detest and will never tolerate the rampant drug trade in Night City. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from a distance, and Lin Miao collapsed. The panicked crowd scattered, and surrounding bodyguards quickly formed a human shield around Lin Miao for cover. The assassin's aim was incredibly precise, and the bullet was intended to replicate the Kennedy assassination by targeting Lin Miao's head. Fortunately, the shot missed vital areas, merely grazing his scalp and being stopped by his titanium alloy skull. Blood streamed from the broken skin, staining half of Lin Miao's face, yet he pushed aside the bodyguards in front of him, stood with the Grand Imperial Mall behind him, and raised his fist, shouting, "We will never compromise with drug dealers and criminal forces. Make Night City great again." And coincidentally, a reporter coincidentally stood below the stage, coincidentally filmed this scene, and then coincidentally had it published in major media outlets across Night City. No matter how rampant drugs become, no matter how frequent shootings are in the city, resisting drugs and violent murder always aligns with the simple moral values of the common people. Especially the phrase MNGA, that Lin Miao, who survived the shooting, shouted before leaving, was like a miracle from a mythical story, greatly boosting his public favorability and recognition among ordinary people. It's important to remember that most politicians don't have much fame, most Americans might not know how many local council members there are or what their names are. Therefore, newsworthy events are crucial, and what happened to Lin Miao could be used as a trump card for them. But whether intentionally or not, or however much they trusted the shooter's aim, they wouldn't dare to pit their own head against a bullet, even with a titanium alloy skull. After all, in this era where fathers are kind and sons are filial, and husbands and wives are harmonious, who can guarantee that your confidant is truly a confidant? Since the meeting with Hansen, things have been one after another. There was a paper lawsuit from Petrochem, those old Cubans adamantly denied any knowledge of the scavengers, resorting to holy severance. Due to the exposure of the smuggling issue, some small and medium-sized cyberware companies in the Soviet Union and the European community united to cause trouble for Petrochem, leaving Petrochem no energy to cross oceans to bother Lin Miao. Furthermore, within a week, Lin Miao was subjected to several assassination attempts from unknown sources. The largest-scale attack directly involved missile bombardment of the entire third floor of the agency. Besides that, there were bombings of Lin Miao's vehicles, motorcycle and car shootings, long-range sniping, a wide variety of assassination methods. Except for the Grand Imperial Mall incident, which Lin Miao orchestrated himself, all the others were real. And even if the assassins didn't confess and all committed suicide, Lin Miao could still roughly guess who was behind them. It must be the Cuban drug trafficking group, and they even dared to use missiles in Night City, with no trace found afterward, undoubtedly meaning someone was covering for them. Those with this capability and motive are most likely Arezaka and those gangs. Lin Miao sent Gloria into hiding as a protective measure, knowing that attacks would occur during this period. She is not like Lucy, her combatability is not strong, and it would be difficult for her to survive assassinations like Lin Miao. Mr. Lin, I've heard much about you, but seeing is believing. Having witnessed your courage today, I am truly impressed. Your head is currently worth a seven-figure sum on Night City's assassination list, yet you still dare to come and meet me formally. I'm almost afraid my own agency is being targeted by a loitering munition. On the top floor of the Night City DMS Corporation building, Owen Cavell, a blonde middle-aged man and the current president of this 80-year-old media company, sat opposite Lin Miao. In his hand was a product analysis report, detailing a neural implant that could more precisely control the neuroendocrine secretions of the brain and coordinate the electrical signals of various senses, thereby elevating the user's brain dance experience by several levels. To use a vivid analogy, it's like upgrading from 1080p to 8K, with the frame rate boosted to 240, and ray tracing effects enabled. Arturo also built in a simplified brain dance editor, allowing users to adjust sensory depth and visual filters. However, more than the product analysis report in his hand, Owen was surprised by Lin Miao's audacity. A company that had only been established for half a year had successively offended a large group of behemoths that could easily crush him. Under such pressure, not only did he not die, but he also showed a trend of growing larger. Now, he even braved multiple assassination attempts from his opponents to come and do business with him, which filled Owen with both admiration and a sense of dread. 7 figures. Lin Miao chuckled, is my head really that cheap in their eyes? That price is not cheap, honestly, I'm a little tempted myself. Owen placed the document on the table, looked at the young man who was stirring up trouble in Night City, and after a long pause, asked, with this technology, why don't you go to News 54? As a media industry and partner, News 54 and wins are much larger than our DMS. Owen valued this technology greatly and already knew the answer to this question, but that didn't stop him from asking. Lin Miao replied, News 54 might dominate traditional news media in North America, and even WNS is somewhat behind, but in Night City's brain dance industry, who can compare to DMS, which hot built from the ground up? Moreover, the prerequisite for cooperation is equal status between both parties. DMS is the leader in the brain dance industry, and it doesn't have the overbearing dominance of News 54. From any perspective, your company is the best partner. Haha, Mr. Lin, you flatter me. Owen didn't take Lin Miao's flattery seriously, he had heard such compliments so many times his ears were calloused. Compared to pleasant words, he focused more on the benefits the other party could bring, which is what every company cares about. I don't care how much trouble you have, I only care how much money you can bring. However, my experts told me that while your implant design concept is sound, it could affect the human brain's blood-brain barrier, causing neural receptors to develop slight resistance to certain chemical agents. Mr. Lin, I'd like to ask what's going on. Besides this, Owen also tried to have his technical experts crack the encryption of the neural component, but it failed, as expected. The opponent's hacker skills were far superior to DMS's experts, but this was not something easy to bring up. It's just a negligible cost. Isn't the most important thing the vast prospects this product can bring? Lin Miao asked with a smile, a person's time and money in a day are limited. If I use a little more, you use a little less. Would the DMS president really consider his competitor? Haha. Owen, of course, knew what this meant and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes, what does it matter to him if people with this implant can't get high? If fewer people are addicted to drugs, they can spend their money and time on his brain dance, right? We at JDMS are a company that sells dreams, fulfilling the dreams of countless people. Mr. Lin, but I never imagined that it would one day be your turn to fulfill my dream. The implant developed by your company is a perfect match for us. I can barely wait to personally meet the genius who designed this product. Ah, a genius. Lin Miao looked at the enthusiastic DMS president and couldn't help but inwardly scoff. This genius came to me only after your company fired him to save costs. However, even if DMS hadn't fired Arturo, they would never have allowed Arturo to develop a brain dance for treating depression, let alone this implant, which is essentially for curing drug addiction and repairing damaged neurons, with the brain dance enhancement being merely a side effect. Only desperate reality makes people actively pursue beautiful illusions and unwilling to wake up. If you cure them and fill them with hope for reality, then what dreams would I sell? It would be cutting off their livelihood. Lin Miao did not intend to tell the other party about Arturo, so as not to discourage the president. That won't do. What if you try to poach her in front of me? Wouldn't I be at a huge loss? Ha 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 ha, look at you, how could that be? Owen chuckled, glossing over the matter, and then began discussing the subsequent cooperation terms and arrangements with Lin Miao. After they finished talking, he still had to take these things to a board meeting and convince the majority before the cooperation could officially begin. However, Owen saw one thing very clearly: the main reason braindance could directly compete with drugs on the market was not their DMS, but the tens of thousands of creators in the civilian sector. Regardless of the quality of the technology, regardless of whether it was bloody or violent, the true reason it could thrive was that everyone could use the equipment to film their own brain dance. The neural regulator developed by Horizon Corporation would inevitably affect the braindance industry chain of other manufacturers, not just DMS. Instead of letting those guys silently enjoy the benefits of industry upgrades, it would be better to drag them all into it. Mr. Owen, are you suggesting establishing a braindance industry association? Yes. Owen nodded. This technological upgrade can be said to have a profound impact on our braindance industry. I think we can take this opportunity to establish a relatively complete system of rules in the industry, rather than letting the current wild growth continue. Lin Miao immediately understood what this guy wanted to do. He wanted to use this opportunity to make DMS the true leader of the braindance industry. Although DMS was a junior in the traditional media industry, in the braindance field, they had a unique first-mover advantage. Even Lin Miao and the players were using braindance headbands produced by DMS Corporation. In other words, the DMS platform wanted to integrate all authors to set the rules for the industry. Of course, but I have a suggestion. Please speak. I investigated before I came. In 2075 alone, excluding illegal braindance, the number of deaths caused by braindance was 173, averaging 1 death every 2 days. Most of these were due to excessive immersion in braindance, forgetting to eat, and ultimately dying of physiological failure. Even drug dealers know it's best to keep patients' illnesses lingering, slowly draining all the money from their pockets. How could a braindance seller let customers starve to death from watching movies? We are merchants. Merchants want to make money, and at the very least, they shouldn't let customers die. Dead people can't pay, otherwise, wouldn't we be like those drug dealers who drain the pond to catch all the fish? For long-term business, reputation is naturally the most important. It's best to limit the audience's daily usage time. This way, not only can the same length of braindance satisfy customers for a longer consumption period, but it also gives them time and motivation to find work, earn money, and purchase higher quality paid content. Additionally, I suggest we establish cooperative relationships with other Night City industrial manufacturers to create braindance for industry employee skill training, establish industrial memberships, and allow employees to undergo skill training through immersive braindance. We would be responsible for earning commissions. Like Militica's training behavior chips. Yes. Not all jobs are as unskilled as an assembly line. Well-trained employees have always been a very important part of the internal operations of major enterprises. Even in 2076, not all corporate employees were agency lords, the number of frontline workers was still considerable. Owen nodded to himself. Many companies were doing this, and there were ready-made products. If they could be integrated, it would be a valuable resource. However, this would make intranet construction critical. Hackers would surely come in every other day to take advantage, selling pirated braindance and data, unless there was a very powerful group of hackers to maintain the intranet and design data fortresses to resist those external hackers. Owen glanced at Lin Miao twice. The other party was clearly determined to take on this project. He sighed, that's a good idea. No wonder Mr. Lin, you've achieved such astonishing results in such a short time. You truly can't judge a book by its cover. Lin Miao smiled and said nothing. As long as this intranet was successfully built, he would be able to collect employee training processes from various industries from those factories and then use them for himself. Some things may not seem very important, but they are all valuable assets accumulated through the experience of predecessors. Instead of making mistakes little by little, it is far more convenient to build a large database and let everyone submit their data. Even a seemingly ordinary safety manual, in fact, behind every rule, there might be a human life or even an accident as the price. After seeing Lin Miao out of his agency, Owen reached for a button under the table and pressed it. The agency, which had just held only him and Lin Miao, suddenly had more than a dozen human-like projections appear, and they were whispering to each other, discussing precisely what Lin Miao had just said, as well as the new neural regulator. Everyone. Owen stopped the discussion among the DMS directors and senior executives. What do you think about what he just said? We don't need to risk cooperating with a dying man. An old, white-haired director spoke. Horizon Corporation has already offended many people. There have been over 6 assassination attempts against him this week. No matter how good a dead man's words sound, they are meaningless to us, and we might even be seen as a thorn in the side by Petrochem, the Cubans, and Arezaka, and suffer their retaliation. Another effeminate-looking male director interjected, perhaps we can send hackers, agents, or mercenaries to infiltrate their company and steal this technology for our own use. That way, we won't have to cooperate with him. Other directors also expressed their opinions. I think it's worth considering. Horizon Corporation is, after all, Militica's spearhead driven into Night City. Even if Lin Miao dies before they achieve their goals, the company won't easily disband. Cooperation can absolutely continue. This is a good opportunity. If we give up and he turns to News 54 for cooperation, it will be too late to regret it then. Perhaps we can, as Owen said, pull a few more braindance companies into cooperation. As long as we unite, even if Arezaka tries to move against us, they will have to think twice. Moreover, we can sign a separate agreement that if Horizon Corporation goes bankrupt or dissolves, DMS can inherit the technological legacy. The directors had various views, but none of them chose to reject the regulator technology Lin Miao brought. At most, they indirectly tried to get their hands on the technology. Capital will always gather in directions that allow it to appreciate. Lin Miao had figured this out early on. He wouldn't be foolish enough to keep the technology to himself and enjoy it alone. Instead, he constantly used new technologies as bait to attract more and more companies to form a united front of interests against enemies. Even Arezaka, Lin Miao had some business dealings with. As long as Lin Miao could ensure that the benefits he brought to the companies outweighed the losses, they would not easily abandon Horizon Corporation. In essence, it was the same nature as what Hansen did, the difference being that he used technological advantage, while Hansen used geographical and interpersonal advantages. However, what Owen and many at DMS might not have expected was that as soon as Lin Miao left their company building, he was attacked again. And on a larger scale than before. As Lin Miao stepped out of the DMS company gate, he immediately sensed at least 6 or 7 hostile gazes from different directions falling upon him. If it were just the Cuban drug cartel, they would absolutely not be able to organize so many assassination attempts in such a short time. Behind it, the major gangs of Night City must have contributed manpower and effort. Lin Miao opened his map and saw that there were quite a few players nearby, 7 or 8 of them, but their levels were not high, so the help they could provide was limited. High combat power players were still in Pacifica and Dogtown. Lin Miao hadn't specifically arranged for them to be his bodyguards, there was no need. He sighed. In the crowd on the right street, someone had already pulled out a submachine gun from under their coat and fired at Lin Miao. Bullets sprayed towards Lin Miao, and at the same time, the sniper on the top floor of the building opposite aimed at Lin Miao's head and pulled the trigger. The others formed a siege, blocking all his escape routes, vowing to kill this guy who was cutting off their livelihood right here. Chapter 263 Seriously, V, I think you have talent. This job is getting harder and harder. Low pay, too much work, and so many conditions. Back in the day, only a fool would take on something like this. A burly man with a large shotgun slung over his back walked down a Haywood street, a few skewers of freshly bought barbecue in one hand and a beer in the other. He ate and walked, his mouth, covered in oil and seasoning, smacked loudly, indicating how delicious it was. But eating like that on the street was a bit careless of his image. We're lucky to get any work at all. That old woman, Rogue, is still complaining that fewer people are giving out jobs this year than last. And Jackie, can you eat a little quieter? V looked at Jackie with resentment. Coming from a corporate background, she couldn't understand why Jackie found these roadside junk foods so delicious. Come on, V, your brother's muscles weren't built by drinking water. Gotta keep replenishing the nutrients. Faced with his companion's accusation, Jackie wasn't ashamed, he was proud. He even patted his chest, spilling beer on his clothes. Since leaving Arezaka, V had been working as a mercenary with Jackie on the streets, taking jobs from fixers for money. Both had good skills, and V's experience from years in Arezaka's counterintelligence department quickly earned them a reputation. They even got into Afterlife. However, thanks to certain individuals, the mercenary business in Night City wasn't easy anymore. Gangs were suppressed and not as rampant as before. Drugs and weapons were cut off, and kidnapping and extortion cases decreased. Most available jobs were corporate-related, and corporate affairs were always more dangerous than those involving gangs. Only V, an all-rounder, thrived. After becoming a mercenary, she was like a fish in water, excelling at hacking, stealth, and direct assault, with astonishingly fast growth. She and Jackie did the work of an entire team, meaning fewer people to split the money with. V was aware that something seemed off with her body. An unknown change had occurred after she saved that Night Corp woman, but so far, no malignant symptoms had appeared. Victor hadn't found anything either, everything was normal. You're not like those pointy-headed animals. So, what are you going to do with this money? V rolled her eyes, cursed under her breath, then changed the subject. I recently met a girl named Misty, and she's driving me crazy. Give your brother some pointers. Jackie, I'm a woman. Who cares about that these days? You're my brother. This favor. Jackie wanted to persuade V to help him with advice, as asking a brother for help chasing a girl was something every man had to do, even if that brother was actually a virgin who had never been in a relationship. But sudden gunshots and screams from the crowd interrupted their thoughts. The number of people exchanging fire sounded considerable. Damn, who's causing trouble here? Jackie was displeased. This was Haywood, Valentino's territory. Usually, these Mexican guys wouldn't be fighting in the streets unless there was a good reason. V, let's go check it out. Jackie, don't make trouble. This has nothing to do with us. Come on, maybe we can earn some extra cash. I just saw a motorcycle I liked, and I'm short on money. Besides, this is my brother's territory, and a brother's brother is a brother. You have to help, right? Unable to resist Jackie's persistence, V could only resign herself and follow the rough man towards the source of the gunshots. It would have been better if they hadn't gone. When they did, they saw a shootout happening at the entrance of DMS Corporation. Over 8 armed individuals were trying to kill one person. Holy cow, isn't that the boss of Horizon Corporation? Jackie, without thinking, unslung his shotgun from his back, ready to join the fight. V grabbed Jackie. What are you doing? Helping. Jackie said it as a matter of course, he was straightforward and didn't have many complicated thoughts. V's relationship with Mr. Lin wasn't particularly good. She also knew very well who wanted to harm Mr. Lin now, and people of that caliber were not someone 2 small mercenaries could afford to offend. Do you know who wants to kill him? What does it matter to us who it is? Jackie's eyes widened. Mr. Lin is my brother. Does he know he's your brother? V was speechless. Jackie had this temper. He was very close to other mercenaries, and Mr. Lin's provision of a large number of jobs in Night City, coupled with his recent performance, had given him considerable renown in Night City. Even Jackie's mother had mentioned him a few times. Knowing that his stubborn brother couldn't be stopped, V could only accept her fate, pulling out her pistol and following suit. The assassins who came this time were not the careless mercenaries from the streets but professional killers dispatched by a drug cartel. 5-star killers. Firing from multiple directions simultaneously, suppressing fire, blocking routes, precise sniping. If their target today hadn't been Mr. Lin, but another corporate executive, they almost certainly wouldn't have failed. However, the moment he stepped out the door, Mr. Lin had already seen through their setup. If 10 points in a stat was the physical limit for a human, then Mr. Lin had already put on the stone mask, he was no longer human. 12 points in reflexes, combined with his Kiroji optics, allowed him not only to see high-velocity projectiles fired from a sniper rifle 1.2 kilometers away, but 14 points in body strength also enabled him to dodge bullets by leaning back and bending at the waist while drawing his gun to retaliate. The ripples stirred by bullets cutting through the air were clearly visible to Mr. Lin. The electromagnetic projectile narrowly grazed his hair and shot into the building. The dozen or so bullets roaring from the nearby submachine guns also all missed as Mr. Lin bent backward almost 90 degrees from the knees. However, a few unlucky DMS employees behind him were caught in the crossfire. Sandevistan. Failing in one strike, the sniper was frustrated, but he could only attribute it to the target coincidentally activating his cyberware to evade the firing line ahead of time. Moreover, his Kiroji optics couldn't see through this guy, he might be packed with combat cyberware under his skin. Mr. Lin's counterattack followed swiftly. A common Arazaka pistol, the Tamayura, fired with the intensity of a submachine gun in his hands. Thud. The bullet struck the chest of the closest assassin, but only made him stumble. Besides his bulletproof vest, this guy had at least several defensive cyberware implants. Tisk, they really spared no expense. Unable to penetrate his defenses, Mr. Lin simply discarded the gun. Then, as if by magic, he pulled out a strangely shaped pistol from behind his coat. Its large, regular shape made it look like a rectangular brick, with a hollowed-out section in the back serving as the grip. With a loud bang, a bowl-sized hole suddenly appeared in the chest of the assassin who had just been able to withstand 9mm pistol rounds. Titanium alloy skeleton, internal diaphragm plates, dampening devices, heavy subdermal armor, bulletproof vest. 5 layers of defensive mechanisms were pierced by one shot. White blood gushed from his chest like a waterfall. And in this brief period of less than 2 seconds, after the failure of the first wave of attack, the other surrounding assassins had already charged forward. There were no unnecessary words, not even an introduction. Their sole purpose in acting was Mr. Lin's life. The target's cyberware was unknown, but just his clothing showed impressive bulletproof performance, and there was the previously seen titanium alloy skeleton combined with his current reaction speed. Assassins without electromagnetic weapons simply abandoned their firearms and chose to activate their Sandevistan for accelerated close-quarters combat. They had gambled correctly. Mr. Lin's close combat skills were indeed lacking. He had no skill points for upgrades, nor opportunities for practical combat drills. No matter how strong his body, he was ultimately just a carbon-based life form, and even with a titanium alloy skeleton, he couldn't withstand the high-frequency daggers in their hands. The passers-by, terrified by the scene, fled in panic, but 2 people emerged from the crowd. The tall man in front, wielding a shotgun, cleared the way, while a smaller woman beside him laid down suppressing fire on the assassins. Jackie's marksmanship was good. Although the assassin's defenses were strong and his scattered shotgun pellets couldn't penetrate their body armor, the impact force of Night City's largest caliber shotgun was no joke, sending people flying instantly. Mr. Lin, we're here to help. Jackie. Seeing the unexpected reinforcements charge out, Mr. Lin silently put away the sonic grenade he had just pulled out. Why are you here? Mr. Lin felt he wasn't close to Jackie. The two had barely met, let alone talked. V, beside him, was also not someone he could claim to have a good relationship with, especially since they had clashed in Big Sur. He even maliciously wondered if Jackie and V might be part of the assassins, trying to feign friendship to get close and assassinate him. But it probably wasn't true. Jackie got along well with players, and he didn't have that cunning mind. Just passing by. Heard gunshots and came to help. Jackie rushed to Mr. Lin's side, his back to him, continuously attacking the approaching assassins with his gun. Except for the first shot, these people hadn't been hit once by Jackie again. This greatly annoyed Jackie. Mr. Lin, it seems your life is worth quite a lot of money. Jackie, take him and go. Lin Miao didn't need her reminder, he immediately pulled Jackie and rushed through the gap he had just created in the encirclement, narrowly dodging the next sniper bullet and the machine gun fire from the others. V knew these people were top assassins even in Arezaka, and someone was seriously after Lin Miao's life. She shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Her mantis blades popped out, and even though she knew her opponents were incredibly strong, she charged forward without hesitation. It wasn't to protect Lin Miao, but simply because she wanted to know how strong she truly was now. Victor had warned V more than once to stop installing so many cybernetics and pushing herself so hard, but V had never listened. Abernathy was dead, and she was still alive. Having lost so much Arezaka property, V wasn't naive enough to think that Michiko wouldn't hold her accountable as an accomplice. For these Fulho-like figures, if they were determined to find someone, there was no escaping them, whether through disguise or emigration. The only reason they hadn't come for her yet was because there was a bigger target taking the heat. This sense of urgency compelled V to constantly install higher and stronger cybernetics in her body. Moreover, for reasons she didn't understand, Night City's major Ripperdocs always offered her cybernetics that shouldn't be on the market. V cared, but not that much. Since she was a mercenary, she might as well go with the flow. Besides, she had never felt her limits. In the eyes of those assassins, her figure almost transformed into a streak of light so fast. The assassin V targeted first activated his Sandevistan and retreated, but V's speed was still astonishingly fast, closing the distance in a blink of an eye. His pupils constricted. Shocked by the efficiency of V's Sandevistan, he spread the 5 fingers of his right hand towards V. A dazzling red beam shot from his palm, so fast that V couldn't completely dodge it. The 3000-degree laser grazed her face, burning a large patch of her synthetic skin instantly, even scorching a layer off the bulletproof mimetic metal beneath. It was fortunate that this move had such a short range and was easy to detect, otherwise, it would have been used on Lin Miao first. Dodging the attack, V didn't look back at the street light cut in half by the laser. She abruptly swung the monomolecular blade extending from her arm upwards. In an instant, she split the opponent's arm in two, the cut smooth and clean, just like a guillotine. Plus, the disarmed assassin realized V's formidable power and dared not engage in close combat with her further. As both sides deactivated their Sandevistan, he could only spray strong acid with his remaining left hand to force V back, while 3 melee specialized assassins charged forward to tie her down. The two sides exchanged blows, moving so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see them clearly. In a matter of seconds, countless slashes and gashes were left on the ground, and 2 private cars were split in half in the blink of an eye. Lin Miao, hidden behind cover, was stunned by how incredibly strong V was. From his perspective, V had completely suppressed the 3 assassins and even had time to dodge the gunfire from the others. Is this even human? Seriously, sis, if you're this powerful, why did Arezaka have to go through so much trouble to kill me back then? If you had just gone berserk in the bar, with the players' skill levels at the time, even all the players on the entire floor combined probably couldn't have stopped you from killing me, right? And with this level of skill, how did the Ministry of Truth manage to take you down? By relying on your looks? Just kidding, Lin Miao, of course, knew that V didn't have many modifications back then. But now, V's strength completely surpassed his own when he was wearing exoskeleton armor. Unless Lin Miao installed all the cybernetics he had extracted, his chances of winning were slim. He casually scanned with his Kiroji optics. V was covered in special cybernetics marked with and no serial numbers. Perhaps the individual quality wasn't as good as what Lin Miao had extracted, but only heaven knew how much flesh V still had left on her body. Lin Miao didn't believe this entire setup cost less than 100 million. This was simply not the level a normal human should possess, nor the modification channels a mercenary could access. Lin Miao was 1000% sure that someone was behind V, using her to plot something, and that something was so massive that he didn't even dare to imagine it. So far, he had only seen people with such a high degree of modification in 2 places, one was Atom Smasher, and the other was not just one person, those Ace. Lin Miao stopped exchanging fire with the assassins. The sniper on the other side kept waiting for him to peek out, so he simply squatted behind the concrete cover and asked Jackie, when did she get so powerful? It seems like only recently. Honestly, I never expected V to be this strong. This is the first time I've seen her like this. Jackie said, V says she's naturally strong and doesn't feel uncomfortable no matter how many cybernetics she installs. Victor and I tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. Heaven knows where she gets all these things. But she's my chum, so maybe one day we'll become legends. Jackie. Lin Miao hesitated. To be honest, given V's current situation, getting involved with her was definitely not a good thing. He wanted to advise Jackie to stay away from V, otherwise, there could be very serious consequences, but then he thought better of it. Jackie's temperament meant he wouldn't do that. If Lin Miao tried to persuade him, it might backfire, causing the person behind the scenes to act against Jackie first. If you have time, have V come to my agency for a physical examination. Also, please tell Victor a couple of things. What's so good about guarding that old shop? My Night Corp won't eat him alive. We're in dire need of doctors like him right now. Victor often accompanied Jackie to the agency to watch boxing and drink. The players bare knuckle, life or death fights were much better than those fixed matches. Forget it. Victor has a stubborn temper. No one can convince him to do something he doesn't want to do. Jackie didn't want to get hit by Victor's iron fist, he was the one who punched the scavengers out. The sounds of battle continued for more than 10 minutes. It wasn't until the belated sirens of the NCPD arrived that the assassin organization, almost wiped out by V, had no choice but to grit their teeth, abandon their bodies, and retreat. It wasn't that they didn't want to break through V's defenses to cause trouble for Lin Miao, it was simply that this woman's combat power had reached an unreasonable level. This batch of assassins was a cut above the strongest current players, and V was at least 2 tiers higher than Boris. V, covered in wounds, walked to the concrete monument that had been reduced to rubble by a large-caliber electromagnetic sniper rifle. Looking at the 2 squatting figures, she said, Who? Are you done watching the show? Behind her, a good portion of the street had become a ruin. Hey! Asterisk 2. Before they could be caught by the NCPD, Lin Miao quickly drove the 2 away from the scene. Meanwhile, the DMS CEO, who had previously been discussing braindance with Lin Miao, never allowed his people to step outside the company gate, not even the security guards, who completely ignored the situation. These people, they helped whoever was winning. Mr. Lin, your life is really valuable. I heard your bounties combined are already in the 7 figures. After a quick treatment of her injuries, V took the synthetic blood pump Jackie handed her and injected it. Her previously somewhat listless spirits immediately recovered. Lin Miao, being sensible, pulled out a card from his person and tossed it to the 2 of them. From now on, all personal expenses for the 2 of you at any of my company's properties will be on my tab. Although he could have survived today without their help, it was certainly better to save effort and watch the show than to do it himself. V said indifferently, Wow, you're so generous. It was unclear if she was being sarcastic or something else. Small business, not much cash on hand, please understand. Lin Miao said with a playful smile, Since you 2 are here, I won't bother looking for anyone else. I have a job I'd like your help with. Money is no object once it's done, how about it? Want to consider it? Oh, Mr. Lin actually has a need for us. Jackie was greatly surprised. Aren't your people below quite powerful? I heard they're almost revered as gods in Pacifica. Jackie. V called out to her chum, not wanting him to agree to anything rashly. Tell us first, we'll consider it. Your adaptability is truly strong, V. You're completely different from the person I saw before. Honestly, I think you have talent, V. Lin Miao's tone seemed to imply something, but V didn't respond, so he could only continue, My people in Pacifica found a path that leads directly to Dogtown's underground. There are some things hidden there that can't see the light of day. I need someone to stir things up down there. What do you want to do? V didn't know what was in the Pacifica underground, but for Lin Miao to be so cautious, it definitely wouldn't be a small matter. Nothing much, just want to catch a fish, a big fish. Chapter 264 Going Underground. A dark, confined space is most likely to stir unease in people's hearts, especially when a grim-faced KGB agent sits opposite you, staring without a word. Such a scene, let alone for ordinary people, even 100 years ago in all of Europe, those who could maintain an unchanging expression would have to be among the absolute top tier. For Karolinina, there was now good news and bad news. The good news was that the KGB had been disbanded 80 years ago, just like the photo that should have been hanging in the interrogation room behind this agent. The bad news was that the people from Petrochem Security Bureau, which replaced the KGB, did not believe the documents she reported and subjected her to extensive memory recovery techniques. Without considering issues of loyalty and enthusiasm, their methods of torture were absolutely no less effective than the KGB's. Even when dealing with their own people, they would never show mercy. Drug interrogations, memory searches, record checks, lie detectors, waterboarding, every possible trick was used. The only reason Karolinina was still alive was that Petrochem's people didn't want her to die yet. The Petrochem agent, sitting upright, repeated the question he had already asked no less than 5 times. Karolinina, repeat what happened in Night City again. The disheveled woman lowered her head, her dry, bleeding lips moving slightly, but she said nothing. There wasn't a single good patch of skin on her body, she no longer looked like the capable agent she was in Night City. Her mind, too, had been tormented into a blank slate. At this moment, she was like a jammed machine, unable to function normally, incapable of even thinking. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak, as early as the second round of torture, she had wanted to reveal everything she knew, even if it meant a quick death. She simply couldn't endure the torment anymore. But when she opened her mouth, she found she couldn't say anything. It was the channel code Lin Miao had sent her. How do corporations ensure the loyalty of their employees, especially? Employees work for money, they might work for you today for money, and tomorrow they might sell you out for money. Furthermore, corporations are not nations, not ethnic groups or families. To minimize government power, they cannot internally promote or advocate nationalism, they can only mention it externally. Especially a company like Petrochem, which had taken over the Soviet Union, it was even less likely to use old methods to train agents. If they did, the first people the agents would kill would be the Petrochem board of directors. So, either they brainwash them from a young age, like Arezaka, to be loyal to an individual or a family. Or, they extensively modify the brain, searching the memory bank after every mission to check for missing memories or collusion with others, thereby controlling the person's life and death. Thus, a highly digitized brain gave Lin Miao an opportunity. On the day Carolina returned, her memory bank had already been retrieved by the Security Bureau for a comprehensive search. However, nothing was found. Her memory showed that Carolina had accidentally discovered a transaction between Horizon Corporation and the French through surveillance, but it was too far away, and the equipment's functions were limited, so she couldn't hear what they were saying. She could only barely see that both parties seemed to have reached an agreement before leaving. The core stronghold of the scavengers was soon attacked by Horizon Corporation mercenaries, and the battle was fierce. Boris went out to fight but was defeated, and she was also attacked inside the stronghold. After an explosion, the screen went black, and it was a long time before Carolina woke up, crawled out of the rubble, and escaped. The problem lay in this period of black screen. The Security Bureau suspected that someone had deliberately deleted or sealed Carolina's memory. But the opponent's technology was very clever, they found no trace. Seeing that Carolina was too weak to speak, the Security Bureau agent took out a syringe, preparing to give her a strong dose to clear her head. However, an urgent knock on the door interrupted his action. The interrogation room door was pushed open, and an agent dressed similarly to him quickly entered, holding a terminal which he handed over. Ankylo, this is the latest intelligence from Night City. Horizon Corporation and the French have made a deal in Dogtown. More than 20 containers of unknown goods have been transported away, conservatively estimated at 100 tons. On the terminal screen, a convoy of trucks carrying containers was parked in the Dogtown spa clearing, then unloaded entire trailers, which were transferred by crane to the front of the French convoy and hitched, then transported all the way to the orbital spaceport for shipment. They were smuggling something. Ankylo asked, "Have you found out what's inside?" The agent shook his head. "They're guarding it very strictly. We can only search for relevant information on the Orbital Aviation's official website. The cargo list shows that these containers hold dials, and someone said they heard the sloshing sound of liquid. Dials. Dials couldn't be transported by hovercraft, the cost would be too high. It must be something hidden inside the dials. Ankylo, have you found out which company's people they are?" "They are from Alstom's diplomatic department. He went to Night City to discuss armed security for South American transportation with Arezaka. I don't know how he suddenly got involved with Horizon Corporation people. Should we?" The agent made an assassination gesture. "Wait a moment." Ankylo didn't want to target the French company's people at this time. The two matters might not be related, and killing people indiscriminately could cause trouble. But the fact that the two companies were colluding was confirmed, and Horizon Corporation's reckless actions of offending the Cuban drug cartel were even more unwise. Perhaps they really wronged Carolina, and the other party didn't expect Carolina to survive. At this thought, Ankylo considered eliminating her, but only for a moment before retracting the idea. Because there was no need, torturing and clearing out an internal mole was part of his job, and he hadn't failed in his duty. In the past, agents with poor psychological resilience would confess, while well-trained agents wouldn't. But now that the matter had been clarified, there was no need to continue. Moreover, Carolina's record was relatively clean, and no anomalies were found in her memory bank. They still needed her for the Night City matter, so killing her like this would be a difficult cleanup. So he stood up and, regardless of whether Carolina could hear him, said, "Comrade, I am very sorry for what you've been through. The truth has now been clarified, and your loyalty is beyond doubt. Rest well, Petrochem awaits your service." Then he ordered the soldier beside him, "Arrange for her to be treated at the sanatorium. Don't let her die. Afterwards, we still need to investigate Boris's cause of death." Carolina. At this moment, she understood, fully realizing her position, merely a pawn. Let alone life and death, she didn't even have the freedom to speak. Lin Miao was always prompt when hiring people, part of the money was already in the account before the work was even done. V felt that Lin Miao's jobs were difficult to take, this guy was too much trouble. Heaven knew what unspeakable things were hidden beneath Pacifica. If things went wrong, he might light a string of firecrackers and blow Dogtown and Pacifica sky high. Lin Miao, on the other hand, generously announced the information to the two of them. While constructing, the players accidentally discovered a melee tech laboratory under Pacifica, its purpose unknown, but they found that wraiths were digging for something inside. Since the two parties were currently cooperating, Lin Miao found it inconvenient to send his own people to investigate. It would be troublesome if they were discovered, which is why he wanted to entrust V and Jackie with this task. They didn't even need to upload a daemon or kill anyone, just taking some photos would suffice. It seemed simple, but V sensed danger in it. However, she still agreed, even more readily than Jackie. Becoming a legend, this was a yearning rooted in the soul of every Night City resident, whether they admitted it or not. Night City residents weren't afraid of big problems, only of problems not being big enough. V pointed at the irregularly shaped, deep tunnel on the ground, which hummed as cold wind blew through it, like an entrance to hell, and asked, "Is this the hole you dug?" "Yes, it is." Dadian patted his chest. "I've been blasting for over 2 weeks, blasting and digging. The last few meters, I broke several electric picks before I finally got through. This concrete is incredibly strong, I don't know what kind of crazy American put down such a foundation back then." He spoke quite proudly. V retorted, "Have you been down there?" "No, I can't go down. If I go down, it shows outside map boundary. I almost got disconnected, at that time, the oxygen content was insufficient right after it was dug through, and I almost fainted down there, ... Otherwise, would they have waited for V? The players would have already gone down and rushed that so-called Little Dipper laboratory. Lin Miao was afraid they would mess things up, which is why he sent the more professional V. Go down and take a look, or he'll go down himself. V furrowed her brow slightly. There should be airflow down there, meaning it's ventilated, so why would there be a lack of oxygen? And how could a laboratory only have one entrance? Boss has prepared everything for you. Red Bucket then carried a large box and placed it on the ground. When opened, it revealed 2 electromagnetic pistols that Lin Miao had drawn, 4 sonic grenades, and an ice chip personally coded by Lucy, all valuable items that couldn't be bought on the market. The mercenaries looked on with envy. Once you're down there, if you encounter danger, contact us. We'll maintain constant communication and rush down to rescue you immediately. Ha, good stuff, V quipped, tossing a pistol to Jackie. I thought you guys would immediately fill this hole back up. Red Bucket replied, that would be too wasteful. This hole was currently one of only 2 ways for them to enter the laboratory. Blowing it up would be a huge loss. Besides, they might even get to see what that high-level dungeon looked like while going down to rescue someone. V, get ready to go down and take a look. Jackie, who had already secured a safety rope to himself, reminded V didn't waste time with small talk, mercenaries valued efficiency, not idle chatter. The 2 of them jumped one after another into the bottomless pit. Only the nearby motor and the continuously extending safety rope made any sound. After extending down about 60 meters, their feet finally touched the ground. However, it was pitch black all around, with only faint green emergency lights illuminating the distant walls. Jackie crouched, scanning the surroundings with his night vision. They seemed to have landed on some kind of platform. There were many scattered concrete blocks and bodies on the ground, as well as stacked cargo containers holding unknown contents. The concrete had been poured directly from above, and some machines could even be seen encased within it, with only their legs protruding, creating a distorted and terrifying sight. This place is really something, V. I've lived this long and never knew there was a place like this under Night City, and people even died here. V walked up to a skeletonized body and examined it, attempting to connect to the seemingly intact cybernetic implants, but there was no response. This body has probably been dead for nearly 10 years, perhaps even before the Unification War. Jackie picked up a rifle that had fallen to the ground. These guys are wearing melee tech gear. I wonder if it still works. He tried it out a few times in his hand, but unfortunately, due to lack of maintenance, even the recoil spring was rusted. The cyberware was also mostly broken, only good for selling as scrap metal. There was no shortage of oxygen here at all, otherwise, in an anaerobic environment, the equipment wouldn't have oxidized so severely. V felt that the guy was lying, he was just too scared to come down. But this only made Jackie more curious. Who were they fighting that they didn't even have time to recover the bodies, and poured such thick concrete walls? More than a decade ago, the Unification War hadn't even broken out. Night City was just recovering from the Red Era after the nuclear blast. Arezaka hadn't returned here yet. Who could melee tech have been fighting? In his green-tinted vision, there were only 2 types of attire on the bodies lying on the ground, melee tech soldiers and construction workers. Besides that, there was also a pile of robot wreckage. They were called robots, but they actually looked more like large, 4-legged spiders. It looks like these soldiers were fighting robots, and they lost badly, forcing melee tech to abandon the laboratory and evacuate this area. Even melee tech was scared. V stepped forward and pried open one of the robots entangled with a dead person. The probe extending from the robot's head had pierced the soldier's chest, not even stopped by the bulletproof vest. However, the robot itself had also been destroyed by others. She couldn't understand. This was a melee tech unit, with no shortage of cyberware, guns, or equipment. Yet, these robots didn't seem to have much in the way of weaponry, only probes and laser welders. How could they have repelled a melee tech unit, even forcing melee tech to abandon this seemingly invaluable laboratory? A&D. These robots clearly had the melee tech logo on them. Was it an internal conflict? Or a clash between different factions? My god, that's big news, V. If we get out of this, we might become famous. Night City's legendary explorer Jackie, and his assistant V. How does that title sound? Or we could switch it up, you be Holmes, and I'll be Watson. Jackie. V put her finger to her lips, signaling him to lower his voice. According to the intelligence provided by Lin Miao, there were Wraiths units secretly excavating laboratory assets here. If they were heard, this trip would be for nothing. No matter how excited he was, Jackie still patiently followed V, quietly moving towards the metal gate that had been blown open, showing clear signs of an explosion. Beyond the gate was a long, wide corridor tunnel, spacious enough for even some small to medium-sized transport vehicles to pass through. The floor and walls of this tunnel were covered in bullet marks, and just like inside, the bodies of robots, soldiers, and workers stretched all the way down. Both of them could visualize the scene at the time from the site before them. These robots launched the initial attack, the workers fled in panic, and the soldiers had to fight and retreat, finally paying a heavy price to return to the surface. Everything here made both of them uneasy, especially the whistling sound of the moving air passing through the narrow vents, as if undispersed ghosts of the dead were still whispering in the corners. They cautiously moved through the corridor, even avoiding stepping on the bodies or robot fragments on the ground to prevent making noise and attracting unnecessary attention. At the end of the corridor was a transfer area that looked like a checkpoint. A battle had also broken out here, even more fiercely than before. The remaining skeletons and mechanical wreckage almost filled every corner of their vision. Both sides fought to their last breath, and there was hardly a complete body at the scene. Jackie asked in a shocked whisper, "My god, have we arrived in hell?" This is the center of where the battle erupted. V pointed to the 3 diverging paths opposite the checkpoint. Those places have no human bodies. It looks like they were attacked. Melee tech personnel were already preparing to retreat at the time and had built defenses here, but they still couldn't stop them in the end. Them. What exactly are they? Are they rogue AI? Although he wasn't a hacker, he had heard those urban legends. Damn it, why do these corporations love to mess with such dangerous things? V, who knew a bit of insider information, whispered after taking a few photos, you'll get used to it. Let's keep going inside. Unlike the platform at the entrance which had lost power, the 3 forks in the road, led to the engineering zone, the experimental zone, and the rest area, and the lights on all 3 paths were on. If there was a safest place, it would definitely be the rest area, which clearly didn't contain anything important. Moreover, their previous discoveries had already piqued V and Jackie's curiosity, so the two ultimately decided to head to the engineering zone to investigate. The vastness of the underground laboratory exceeded their imaginations. This area probably covered most of Dogtown and Pacifica, and the engineering zone was the largest of the 3 zones. It was no wonder Melee Tech went to such great lengths to create such a large underground space back then. V really didn't know what they were thinking, why they would put such an important place in Night City. Was the NUSA mainland not good enough? Or was there some other reason? V. Look over here. A hint of fear was evident in Jackie's deliberately lowered voice. In the direction he was pointing was a large room clearly serving as a warehouse. The gate at the entrance was not closed, and inside, dozens of the robots they had seen before were neatly arranged. The warehouse door was also emblazoned with the robot's name, Hellhound Storage Warehouse. Chapter 265, Desperate. The neatly arranged robots were dormant in the warehouse, as quiet as dogs in their kennels. Perhaps the power was cut, but the 2 who had witnessed their murderous rampage felt no sense of security whatsoever, and had no desire to approach them, who knew if these things would suddenly awaken. With no direct line connection, the underground signal was poor. Jackie could only use his Kiroshi optics to snap 2 quick photos. V. SHH. V motioned for Jackie to be quiet, as the engineering zone was no longer as silent as the periphery. From deep within, mechanical whirring sounds were emanating, and upon closer listening, faint footsteps could also be heard. V sent Jackie a text, there are people inside. It better really be people, V, there's probably nothing safer than people right now. Looking at the robots that could awaken at any moment, Jackie felt a chill down his spine. The 2 continued to stealthily move deeper. The engineering zone was indeed vast, the passage, built from light grey metal composite panels, stretched as far as the eye could see, illuminated only by embedded lights along the way. Besides the warehouse storing robots, road signs also indicated junctions for the power room, maintenance room, armory, and so on. All the mechanical gates were closed. Although V had learned a few hacking tricks, without network access, she didn't dare try to open them to avoid alerting anyone. Thus, the 2 could only crawl into the ventilation ducts, following the source of the sound. However, the sight that followed nearly made the 2 mercenaries, who were quite experienced, cry out. Looking down from the ceiling, it was a considerably wide area. Over a dozen Wraith soldiers were moving things back and forth, and several people in white lab coats were talking to a black sergeant. But all the walls here were covered with canvas, as if to conceal something. In front of them was a large container, a hemispherical organ submerged in a pale green liquid. Its pink surface was covered in wrinkles, distinctly divided by grooves horizontally and vertically. It was a brain, most likely human. Numerous electrode patches were inserted into the blood-brain barrier, just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. If Lin Miao were here, he would immediately recognize the black sergeant as Murphy, Hansen's assistant. He had no flaws, but also no outstanding qualities, notable for his mediocrity and obedience. Murphy was very impatient with the researcher's description. He couldn't understand the convoluted talk of these corporate dogs. All right, I don't care about any of that stuff you're talking about. I only care if this thing works. If I'm not satisfied, Colonel Hansen will consider working with a different company. The Colonel should trust Zetatika's technology, otherwise he wouldn't have come to us first for assistance. It just requires a bit more time for debugging and training. Zetatech. When did Hansen get involved with Zetatech? And what was with that brain? V's mind was full of questions until Jackie pointed to the cables on the ground connected to the tank. The other end of the cable was connected to a Hellhound robot they had seen countless times before. That robot's 4 legs wobbled as it walked, like a drunken man who had too much to drink, on the verge of toppling over at any moment, completely unlike the ferocious appearance V had seen. Its head's observation lens continuously scanned its surroundings. Even without facial features, Jackie and V could sense a hint of panic in the robot's movements. How could a robot have human emotions? Unless... He then looked back at the brain and the researcher standing in front of the culture dish, who was muttering while holding a report sheet, still no good. Damn it, how did all create a cheat program like Soul Killer? It's simply impossible. Jackie, they want to use human brains to control robots. Why? Are they crazy? V, AI weaponization isn't a new concept, Jackie. As far as I know, many corporations are conducting similar experiments, but using living human brains as experimental weapons, this is my first time seeing it. Jackie, look over there. Besides the culture dish controlled by the researcher, the area below also had many pieces of equipment brought in by the Hellhound unit. They hadn't noticed before, but now they looked somewhat like a production line. How did he openly transport these things in? Damn it. What exactly does Hansen want to do in Dogtown? Is he insane? Doing all this in a laboratory where an AI once went out of control? VS heart pounded, having guessed some of the opponent's intentions. Although it was an artificial organ and wouldn't experience heart rate imbalance during excitement, she still had that dizzy feeling. In those shadowy corners, those dark places untouched by sight and light, V felt like she had developed a phobia. She seemed to sense something invisible hiding there, whispering behind her back, plotting unspeakable secrets. But when she looked, there was nothing there. What exactly do you want me to do? Jackie, retreat. This place is not safe. Pulled by the motor, the two people, weighing nearly 300 kilograms combined, were hauled out of the opening. Jackie breathed in the foul-smelling sea breeze deeply, yet felt completely relaxed. Phew, damn it, the air above ground feels so much better. Despite it being February or March, both he and V were drenched in sweat after emerging from underground. On one hand, it was stuffy underground, on the other, they were scared. What did you two see down there? Seeing their somewhat disoriented appearance, Red Bucket's curiosity was piqued. He grabbed 2 bottles of water and tossed them to V and Jackie. He hoped to get some insider information about unreleased content from them, so he could be a mole or something. Jackie twisted open the bottle cap, but didn't drink. Instead, he poured the water directly over his head to cool himself down. Buddy, I can't tell you these things. Mercenaries take their clients' money, and I'm going to be a legendary mercenary in the future, so I can't have any dirt on me. Ever since those lunatics arrived in Dogtown, the gunshots haven't stopped. They were either fighting scattered scavengers or brawling with the steroid-pumped animals, occasionally even clashing with the wraiths. Even the black market and stadium to the north weren't spared. Once they discovered they were ripped off, they would dismantle the entire store until the vendor was willing to compensate them. The old unwritten rule of no returns once you leave the stall didn't apply to these people. Either both sides would engage in a street fight, and given the players' uncanny speed in summoning support, it usually ended with the black marketeers either dead or surrendering. They had never lost. The lunatics were like a ladle of ice water poured into a hot oil pan. Dogtown instantly boiled over. Alex didn't know if this was good or bad for Dogtown residents. For her, who only wanted to lie low in Dogtown, it was very bad. Trouble meant attracting unnecessary attention, and certain people's attention meant she couldn't continue living so uneventfully. The price of this water has dropped to €7. Why isn't it selling? Good Brothers sat at the bar, looking dejected, hoping the clerk and manager, who had never given players a good face, could provide a reasonable explanation. Many players, with dreams of getting rich through smuggling, had snuck water into Dogtown by transporting it in construction materials in their private cars. Although the system was strict about the flow of goods, it didn't prohibit players from buying purified water at wholesale prices and then physically smuggling it into Dogtown. It was just not being able to sell it was a huge headache. It's not bad. Alex said indifferently while wiping the table. Compared to last month, sales have increased quite a bit. We've sold nearly 100 bottles since the price drop a few days ago. Her feelings towards these players were complex. Although Alex disliked the environmental commotion brought by the players, Dogtown had become much safer. These people didn't harm civilians, never defaulted on credit or dined and dashed, and were very rule-abiding, in their actions. Even with this water, she and the players split the profits 20/80, and they even signed a formal contract. What's the use of that little money? A few $100, can't even buy a hair. Good Brothers was still complaining. He had invested a lot of money, hoping to get rich quickly, but so far, his returns were meager. Alex, however, felt that he was ungrateful. Earning a few $100 in 10 days, most Night City citizens would wake up laughing if they had that income. I tell you you're foolish, but you don't believe me. Even if you lower the price further, sales won't go up. The Ministry of Truth maintained an attitude of detached indifference. Although he hadn't joined the barbarian smuggling business, Super Earth had its own way of making money in Dogtown. He didn't care for this kind of small-time flesh smuggling business, not to mention these guys were on the wrong path from the start. Good Brothers immediately went up and grabbed his boss's shoulder. Big brother, please help me. Can't help. The Ministry of Truth looked at his cousin speechlessly. They were on the same family tree, but he felt that the other party's intelligence was so far behind his own. Have you ever used your brain? If everyone has no money, why would they buy your water? Loans in Night City were already collected until 90 years later, which was 2065 CE. The common people were all poor, so who would drink your €7 a bottle of water? Clean? Is cleanliness their concern? Those who can afford €10 are people who have just fallen on hard times in Long Beach and still have a little money left. Even if it drops from 10 to 7, it won't increase too many customers. Those who can't afford it still can't afford it. You found the wrong partners from the start. At that time, Ju Jiu was using these stalls to fish. His idea was to seize the territory of the local snake Rorschach. As for selling water, that was later, after the monopoly, imitating Lin Miao's low profit, high volume sales. How could it be sold for 7 yuan? Then what about the money I invested, big brother? You can't just watch your brother lose everything. Good Brothers was on the verge of tears. At worst, I'll ask Sword Snow to fly twice again to get Super Earth sponsorship. All right. Fly twice? You two aren't talking about something gay in front of me, are you? Alex's face was full of black lines. She almost wanted to wash her ears. Knock knock, the door of the moth bar was pushed open again. The incoming guest wore a coat, a wide-brimmed hat, and gloves, head bowed, completely wrapped up, not a bit of skin exposed. He even knocked on the door upon entering, reminding Alex of his arrival. The visitor meant no good. What can I get for you, guest? The guest reached up to adjust his hat brim, slightly raised his head, and met Alex's gaze. You. Alex's pupils contracted violently, she gritted her teeth, and a thunderclap exploded in her mind. After a few seconds of mutual silence, Alex suppressed the anger in her heart and said to the others who were still drinking and chatting, "Sorry, guests, the bar is closed today." Regardless of whether the others were willing, she practically drove them out, leaving only the person in the coat. Then she tightly shut the doors and windows, turning back to look at the newcomer. She cursed through gritted teeth, "Can't you even die peacefully? Do you have to rise from the dead in front of me? 6 years. 6 years. You damn well know it's 6 years. Do you know how I've lived these 6 years? Do you know?" Alex's finger jabbed hard at his chest. If she hadn't controlled her emotions, she would have punched him in the face already. "Alex. Alex is dead. Is that what you chose, Reed? What, is being Arazaka's dog too enjoyable, so you came here to show off? You've misunderstood, Alex." Seeing that Alex was already preparing to draw her gun, Reed raised his hands in a French salute and explained, "Myers tricked you. I was betrayed by her to Arazaka and almost died, so I had no choice but to hide for 6 years. You." Alex really wanted to say Reed was full of shit, but as an agent, how could she not know her superior's personality? Reed would betray? If this ox could betray NUSA, she would sooner believe Myers sold NUSA to Arazaka and became Saburo Arazaka's plaything in bed. F***ck. Alex, who had already believed him by 3 parts, had nowhere to put the hand holding the gun. The muzzle wavered at the ceiling for several seconds before she finally lowered it. "All right, you're something else. What are you doing looking for me now? Don't tell me that Crazy Myers suddenly remembered she had a dog left in Night City, and now she's pulled your leash and sent you to bark at me." She spoke very impolitely, but Reed knew Alex had suffered a lot over the years, and he, for one, never cared about such things, so he let her vent. Reed sat at the bar, pouring himself a drink from a glass left by a previous customer. "I thought you already knew. Those cyber psychos." Alex was half believing, half doubting. She had also privately investigated Horizon Corporation, which was an updated version of the information she had been cut off from in Dogtown. "But I heard they were Militech and Kong Tao people. What did Myers ask you to find them for?" Reed shook his head. "It has nothing to do with Myers. Everything you've heard is a rumor spread by someone with an agenda. These people are not Kong Tao or Militech agents or soldiers at all." "Rumors? But..." Alex wanted to question him, but the other party was Solomon Reed, the former ace agent of the intelligence agency. He wouldn't make judgments lightly. If he spoke, he must have absolute certainty. "No buts, Alex." Reed didn't finish the second half of his sentence. Whether they were even human was still up for debate. He had spent half a year in that bar, and he remembered everyone he had ever seen. Their appearance, accent, and habits were all etched into Reed's mind. This was the quality of a top agent. Some people had died more than once, but they would reappear in the bar after not too long. Although their appearance had changed, their relationships, cyberware, and all their habits remained the same. The more players interacted with NPCs, the more flaws they had. No matter how Lin Miao tried to conceal it, he couldn't hide it from someone like Reed. After all, even he couldn't have imagined an ace intelligence agent working part-time for half a year in his own bar, becoming a well-known good guy among the neighbors. He must have been bored out of his mind, right? The first time Reed discovered this, he thought he had seen a ghost and almost immediately contacted Myers, asking her to call a priest to perform an exorcism. Later, he calmed down and didn't inform Myers. As for why, perhaps only Reed himself knew. In short, he still hadn't figured out the motives and true identities of these mercenaries. Rogue AI? Impossible. If so many rogue A's ran into reality, it wouldn't be as simple as killing a few gangs in Night City. Thousands of them would probably blow up NUSA. And what AI would act as crazy as they did? Kong Tao agents? If I were Kong Tao, I'd first wring these people's heads off, because I couldn't afford to be embarrassed like that. Reed didn't think Kong Tao had such a deep hatred for the Cubans that they would deliberately offend Petrochem in Cuba. Not agents, not Ace. Reed racked his brain but couldn't figure out what they were. But one thing he understood, they were good people. No matter where they came from, what they wanted to do, or how absurd their actions were, Reed could see that these people had a fervent heart. "I came to you this time because I discovered something and need your help." "You? Looking for me?" Alex trusted Reed's judgment and didn't ask further. This kind of thing was none of her business. "Is there something you can't handle?" "Yes." Reed tapped the table and looked behind Alex. His gaze seemed to penetrate the bar's walls, seeing beneath the seemingly flat concrete ground behind the bar. Alex, of course, knew what was underneath, and immediately became nervous. "Little Dipper? They want to move Little Dipper." "Not them, it's Hansen." Lin Miao hadn't revealed anything about Little Dipper to the players, they only knew there was a dungeon underground related to Militech, but they hadn't acted yet, so Reed naturally wouldn't know. But Reed had been closely following Horizon Corporation's movements. When Lin Miao and Hansen met previously, Reed had secretly snuck into Gemsching with several high-level stealth players. He not only overheard their conversation but also found some traces in the basement that Gago hadn't had time to clean up. "I suspect Hansen has discovered the Little Dipper laboratory, dug something out of it, and is preparing to do something very dangerous. This could threaten the safety of all Night City and even NUSA. I need your help, Alex. How could that be? A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Chapter 266, Defeating Prometheus. Mom, you're going to Cuba. David looked at Gloria with a bewildered expression. He thought his ears had been fried by braindance overload. But, where is Cuba? Before today, David didn't even know a place called Cuba existed in this world. Arezaka Academy's history lessons only covered various economic case studies and Arezaka's rise to power. They didn't even mention the Cuban Missile Crisis. He quickly pulled up a map on the city network and searched for the place called Cuba. Oh my god, that's not the name of a city. Let alone California, it's not even within the United States. That place is to the United States what a rabbit's severed tail is to Florida, separated by the sea. How could it be so far? Yes, I have to go on a business trip for a while. This is a very important mission for me. Gloria looked at David with some reluctance. She didn't know when she would be able to return, perhaps not even for David's coming-of-age ceremony. But what Gloria didn't expect was that David, upon hearing the name Cuba, showed not reluctance, but excitement. I want to go to Cuba too. I'll go with you. You still have to study. I've already completed all the courses at school, and my internship period is coming up soon. I can apply to my mentor for an early off-campus internship. Gloria clearly underestimated David's diligence at school. Ever since Mr. Lin enlightened David last year, and their family emerged from financial difficulties, the already hard-working David plunged even deeper into his studies. In half a year, he became the well-known commoner, or rather, the former commoner top student at Arezaka Academy. Discrimination against David still existed at school. Many people hurled insults at him, but David punched them all back. Some tried to use their family's influence to teach this reckless kid a lesson, but after the Watson fire, all they got were slaps from their own family members. Offending David was equivalent to offending Gloria, and offending Gloria was equivalent to offending Mr. Lin, which in turn meant offending the group of crazy mercenaries who, if they said they'd kill your entire family, wouldn't even spare a cockroach. So, his situation was much better than before. Facing his son's plea, Gloria rejected David's request without even thinking. No. Even if it's for an internship, I'll have Mr. Lin arrange one for you at Arrow or the Stone Ridge Mountain Industrial Base. What kind of place is Cuba? Gloria had done her homework this week, a devilish place with one drug factory after another, constant skirmishes between warlords, hundreds of large and small conflicts over 50 years, and nearly 6 million war-related deaths. Compared to that, Night City seemed like a beacon of truth, goodness, and beauty. The deceased Jotaro could even get an Outstanding Youth Progress Award in Cuba. Recently, even Mr. Lin himself had been targeted multiple times by local drug dealers in assassination attempts, wave after wave. She didn't even know if she would return alive from this trip. Would you ask a mother to take her son to such a place to carry out a mission? Does she look crazy? However, who was David? A kid who had admired Night City mercenaries famous worldwide since he was young, with rebellious blood flowing in his veins. Do you think he'd stop just because you told him not to? David was mentally prepared for his mother's refusal and didn't argue further. He had already made up his mind, actions are always more effective than words. Regret. This word accompanies most people in this era throughout their lives. They climb desperately to reduce their regrets. But in reality, even if you stand at the pinnacle of a nation's power, regret still exists. Rosalind Myers deeply understood this. She was different from the previous two NUSA presidents. Before becoming president, she was the executive director of Mealy Tech. During her campaign before taking office, everyone believed Myers would become a mouthpiece for Militica's interests, squandering Elizabeth Cress's decades of effort. However, something that shocked everyone happened. Immediately after becoming president, Myers began a power struggle with Mealy Tech. Although the current NUSA is not a two-party system, the NUSA government and Mealy Tech have formed an alternative two-party system, each controlling a portion of this collective's power. As the president of a nation, could Myers tolerate this? As president, when is power at its greatest? The answer is wartime president. Knowing that centralizing power from Mealy Tech was impossible under normal circumstances, Myers unhesitatingly launched the Unification War, rallying most of the NUSA's power under her command with the slogan of reunifying the United States of America, and marched towards the lands of the Western Free States. Facts proved that the corporate-ruled Free States were no match for the violent assault of a national entity. They advanced like a hot knife through butter, encountering almost no decent resistance, and were pushed through. The populace everywhere welcomed them wholeheartedly. However, the NUSA had been in decline for over 80 years and was no longer the world's shining beacon with its once mighty national power. Furthermore, Mealy Tech, globally, was only on par with third-rate countries like Myanmar and Bangladesh. They stumbled at the final, most crucial hurdle, Night City. Even when Southern California sided with the NUSA, facing Arezaka, who had returned to North American soil, especially when they brought the Kujira right to the coastline, Myers had no choice but to stop and make peace. The NUSA was nothing more than a hollow egg. Once it hit a hard rock and sparked anti-war sentiment, Mealy Tech, along with many other corporations, would immediately turn around and bite her, forcing her to spit out everything she had consumed. For this, she sold out many people. At that time, the more loyal one was to the NUSA, and the harder one worked for unification, the more tragically one would die. Reed was one, and Hansen was another. And after that, her policies became mired in difficulties. Without the support of the united front, everything she did felt like countless obstacles were hindering her every move. She had grand ambitions but couldn't realize them. Myers's regrets continued until the second half of 75. It wasn't until the appearance of that man that things began to turn around. Make America Great Again. That phrase of his was carved by Myers onto her presidential desk, pondered day and night, and resonated deeply with her. After he presented the water purification technology, Myers unhesitatingly built new water purification plants in cities across every state and attempted to nationalize all water plants and water prices within the country. Despite numerous difficulties, Myers continued to compete with Militech and major urban corporate groups. Even the Blackwell Data Project, which had been stuck in a bottleneck, achieved a major breakthrough. Songbird's efficiency in connecting to the Blackwell increased significantly recently, and the pain during experiments also decreased considerably. To be willing to share such important technology, this is what you call loyalty to the country. A loyal minister of the NUSA. However, just as everything was moving towards a bright future, it suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Her trusted minister, Mr. Lin, suddenly went crazy and offended the Cubans and Petrochem. On this point, Militech and the NUSA had no sufficient reason to help him. Then, Songbird's experiment got stuck again, seemingly missing some critical data nodes and unable to break through. This rise and fall made even the calm and collected Myers feel a bit restless, and she would visit the laboratory almost every few days to inquire about the progress. Through the glass wall, Myers saw a haggard Songbird sitting in the hacker's chair. Her eyes showed exhaustion, and her back was hunched, as if she could collapse at any moment. Connecting to the Blackwell put an unimaginably huge mental strain on hackers. The NUSA had lost more than a dozen elite hackers in this laboratory before getting a genius like Songbird. But even so, in a recent experiment, she almost died, only to inexplicably pass the danger period and even gain a significant increase in control over the Blackwell. Myers had no empathy for Songbird's suffering. She was a politician, emotions were superfluous. Originally, she thought Songbird would become an unstable Blackwell nuclear bomb, but now that she showed signs of stabilizing, she was worth continued investment and development. She looked at the lab director and asked calmly, "Have you found the reason?" "This." The bald lab director's face showed a troubled expression. Although he was a well-known intellectual outside, in front of the Blackwell's vast data formulas, he was no different from an elementary school student. Even with a supercomputer, he was powerless. All experiments were trial and error, finding answers by brute force. "We have a lead, but we lack the means to verify its accuracy." "What do you lack?" Conquering the Blackwell was a unified goal for the NUSA and Militech. Both sides would spare no effort in supporting this experiment, providing whatever was needed. The lab director brought up a large amount of data formulas in front of Myers. The dense, constantly changing algebra and code looked like an indecipherable heavenly script. However, once the lab director converted these codes into a data model, it became clear. The Blackwell uses different algorithms internally and externally. It employs two different sets of identification codes to distinguish between humans and rogue ACE. Just like the human immune system, individuals like us who have implanted the next-generation Blackwell protocol local area network cannot actively activate it unless we actively go outside and inject antigens internally to activate the immune system and generate antibodies. Only then can we obtain enough data for the next step of the experiment. In other words, we need a device with sufficient power that can go into cyberspace beyond the Blackwell. Can't conventional ones work? Myers frowned. Militech had such things. What Arezaka was doing, Militech was also doing, circumventing firewalls, VPNs, those who know. No. The lab director shook his head. We've already tried, but the amount of data feedback is completely insufficient. It's easy to talk without bearing the burden. Myers wanted to ask the lab director if he knew how high the power consumption of these electronic devices was. Just for this laboratory, Militech had designed a separate nuclear reactor for power, enough for the daily electricity needs of half a city. Now you're saying you need an even bigger one? Myers didn't want to spend that much effort and time. But where in the entire NUSA was there such a large device? Capable of accessing the old net, connecting beyond the Blackwell, and with sufficient power. One experimental project after another was filtered through Myers's mind. Soon, the name of a project that had been halted 7 years ago appeared in her mind. Little Dipper. Little Dipper is the Chinese translation, it's actually called Dogtail, the Tale of Dogtown. She immediately pulled up Little Dipper's relevant experimental data for the lab director to see. Can these satisfy your requirements? Yes. The lab director gasped, seeing quite a few familiar data points. It was very likely that the Songbird project he was currently overseeing was a continuation of Little Dipper. Yes. He nodded in surprise, saying, and far more than that. If we can get all the experimental data, not only will it increase the control volume of the Blackwell, but it might also allow us to further analyze the Blackwell and even create a stable Blackwell passage. The sound of their conversation could not penetrate the thick soundproof glass, and even light could not pass through to shine on Songbird. Songbird also could not see Myers behind the wall. However, at this moment, the camera on Myers's head turned, aiming at the two people discussing, moving slowly without attracting anyone's attention. Songbird, sitting in the hacker's chair, seemed to feel the icy coldness of the air conditioning on her skin, but she knew it was just an illusion. Fully chromed, she had long lost her body's sensory abilities. She slightly raised her head, glancing at the glass curtain wall directly opposite with her peripheral vision, then quickly lowered her head again before Myers noticed, pretending to be lost in thought. Besides the faint noise of machinery moving around her, Songbird's ears also picked up sounds Myers couldn't hear. Compared to the cold and solemn laboratory, Songbird's other field of vision was incredibly lively. My turn. Draw card. Summon Blue Eyes White Dragon. Next, my win rate is 1000%. After a loud shout, the hacker player Xiangsuo Homodeo Hisi threw out a card from his hand, followed by a large stream of data rushing out of his body to empower the card, instantly transforming into a nearly 10-meter tall white giant dragon that let out roars on the field. The player's development of cyberspace was incredibly fast. They not only built card halls in Plaza 1 but also played a hodgepodge of games, from Gwent to Yu-Gi-Oh and even D&D, all readily available. But did you think these cards were just game props? No. They were all genuine automatons, attack or defense programs developed and edited by card deck hacker teams themselves. Their appearance had no relation to their function, whether it was a white dragon or a black-stockinged girl depended entirely on the designer's personal interest. Inspired by them, many players with insufficient ability and no hacker talent also came to Songbird with their farmed cyber points. They commissioned her to help create various powerful automaton cards, or to capture those rogue ace, beating them into submission and capturing them with programs to sell to game stores. These malicious programs would be snatched by Lucy, instantly refined, then made into blank programs and put into the store. Many players with insufficient technical skill would also come here to buy them. They could be made into control programs responsible for certain tasks within a player's corporation, like Yuzuo Kitchen's idol, or be provided with a separate server to replace some hacker functions in conquering cyberspace's rogue ace. Their attack methods were a bit rigid, but they excelled in computational power over hacker players. And at this moment, they were not playing cards, but raiding a dungeon. The object of countless players' siege was Prometheus Laboratories' final boss, Prometheus. The massive atomic structure far exceeded any rogue AI or program they had encountered before. Even the white dragon summoned by Xiangsuo Homodeo Hisi earlier was but a small snake in front of it. Prometheus, grand as a mountain, had been facing the siege of nearly 1,000 players from all directions, ground and sky, for a full 8 hours. Sci-fi battleships, legendary giant dragons, Chinook warriors, mechanical Gundams, anything you could imagine or not, players had brought them out in various dazzling forms and all deployed them in this boss encirclement battle. The spectacle's coolness completely surpassed all MMORPGs in history. However, despite the grand scale, the destructive white light spewed by the Blue Eyes White Dragon, striking the electrons constantly orbiting the atomic nucleus, failed to cause even a tremor. Immediately, the attacked electron vibrated slightly and disappeared from its original location, reappearing out of thin air on the Blue Eyes White Dragon with an almost instantaneous movement. The massive sphere instantly engulfed the entire White Dragon's body, but upon closer inspection, it was clearly moving in its own rotational orbit, just like the movement of a true electron, existing in every position simultaneously, and traversing every path simultaneously. No. My Blue Eyes White Dragon. Xiangsuo Homodeo Hisi screamed tragically, but no was useless. He couldn't call back his painstaking creation. Fortunately, creating automatons only required hacker players' grind and no real-world resources. If computational power was sufficient, they could even be infinitely replicated, otherwise they would have fainted from anger. Each tremor of Prometheus would take away the painstaking efforts of countless players. Automaton after automaton shattered, program after program disintegrated into data light points and dissipated into the void. The players' offensive was thwarted more than once. Players even tried using combined techniques, transforming into amazing RC, destroying dozens of Prometheus's electron structures, but ultimately they were no match for the AI and were scattered. For 50 years, although Prometheus had never left the laboratory's data fortress, it had devoured and assimilated a large amount of laboratory data. It was no longer the rogue AI that an elite hacker could take on alone back then, its strength was incomparable. Battleship after battleship was destroyed, turning into heavenly fire falling towards the ground. Strange magical creatures were crushed to pieces by electrons. The players' combined army was almost on the verge of collapse in front of Prometheus. Oh, the suffering. Songbird watched the suffering players grumble, but her lips curled into a slight, joyful smile, her expression utterly delighted, a stark contrast to the numb and cold demeanor she had in the NUSA laboratory. Heh. I knew it. Lin Miao had long guessed that the current players were no match for the old net boss, which was why he had Songbird here to hold the line. However, she wasn't there to fight the boss, but to create opportunities for the players to deal damage. I'll trap it, you guys find the right moment to attack its data core. This command was simultaneously transmitted to all players present, stopping the impending rout. Except for Jackal, who had already been defeated and was awaiting revival, Pandora, who was still struggling, immediately said in the channel, "Okay. Everyone, let's go again." Her indifferent lowly voice, however, ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Yuzuo Kitchen, lowly Sekao de. Pandora Sekao. Xi Huo Cao, if I don't forge copper, how can I enrich the nation and strengthen the army? Officer, where are the lowly cons? I'll arrest them all offline. Charge together. Amazing RZ. With the addition of braindance technology, the players' data integration capabilities were much stronger than when they first entered cyberspace, and their cooperation was seamless. They stopped attacking, transforming into thousands of streams of light converging in mid-air. A giant robot was gradually forming, with V-shaped red jet wings, a robust humanoid body. Compared to the realistic wanderers, Amazing RZ was closer to a super robot. The players were noisy, but Songbird particularly liked this kind of human-filled group. Although her authority was not as high as Lucy's, dealing with an AI of this level didn't require that much effort. However, Songbird didn't have the player's penchant for making automatons into various models, hers were purely about skill and stats. She splayed her 5 fingers, and black-red lightning surged from the void, engulfing Prometheus, which was as large as a mountain. After solidifying for a short time, these lightning bolts, like chains, firmly locked each of its electrons in place, preventing them from teleporting to attack the gradually forming Mazinger Z again. I've got it trapped, quickly attack. The appearing Mazinger Z, with Pandora as its computational core, remained silent. Although it was a super robot, it didn't use any flashy moves. The thrusters on its back wings suddenly engaged, propelling its entire body forward to fly towards the atomic nucleus. Pandora chose the most direct and familiar attack method. Headbutt. Just like nuclear fusion occurring when atoms collide, the two massive data entities collided mercilessly. Pandora chose to confront it in the most primitive way, an iron-like forehead smashing into the atomic nucleus. The surrounding data streams were affected and began to become chaotic, with towering waves. The impacted laboratory data fortress showed signs of collapse. And even Songbird's lockdown was breached by several layers. Unseen, unheard, unsniffed, untouchable, unspeakable, even the solidified program collapsed, and space disintegrated inch by inch. The massive Mazinger Z couldn't bear the strain, and from its forehead, it began to light up and decompose back into individual players. Many players' data bodies disintegrated and collapsed from the shock, with only a few hacker players barely able to maintain their forms after disintegration, not completely collapsing. And on Prometheus's atomic nucleus, which served as its data core, Pandora's forehead imprint was visible, surrounded by spreading cracks. With a crisp crack, like an avalanche, the cracks expanded across its entire form. The rogue AI that had brutalized the players for 8 hours finally transformed into a torrential downpour of massive data, falling from the sky. Songbird took the core AI program, while the hacker players curiously touched the light points, wanting to see what remained inside. These things would eventually be tallied for all participants, and looking early wasn't against the rules. Most of the contents were nuclear engineering-related papers, or the daily lives of employees at the time, work recordings, experimental data, and so on. And Pandora also reached out her hand, catching a tiny light point that could be considered insignificant among all the data, experimental log. November 7, 2022. My proposal was rejected by my supervisor. He believes this project has no commercial value whatsoever and is just a piece of waste paper. I had already prepared myself for failure, but someone found me, or rather, I shouldn't call her a person, because I don't know what she is, who she is, ... Chapter 267 The True Legend. My name is Kai Lister, born on March 12, 1992. Because my father went to Los Angeles for work, I lived with my grandfather in a nondescript coastal town in Southern California. My grandfather used to be a sailor in a deep-sea fishing fleet and told me many, many magical stories about the ocean. He spoke of the Nautilus, lurking 20,000 leagues under the sea in Haiti, of giant octopuses singing in ancient ruins, and of mermaids enchanting sailors. He often boasted that he once sailed out to sea in a small, famous boat and encountered a marlin weighing over 1,000 pounds. He wrestled with that fish for an entire day until dusk, finally reeling it in, but unfortunately, it was almost completely devoured by sharks on the way back, leaving only a pile of bones. 1,000 pounds, heavier than 20 of me at that time. That night, I had a nightmare where I fell into the sea and was swallowed whole by that 1,000-pound fish. I woke up screaming and cried in my grandfather's arms until the middle of the night before finally falling back asleep. The vast blue sea holds endless stories and mysterious creatures, even my teachers said that life came ashore from the sea. As an ignorant teenager, I yearned for the ocean, hoping that when I grew up, I could explore the boundless sea like my grandfather and witness the legendary stories hidden deep beneath the waves. Until that ship appeared, turning the seawater black. Foul-smelling black sludge covered the blue surface of the ocean. Seagulls soaring in the sky struggled in the oil, their white feathers stained with the black mud. Schools of fish floated to the surface, their movements ceased forever. My grandfather fell ill and passed away in bed, along with the sea. I asked my father, who had rushed back, what was that thing? My father replied, that's oil, the lifeblood of human industrial society. Without it, more people would die. I didn't hate the oil, nor did I hate that ship, because everyone makes mistakes. Just like when I spilled olive oil on the floor as a child, but if you clean the floor again, it will be as good as new. I no longer wanted to go to the ocean. I hoped to develop cleaner and more efficient energy to reduce pollution, so I dedicated myself to nuclear engineering and materials science. But not many people were interested in clean, everyone preferred efficient. To save costs, nuclear wastewater was discharged into the sea without treatment. To monopolize oil resources, they simply blew up oil fields and offshore oil and gas deposits. Black oil gushed from the seabed like lava, and millions of tons of solid waste were dumped into the sea every day. Eventually, it formed a floating continent. Marine life went extinct on a massive scale. I never saw whales breach the surface to breathe again, nor did I see dolphins migrate. Humanity's birthplace was crying, but no one was willing to listen. My purification materials were, not surprisingly, rejected again. But I didn't give up, because I really wanted to see with my own eyes the 1,000-pound marlin my grandfather spoke of, even if I was alone on this path. On October 23, 2022, I succeeded. After a month of experiments, using Prometheus's 2 hours of free time every morning, the xenon activity in filtered seawater dropped from 1.37 million becquerels per liter to 80,000 becquerels. The content of dozens of other radioactive elements also significantly decreased. Although it still didn't meet the standards of yesteryear, it was now safe for normal, long-term contact. On October 24, 2022, I uploaded the experimental report to my supervisor. If it passed, it could change the world. On October 27, 2022, the report was rejected. The company issued a notice stating that I had unauthorizedly used company property and had to pay €370,000 for Prometheus usage fees. They hadn't even read a single word of my proposal. On October 31, 2022, I met a group of mysterious people in cyberspace. They hoped I could share my technology with them to accomplish a world-changing endeavor. I didn't trust a group of people who wouldn't even tell me their real names. Perhaps they were just like those companies, only wanting to trick me out of my technology for profit. And I hadn't even published the technology, I hadn't even submitted a paper. How did they know? On November 4, 2022, they came again, bringing a lot of other people's technical data to prove they weren't lying. It turned out I wasn't alone. But it was too late. Today, the company ordered me to stop using company assets and to leave after my personal assets were liquidated. All my technical data was on my office computer and in the Prometheus database. November 7, 2022, this is my last attempt to log into this computer after breaking into the company. If anyone sees this message in the future, please don't let my technology gather dust in the server room. Even if it's used for making money, it should be put to use. I don't know what they want to do or what they can do, but I know there is no Jesus in this world. Only we can save ourselves. Kai Lister. Lin Miao closed the log, silent for a long time. The sheer volume of data extracted from Prometheus even exceeded the processing capacity of Poseidon, almost overloading the server room. Fortunately, the AI Lucy activated backup servers to relieve the pressure before the processing center burned out. Otherwise, Lin Miao would have been heavily fined before even making a profit. The importance of this data also far exceeded Lin Miao's expectations. The terminal, which was once easily held in his hand, now felt heavy as lead, even like a hot potato. One person's dream could be this weighty. And who were they that Lister mentioned in his log? How much did it have to do with me? Lin Miao could almost certainly conclude that the so-called they and the system were working together, or rather, the system was created by them. Every piece of technology he extracted was guiding Lin Miao on how to deal with the industrial pollution left over from the past 100 years. If Lister hadn't, for some reason, refused them, he might have even drawn similar items or products from the gotcha pool. Casper. Lin Miao's heart was heavy. He looked at the robot next to him, still immersed in Plaza 1, building a nuclear reactor experimental zone brick by brick. Although it was just a showpiece. He was just a director, not a professional engineering team, he couldn't even build a model. He was enjoying it, even hiring some players to help, but there was no pay, and he couldn't afford to pay them. Casper. Seeing that the annoying guy was still online, Lin Miao walked up with the terminal and slapped him, giving him a physical wake-up call. Who the hell is that? You idiot. Pulled out of cyberspace, Casper was about to start swearing again, but seeing it was Lin Miao, he quickly swallowed his words. He said with an awkward laugh, I mean work hard, boss, so you can drive a Kusanagi CT3X. Ever since Lin Miao beat him up for his foul mouth, he knew what to say in front of whom. After all, he was an old hand in the workplace and knew he couldn't afford to offend the person in front of him. If he had to be a workhorse, so be it. Lin Miao couldn't be bothered to listen to his flattery. Prometheus Laboratory has been secured. All data is currently being recovered. Once Poseidon finishes organizing it, you need to estimate how much funding and manpower will be needed to build the first reactor. Have the procurement department send me a detailed list. As for the paper authorship you wanted, you can start on that too. What? Casper was greatly surprised. He thought Prometheus would last at least half a year, but it was taken down in just 2 months. He suddenly felt a chill, glad he surrendered quickly, otherwise, his data would have been wiped too. But faced with Lin Miao's demands and promises, while delighted, he also hesitated. After a moment of thought, he decided to speak, actually, I don't think you need to pursue self-produced reactors. This is a very large investment, and without relevant industries, it will be very slow to build. Building projects in reality wasn't like cyberspace, where you just had data and everything appeared with a wave of your hand. In reality, every screw, every piece of concrete had to come off an assembly line or a mixer truck. Lin Miao had absolutely no relevant industrial foundation. Even if the cyber world had explosive productivity, building the first reactor within 2 years would be considered highly efficient. You can totally buy existing ones. The technology for the reactor in Dogtown is already very Lin Miao cut off Casper. There's a saying where I come from, having a father and mother is not as good as having it yourself. I don't want energy to be controlled by others. Without an industrial chain and skilled workers, we can slowly develop them. It's better than regretting it when someone cuts off our power. Santo Domingo's electricity relied on an old nuclear power plant, Pacifica's electricity was siphoned from other districts, and Dogtown's power came from the crashed airship. None of them were stable enough. Moreover, in the future, Pacifica would undergo revival and reconstruction, and the Stone Ridge Mountain Industrial Zone would expand, leading to a surge in demand for electricity. The existing power supply would be far from enough. Lin Miao didn't want money flowing into others' hands, creating a huge trade deficit. Casper felt that the other party had a point. He never expected this cyber slave owner, who exploited cyber slaves, to have such high awareness. Most companies would have probably run away after seeing such a large initial investment. He immediately looked at him differently. What are you looking at me for? Get to work. Also, you can pick some people from that group, there might be nuclear engineering professionals among them. Have them follow along, but don't mention wages. The company has already given them work and work experience. Bringing up money again would be vulgar. Workers should understand the meaning of dedication. And, after Lucy finishes with Prometheus, take it with you for rehabilitation. Time is money. How can you sleep? At your age, how can you sleep? I was wrong, this guy is a cyber vampire who should be hanged from a lamppost. The plane to Cuba was not in Night City, but at a private airport outside Los Angeles. After all, they were impersonating local thugs to investigate drug trafficking groups, so a criminal had to act like one, which meant faking a stowaway situation. The Sandro 200, a small transport plane, can carry up to 16 passengers. This is a good piece of equipment I borrowed thanks to a favor from an old comrade. Mitch patted the plane's landing gear as if showing off. But the person in front of him wasn't having it. Olafie gave him the middle finger. All right, old man, we paid for this €150,000 a trip isn't for listening to your bullshit. It's even more expensive than a hovercraft ticket. In the past, no one in their right mind would ride your broken down junk. Mitch retorted, laughable. What good things do you wraiths have? A bunch of bandits who only know how to rob, flying a plane? You're more likely to feed the fish at the bottom of the sea. The wraiths had a route south, using self-made mini-submarines. These small targets, traveling alone, were less likely to be attacked by AI, but there was a small problem, the survival rate wasn't very high. Even if AI didn't come, it was easy to hit reefs or accelerate straight into the seabed. Alright, stop arguing. Hurry and load the cargo. The Crimson Killer, dressed in light gear, walked down from the plane, interrupting their argument. If we leave early for Cuba, we might even make it for dinner. Seeing that it was him, the previously unruly female bandit lost her temper. Humph, I'm too lazy to bother with those Aldcaldos idiots. Over 3 months, the Crimson Killer and his team had used every means to wear down the Wraith's temper. This time, they were also operating under the Wraith's banner, so they picked a few of the best behaved and most cooperative individuals to come along. As Gloria settled the bill with the rental party, Olafie directed 2 transport robots to load a huge suitcase onto the plane. Inside were not just clothes, but also firearms, ammunition, communication equipment and more, a considerable amount for over a dozen people. Gloria, Expert, the Crimson Killer, and 6 others, along with 7 modified wraiths, were going on this trip. Just thinking about that old Aldcaldos daring to brag to her made Olafie furious. In the past, she would have flayed him alive. So, she gave the suitcase a hard kick. Thump. Ouch. A faint thud and a cry of pain came from inside the suitcase. Olafie looked left and right, thinking she had misheard, but there was clearly no one around her. She immediately realized what was happening. Her red cybernetic eye stared intently at the suitcase. She should have warned the others that there was something wrong with the suitcase, but Olafie didn't. The corners of her mouth stretched to her ears, revealing jagged canine teeth, her smile full of malicious amusement. Here, put the suitcase here. She ran into the plane's belly, directing the robots to place the suitcase on the outer edge. She even thoughtfully closed the pried open lock, then whistled and left. A stowaway? A stowaway meant fun. Besides, what did it have to do with her? The plane quickly started. After a moment of G-force from acceleration, it lifted off the ground. The landing gear retracted into the fuselage, and it accelerated towards the clouds in the sky. But David had never been on a plane, he hadn't even ridden in a hovercar. Crammed in the small suitcase with other luggage, it was stuffy and hot. In just a short while, he was sweating profusely. God knew how long the flight to Cuba would take, he might suffocate in the suitcase before the plane even landed. No, I have to get out quickly. David pushed hard on the door, but it had already been locked by Olafie. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out. Damn it. A student fresh out of school wouldn't have so many schemes and plans. He just went for it on a whim. Who would care about all the trivial details? It was normal to encounter an accident now. After several failed attempts, David felt the air in the cargo hold becoming increasingly stifling. His clothes were soaked with sweat. To sneak in, he hadn't eaten or drunk all day. If this continued, he would surely collapse from exhaustion. Just as David was about to shout for help, the lock clicked open. A cold breeze blew in, and a red-haired woman opened the door. Mom. David was about to call out Mom when he saw a red glint in the other person's dark face. Although she also had red hair, this woman was definitely not his mother. Moreover, this faceless woman exuded an aura of killing intent. The suffocating pressure made David's heart skip a beat. Hee, little mouse, I found you. David, who had just been unbearably hot, suddenly felt as cold as an ice cellar from the breeze. This woman would definitely kill him. She was not on the same level as those punk thugs on the street, she had at least dozens of lives on her hands. Even facing an enemy who could easily kill him, David wasn't completely overwhelmed by her aura. Instead, he pulled out the steel pipe he had prepared earlier, intending to hit her on the head. However, his movements were full of flaws in Olafie's eyes. She easily caught the attack with her bare hands, then with a slight force, she broke the steel pipe right in front of David. Hurry and resist. Try a little harder, and maybe you can escape from my hands, little mouse. Still not satisfied, Olafia felt a rush of exhilaration watching David bite his lip and resist futilely. This was more like it, she thought. She had expected everyone in Night City to be as tough and reckless as those lunatics. Why aren't you sitting in your seat? What are you doing here? As the saying goes, every dog has its day. Olafia froze when she heard that voice. That. She turned stiffly, her expression as if paused, sweat starting to bead on her forehead. She yanked David out of the cargo hold. I heard a commotion over here in the cargo bay, so I came to check it out. And I caught a stowaway. David Martinez? What are you doing here? The Crimson Killer looked at the NPC boy, whom he had heard about, with some surprise. He hadn't expected this guy to sneak onto the plane. This was a good opportunity. Go back and sit down obediently. Leave this person to me. The Crimson Killer subtly moved aside, creating space. As the Commissar, his authority in the hearts of the modified wraiths was even higher than Olafia's. David Martinez? Why is that name the same as that woman's? So that's it. Although she was a bit unwilling to have her toy taken away, Olafia gave the young boy an interested glance, committing his appearance to memory. After all, there would be plenty of time in Cuba later. How did you get on the plane? Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. I'm in charge of security for your mother's trip. After Olafia left, the Crimson Killer had no intention of taking David back to the cabin. Instead, he found a random platform and motioned for David to sit down and chat. I'm worried about my mom. Because the Crimson Killer had just recognized him and saved him from that bad woman, and also carried a unique, serious sense of approachability, David slightly lowered his guard and sat down next to him. Cuba is indeed very dangerous, but if you go with her, you might bring more trouble to Gloria. Humph. Looking at David, who was silently hanging his head, the Crimson Killer had a rough idea of the boy's character. Let's talk about something else, David Martinez. The Crimson Killer closed the distance between himself and David, adopting a relaxed posture. I've heard your name from others. I hear you are very fond of those legendary mercenaries in Night City. David instinctively responded, not knowing why the other person would bring that up. But David, in my opinion, they aren't really legends. The Crimson Killer patted his shoulder. Do you want to hear what kind of legendary figures I have in mind? You. David looked at the person in front of him strangely. The feeling he got from him was much more formidable than the woman from earlier. It wasn't cybernetics, but an intuition. The other person exuded an inexplicable sense of confidence. Could such a person also have favorite legendary mercenaries? Who is it? Morgan Blackhand? Or William Old Snake? Neither. The Crimson Killer showed a gentle smile and pulled a book from his pocket. The legendary figure in my heart is in this book. While the plane hasn't landed yet, take a look, David, and then compare him to the legends in your heart. David took the book, half understanding. In this era of entertainment to death, everyone pursued faster and more direct experiences. Paper media hardly entered the purview of young people like them, even reading for study was done through braindance tutorials. He used the cargo hold's light to look at the book's title, somewhat puzzled, how the steel was tempered. Author, Nikolai Ostrovsky. Was this an industrial book? What kind of legend could be in it? Growing more confused, David, relying on the trust he had just established with the Crimson Killer, opened the first page. It was a slogan, the most precious thing a person has is life. This life belongs to everyone, and there is only one. A person's life should be lived in such a way that when he looks back on his past, he does not regret wasted years or feel ashamed of a life lived without purpose. So that, when he dies, he can say, my entire life and all my energy have been dedicated to the most magnificent cause in the world, the struggle for the liberation of all mankind. Chapter 268 The greatest invention of the 21st century, Mutuo. Fighting for the liberation of all mankind. These 10 simple, direct words brought a soul-shaking tremor to David. What kind of person, what kind of event, could be worthy of these 10 words? The story in the book takes place in a small Ukrainian town after the end of World War I. The protagonist's name is Pavel Korchagin. He was scolded because the priest's account of God creating the world differed from what his teacher taught. To get revenge, he put cigarette ash into the Easter bread, which enraged the priest, and he was expelled. David didn't know why, but he saw a reflection of his past self in the protagonist, the same single-parent family, the same poverty, the same defiance of school rules, a love for fighting, and a hatred for children from wealthy families. Can someone like me also become a legend? David read quickly, his optical implants' high-speed scanning and recognition ensured he didn't miss a single word. However, many parts of the book left David confused. What were the White Army, the Red Army, and the Bolsheviks? Why were Germany and Poland fighting Ukraine? Fortunately, there was someone nearby who patiently explained the unfamiliar terms to David, allowing him to continue reading bit by bit. The experience of reading a physical book is completely different from a brain dance. Scenes described in text don't have the same direct impact as dynamic visuals. It's not as instantly gratifying as a brain dance, which is designed to stimulate all 5 senses, but the blank spaces gave David ample room for imagination. He felt as if he had arrived in that simple town, merging with the young man named Pavel, returning to that chaotic and turbulent era. Stealing a German officer's pistol from the barracks, meeting the beautiful girl Tanya, and attacking the White Army to save Zucre, only to be imprisoned. My goodness, this was exactly the kind of thing David himself would do. David could guarantee that if he and Pavel swapped places, he would also do those seemingly rebellious things. And Victor, that snitching rich kid, was just as hateful as Tanaka in his class. This sense of immersion was an experience that the mandatory, mind-controlling brain dances had never offered David. The door to a new world was opening for him. And the image of Pavel Korchagin, growing more mature, his faith becoming firmer, and moving further and further away from David's own path, made him understand why this man could be called a legend by the Crimson Killer, and why the book was titled How the Steel Was Tempered. Pavel's revolutionary will was so resolute and fervent that he would sacrifice his own life and body without hesitation. He fought against the stubborn White Army, against the parasites within the party, and against physical illness, as if nothing could defeat him. The readily available official positions and power were like dirt in his eyes. Yet, such a person did not have the good fortune of turning bad luck into good, or overcoming danger, as seen in brain dances. Poverty, illness, ostracism, and criticism from colleagues, Tanya's misunderstanding. It was as if misfortune clung to this man. His short life was so unfortunate that he would be paralyzed and blind before he turned 30. David, accustomed to the quick, short-term gratification of brain dances, found it difficult to accept at first. Why did good people in this book not get good rewards? Why were there no cybernetic implants in that era? If his injuries could be cured, this man of steel could surely do more. There were so many poor people waiting for Pavel's help, and so many enemies who had not yet fallen. But when Pavel came to the suburban park, abandoned his suicide attempt, and self-interrogated, David understood. It was the cruelty of fate and the brevity of life that made this man's iron-like will even more precious. It was his noble will that highlighted the wickedness and baseness of the opportunists. He might die, but his indomitable will of steel would live on longer than all the base people who merely clung to life in the world. This person, did he really exist? David closed the book, his heart unable to calm for a long time. Compared to him, even the most glorious Johnny Silverhand seemed a bit shallow. Of course he existed, and he had many comrades who fought alongside him, the Crimson Killer said. But why is there still Night City? David didn't understand. If people like Pavel truly existed, then why was the world still like this? Why couldn't such a heroic resistance, and such sincere revolutionaries like Pavel, change the world? If even Pavel couldn't change the world, then who can? You can, David. The Crimson Killer softened his voice. As Gloria's son, a hot-blooded rebellious youth, he was the perfect person. Don't forget, Pavel was also a poor boy like you at first. The nobility of will and character never depends on birth. Pavel could come from the industrial housing of Santo Domingo, from a basement in Japantown, or from the shanty towns of Pacifica and Watson. Don't be discouraged by temporary failures, David. Thoreau once said that most people live in quiet desperation, so don't fall into that state, David, you must break out. It's not too late to seek a newer world. My purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset. Though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven. That which we are one equal temper of heroic hearts. Made weak by time and fate, but strong in will. To strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Never yield. Gloria had whispered these words countless times in David's ear, hoping he could reach the top of Arezaka Tower, the highest place she had ever seen. But at this moment, David saw a towering mountain. Compared to that mountain, Arezaka Tower was so tiny, not even a pebble at the foot of the mountain. And he now stood at the base of this mountain. The mountain path was treacherous and difficult, with demons lurking. Once he stepped on it, he would face endless resistance. The Crimson Killer stood beside David. He took out the medal he had received during the Battle of Big Sur, held it in his hand, and asked, I now invite you, David Martinez, to become a comrade of Pavel Korchagin. Would you be willing? David's heart pounded. Pavel, a true legend. Even if he only existed in books, could I also possess that will, revered like a towering mountain? Looking at the mountain before him, David held his breath. I am willing. Good, now you are. As if afraid David would change his mind or something, the Crimson Killer abruptly stuffed the badge into David's arms and hid it. This is a secret between the two of us. Don't tell anyone else. No sooner had he finished speaking than the cargo hold door was pushed open again, and an angry figure stormed in. David. Gloria's red hair flew, like an enraged lioness, and she reached out, grabbed David's ear, and lifted him up. How did you end up here? She was going crazy. This was Cuba. Not the outskirts of Night City. That place was 10,000 times more dangerous than Big Sur. Behind Gloria, the informant Olafie looked triumphantly at David and the Crimson Killer, who were being scolded by his mother. She felt incredibly satisfied at that moment. As soon as this plane lands, you're going back. Back to Night City. No. David, stubborn as an ox, retorted to his mother, unless you guys go back to Night City too. Miss Gloria, I must remind you, the return flight after this plane lands is to Los Angeles, not Night City. The risk of him flying back is no less than staying in Cuba. The Crimson Killer didn't want the bird he had in hand to fly away. How about this, let David stay with me. I swear on my life that he will not be harmed before I die. A splitting headache made Gloria sigh that her son was getting harder to manage as he grew older. She looked helplessly at the Crimson Killer. Then I'll leave him to you. It's my duty. Hearing that he could stay, David was excited but also felt a bit regretful. What a pity. Pity about what? The Crimson Killer was curious. David could stay, so what was he still regretting? David shook his head regretfully, looking at the book in his hand. It's a pity there's no brain dance. If only I could truly become Pavel Korchagin in a brain dance. In a brain dance to become Pavel Korchagin in a brain dance. Brain dance. The Crimson Killer's brain felt as if it had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. Chapter 269 I'll help you fight the world. He knocked hard, and it buzzed. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared on his usually calm face. He gripped David's shoulders and shook him. David. Do you know what? You're a genius. Brain dance. It's brain dance. Our biggest problem is solved. At this point, Expert, who was in the cockpit, heard the commotion and rushed over. He was the one who had just reminded the Crimson Killer that Gloria had passed by. When he saw the Crimson Killer's expression, he was also startled. What's wrong? The Crimson Killer immediately went up to him. I found the answer to that problem. The answer is to use brain dance. What brain dance? I'm still dreaming. Expert looked utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what the Crimson Killer was talking about. Seeing his expression, the Crimson Killer realized he had lost his composure and quickly explained, we should use brain dance as a medium for cultural dissemination to spread our ideology. This is an irresistible iron fist. Do you understand? The Crimson Killer pulled Expert back into the cabin and explained it to everyone else. Their biggest dilemma now was the inability to rapidly spread their ideology. In 2076, a year where consumerism and corporate wars had atomized individuals and made it difficult to form a collective force, a highly transmissible cultural work of united front was needed to allow people to understand their actions most efficiently and intuitively. The importance of the propaganda sphere was no weaker than the armed sphere. Books wouldn't work, even with optical implants for translation. People in 2076 wouldn't have the patience to listen to them explain all that. Movies wouldn't work, songs wouldn't work. Simple language, text, and images would have very limited effect, and it would be even harder to resist the pervasive corruption of current capital. And David had enlightened the Crimson Killer. They should utilize brain dance. Yes, it's great to be surrounded by beauties and rise steadily in the workplace in brain dance. But can you feel as good as I did, gnawing on sawdust bread in Stalingrad, enduring artillery fire in the bodies of my comrades, following the commissar with a rifle that had only 10 bullets left, shouting "Ura!" and driving the Nazis back to Berlin? It's great to fight your way to fame in a gang, leading a group of subordinates to success and dominating the streets. But can you feel as good as I did, eating fried noodles and frozen potatoes in the freezing cold, fighting off the attacks of 28 Allied nations all the way from the Yalu River to the 38th parallel? Is it better to become Musk in brain dance, or to become Pavel Korchagin or Zhang Dafeng? The Crimson Killer believes this will not be a multiple-choice question. New neural regulators can give people a better sense of immersion, allowing them to experience the high morale and determination of the soldiers at the time, to personally experience the soldiers' consciousness, and to listen to the commissar's pre-battle mobilization. Once their curiosity is piqued, even if the Crimson Killer and his comrades do nothing, those people will spontaneously begin to walk that path. In the age of the internet, if you want to find something, you can always find fragments. Perhaps ideals often fail miserably in the face of real economic pressure. But that doesn't mean people lose their ideals, they just quietly hide the fragments deep in their hearts, waiting for a chance to take root and sprout. As long as there is a sufficient material basis for subsistence, then ideals can make countless people sacrifice everything. Noble ideals may yield to reality, but they will not be defeated by base desires. Having understood the situation, Expert paced back and forth in the narrow corridor. After a few minutes of contemplation, he decisively said, I need to report this discovery. It's best to start acting immediately. Arturo, we need to find a way to get him to cooperate with us. And money, we need to find a way to get money. This plan will definitely require a large amount of funds, and we few can't handle it. Sage Ram, Cuba is full of drug lords, Eurodollars will not be scarce. Resources can be seized from them. Anyway, it's ill-gotten wealth, so it can be considered taken from the people and used for the people. Expert shook his head, no, conflicts with drug lords will affect our mission. Sage Ram, just wear a stocking and rob them. No one will know it was us anyway. Expert, that makes sense. We'll see when we get to Cuba. New brain dance technology, experience the most realistic pleasure. Not 1999, not 999, only 998. Buy now and receive a free copy of DMS's latest bestseller Brain Dance, My Life in the Crystal Palace. Families, what are you waiting for? Call Arrow now to schedule your surgery. Facts have proven that the most profitable thing in this world is drugs, even if they are digital drugs. And these brain dance companies, like DMS, often resort to extreme methods to film the best brain dance. The Truman Show is staged here every day. Your seemingly perfect lover, a touching and convoluted love story, an affluent life, everything could be a meticulously woven lie by a director behind the scenes. When the director calls cut, they will burst like bubbles in the sunlight. And because the realism of these brain dance is strong enough, their sales are far higher than those brain dance that rely purely on editors to splice data. Especially some extreme black brain dance, which are truly enacted with real human lives. In the entire Night City, from 8 to 80 years old, if you say you haven't done drugs, some might believe you, but if you say you haven't watched brain dance, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. Therefore, as soon as they heard about the new cyberware technology that could enhance the performance of brain dance, many middle-class people with spare money came to Arrow Hospital to schedule surgery with a let's try it attitude. Lin Miao wasn't afraid that this technology would be stolen at all, because before its official launch, he entrusted Lucy to add some extra ingredients beyond the encryption. Enhance the social aspect of brain dance. He wanted to build not only a platform for industrial technology training braindance but also a digital platform for daily entertainment braindance. Unified release, unified download, users can upload their self-made braindance, forums for the same braindance, unrecognized braindance cannot be played, greatly simplifying user operation frequency, bringing users closer, while filtering out illegal black braindance. Let them forever sink into the jagged 720p screen. Because the collapse of the old net made global internet a thing of the past, only city-based regional networks could be built. Only companies with their own private satellites could transmit data across regions. But this problem doesn't exist for Lin Miao. He can transmit data globally using the black hole even without satellites, as long as he makes a slight disguise, pretending to be using Militica's or his own rented satellite. This is his unique technological patent. Thanks to the Crimson Killer and Arturo, the specialized technology developed to cure chemical addictions has taken a step further in deepening digital addiction. Accidental success. Neural regulators are like morphine, they can save lives and relieve pain, but they can also be addictive, a sharp double-edged sword. However, compared to worrying about addicting more people, Lin Miao is currently more concerned with factory capacity and the efficiency of surgical doctors. After the effects of the first batch of surgeries fermented, the number of appointments skyrocketed at a pace no slower than that of game accounts back then. The corridors of Aero hospitals in various locations were packed with people coming to install neural regulators. Aero doctors and medical players not only worked 24/7 overtime, but Lin Miao even opened up a pay-to-skip-the-line service for earlier surgeries. The number of appointments that week exceeded 100,000, and the revenue surpassed Aero's total for the past year. Cash poured into Lin Miao's pockets like a flood, directly triggering bank account alerts, making him at one point wonder if he was being set up. Hundreds of millions of euro entered Aero's account, not only easily filling all the deficits but also causing Aero's market value to skyrocket, triggering stock market circuit breakers 4 times, and showing signs of growing even faster. Because theoretically, every braindance user is a potential user of this product. Currently, at least hundreds of millions of people worldwide are waiting for Lin Miao to expand the market, which is a market worth hundreds of billions of euro. Even Militech is now envious. Financial capital showed Lin Miao what snowballing means in the most direct way. If Horizon Corporation hadn't been unlisted, its stock would have surged as well. Invest all this money. Build Aero branches in London and Paris, recruit more doctors, expand the cyberware factory, and lower the production cost of regulators. Also, the reactor and the marine plan, tell Casper to speed up. I want these 2 projects online immediately. The reconstruction of Pacifica is actually a very troublesome matter. Many people, even knowing that it could make a lot of money, didn't want to do it. First, Dogtown, a hub for smuggling, cannot be eliminated. Eliminating it would offend countless people, leading to an unknown death. Lin Miao had barely entered Dogtown before being subjected to repeated assassination attempts by Petrochem and the Cubans. It was only his tough luck that he survived, anyone else would have been a rotting corpse. Secondly, there are economic disputes. Every building on Pacifica's land is already owned. Regardless of whether it's unfinished or abandoned, legally, the company owns that piece of land. If you want to rebuild, you must re-sign a contract with the client. Otherwise, if you dare to touch their house or land, it's illegal. Even if you eventually fix the house, exactly according to the construction drawings, the other party can still sue you and make you pay a large sum of money. Even with a signed contract, they can still force you to pay. Material quality issues, construction process issues, project timeline issues. If they want to find trouble, they can find 2 pebbles in a brick seam. This is also why Kong Tao and Arezaka, despite having sufficient military power to take down Dogtown, don't want to take over. They are also part of this circle. If someone uses this method to annoy big companies, it's really not good to solve it with force. Breaking the rules would be a loss for themselves. And the most troublesome issue is the problem of vagrants. Pacifica currently has hundreds of thousands of residents, but less than 1/10 of them have legitimate rental contracts and property deeds. To rebuild Pacifica, these hundreds of thousands of people must be resettled. Forcibly driving them out would only affect other districts and cause greater chaos, which is not what the corporations want to see. Now this burden has finally fallen into Lin Miao's hands. And Lin Miao had been waiting for a month. Waiting for an opportunity. He learned from Songbird that there was a nuclear-powered Little Dipper laboratory underground in Pacifica, and that Hansen had already discovered it and was selling the military supplies and equipment stored inside. He then decided to use this to take over Pacifica. To this end, he gradually pressed Hansen. First, he delivered an inauguration speech outside Pacifica, including the previous hype/dispute, between the 2 sides. Lin Miao also subtly pushed it, even dragging Militech and Kong Tao into it. This was all to create the illusion that the 2 companies had decided to take down Hansen and restart Pacifica. The former had publicly expressed interest in Pacifica, while the latter was interested in Hansen's head, both having sufficient motives. Immediately after, Lin Miao sent players into Dogtown for a second round of pressure. Although the players did not engage in large-scale conflicts with the Wraiths, they had a fierce fight with the Scavengers, destroying the Scavengers' largest smuggling stronghold in one afternoon, and even killing 2 Petrochem agents. And ever since players entered Dogtown, Hansen's airdrops were genuinely intercepted by players 8 out of 10 times, forcing Hansen to now stop airdropping smuggled weapons and switch to ground transport. It's better to be embezzled by your own people than to be robbed by lunatics on the street. The pressure was indeed put on Hansen. However, Lin Miao was not ready to fall out with Hansen at the time, so he chose to enter Dogtown and meet Hansen to talk. Lin Miao really hoped the other party would be sensible and honestly give up the drug business. He could even help whiten the wraiths, allowing them to continue operating the underground smuggling dens with Lin Miao. But unfortunately, the other party did not have the resolve of a brave man cutting off his arm. He dared not, or rather, did not want to fall out with the Cuban drug cartel. At least in Lin Miao's view, Hansen believed that the Cubans or the people behind the Cubans would deal with Lin Miao. Lin Miao didn't want to let the other party rely on luck and play possum. He wanted Hansen to be desperate. So, Lin Miao had the players who had infiltrated the heavily guarded Gemsching set off fireworks. He openly told Hansen, "Whether I die or not, if you don't agree, you will die." Finally, both sides reached a superficial agreement. Lin Miao's trucks could enter and exit Dogtown, but at the cost of helping Hansen transport some materials he didn't want other corporations to discover. From beginning to end, Lin Miao never told Hansen that he knew about Little Dipper. Lin Miao even suspected how much Hansen knew about Little Dipper. Perhaps he only knew there was a melee tech facility underground that could yield good things. Therefore, when Hansen chose to oppose Lin Miao, his death was only a matter of time. Hansen's best outcome would be to find an opportunity to kill Lin Miao, then be slaughtered by Kong Tao and Melee Tech, who would find an excuse. The two corporations would happily divide their inheritances and take over a complete Pacifica, a win-win for all. In any other outcome, no matter what he chose, Lin Miao would pin the nuclear leak on Hansen. Yes, a nuclear leak. Lin Miao never intended to solve the problems in Pacifica through conventional means from the start. It was unrealistic, troublesome and inefficient, taking years to resolve, and Lin Miao didn't have that much time to waste. So he chose to use Little Dipper's independent reactor to stir up trouble. Now, the opportunity came faster and was greater than Lin Miao had imagined. The huge market sensation caused by the neural regulator provided Lin Miao with ample funds and also drew the market's attention to him. Moreover, Lin Miao didn't want Hansen to actually pull off something big underground. Assembly line production of robots, with living human brains controlling them. He had just said it casually, never expecting Zetatech to take it seriously and actually dare to do it. Lin Miao looked at the gambling agreement he had just signed with the Night City Banking Association. As long as Lin Miao could restart more than 30 construction projects in Pacifica within a year, he would receive a low-interest loan of over €2 billion. Otherwise, his neural regulators and water purification technology would be confiscated as collateral. So now, Colonel Hansen, it's your turn. The engineering zone of the Little Dipper laboratory had been redecorated and was vastly different from VS last visit. The messy lathes and conveyor belts were neatly assembled. After the power was connected, a large number of mechanical parts flowed like water from the end, transported along the conveyor belt to various processing nodes. They were processed and assembled by mechanical prosthetics and automated nodes, gradually taking shape. The final product was the Hellhound robot. However, what was rather eerie was that the industrial cyberware, which should have been installed on humans, was now fixed by articulated joints on both sides of the assembly line, connected by several thick cables to a sealed hydroponic tank, with an average of 20 prosthetics connected to one. The workflow was orderly, clearly a fully automated assembly line industrial machine. If one looked closely, they could still find the unpolished remnants of the Soviet Giraffe Company's markings on the mechanical parts and machine tools. Petrochem wasn't entirely inactive, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thanks to Lin Miao, Hansen gained the support of a powerful industrial company. Otherwise, he couldn't have mass-produced the designs in such a short time. Then there was Zetatech. Hansen allowed them to conduct secret experiments in Dogtown, on the condition that they help him set up the assembly production line. The two sides hit it off immediately. Coupled with the current Cubans group, Hansen's wraiths were backed by multiple forces, reaching their peak in 7 years. But he couldn't bring himself to be happy. The anxious and uneasy crisis awareness that Hansen had honed over the years made him feel extremely restless. Although Hansen's face still maintained a calm expression, his constantly shaking right leg completely betrayed his inner turmoil. Before the neural regulator hit the market, Hansen could still position himself as Lin Miao's equal, even if it was self-proclaimed. He didn't think Lin Miao was anything special, just another melee tech dog. But now, the other party had become the darling of the capital market, with the potential to soar. Even with the help of several companies, Hansen couldn't compete with his potential. If he dragged it out any longer, by the time the other party finished with Pacifica's miscellaneous affairs, it would be Hansen's death. Therefore, Hansen believed he had to act first, and quickly, without giving Lin Miao a chance to breathe. He looked at a Hellhound robot that had just come off the assembly line, being transported by Zetatech employees on a small cart to an open space for connection testing, and asked, "How long until these things are combat ready? I can't wait to see these darlings circling around me." Hansen had actually been working on robot legions even before the Hellhound, but he had previously entrusted the remnants of the Voodoo Boys led by Slider. However, the results were always unsatisfactory. Those humanoid combat robots simply didn't meet his standards. He had almost given up on them, but then Zetatech came knocking. "Not long, dear." The speaker wasn't the previous Zetatech supervisor, but a short red-haired female hacker. He had spent a lot of money and connections to find this skilled hacker sibling duo from France. He heard that she had even participated in the melee tech laboratory project. She sat in a chair, crossing her legs alluringly, her miniskirt barely covering her fair thighs, and the unlit areas were most tantalizing. Unfortunately, Hansen was not in the mood for such frivolities. He preferred a purely employer-employee relationship, get paid, do the job, and leave. If anything, he would wait until the business was done. Seeing Hansen's lack of interest, Aurora rolled her eyes at the man with boredom and said, Zetatech has already performed cutting surgery on the brains, severing the spinal neurons, and also castrated the prefrontal cortex. Now you don't have to worry about these fools panicking when they wake up and see themselves as your little dogs. Once the combat programming is complete, they can start trying out automated weapons. Aurora looked at the fresh brains stacked in the hydroponic tanks, a hint of dread flashing in her eyes. But experimenting with human brains, these corporate dogs are truly becoming more and more unscrupulous. You don't think your European community is much cleaner, do you? Hansen chuckled. The hunger plague that erupted at the end of the 20th century spread throughout Europe, causing hundreds of millions of deaths, comparable to a new Black Death. The origin of this virus remains a mystery to this day. How could it be so coincidental that it only affected humans, and spread so quickly and widely, almost as if it were a virus specifically designed to target human genes? Hansen didn't care how this thing moved, as long as it could move, that was enough. He was a pragmatist. All crows are black, hacker chick. Then I wonder how black you are, Colonel Hansen. Hansen inwardly cursed her as a flirtatious hussy, then turned to business. I heard that before the Unification War, you and Americ were Militech employees, working in Night City. Aurora leaned back in her chair, her fingers flying across the tablet, so fast they left after images. 9 out of 10 hackers in this world come from corporations, there's nothing new. Surely, Colonel Hansen isn't worried that I'm a Militech agent, is he? She smiled charmingly. Perhaps, Colonel, you could try to interrogate me, maybe I'll confess right away. The openness of the French surpassed most other countries. By 2076, France had practically relegated the word marriage to history. They did it with whoever they wanted, wherever they wanted. In their circles, they even boasted about where they had a quickie that day. Hansen remained unmoved by the beauty's teasing. He was a pure Sigma male. I want to know how much you know about the things in this Little Dipper laboratory. Oh, that's a secret. Hansen placed his hand on Aurora's shoulder, pressing slightly. Secrets are for outsiders. We are business partners. You and your brother want Little Dipper's password as payment, and I agreed. But you at least have to show something. My people found both your names on the Little Dipper employee list. Bastard. The chilling killing intent behind him jolted Aurora out of her flirtatious state. The stinging pain from his 5 fingers pressing down on her shoulder confirmed that Hansen was serious. If Aurora refused to divulge information, not only would she not get Little Dipper's password, but Americ would also die here with her. The ruthless colonel of Dogtown wouldn't jeopardize his career for a trivial matter of the pants. Little Dipper. Aurora hesitated. She worried that he would renege once he knew Little Dipper's purpose, but then she reconsidered. Hansen's wraiths didn't have any competent hackers, wouldn't he have to rely on her and her brother to deal with Little Dipper? If the hackers wanted to tamper with things, even the formidable colonel of Dogtown would have to lie flat. You saw through me, Colonel. Your insight is truly sharp. I'm almost tempted to put on a few more layers of clothes. Aurora maintained her previous coquettish tone. Little Dipper actually has no secrets. It's just that the genius hacker Alt Cunningham created Soul Killer, a special program that can erase human consciousness and completely digitize it. Arezaka got hold of it, which caused many corporations to be wary, and everyone started researching similar network nuclear weapons. Militika's research project was Little Dipper, intended to domesticate rogue A's and then use them. However, due to a failure in overseas competition, the laboratory's funding chain broke, and they eventually had to suspend experiments. It wasn't until 2068, 50 years later, that it was restarted. My brother and I joined then, but it didn't last long. Not long after the experiment restarted, Arezaka was reinvited to Night City by President Myers. To avoid being discovered, Militech had to abandon it again. Speaking of which, you, Colonel, bear some responsibility for that. Domesticating Ace, was it successful? Hehe, if it had been successful, do you think you'd still find so many things here? Hansen hadn't realized such things had happened during the war, but he quickly dismissed it. What this thing was used for in research was meaningless to Hansen. The Wraiths didn't have the capability or funds to restart the research, nor could they hold on to such an important item. The best outcome would be to sell Militika's years of achievements for a good price. However, as the two chatted, they didn't notice that in the quiet engineering zone, one of the ubiquitous surveillance cameras was installed directly above their heads. A faint red light flickered in the lens, like the eyes of a living creature secretly watching everyone below, silently. Underneath the moth bar, the long-sealed NUSA intelligence agency safe house was reactivated. It was here that Songbird betrayed Reed back then. Alex placed several photos on the table, her expression serious. That madman Hansen is mass-producing Hellhound engineering robots in the Little Dipper laboratory. We must inform the NUSA intelligence agency. This has gone beyond what the two of us can handle. Militech must deploy armed forces to suppress it. Don't be fooled by the Hellhound's designation as an engineering robot. Transforming an industrial machine into a killing machine often only takes a turn on an assembly line. Don't rush, Alex. Reed's old face remained as steady as a mountain, as if he never knew what anxiety was. There's something fishy about this. You doubt our intelligence? No. Reed shook his head. Think about it, how did Hansen manage to transport so many things and without alarming anyone else? Who else could it be? It must be Horizon Corporation. With so many supply vehicles transporting goods every day, wouldn't it be easy for Hansen to hide things inside? Then why would he do that? Hansen and he will clash sooner or later. What reason would Lin Miao have to help Hansen transport these things in to strengthen the Wraith's armed forces? Are they in cahoots? That's a possibility. Inform the NUSA intelligence agency and Myers about this first, but Militica's forces cannot intervene. Once the Little Dipper matter is exposed, not only Militech but also NUSA's reputation will suffer. That being said, Reed didn't believe Lin Miao and Hansen were in cahoots. Both were using the current situation to achieve their own goals. Hansen wanted more corporate support, while Lin Miao wanted to eliminate Hansen and gain as much control over Dogtown as possible. Their interests were completely contradictory, making deep cooperation impossible. Based on Reed's many years of experience, he believed there was only one way for Lin Miao to achieve his goal. That was to make Hansen a public enemy of all Night City, to the point where even the Cubans and other corporations couldn't protect him. At that time, Lin Miao would be able to take over Dogtown with the least cost. Chapter 270 Siege of Vision Corporation. While Pacifica was in turmoil, Night City outside of Pacifica was equally restless. Large numbers of high-level players had entered Pacifica, but that didn't mean the original areas were quiet and safe. Now, dozens of new players logged on daily in Stone Ridge Mountain. They needed to fight to gain experience and level up. Any criminal acts violating basic morality or any bounties could become their reason to act. The systems waiting for enemy unit determination was very strange, possessing a considerably flexible moral bottom line, and the upper limit of attack damage also varied. Some were taken out on the spot for the NCPD to collect the bodies, while others were severely wounded and handed over to the NCPD for sentencing. For a full 6 months, the various industries of the gangs had suffered unprecedented devastation, no less than the impact of the nuclear explosion 50 years prior. They had resisted, launching a surprise attack on Horizon Corporation with the Wraiths and Nightwalkers from outside the city, under Arezaka's secret organization. As a result, all 3 battlefields collapsed, and even the support equipment provided by Arezaka couldn't reverse the decline, entering a complete slump, with not even the usual domineering gang members collecting protection money visible on the streets anymore. However, the gangs, pushed to the wall, were like wounded beasts. Perhaps by lying low, they could eventually crawl back to the surface, but that had nothing to do with the current gang bosses. And being a gang is a business that only looks at today, not tomorrow. Kabuki was still as lively and crowded as ever. In the crowded, narrow corridors and alleys, one might turn a corner and discover a new world, a miniature commercial district within the buildings, small restaurants with hawkers at the door, barbershops, and even red light districts. The smoky, narrow alleys were the best hiding places for any mercenaries, and also the meeting points for logging on. Invitation. A burly man blocked the doorway. Even without an optical cyberware scan, one could sense the killing intent emanating from him. Even though the newcomer had changed into a plaid shirt, he still couldn't hide the redneck aura of the 6th Street Gang. He looked back at his boss behind him, then pulled out a business card and handed it over. Only after the burly man scanned it with his optical cyberware did he say, "Weapons are prohibited here, and all combat cyberware must be forcibly deactivated." The two cooperatively handed over 2 revolvers and hidden grenades, and after their full-body combat cyberware was locked down under the control of a hidden hacker, they pushed open the door and entered the room. Inside the room were fierce stoves, kitchen utensils, a large refrigerator, and so on. This was the back kitchen of a restaurant in Kabuki. The central prep area had been cleaned, leaving only a large table and chairs, and in the stove area behind, chefs were still quickly preparing dishes. When the newcomers entered, someone at the table greeted him, "Yo, isn't that Morden? You're really late. I thought the 6th Street Gang wouldn't come after receiving their master's letter." The speaker was Brick, the boss of Maelstrom. His highly modified face was too easy to recognize. "Shut your mouth and stop spitting out oil, nobody here takes you seriously." Morden, the current boss of the 6th Street Gang, didn't even bother to look at Brick, casually pulling out a chair and sitting down. Everyone present was familiar: Brick, the Maelstrom head; Morden, the 6th Street Gang boss; Ishijiro, the Tiger Claws boss, and next to him sat the old woman Akita Wakako. The seat for the Valentino's boss was empty, but a television was placed there. On the TV screen, the shirtless man covered in skull and cross tattoos was Francisco, the boss of the Valentinos. It could be said that currently, all the prominent gang leaders in Night City, except for the scavengers and wraiths, were gathered in this back kitchen restaurant, with their bodyguards standing behind them, creating a serious atmosphere. "Since everyone is here, let's begin, no need to wait for those who haven't arrived." Francisco, in the TV, who could still control the Valentinos from prison, was clearly the one who facilitated this meeting. "I've heard about what's been happening outside from prison. During this time, the Valentinos have lost €70 million, and I believe your subordinates' losses should be no less, if not more." Everyone's faces looked grim. The biggest loser was probably Maelstrom. A fire in Watson burned down many of their strongholds and assets, and after another clash with Arezaka, they were liquidated by Arezaka agents, their influence shrinking so much they were almost removed from the list of major gangs. The Tiger Claws were still in the best economic situation, as they operated Clouds, Night City's largest pleasure palace. But we have been rooted in this city for half a century. Every inch of Night City's streets flows with the sacred blood of our brothers. This is a territory countless brothers fought for with their lives. I know we've had a lot of enmity between us, but under the threat of those guys, I think we should put aside our differences, establish a foothold, and rebuild a Babel tower that belongs to us under God's gaze. Gang members who killed without batting an eye were muttering about God and the Lord. This was the Valentino's way of maintaining internal unity, religion and family. Seconded. Morden's palm slapped the metal tabletop. Also, we need to transfer assets to a safe place. Those guys are more familiar with Night City's sewers than we are, they're like stinking rats. Brick, I suggest coming to our Watson area, there are plenty of empty lots there, with high walls, safer than fighting individually. Several gang bosses debated future countermeasures, the increasingly frequent activities of the players had made it difficult for them to cope. Why could gangs operate so brazenly in Night City, while the NCPD, as the law enforcement unit, couldn't do anything about them? Because the police have a bottom line, and gangs don't. Murder, bribery, kidnapping, threats, framing, there's always something for you. If you're not afraid, your family will be. But when they faced a group with even less of a bottom line, who cared even less about morality or even life, all their past tactics were useless. You kidnap players? Extort players? Murder players? Bribe players? All futile, they don't even have a floating base, they're a group that can call anyone mom. Therefore, the gang leader's ideas were very conservative, endure this round of pressure, and there would always be an opportunity. And in the group, only Akata Wakako hadn't spoken a word from beginning to end. Until platters of Japanese-style sashimi and sushi were brought before them by the chef. Morton, having talked for so long, felt hungry and, without much thought, picked up a knife and fork and began to eat. With his modified digestive system, he wasn't afraid of any poison within. It was just that no one else moved their knives, they seemed a bit strange about the texture of the meat, not like synthetic meat, nor like the textures of common meats such as chicken, pork, beef, or fish. Ah! Ha 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 ha! The person wearing a chef's apron and tall hat let out a strange laugh. Why aren't you eating, everyone? Is my cooking not good enough? This ingredient is very precious, hurry and eat it while it's hot. The chef was tall, his head almost touched the ceiling. The sitting gang bosses all had to look up to see his face, which was backlit. Who are you? Ishijiro looked at the chef with some impatience. A killer? Or some lunatic from somewhere? I'll give you 5 seconds. If you don't speak, I'll twist your head off. But the newcomer ignored his threat, asking to himself, how about I make a dish for you all? He took Brick's unused knife and fork and sharpened them in his hand. A Tiger Claw subordinate nearby couldn't stand it and prepared to step forward to drag out and kill this deranged chef. His hand had just reached the other's collar when a fork pierced his original right eye, pulling it directly out, and a knife severed the flesh and nerves connected to the brain, then slid down to his neck. The subordinate, clutching his throat from which blood bubbles continuously emerged, collapsed to the ground in disbelief. And the chef, in front of everyone, used the fork to put the eyeball into his mouth and chewed, a look of enjoyment on his face. Delicious. That's why I hate those who install cyberware on themselves, it's practically a waste of good material. After speaking, he took off his chef's apron and hat, revealing a distinctive suit. Blonde hair, blue eyes, deep-set eye sockets, a high-bridged nose, the image of a European with aristocratic temperament appeared before them. If one ignored the blood at the corners of his mouth, one might even think he was some European nobleman. This change in demeanor also made several people who originally intended to act stop, but they still surrounded him. Don't be so quick to act. At this moment, Akata Wakako, who hadn't spoken at all, spoke up. This old woman would like to hear what this young gentleman has to say. The shrewd old woman immediately recognized the other's Slavic bloodline, a Soviet. To have found his way to this place, it could only be the group behind the scavengers. The man shrugged at the surrounding bodyguards, also giving Wakako face, and several gang bosses motioned for their bodyguards to return to their sides. Let me introduce myself first. You can call me Benjamin. Benjamin pulled out a chair and sat down, making himself completely at home. He pulled a plate from in front of Brick, and as he ate with his knife and fork, he said, let's start with 6 months ago. Back then, were any of you afraid of the NCPD, or any mercenaries, or lawyers? Who dared to touch a hair on your heads? And now? Why do you all look like fish pulled out of water? Look at someone like me. Ishijiro, crazy. Right. Benjamin wasn't offended by the label the other party gave him. Even crazy people like me know why you're holding a psychological therapy session in the back kitchen of a busy restaurant late at night, and during the day, you don't even dare to go out on the street. The bosses silently watched this crazy man reveal a group, because of those mercenaries from Horizon Corporation. Except for Akata Wakako, the expressions of the others were somewhat stiff. There was nothing they could do, they had been beaten into submission. It's truly unfortunate, those outsiders have shown all of Night City how vulnerable you are. Benjamin looked at Ishijiro. Let me guess, the Tiger Claws haven't been able to collect protection fees recently, have they? What would you have done before? And now? You think he'll settle down once he gets Pacifica? That's just the beginning. Do you think you'll be safe by shrinking into a fortress you've built for yourselves? Don't forget, compared to me, those people are more like cyber psychos. They'll blast through the walls you've built, then steal all your illicit gains, and then rip your heads off your necks and kick them around like balls. Everyone's faces grew increasingly grim, because from what they knew of those people, Benjamin was right, those people really could do such things. Francisco on the TV asked, then what do you propose? Having finished his meal, Benjamin elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin. Kill Horizon Corporation. Kill Horizon Corporation. Everyone laughed when they heard this. If it were that simple, would we be sitting here talking to you? Morton, what does Horizon Corporation have to do with you? Do you have a vendetta against them? You're with the scavengers. Akata Wakako pushed up her glasses. Am I wrong, Mr. Benjamin? You are an elegant and intelligent lady. If I have the chance, I will entertain you privately. Benjamin openly admitted his identity, even though he was remotely controlling the entire scavengers organization through Soviet Union agents. He rarely showed his face to others. Scavengers. Morton was so angry he laughed. Who in all of Night City respected this hyena gang? Not to mention the scavengers were the ones who had been beaten the worst, their largest stronghold in Dogtown had been brazenly taken. I thought you had already been killed off like dogs by those mercenaries. And I haven't heard of any scavengers boss. He slammed the table, and all the bodyguards in the room took a step forward. Everyone was nearing their limit with this uninvited guest. And just as they were about to act, the sound of hard-soled leather shoes walking suddenly echoed from the kitchen in the back. There were still people. When they saw the two people who emerged, the bosses were first stunned, then, as if remembering something, they all sprang from their chairs in a posture that suggested they were ready to flee. The two, a man and a woman, were similarly dressed, with pitch-black eyes and neat dark grey pinstripe suits. Each held a large caliber, custom-made silver revolver in their leather-gloved hands. They didn't speak, but the chilling, prison-like killing intent alone scared all the thugs present into immobility. The one most familiar with their identities was Francisco, who was also influenced by Mexican culture. On the TV, he stiffly stood up. Aguilar, my god. The scavengers and the Cubans' drug cartel had partnered up. No, Petrochem and the Cubans' drug cartel had partnered up. They wanted Lin Miao's life, even sending a legendary assassin like Aguilar. Amidst the shock was a hidden delight, at least the other party wasn't coming for him. You've all been making a mistake, Benjamin said. You think Horizon Corporation is like other companies, with its core assets in its armed mercenaries and fixed assets, so you try to assassinate mercenaries, bomb buildings, besiege offices. Wasn't that right? The gang bosses felt speechless at this thought. Horizon Corporation's structure was different from other companies. Horizon Corporation only had the grunts responsible for execution at the bottom and Lin Miao, who was responsible for decision-making at the top. There was no middle management. If they wanted to bribe someone, they couldn't find anyone. If they wanted to steal secrets, the grunts' clearance levels couldn't access anything. After planting an insider, they could do nothing but work for Lin Miao. The other party's hacker technology was even more advanced, coupled with ubiquitous surveillance systems and doorframe robots, even infiltration was a fantasy. As for the low-level grunts, when had companies ever valued the lives of low-level grunts? That's why I say you're stupid. Benjamin didn't care what these people thought of him. Besides these assets, his most important assets are Horizon Corporation's reputation and public support. Those mercenaries have no bottom line, but Horizon Corporation does. Starting today, whoever dares to work for Horizon Corporation, you kill them. Drivers, sanitation workers, doctors, laborers, treat them all the same. If Horizon Corporation's garbage trucks and EO ambulances dare to go on the street, blow them up. Every day, randomly strike their factories outside the city with long-range rockets, and attack their transport convoys from Big Sur to Night City. Bring all of Lin Miao's industries to a complete halt and see how long he can last against us. If they couldn't beat the mercenaries, could they not beat a bunch of grunts? Once he sends all his people out, scattering his forces, what threat will an empty Horizon Corporation and Lin Miao pose? Just us. Ishijiro looked at the two Aguilars to Benjamin's back, who were toying with their pistols. He didn't want the tiger claws to risk their lives while the scavengers and Cubans reaped the benefits. And the last Night Walker attack also drew the main attention of Horizon Corporation, but they still didn't win, did they? Me. Benjamin smiled. Of course not. Colonel Hansen will help. Dogtown was the only place in all of Night City where heavy weapons were not prohibited. The Wraiths had plenty of big guns, and Horizon Corporation didn't have the Wraiths' channels to transport such heavy equipment. In comparison, the Wraiths' advantage was immense. As for Lin Miao himself, the cigars in Havana have already been lit. You just need to wait to attend his funeral. The stiff expressions on their faces gradually relaxed, and as they looked at each other, joy flashed in their eyes. Undoubtedly, this was a siege of Horizon Corporation by the grey forces of the entire Night City, with the shadows of several major corporations behind it. Now, the only concern was whether Kong Tao and Mealy Tech would get involved. But Benjamin seemed to read their minds. If Mealy Tech and Kong Tao want to get involved, someone will naturally be there to play with them. Petrochem's Far East forces had already gathered in Vladivostok. Kong Tao's people, if they had any brains, would know what that meant. And Mealy Tech would naturally have Arezaka to deal with, it was hardly for a bunch of gangs to worry about. And the Cubans had sent far more than just 2 top assassins, there was an entire action squad. Such a large-scale siege probably hadn't been seen in Night City for many years. Even the 3 squads Johnny Silverhand used to attack Arezaka Tower back then combined might only have reached this level. Achoo. Lin Miao, still working at his computer in the agency, sneezed. Who's talking about me behind my back? The 3rd floor of the agency had been bombed, and Lin Miao was too lazy to redecorate. After all, there might be a 2nd or 3rd round of attacks, so spending money and time on it would be a waste. He just tidied it up, put a table, and installed some glass to make do. Alright then. Lin Miao finalized the plan. He was going to publicly repurchase all property rights in Pacifica Online, at 60% of the original auction price. It was a steep discount, normally, companies wouldn't sell even if the properties rotted in their hands. However, Lin Miao had ways to make those people sign, and by then, the acquisition price would continue to drop. After finishing his work, he looked at the messy walls around him and thought about the several assassination attempts he had faced on the streets these past few days. Although he was confident he could survive, constantly dealing with this wasn't a solution. It would definitely be better to bring V over as a personal bodyguard. Someone so capable is wasted just wandering around outside. I just wonder if the people behind the other side will cause trouble for me because of this. Chapter 271. This is no longer an ordinary gang, we must strike hard. Have you ever seen Night City at 4 a.m.? Although no one knew who asked that idiotic question, 10 out of 10 people in Night City had seen it, and most of them had seen it all night. It was common for agency workers to work 36 hours straight, and the early morning was still the peak time for crime. The cries from the club started at dusk and lasted until dawn. Even though their crotches might have been mechanized long ago, feeling nothing, their acting skills were no less than those of first-rate actors. Horizon Corporation was no exception. Dozens of large garbage trucks were parked in a large warehouse on the outskirts of Santo Domingo. Drivers and workers had already started dining and waiting to begin work about 10 minutes early inside the factory. Every day at 4 a.m., they had to drive these garbage trucks to various parts of Night City to collect waste, then transport it to the Night City dump for sorting and recycling. From the outside, dealing with garbage was undoubtedly a very shameful and demeaning job in Night City, but only the workers themselves knew that this job was not only easy but also not as dirty as imagined. Not only were tools complete, but there were also robots to assist. Under normal circumstances, there was no direct contact with household waste, and mandatory protective measures were fully in place, preventing contact with toxic needles or corrosive liquids. Nominally, they worked 14 hours, but there was a 1-hour break at noon and 3 hours of skill training in the afternoon. The take-home monthly salary was €800 base pay plus performance, usually not less than 1,500, which wasn't high, but it wouldn't be deducted under the guise of taxes, insurance, fines, or meal expenses. If there had to be any issues, it was the rigid rules, strict surveillance, and the circulating rumor that the cafeteria food was actually being used for drug experiments. Otherwise, why would the mercenaries who came to the warehouse to pick up things never eat chocolate-coated pork or orange-flavored jelly buns? So there must be something wrong with it. Malicious speculation and rumors existed both internally and externally, but the workers had to admit that working at Horizon Corporation did not have that crushing sense of oppression. Many people, when applying to other companies, found clauses regarding physical castration of reproductive functions and potent supplements unacceptable, but these were absent from Horizon Corporation's contract. Similarly, there were no mandatory performance reviews here, work depended entirely on one's own initiative. Every 3 months, there would be a professional development expectation and skill assessment. If one agreed to participate in and passed the assessment, they could choose their future career path and then participate in relevant skill training, excluding finance-related fields. With not so high work pressure, perhaps existing development prospects, and a reasonable salary, even if there really might be some biological experiments, everyone gradually accepted it in their hearts. At least life was slowly moving towards a better place. Clara, dressed in a work uniform, stood at the cafeteria's serving counter and said to the bearded man behind the display, "I'd like 2 citrus lava sugar buns and 1 pineapple bacon wrap." The cafeteria meals were pre-made at a processing plant, then uniformly delivered to various cafeterias for heating. The weekly meal arrangements varied depending on what new things the players at the R&D center had come up with. Overly dark dishes would be complained about by employees, and then the developer themselves would have to eat all of it. "Is it for your son again?" The bearded man skillfully took the meal box to serve her, but there was an extra wrap in the box. "This. The extra one is for me. You only eat half your meal every day, do you think others can't tell?" "Thanks. It's mainly because the stuff outside isn't safe." Compared to the disgusting food reported outside, Horizon Corporation's factory could achieve full process transparency. Regardless of what was added inside, at least the process looked clean. The bearded man then asked, "So, have you decided on your career aspirations?" Clara said with a hint of embarrassment, "Well, I want to be a caregiver at Arrow." It wasn't just the two of them. In recent days, related topics like caregiver nurse head nurse could be heard everywhere in the cafeteria. The biggest difference between Horizon Corporation and other companies was the clear upward path. As long as one could pass the assessment, they could enter the internship phase. There was no need to accumulate seniority or compete with others for positions through scheming. No matter how much you ostracized others, if you couldn't pass the assessment, you would remain in your original position. Moreover, for garbage truck drivers to be able to switch careers and pass an assessment to become caregivers at Arrow, that was something they wouldn't have dared to imagine before. The initial feeling of shame gradually transformed into a hidden confidence as they gained a deeper understanding of Horizon Corporation, and the workers' faces showed more anticipation for their future lives. However, a seemingly beautiful future in Night City often turned into a fragile dream that shattered at a touch. Gang members are causing trouble. Roars and chaotic curses came from outside the factory area, but with a gunshot, all sounds were suppressed. Workers inside the factory were drawn to the entrance and saw a large group of gang members blocking the front and back gates. They were holding paint cans, dung bucket, or garbage, indiscriminately smearing and drawing on the walls and roads near the factory entrance, which infuriated the workers. But in the cars parked on the road, not only were their guns mounted, but some people also revealed combat cyberware, making provocative gestures towards the workers inside. If it weren't for the several automatic machine guns at the entrance already in alert status, they would have rushed through the gate without hesitation. "Listen!" A 6th Street gang executive wearing a cowboy hat shouted into a megaphone at all the workers inside the factory, "Starting today, no vehicles are allowed to leave here, and no one is allowed to work for Horizon Corporation. Bang! A driver who had just clashed with the 6th Street Gang and was caught had his head blown off by a gunshot. If we, the 6th Street Gang, see a Horizon Corporation vehicle on the street from now on, no matter who you are, your fate will be the same as this corporate dog. Watching their co-worker die in front of them, the workers' faces turned red, and their fists clenched with a grinding sound, but no one dared to step forward. The mercenaries of Horizon Corporation were renowned, but the workers were not mercenaries, they were afraid of death. Seeing their appearance, these gang members, averaging around 20 years old, laughed and jeered, completely indifferent. They didn't care what Horizon Corporation did, they only believed they were doing the right thing. Corporate dogs were all bad, even if these corporate dogs might have been their neighbors just recently. At this moment, a subordinate ran over in a panic and shouted to the executive, "They're here. Someone's here." It was clearly just a few passers-by attracted by the gunshots, but it made the executive act as if facing a formidable enemy. Go! 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 7 or 8 cars immediately sped away, leaving behind only a mess and a stench. The 6th Street Gang had left, but the workers couldn't be happy. Growing up in this land, they knew very well that the other party wasn't joking, the body of their co-worker on the ground was the best proof. Why? A female driver, unable to bear such a blow, squatted on the ground, covering her face and sobbing mournfully. They had clearly never offended these gangs, and their work was for the good of all Night City, yet now they were being attacked by gangs. All hope for a better life seemed to have vanished into thin air. And it wasn't just this one place that was attacked. In Japantown, a garbage truck already on the road was intercepted by Tiger Claw's members, and the driver was dragged out of the vehicle. By the time nearby players received the alarm and arrived, the garbage truck had already been doused with gasoline and set on fire, and the driver, stabbed multiple times, was hanging from a street light, with a white cloth hanging on his body, written in Japanese with the driver's blood. Death to Horizon Corporation. Long live the Tiger Claws. Such slogans. Some vendors who dared to stock Horizon purified water had their stalls overturned, and all the mineral water was poured onto the ground by the gangs. Even more extreme, some hawkers were forced to drink dozens of bottles of water, literally bursting to death. The dark side of Night City, which had been gradually suppressed by Horizon Corporation for the past 6 months, completely erupted, launching a frantic retaliation against everything and everyone related to Horizon Corporation. On that day, 7 Horizon Corporation employees died in retaliation, 21 were injured, and 4 vehicles were damaged. Business within the city had to be temporarily halted. Although players caught some gang members, it was useless, they were all young cannon fodder deliberately thrown out. Gang executives would say a few words to hype them up, then give them an injection or a drug, making these hot-blooded youths do whatever they were told, without considering the consequences. Even the homes of some employees living on the streets were broken into by gang members, who subjected them to beatings and death threats. When players logged on after daybreak and heard about this, they couldn't stand it and immediately swarmed to find trouble with those gangs. However, the several gangs, having prepared in advance, had already relocated their strongholds or abandoned them as needed. Apart from catching some irrelevant cannon fodder, no real damage could be inflicted. As for those legitimate businesses, players couldn't just go in and smash things up or kill people. As a result, the entire city was thrown into an uproar, with workers fearing for their lives and not daring to go to work, which also affected the gaming experience of many players. For the first time, players felt the limits of their own violence against these slippery gangs. Among the districts of Night City, it was Pacifica, which had always been relatively chaotic, that experienced fewer disturbances. This was mainly because the local major gangs, the Voodoo Boys, had been wiped out early on, and the scavengers, targeted by players, were no longer a force to be reckoned with. As for the animals, those steroid-pumped individuals, they weren't qualified to participate as they weren't too bright and prone to screwing things up. Isn't this just despicable? Damn it, it's truly disgusting, our great Rome. Jingluo Zhennu, wearing a mohawk helmet, was truly enraged this time. If it weren't for him and his companions quickly chasing the red dots, the driver delivering raw materials to the ice room might have been captured and modified by the Maelstrom. But as soon as those Maelstrom members saw someone chasing them, they immediately took off, only one of them was caught. Now I understand why they cracked down on crime and evil all those years ago. Fine Roman tears tossed the Maelstrom member's body onto the street, waiting for the NCPD to come and collect it. Previously, they had considered these gangs as mere experience fodder for themselves. But when these gangs aimed their hostility at the Horizon Corporation employees, who had already expanded to a certain scale, the level of disgust was even greater than what Arezaka had caused. At first, I had some good feelings about these underworld types, but now it's all gone. I feel like this is a prelude to the next major dungeon. Officer, who had arrived upon hearing the news, looked at the Maelstrom body and frowned. Dispose of the body. Aren't we handing it over to the NCPD? Jingluo Zhennu was a bit puzzled. Although the bounty was now paid by Horizon Corporation, they didn't have the authority to detain criminals from outside districts. Officer shook his head. At a time like this, you can't trust those cops. It's very possible they're in on it together. He was all too familiar with collusion between the police and gangs. Such a large-scale conflict must have been premeditated, and the NCPD had likely been notified. Most of the conscientious police officers had followed to the Pacifica precinct. Now, the NCPD couldn't be trusted. Whatever the boss said, went. The 4 Romanophile quickly threw the body into a dumpster. It wasn't the first or second time garbage truck workers had discovered bodies. At this moment, on his minimap, the red dots of the gang offensive had also subsided due to the large number of players logging on. But everyone knew this was just the beginning, the real trouble was yet to come. And just as Officer was thinking this, Fine Roman Tears pointed at a projection on the street and exclaimed, "Look over there." The others looked in the direction he was pointing. The projection displayed news content from Channel 54. The screen showed a body hanging upside down by a rope from the four-armed god statue on a Haywood Street. The body was wearing the tactical suit sold by Horizon Corporation, but the deceased was not a player, but Simmons, a street mercenary they had known for a long time. This was an overt declaration of war. Plus, Sword Snow, far away in Stone Ridge Mountain, also saw this news, and his eyes instantly turned red. "I'm going to kill these bastards." Although that guy didn't have any real skills and only knew how to brag and joke around, they had at least shared the experience of escaping from the scavengers' prison together. How could the players tolerate this? They were not the type to suffer losses. Not to mention in Stone Ridge Mountain, even the casual players in Big Sur couldn't stand it, each one shouting that these gangs would pay the price. As for what price? It would probably be a clan-wide wipeout. Players would act without any scruples, as long as the system didn't speak up, they could indiscriminately massacre everyone in an entire building. On the players' minimaps, several large red dots lit up accordingly, indicating gathering points in the open spaces of several large strongholds. "You've really caused me a lot of trouble, Wakako-san." Lin Miao was in the agency basement, looking at the old woman who had changed her clothes and come to visit him. "But I'm more curious why you'd take such a big risk to tip me off. Aren't you afraid of the tiger claw settling scores with you?" "That's because you, Mr. Lin, are extraordinarily charming, captivating my heart and dreams." Akita Wakako feigned a girlish demeanor, covering her mouth and chuckling softly. Damn it, this old hag, already past menopause, was acting young. Lin Miao shivered, startled. He had no such preference for soldier boys. "No, thank you. I'm still young and don't want to become another entry in your colorful resume, Wakako-san." "That's truly a pity." Rejected, Wakako gave Lin Miao a resentful look, almost stopping his heart. But fortunately, this old woman didn't actually cause trouble. Otherwise, with her demeanor, if she underwent full-body surgery, an old hag with new skin, and transformed into a 70 or 80-year-old purple-haired girl walking the streets, God knows how many people would fall victim to her schemes. "Mr. Linear," Wakako said seriously, "I've been able to survive this long in Night City not because I'm a woman. I can still see many things clearly. You might lose this war, Mr. Lin, but the Tiger Claws will absolutely not win. In the end, the ones who will pay the price are just us cannon fodder running errands for those above." Wakako also had her helplessness. Don't let the streets calling her the mistress of Westbrook fool you. Ultimately, she was just a faction leader of the Tiger Claws, and the entire Tiger Claws was merely a Hello Kitty kept by Arezaka. When the Lord wants his subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. If Arezaka wanted to move against Lin Miao, could they really defy Arezaka? If Lin Miao was pushed too far, the people at the top could flee to Neo-Japan for refuge, and after the storm passed, they would still be upper-class citizens in Night City. Her entire fortune was in Japantown. If Lin Miao smashed the place, she wouldn't have a single hair left. An old woman of 70 or 80, without support, would die a truly miserable death. "You're a smart person, Wakako." Wakako shook her head. "Everyone is smart, but on this path, there's no choice. Night City never offers a second chance." Aguilar was standing in the restaurant at the time. If anyone present dared to say no, the gang would be looking for a new boss the next day. Wakako had deliberated for several days before deciding to tip off Lin Miao, and she didn't dare to do it openly. "Mr. Lin, I've already told you about the Cubans and Petrochem, but they are not the core of this conflict. I believe you have a way to deal with them, the only difference is how much you are willing to pay. But the question is, what then? You've invested heavily in Pacifica, and many people are waiting for you to clash with Hansen. I hope to know how confident you are in defeating the Wraiths and resolving the issues in Pacifica. That depends on what aspect you're asking about. If you're asking about Hansen, he's dead for sure. If you're asking about the Wraiths, things on the battlefield are ever-changing, no one can guarantee they'll have the last laugh. If you're asking about Pacifica, it depends on how greedy they are. The greedier they are, the faster I win. But if they're not greedy, then I lose." Wakako was thoughtful, but in this era, who wouldn't be greedy? Even Wakako herself was involved with Lin Miao for financial gain. Lin Miao had already supplied her with over €2 million worth of smuggled vegetables and real meat. Those were clear figures, very persuasive. Lin Miao stood up and said to Wakako, "If I win this war, then you, Wakako, had best associate more with Reyes. It's not too late to wash your hands and go clean." Wakako was startled. "You mean? The Night City of the future doesn't need gangs?" Lin Miao straightened his clothes. The players had already gathered, waiting for his appearance. "Whether it's the Tiger Claws, the Maelstrom, or Valentinos and the 6th Street Gang, I don't care how deeply rooted they are in Night City. Nor how many people's interests they involve. Since they chose to oppose me at this time, they must be prepared to pay a sufficient price. I can assure you that by this time next year, there won't be a single gang with more than 50 members daring to operate on the streets of Night City." Lin Miao smiled at Wakako. "Night City is a metropolis with 7 million people. I don't think killing 20,000 unproductive scumbags will be a big problem." Chapter 272 I can't stand it anymore. I want to blow up Night City with one punch. Walking up to the first floor, someone was already waiting at the door. Jackie. Lin Miao looked at the burly man standing at the door, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Mr. Lin, Jackie hung his head in shame. He had known this day would come. The Valentinos and Horizon Corporation had clashed more than once or twice, but even Jackie couldn't really fault Lin Miao. Drug trafficking, kidnapping for ransom, loan sharking gangs weren't some brotherhood of justice, beneath the facade of camaraderie lay dirty profits. This was why, despite being a well-known bar owner in the area, Mrs. Wells absolutely forbade Jackie from joining the Valentinos. Go back, Jackie. Lin Miao patted his shoulder, not intending to make things difficult for Jackie. Say hello to Mrs. Wells for me. The next week's profits will all be on my tab. Being a good person was hard. Towards those gangs, Lin Miao had always tried his best to restrain himself and endure, never making a move against them unless necessary. Don't look at how aggrieved those gangs felt, getting beaten by players every day. In reality, Lin Miao had already tried his best to limit the players' attacks on them. Otherwise, given their actions, they would have long been treated as ATM machines by the players, killed from top to bottom. These gangs, after all, had been local powers for decades. Military threats were secondary, the crucial point was that many gang members were related to locals' family, friends, neighbors, bosses, many relationships that were difficult to sever. If a specific gang was deliberately targeted with a large-scale offensive, causing too many casualties, it was very likely to incite hatred among the local populace. So, don't mind how many strongholds players seem to have taken, how many drugs destroyed, how many weapons and cyberware confiscated. In reality, players hadn't, or rather, Lin Miao had restrained them from, directly aiming to kill. They were already holding back. After all, this was a matter of public image. The players' image in Night City was that, although they were crazy, liked to kill and rob, and enjoyed dismantling cyberware, they were generally still good people. Once this image collapsed, the consequences would be endless. To put it bluntly, it would be a repeat of the Somalia tragedy in Night City, making enemies of all the citizens of Night City. Back then, America won the Gulf War, its national power at its peak. Who in the world didn't know that America was invincible? Having become the boss, it finally wanted to do some good deeds to complement its title as the world's beacon, so it decided to mediate the civil unrest in Somalia, just to show off a little. Even its own citizens rarely held anti-war protests about it. What was the result? It got slapped twice by the locals, had its teeth knocked out and could only swallow them, and from then on, retreated home and became completely jaded. Although the reasons were complex, at its root, the UN and America lost because of the word arrogance. Regardless of whether the Somalis knew the UN's actions were for their own good, regardless of how ignorant or foolish they were, it was the American Federation's attitude of I'm doing this for your own good, so I don't need to explain to you, nor do I need to investigate the local situation that led to a series of subsequent tragedies. This wasn't something Lin Miao thought of, rather, someone had specifically discussed this with him. For this, Lin Miao had made many contingency plans, but ultimately, it was too late. Horizon Corporation was still too weak. He hadn't even finished setting up Pacifica's administrative team. He simply didn't have enough grassroots power to maintain order, nor could he do these things under the noses of those corporations, unable to replace the gang's living space. By all accounts, now was the time to swallow his anger. But he couldn't stand it. Players, kill as many as you like, but harming his official employees was unacceptable. I, a great benevolent person, haven't even killed your whole family and wiped out your 9 generations. You don't kneel to thank me, and you still want to provoke me? Is there still law in this world? Are there still laws? Not only was Lin Miao furious, but the players were equally furious. Lin Miao could still swallow his pride and bow his head, but could they endure such humiliation? Endure your mother. Besides the devs' crap, they wouldn't eat any other crap. The news that friendly NPCs they knew could die was the last thing players wanted to see. Today it was Simmons, tomorrow it could be Nia, and the day after it would be Ayumi Nishikawa. To players, gangs were just experience fodder, but to ordinary people, gangs were reapers from hell. Therefore, Lin Miao's response was very decisive. Before issuing the assembly order, he released a message, limited to 12 hours, hand over all perpetrators involved in this incident, otherwise bear the consequences. Of course, both Lin Miao and the media knew this was nonsense. The other party was prepared, how could they hand over people just because of his threat? It was merely a legitimate reason for a counterattack. As for the NCPD? No one took it seriously. Behind Jackie, players who had rushed back to the agency from all over Night City were bustling, queuing from the bar counter all the way out to the street in front of the main entrance. Vehicles driving by, seeing this scene, dared not watch the excitement and quickly turned around and took a detour, fearing they would incur the wrath of these murderous maniacs. Lin Miao looked at the eagerness in the players' eyes, his heart filled with emotion. Unbeknownst to him, the number of active players in Night City was already approaching the 2,000 mark. Excluding the 600 or 700 staying in Dogtown, most of the rest had come. Compared to the few small fry half a year ago, it was growing exponentially, but besides Lin Miao, probably no one knew he had hidden so many people in Night City. Only a place as exceptional as Night City could foster so many combat-ready troops. But it was also quickly approaching Night City's capacity limit. Everyone. Lin Miao took a deep breath. His words were not only for the players but would also be simultaneously sent via the network to every Horizon Corporation worker currently staying at home, afraid to go to work. I know your hearts are now filled with anger, and with sorrow for your deceased friends. They worked diligently every day for the city, never slacking, and now they are dead because of the actions of those despicable individuals. Those gang members, for decades they have encroached on the living space of the working class and are still not satisfied, now they want to push even more people into despair. At the northern port, slaves kidnapped by the tiger claws die in piles in cargo containers, maggots crawling over their bodies, yet no one cares. How many parents shed tears of blood but never see their children return home? In Watson, how many people were seized by the crazed maelstrom, becoming mere rag dolls to be wantonly experimented on in operating rooms? In Santo Domingo, how many families were shattered by loan sharks, forced to sell everything they had to the 6th Street Gang to produce and transport drugs? You have done nothing wrong, yet you are being pushed to the brink by these heartless people. I want to ask, why? Starting tomorrow, all official Horizon Corporation employees will be on standby at home, with normal base salaries. Your work will be entirely taken over by players, mercenaries. I declare war on this night that has been dark for 80 years. This is a war to the death. This is a war of order against chaos. This is a war to avenge justice. Even if I die, I believe someone will be willing to take on this responsibility, until the cloud-shrouded sky is broken open and justice and righteousness return to Night City. Lin Miao angrily grabbed a bottle of whiskey from the bar cabinet and smashed it forcefully onto the floor. Nina, hiding on the second floor, had her hair standing on end from fright. She peeked downstairs from behind her sister. She had never seen Lin Miao so angry, but it was good. A big shot like him actually cared so much about the lives of a few ordinary people. Everyone, go prepare for battle now. Main quest, Night City never sleeps. Quest background, this is a long-planned conspiracy. The gangs, having suffered heavy losses, have finally launched a desperate counterattack. Quest description, all employee positions in Night City are vacant. You will now take over. Eliminate anyone who dares to obstruct your work, regardless of their gang affiliation. Quest rewards, prize pool accumulation, 300 * total number of grunts killed, 1000 * total number of cotters killed, 12,000 corporate special loan credit, can be advanced, 2000 GP points. Corporate special loans were loans issued by Lin Miao to enhance the strength of ordinary players. This amount of money was nothing to high-level players, but for low-level players, it was absolutely a godsend. If they had some savings, they could even directly get an MT1. While the players, clutching their newly acquired advanceable loans, rushed into the game store and armory to select equipment, preparing to give those guys a big one, V, who had already taken a bodyguard job, squeezed out of the crowd, "You're too reckless." V never expected Lin Miao, who was usually so calm about everything, to get so furious. This is clearly them trying to provoke you, to force your hand. Don't tell me you can't see that. I know, V, but this is the price. Lin Miao ran a hand through his hair, which had been disheveled from his outburst. The path we have to walk is long and difficult. In the future, we will face many things even more troublesome than this. Those who are too clever at calculations, and too concerned with immediate gains and losses, easily lose their determination and ambition to progress. I am no exception. So, warriors must fight continuously. Only then can they preserve the hard-won fruits of their victories. If Lin Miao chose to retreat and endure, the players would definitely be utterly disappointed in him, because it would be equivalent to surrendering to the forces of evil. Forcibly making players bow their heads? That's something only a brain-dead planner would do. Moreover, as a collective in its ascendant phase, if he, as the leader, chose to retreat, the result of losing his edge would be to further erode the collective's cohesion. At that point, no matter how big his business grew, it would be useless, he would just be another melee tech or Arezaka. An eggshell only becomes life when broken from the inside. Broken from the outside, it's just food. Sigh. Mr. Lin, your job is really not easy. V, having come from Arezaka, simply couldn't synchronize with the way these people thought. Lin Miao pulled $5,000 from his pocket. V's eyes lit up, and he snatched them, tucking them into his chest. But I've always liked a challenge. However, I need to take half a day off. Jackie must be heartbroken right now because of the Valentino's situation. Go, but come back early. Otherwise, you might have to collect your boss's corpse, and don't even think about getting the final payment. However, in places Lin Miao couldn't see or imagine, the seeds he had personally sown had already sprouted. His and the players' actions over the past 6 months were not without impact, the wind had already carried public opinion throughout Night City. Bars, restaurants, the corners of Ferris wheels. Night City's lower-class citizens were always keen to discuss recent street happenings, and naturally wouldn't miss something like gangs going to war with Horizon Corporation. Hey, did you hear? Horizon Corporation's people were killed by the Tiger Claws. A lot of them died. I thought it was a big deal. They fight with gangs on the street every day. What's a few deaths? This time it's different. The person who died was the worker who collected trash downstairs from my building every morning. He was stabbed many times. By the time Arrow arrived, he was already gone. The blood on the ground still hasn't been cleaned up. Damn it. Cowardly bastards. SHH, aren't you afraid they'll hear you? It's just a shame. Tomorrow, no one might come to collect the trash. It only just got clean for a few months, and now it's going to stink again. For Horizon Corporation, Night City residents' perception of it was not as negative as their feelings towards Arezaka or Melee Tech. Arrow's weekly free clinics were always packed. Those doctors never incessantly recommended health insurance or expensive medicines to patients like salespeople. They always kept their heads down, carefully examining patients' cyberware, drawing blood, and taking x-rays. They never said an extra word beyond the patient's condition. They could often be seen in orphanages and slums. Players weren't always just immersed in the thrill of combat, the pride of being a good person was something killing couldn't bring. Human emotions are simple, even for people in Night City. Not everyone is heartless. Boss, why are we messing with Horizon Corporation? If it weren't for them last time, my mom would have almost died in the fire. Facing his subordinates' questioning, Dum-Dum, the Maelstrom executive whose face already had little flesh, looked even more uncomfortable. Don't you know how many of our brothers have died at their hands these past few days? Don't forget, last month they hit us for 3 strongholds and ruined so many deals. The suppressants you use don't just fall from the ceiling. The subordinate immediately became depressed and didn't know how to retort, but he just felt uneasy. They were gangsters, but they weren't stupid. Desperate criminals might shoot at the police who arrest them without hesitation, but that doesn't mean they can retaliate without psychological burden against a group that just saved their family members. If they were fighting mercenaries, the subordinate wouldn't have any objections, but laying hands on those workers who hadn't done anything wrong, he just felt a knot in his stomach. Those doctors had even paid for his mom's medicine. If his mom found out about these things, his spine would be broken. He gritted his teeth, pulled out his gun, and tossed it onto the car. I'm not doing this anymore. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Where are you going? Home. Damn it. Don't come back if you have the guts. Dum-Dum was so angry his head felt like it would burst. Before he could even pick up that gun, another pistol was thrown in front of him. I'm not doing it either. Me too. My mom is sick in the hospital, boss. I'm taking a leave of absence. Dum-Dum looked at the guns scattered on the ground and the strange looks from the remaining subordinates in the death dance bar. What kind of mess is this? Similar incidents weren't just happening within the Maelstrom in Watson. Although the Tiger Claws, 6th Street Gang, and other gangs hadn't received as much help from Horizon Corporation, it didn't prevent Horizon Corporation from building up a considerable reputation on the streets. When the drivers of the trash collection trucks that came to their homes every day were attacked by local gangs, the public's dissatisfaction and resentment towards them also accumulated little by little. The blood debts accumulated by the gangs over the past few decades were not forgotten, it was just that their ferocity made too many people powerless to resist. But when they encountered tough opponents and their power waned, they would understand what it meant to fight fire with fire and blood for blood. Early the next morning, before dawn, players had already arrived at the entrance of the recycling truck warehouse. Days had passed since the incident, and the red paint dumped at the door was still conspicuous, and the stench of the shoveled-away feces lingered. However, the Romanophile 4-person team, who were well prepared, couldn't smell any of it, and they were dressed strangely. Since it was Sunday, Priest was wearing a priest's robe. As a clergyman, he had a morning star hanging at his waist and held a steel-bound Bible in his hand. As for what was written inside, perhaps only he himself knew. The 3-person Romanophile team, on the other hand, each sported red, yellow, and blue mohawks, dressed like roadside thugs. Someone's here. Fine Roman Ecstasy pointed at the main entrance, where several figures stood under the streetlights. So arrogant. Fine Roman Ecstasy was about to go and kill these ignorant gang members when he used his Kiroji optics and realized these people were actually Horizon Corporation workers. They looked around, their expressions tense, clearly terrified but still guarding the entrance in the dangerous early morning hours. When they saw someone approaching, they huddled together, some even pulling out guns. However, after realizing that his Kiroji optics scanned them and showed Horizon Mercenary under their names, they hastily lowered their weapons. What are you doing here? Weren't you told to go home and stay there? We've taken over your work. Fine Roman Ecstasy was very puzzled. Clara, from the crowd, mustered her courage, pushed to the front, and said, those jerks want to scare us, but we won't let them. She had been terrified that day, hiding at home with her son for several days, afraid to go out. But yesterday, she actually received a message from Lin Miao. Oh my goodness, how could such a thing happen? She never expected that the company not only didn't reprimand her for not going to work but was also willing to pay her a guaranteed salary under these circumstances. She could receive $800 without doing anything, and it was a message sent personally by the big boss. She was a little flustered. Especially when she saw later that the boss, who had been targeted by multiple assassination attempts, was going to deploy armed forces to take over the work and fight those gangs to the end. A bit of courage stirred within Clara's heart. Though not much, it was enough to support her coming here. She wanted to continue working. If even the boss wasn't afraid, what did she have to fear? And without this job, where else could she go? She just hadn't expected that she wasn't the only one who had come here, some people even brought guns. Everyone gathered, cheering each other on, as if those gangs weren't so scary after all. Hearing the employee's explanation, Fine Roman Ecstasy somewhat understood. I see. You're here to steal kills. Get in the car. You guys sit at the cheerleaders' table. Chapter 273, as a priest, it is reasonable for him to carry a mace for self-defense when he goes out, right? Still daring to walk the streets? I thought they had all chickened out. Although the proactive attack on Horizon Corporation caused some unrest within the various gangs and disgust among the local citizens, the gang members, who had been oppressed by the other side for half a year, didn't care about such things. It wasn't easy to vent their anger, so why not make the most of it? Under internal arrangements, Every exposed Horizon Corporation stronghold had gang members hiding in nearby tall buildings, keeping watch. As soon as a car dared to leave, they would intercept it midway, kill the occupants, and destroy the vehicle. However, not many dared to approach the core agency. Powerful hackers, a dense surveillance network, an indistinguishable crowd of mercenaries, and ordinary people constantly reporting to the agency formed an impregnable fortress. Gang members could only monitor their movements from afar with high-powered binoculars, making it impossible to eavesdrop on what Lin Miao said in the bar. Or rather, even if they knew, the mid to high-level gang members wouldn't tell their subordinates. Knowing too much would only make it inconvenient for them to act as cannon fodder. Who cares, it's a bounty delivered right to our doorstep, and it's perfect for avenging Barnes. A hot-blooded youth of 17 or 18 gritted his teeth. Barnes was the good big brother who had led him in gambling. Not long ago, he was shot in the head by a mercenary for kidnapping a girl and extorting her. This enmity was irreconcilable. Watching 3 garbage trucks slowly drive out of the warehouse in the dim light of dawn, heading in different directions, the group dared not delay. Let's go, avenge our fallen brothers. They acted as soon as they spoke. Young people always have that drive. Soon, the rumbling engines and neon halos broke the tranquility of the early morning. Several motorcycles rushed out of the alley below, in pairs, with clear divisions of labor between driver and gunner. Although the 6th Street Gang didn't like to spray Unibita slogans like the Tiger Claws, which young person in Night City didn't love neon? Spray, ghost fire youths, slow down, don't rush. Jingluo Zhennu looked at the approaching motorcycle gunners in the rearview mirror without any intention of urging Clara to step on the gas and shake them off, still driving leisurely on the road. His eyes were filled with disdain, completely forgetting that his red mohawk was even more unconventional than the ghost fire youths. He then looked at Priest, who was sitting in the back, through the rearview mirror. Father, how about you recite a few passages later to send them off? Priest pushed up his glasses and said calmly, today is the weekend, I don't handle exorcism services. That's a shame. Stop the car, or they'll start shooting. Jingluo Zhennu signaled the sweating Clara to pull over. The ghost fire youths on their motorcycles immediately circled the garbage truck, constantly firing into the sky as if celebrating their victory. Da-da-da. Someone even shot at the front of the car. Submachine gun bullets easily penetrated the front windshield. If Jingluo Zhennu hadn't quickly pressed Clara's head down to hide below the driver's seat, she might have been injured first. But Clara still couldn't help but let out a panicked scream. Using the headlights, the 6th Street Gang members, hearing Clara's terrified screams, became even more excited. However, this excitement didn't last long, as the passenger side door opened. The first to get out was a red mohawk man with an arrogant expression, the second was a priest in a cassock. Neither looked like a formidable character, just ordinary. An unexpected bonus. Father, are you going to mass? Shall we give you a ride? Maybe it's some idiot from the Valentinos, ha ha ha. Tie them to the back of the car and drag them through the streets. I'll use their blood to honor the boss, ha ha ha. In the chaotic early morning, the dawn sunlight pierced through the darkness from the distant Badlands, and the skyscrapers cast long shadows across the street, stretching all the way to Priest's feet. As the 6th Street Gang approached, he unhurriedly took out his steel-bound Bible, opened it, and began to pray calmly, his voice even overpowering the shrill, piercing motorcycle engines. You ask yourselves, what are you? Hey! It wasn't just the 6th Street Gang who were confused, but also Clara, hiding in the car. Father, what is he doing? He's showing off, ignore him. You are traitors, traitors like Judas. Traitors who sold the holy Jesus to Roman soldiers for 30 pieces of silver, your bodies are full of sin that can only be cleansed with blood. I, the Holy Walker, hereby declare. Click, the steel covers clapped together with a crisp sound. As dawn rose behind Priest, the shadow cast by the streetlights on the father's head extended from his feet. His silhouetted dark face, with eyes piercing through the backlight, was filled with murderous intent. Solon Mendez, rape, first-degree murder, kidnapping, robbery. The bounty system was in Horizon Corporation's hands, and because it was very effective, there were more charges than previously recorded. Playing tricks. The 6th Street Gang member, whose name was called out, was furious and ashamed. He raised his submachine gun, pulled the trigger, and was about to kill the father. Sentenced to death. Da-da-da. 7 or 8 submachine guns unleashed a storm of metal towards Priest's position. Beneath the flashing muzzle fire, their crazed smiles froze. A spiked mace tore through the bullet storm and smashed into Mendez's face. The sharp metal spikes pierced his skin and muscle. The immense force completely crushed his nasal bone into his sunken face, and his 2 cybernetic eyes were squeezed out by the collapsed bone. Amen. The father, who had been some distance away, appeared like a ghost before them, and with one swing, he sent the person standing at the very front flying backward. After a brief moment of terror came an even more extreme counterattack, as if they wanted to empty all the bullets from their guns in a second. Madmen. Die. 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 Carry yard. Fraud, home invasion. Death sentence. Orn Riley. Robbery, death sentence. Each declaration marked Priest's next target. No matter where the person whose name was called ran, he would catch up and smash them to death with his swinging spiked mace or steel Bible. The strength gap between the two sides wasn't significant, but Priest specialized in defense. He wore heavy bulletproof armor under his cassock, had medium subcutaneous armor, and special metal arm guards on both arms. As long as he protected his head, ordinary submachine gun bullets caused virtually no damage. Even if someone pulled out a mantis blade and managed to land a severe blow on him, slipping past the bulletproof vest and stabbing him in the waist, priest would endure the damage, then smash their head into their chest cavity with one swing. More than a so-called father, this guy was like a tank, crashing through the crowd, sending people sprawling, blood and gore flying, blood splattering on his face, making him look like a demon. A criminal whose legs were broken by the Bible wailed and desperately crawled away with his hands, but still couldn't escape being caught by the pursuing father and having his brains splattered by a blow. When they thought of taking out decent weapons to fight back, they would receive special attention from the red mohawked man, whose precise rifle bursts would blow off everyone's heads. The players' counterattack was brutal and bloody, their ruthlessness far exceeding every previous battle. Under the Wildman's planning, excluding Pacifica, Watson, Haywood, Santo Domingo, and Japantown, a total of over 1,300 players were divided into 18 combat zones. Each zone had a commander player, and players, disguised as Horizon Corporation employees in small teams, would lure gang members into a trap. If they could win, they fought; if not, they immediately reported to the commander, who would then summon nearby players for support, quickly forming a numerical advantage. Even more insidious was their disguise as Horizon Corporation staff, with even their electronic identities overwritten. Gang members who intended to attack Horizon Corporation employees but dared not provoke mercenaries were immediately hit hard. On this morning, gunshots and screams echoed throughout the streets and alleys of Night City. A bloody massacre was unfolding. Bar patrons and sex workers who had just finished an all-nighter, employees leaving work, and passers-by, upon seeing the conflict erupt from a distance, dared not linger, fearing being caught in the crossfire, and quickly deterred to escape. However, when they reached the next intersection, they might see Horizon Corporation employees dragging bodies into garbage truck compartments. An agency worker, whose legs were trembling with fear, touched his pants. The wetness and foul smell made him sigh in relief. It was urine, I thought it was sweat. Night City is only so big, and messages spread even faster through the cyber network. News of Horizon Corporation's full-scale counterattack quickly spread throughout Night City by 6 or 7 o'clock. The intensity of the battle was even comparable to the one in Watson a few months ago. Unlike in the past, if a large gang and a corporation had an armed conflict, citizens, mercenaries, and the like would unconditionally side with the gang, believing the more corporate dogs died, the better. But this time, few people were willing to stand with the gangs and speak up for them. Not to mention the shift in public sentiment, many parents, upon learning of the large-scale deathmatch between the two sides, regardless of their previous stance, all instinctively forced their gang-affiliated children to stay locked at home. While a large number of their underlings were dying and getting injured, the core forces of the various gangs did not choose to go out and help them resist the players' offensive. Instead, they retreated to guard their important fixed assets, such as clouds, to prevent their true foundation from being ambushed by players. No matter how many underlings died, it was just a number. Night City never lacked hotheads, but if money was lost, it was truly gone. In Clouds, the bosses of the various Tiger Claws groups gathered. As for the manager of this place, Sato Hiromi didn't even have a seat, only allowed to stand aside. Honda Murika, the Black Dragon group leader, watched as her street underlings died one by one, and it was a lie to say she didn't feel heartache. When will Hansen and his people make a move? Our people can't hold off those madmen for much longer. Ishijiro reprimanded, are you an idiot? Even if Hansen had more guts, he would only dare to act in Dogtown. Are you really hoping he'll come out and help? Although underlings were cheap, the Tiger Claw's prestige would inevitably suffer a major blow after this battle, and he, as the boss, was also to blame. It would be a blessing from God if he could safely retire afterward. The group leaders even dared to openly express their dissatisfaction. Why should we listen to that Soviet? When did it become Petrochem's turn to boss us around? Ishijiro's face changed drastically, and he sternly reprimanded the other party, shut up. Then he lowered his voice, growling, this is the young lady's order. There were only 2 people in the entire world whom the Tiger Claws group leaders referred to as young lady, one in Japan, and one in Night City. Everyone immediately fell silent, no longer daring to speak. Seeing them like chickens with their necks squeezed, Ishijiro was finally satisfied, but after looking around, he frowned and asked, where is Akata Wakako? She said her old leg pain flared up and she needed to stay in the hospital for a while. Old leg pain. Ishijiro instinctively felt something was wrong, but it was too late. At the entrance of the lower floor of Clouds, a few swaggering guys from the 12th floor of Super Ferris Wheel had already arrived at the reception desk. The blue-haired bun-wearing Kipeo beauty at the reception desk had a formalized gentle smile on her face and said to the newcomers, welcome to Clouds, guests. Would you like to connect to our terminal? Member? No. The silver-haired man standing at the front had a lewd smile on his face, leaning over the counter and ogling the receptionist. His fingers were restlessly tapping, as if needing something unspeakable. Hey, beautiful and sweet-voiced miss, my friends and I are here for the first time. Can you introduce us to your amazing special services here? Faced with the very impolite gaze, the receptionist was used to it. After all, this was Clouds, and she knew perfectly well what kind of people came here for. You can connect to our terminal and choose your favorite person yourself, or you can let our program automatically match you. Oh? That advanced? Silverhair was greatly surprised, then put on a nauseatingly coy pose. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but this is my first time in a place like this, and I'm very shy. I'd like to ask you to introduce me personally. Ugh. Wig behind him almost couldn't help but lean against the wall and retch, but the receptionist remained calm and collected. Are you kidding? This was Night City, what kind of guests hadn't she dealt with? A pervert at first glance, yet he was pretending to be innocent in front of her? Okay, what gender do you prefer? Silverhair's expression froze, and he pouted, of course, it's a woman. Who would want to cuddle with a man? Then he glanced at the terminal in front of the other party, his eyes almost popping out. Just the gender column alone had 5 options, male, female, futa, mech, beast. Below that were secondary options like top, bottom, same, four-way love, etc. They played this big here? Silverhair was also successfully going through this process for the first time. Previously, when he went to other clubs, he would chat with the young ladies for a couple of sentences, prepare to touch a few times to get his fill, pay, and then immediately be kicked out of the game to cool down. What a pity. As soon as he remembered what he was here for, Silverhair felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Why couldn't he enjoy the sugar-coated bullets of capitalism first? He didn't even bother to go to Dogtown, you know. He guaranteed he wouldn't fall that fast. So he could only suppress the grief in his heart, pretending to choose on the light screen for a long time before saying with disdain, no, these are all second-rate goods, not to my taste at all. It has to be Yui Aragaki, Gen Hoshino, and Eri Suzuki all together. Who? The receptionist was utterly bewildered. She had never heard of these names. Were they neon brain dance stars from somewhere? This made her even more certain that the people in front of her were not here to spend money, but to cause trouble, so she quietly notified the bouncers responsible for security inside. As soon as she thought of the rumors on the street recently, her heart pounded. Of course, because Clouds was on a higher floor and she was still at work, she had no idea what was happening on the street. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't be dealing with guests so calmly. That's a shame. Please check other places, guests. The receptionist still maintained her expression. No. Silverhair shook his head, I'm not going anywhere today. Hey, that's enough. Officer, who also hadn't entered Dogtown, was already getting impatient with Silverhair's antics. Are you still going to do that in front of me, a cop? Silverhair turned back and glared, if I play with her and don't pay, then it doesn't count, right? Be careful she doesn't accuse you of. Officer scratched his head before realizing, what was there to be careful of? Wasn't this just rape? You bastard, don't let me run into you in real life, or I'll have to arrest you and torture you. You must be a wanted fugitive. Huh? I'm a law-abiding citizen. A law-abiding citizen who constantly thinks about how to. Is thinking also a crime? No, thinking is also a crime. As the two were bickering, who's causing trouble here? A brawny, ox-like Tiger Claws thug walked out from inside, bare-chested. Right now, all the Tiger Claws group leaders were discussing matters on the upper floor of Clouds, and yet there were still some clueless guys daring to cause trouble here? Were they tired of living? Clang. As soon as he walked in front of the group, a cold gleam flashed, and the tip of a blade was already pressed against the thug's neck. Shut up, you don't get to speak here. Silverhair held the hilt of the knife in his right hand and angrily yelled at Officer without turning his head, oh, I know, you just saw that I'm naturally beautiful and handsome, and the receptionist secretly likes me, so you're jealous, aren't you? Go to hell. You queer. I'm clearly the prettiest guy here. Don't you know they call me the ultimate man, Triple Andy Lau at the police station? You. The two were bickering endlessly. Finally, Wig patted their shoulders and pointed to the entrance of Clouds, where over a dozen thugs had already rushed out, glaring at them menacingly. Damn it. Silverhair cursed unhurriedly, then winked at the receptionist. Yo, beautiful, I think orange-red hair suits you better. After today, are you interested in going out for dinner with me? To get to know each other better. I promise it'll be a pure platonic relationship. Hey. The receptionist couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Do you think you'll even survive today? She had truly never seen such a person who didn't know his place. Then, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. In the narrow corridor, barely wide enough for two people to walk abreast, a flash of bright blade danced, a head fell, and blood gushed. Chapter 274, Counterterrorism only requires a list. A sudden attack, a blade striking with no time to react. When a large group of thugs rushed in from behind, they didn't even have time to raise their guns before seeing the sharp blade cut across a neck, and a head flew into the air, a look of incomprehension still on its face. The receptionist, who had just been leering at and teasing us, turned around and started killing people. The change was too fast. However, Silverhair had no intention of explaining to the Tiger Claws. Not just him, but every player who came here harbored the idea of clearing out trash. The quicker-witted Tiger Claws thugs immediately understood when they saw Silverhair's bright hair and long blade, shouting, damn it. It's those mercenaries, they're attacking us. Someone cried out in panic, what? Didn't they say they never come to these places? The players had been in Night City for quite some time, and the locals had gradually figured out their activity patterns. They always stayed away from purely pleasure-oriented service areas like Clouds. In fact, thanks to a certain person, there were even rumors on the streets that they were all virgins who would faint if a woman touched their hand. And although they liked to attack various illegal strongholds, formal commercial areas would not be threatened. It was precisely these reasons that led some people to harbor certain illusions. After all, people with bottom lines are always easy to bully. But now, the players shattered these rumors with the most direct violence. The narrow corridor was a storm of bullets. The muzzle flashes almost occupied every inch of the visible corner. With no cover or concealment, Silverhair was almost completely exposed to the gunfire of 7 or 8 people, with nowhere to hide. But there was no need to hide. Clang! 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 It was the brilliant fireworks of metal clashing, the symphony of killing tools colliding. The receptionist's head-clutching screams were the accompaniment. The long blades in Silverhair and Wig's hands danced impenetrably. The storm of bullets coming their way was completely blocked by the two of them. Ricocheting bullets even struck the Tiger Claw's thugs, not fatally, but pain was inevitable. Kesso. Facing the exasperated Tiger Claws, Silverhair, who was at the very front, blocked bullets with ease, still having enough breath to constantly taunt, "What? What? What? Is it springtime? Is all your energy being used for mating? Are you shooting so fast because you are middle-aged and lacking strength, with frequent urination, urgency, and incomplete voiding?" The intense sounds of battle quickly spread through the club. The group leaders, already sensitive due to the news of Horizon Corporation's counterattack, all rose from their seats. "What's happening outside?" A frantic voice from the communication channel, "It's Horizon Corporation's mercenaries, they've attacked." "How many people came?" "I don't know, mercenaries who infiltrated have already launched an attack at the entrance of Clouds on the 13th floor. Besides that, many people have also rushed in from the streets around the skyscraper." The wooden man in the monitoring room had long lost his appetite for hamburgers. He was staring intently at the events unfolding on multiple monitoring screens, constantly reporting the battle situation to the group leaders. "Our people stationed on the lower floors are engaging them, but those mercenaries at the entrance of Clouds are extremely powerful. Our thugs are pinned down by them, and the entrance is completely controlled by them." On the screen, the area around the skyscraper was already surrounded by 7 or 8 large and small trucks. After disembarking, the players fired their guns into the sky, driving away and evacuating the panicked crowds, quickly clearing the area. Only the Tiger Claws remained, frantically preparing their defenses. "This is our territory. Drive them out." The players' sudden attack was swift and decisive, giving the Tiger Claws almost no time to breathe. The outcome of clashes between groups, besides equipment differences, critically depends on training and organizational capacity. This is why gangs will always only be gangs, and can only be gangs. The player commanding the 4th combat zone in Kabuki was Mongolian top laner. Since artillery couldn't enter the city, he didn't go to Dogtown and stayed outside, thus naturally taking on this position. He was now sitting in a disguised truck. Compared to Big Sur 4 months ago, the player's tactical equipment could be described as a complete upgrade. A large number of drones floated in the sky, overseeing the map and transmitting all movements of the entire urban area to the monitoring screens inside the truck. In addition, W would use previously uploaded map models to outline the entire skyscraper's model and perform real-time digital analysis based on information reported by players. The outer perimeter team has already attracted the attention of the surrounding Tiger Claws. Remember, this is not a braindance exercise. You only have half an hour to take Clouds. Did the Tiger Claws think they were facing street mercenaries who could fight? No, they were facing an army that had fought 48-hour trench warfare. Mongolian top laner, 1st, 3rd, and 4th squads, set up grenade launchers, 3 rounds each. Clear out the outer fire points and drive them back into the skyscraper. 2nd squad, feign an attack from the front to create an infiltration opportunity for the 5th squad. Received. The grenade launchers he mentioned were naturally not 155mm cannons, but grenade launchers, or more precisely, 40mm automatic grenade launchers. Don't ask where the blueprints came from, just say they fell from the sky. And each squad had one of these grenade launchers, which could be assembled at any time to form an urban artillery position, while also circumventing Night City's newly enacted weapons prohibition due to the Watson District fire where players used mortars. The players shed their usual scattered, individual fighting style for street battles. They wanted to show the people in this city who coveted them exactly what kind of enemies they were facing. Boom. 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 The recoil of the grenade launchers even shook the tripods below, causing them to rock back and forth. 6 grenades landed successively near the Tiger Claws firing positions outside the skyscraper, where they used vehicles and flower beds as cover. Flying debris was scattered by the explosions, and while the accuracy wasn't high, it forced the Tiger Claws to retreat. The stirred-up smoke and dust further obstructed the firing visibility of the Tiger Claws behind, creating an opening for the players to advance. Using the dissipating smoke, Tutu, holding an RGB rifle, immediately led his team forward, while several MT-1 electric machine gunners on the perimeter suppressed the Tiger Claws peering out of second-floor windows. The shields originally used for defense were replaced, with the weight reduction given to infantry players equipped with strength-type cyberware, and the exoskeleton's defensive armor was thickened. Traditional shoulder-aimed shooting was no longer applicable in 2076. Even without brain-connected smart weapons, traditional rifles could rely on cybernetic eyes and neural components to calculate approximate shooting results. The crowds in the stairwells screamed. Even retreating to their rooms wasn't safe, because the Tiger Claws would rush into the lower floors, forcibly commandeering windows as firing positions, attempting to obstruct the players' frontal assault from below. They were betting that the players wouldn't dare to aim grenade launchers at residential buildings, which is why they were so reckless. The Tiger Claws plan indeed seemed to work. The skyscraper had a large footprint and many rooms, and the Tiger Claws were numerous. Even with 7 or 8 MT-1s providing frontal cover, multiple windows would still suppress Tutu's squad below. As more and more Tiger Claws were drawn to the frontal battle, another squad was making its way inside from the basement. The underground vendors had also fled completely due to the intense gunfight outside. All shops were tightly locked, fearing being caught in the crossfire. This way. A masked teenager, about 14 or 15, led the way for the 5th squad, led by Revolver Medtech. Here we are. The teenager pointed to a closed door and said, "This is the freight elevator. I'll open the door for you." Such a large skyscraper, naturally, like any commercial building, had freight elevators in addition to passenger elevators to supply goods to merchants on various floors. It was more than enough to accommodate a fully armed 8-person squad, but without the corresponding data password or key, the elevator could not be opened. Unfortunately, the Tiger Claws were not a unified front. Someone had already sold out the people upstairs for their own future. And as luck would have it, the skyscraper's underground mall happened to be her territory. Beep. The electronic lock opened in response. "I won't go in." The teenager shrugged. He felt a surge of excitement listening to the gunfire upstairs and felt no pity for the Tiger Claws above. According to Wakako Grandma, this was called Revere the Emperor, expel the barbarians, and cleaning out the corrupt elements that weakened the Tiger Claws was the right thing to do. "Go, the further away the better," Revolver Medtech said, then led his team into the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was the maintenance level of the super skyscraper. It not only maintained the building's power grid but also managed its network system, making it one of the Tiger Claw's crucial nodes here. At this moment, numerous Tiger Claws were firing from the maintenance level windows at the ground floor, while also providing support to the 1st and 2nd floors. Ding! The elevator chimed. The executive Sadaraya was directing his subordinates to repel the player's attack when he heard the sound and immediately felt puzzled. Didn't they just send a batch of weapons up? Why are they coming again? A subordinate curiously looked towards the elevator, but what emerged was not a person, but a spherical object. Bang! The explosion's power was small, but the intense flash and deafening boom almost completely incapacitated all surrounding Tiger Claws, who cried out in pain, clutching their eyes and ears, unable to even hold their guns steady. Immediately after, Revolver Quack and several team members, dressed in tactical suits, stepped out, guns in hand, and quickly opened fire all around. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Rhythmic bursts of gunfire rang out, and with almost every shot, a Tiger Claws gang member fell to the ground. Cyberware granted Netrunners extraordinary strength, but for ordinary people, this strength was far from enough to exceed the combat capabilities of a tactical squad. As long as bullets could kill you, there was no such thing as a one-man army. Revolver Quack, this is Squad 5. I've reached the target location. The assault was successful, and we're clearing the area. Mongolian top laner, you have 5 minutes to shut down a few elevators and seize control of the network and broadcasting. Squad 2 is launching a frontal assault, don't let them reinforce the 3rd floor. Received. 2-2, crouching behind a flower bed, heard intense gunfire from the 3rd floor, but the incoming fire towards his position significantly decreased. He immediately signaled the others to pull smoke grenades from their waists and throw them towards the main entrance of the staircase. The Tiger Claws at the entrance didn't even see what it was and immediately scattered, shouting, "Grenade!" However, the expected explosion did not occur. Instead, a thick white fog covered the entire entrance. While they were still hesitating whether to open fire, someone made the choice for them. 2 players, armed with riot shields, were the first to rush out of the fog, holding their shields at an angle, and firing their pistols from behind the shields at the still stunned Tiger Claws. In a panic, the Tiger Claws quickly returned fire. Lacking military training, they instinctively targeted the tank players who had rushed out first, unleashing a barrage of chaotic shots. Their shooting accuracy wasn't bad, but most of the bullets hit the shields, doing no good. Even if a few bullets hit the tank players' helmets, it only stunned them for about half a second. 2-2 and the others also rushed out of the fog, following behind the tank players in a triangular formation, firing their rifles at the exposed Tiger Claws. At the same time, others aimed at both sides and guarded against ambushes from the rear or the ceiling. However, on the 1st floor, besides the Tiger Claws, there were also many ordinary people who had not escaped and were crouching in corners with their heads in their hands. This made it difficult for the players to use more powerful weapons. 2-2 grabbed a screaming woman by her head and yelled at her, "Get out! Get out! This is a counter-terrorism operation. Leave the building, someone will meet you. It's safe outside." The woman's eyes were wide and blank, seemingly stunned by 2-2's shouting. She didn't react immediately until 2-2 pushed her towards the main entrance, at which point she quickly scrambled away. Squad 3, there are civilians trapped inside. I'm evacuating them. Be careful not to cause friendly fire. Mongolian top laner, send 4 good dogs in for support. Received. Support is on its way. As the woman fled outside, the other people hiding in the corners belatedly realized what was happening and frantically ran out of the building. People always unleash unexpected potential when fighting for survival. In a short while, the 1st floor was mostly cleared, with only a few Tiger Claws still trying to resist by relying on the narrow stairwell. The internal structure of the skyscraper was consistently a circular corridor building with a hollow atrium in the middle. Some stairwells offered clear views of opposite floors, and there were many windows, not to mention firing positions. Many higher floors also showed traces of collapsed sections that had been rerouted with colored steel tiles. Fire escapes were ubiquitous. For those with even minor cybernetic modifications, going up and down floors, even without stairs, was possible by simply jumping. The terrain was complex, rugged, and easy to defend but difficult to attack. This was also the Tiger Claw's confidence in making the skyscraper their core stronghold. Other gangs would not be able to take it without sacrificing more than 10 times the lives. 2-2 did not rush the attack but chose to split his forces into 2 routes to clear the stairwells and rooms on both sides of the entrance, ensuring safety and opening up the situation for subsequent units. The skyscraper's construction was largely similar, a circular corridor on each floor, leading to a small downward slope into a shopping area, albeit consisting of small shops set up under awnings beneath the atrium. Leading the charge were not players, but armed multifunctional transport platforms responsible for clearing the way. These small robots, only knee-high, could evade most lines of fire from ambushes, revealing the shooters' positions while also acting as minesweepers for the players behind, preventing casualties from trip mines. 2-2 peeked his head around the corner into the left stairwell on the first floor. There's movement inside. 2 tiger claws in the stairwell. The left double door is half open, someone might be hiding there. In such narrow, enclosed, linear spaces where dodging was difficult, even with Sandevistan, forcing entry could lead to being hit by dense bullets. Not everyone had Silverhair's ability to deflect bullets with a blade. Good dogs, go. The large, block-shaped small robot immediately whirled its mechanism wheels and charged into the corridor, its top-mounted assault rifle firing at the 2 tiger claws ahead. Just as 2-2 expected, intense gunfire suddenly erupted from inside the left door. The entire door was riddled with holes, and by the sound alone, there were at least 6 or 7 people. Bullets pinged and rattled against the small vehicle. Even with bulletproof plating, it was battered and disoriented, spinning in place, truly like a startled dog. With the small vehicle attracting fire, 2-2 dared to activate his Sandevistan. With a sudden burst of speed, he peeked out, fired 2 quick shots, killing the subordinate acting as bait, then rapidly advanced to the left door. He used his shield to protect his body from stray bullets, and in less than 0.2 seconds, he rushed to the right side of the main door. After seeing the positions of the 6 tiger claws inside, he synchronized the information with his other teammates. Currently, those guarding the skyscraper were core members of the Tiger Claws, many of whom had Sandevistan installed. Even if they couldn't keep up with the players, they could still perceive their movements. To the right. Stop shooting the robot, quickly fire to the right. Everyone inside immediately redirected their muzzles. The power of large-caliber rifle fire was enough to penetrate walls and inflict damage on enemies behind them. However, they immediately regretted it, because everyone simultaneously looked to the right, leaving the left flank exposed. Ru Xian, Ru Zhou and Xiao Feigun seized the opportunity to peek out and kill them one after another. The coordination and synergy between the two sides were not on the same level at all. The 20-odd Tiger Claws left guarding the first floor didn't even last 3 minutes before being swiftly eliminated by Squad 2, led by 2-2. This is Squad 5. We've taken the H8 Skyscraper Network Control Center and are uploading the control daemon. Street Loafer, reroute all surveillance cameras and broadcasts in the entire building to me. Remember, all of them, including inside every single room. Don't doubt Uchiha's hearing. It'll be ready soon. Getting beaten up in the old net was normal, it was the best proving ground for honing hacker skills. As long as you weren't afraid to die, each time you survived, you gained exponential technical experience. In less than 5 minutes, Mongolian top laner gained full broadcast control of the entire building and forcibly switched to his microphone. Ahem. Mongolian top laner said solemnly, attention all residents still in the building, please return to your rooms and close your doors and windows. According to reliable intelligence, a group of terrorists known as the Tiger Claws has hijacked this skyscraper. Horizon Corporation is conducting anti-terrorism operations. Do not leave your rooms, no matter what sounds you hear from outside. If an emergency occurs, please immediately enter the bathroom, crouch with your head down, and do not resist, to prevent unnecessary accidental injury. The shaking car. Taking down clouds in half an hour was a tight and demanding task for the players. The reason for such an urgent timeline was out of necessity, fearing that Arezaka's forces would arrive at the scene and cause the mission to fail, as well as the pressure from the NCPD and City Council once they reacted. Large-scale gang wars had happened before, but they always ended with the intervention of the powers behind them. The purpose of their disputes was merely profit, and it was normal for them to agree on a price and go home. But this time, the players were coming for a complete wipeout and Arezaka, Melee Tech and Night Corp would not stand by and watch. Therefore, their actions had to be swift. And the superiority of 2076 over 2024 in this regard was evident in this battle. The extremely high level of informatization and almost non-existent personal privacy meant that all information about people in this era was completely exposed and running naked on the network, and it was real-time. It could be said that whoever controlled the network controlled the world, otherwise those corporations wouldn't be so desperate to crack the black hole and control the rogue AI. The Tiger Claws had meticulously set up Cloud's network defenses, from top-tier iSpot from Arezaka to physical isolation of internal and external networks. Cloud's network defense could be said to be uniquely strong among Night City clubs, even difficult for players to penetrate. But unfortunately, the players weren't interested in Clouds, they were there to kill. And the Tiger Claws enforcers were not authorized to connect to Cloud's independent internal network. When the 5th team stormed the 3rd floor and gained control of the Super Skyscraper's network permissions, all surveillance in the entire building, except for Clouds, fell into the players' hands, including illegal information collection devices hidden within those electronic devices. Coupled with the list of Tiger Claws members provided by Wakako. After obtaining this information, combat was basically no different from having X-ray vision. Even if the enemy pretended to be a civilian and hid in the crowd, it was useless, a skin with an optical implant could mark them. Observation, judgment, decision-making, action, plus an intelligent equals digital command and control system. One red dot after another, representing Tiger Claw's members, appeared in 2-2's optical implant. The enemy's chaotic deployment was completely exposed, and even their weapons and equipment were specifically marked. 4 Tiger Claws above the stairs. They have heavy machine guns and are preparing for a wall-breaching assault. Ryuzo nodded, but he didn't take the stairs. Instead, he deployed his mantis blades, stuck them into the wall, and quickly climbed onto the ceiling. Then, he pulled out explosive charges from his bag and attached them to the ceiling. Who the hell would be stupid enough to rush the stairs with you? He pulled the fuse, and with a loud bang, the floor was blown open by the explosives, causing the entire floor to shake. The Tiger Claws upstairs were still fully focused on defending the stairs when an explosion erupted behind them. The thick dust obstructing their vision and the vibrations instantly threw them into disarray. A ceiling over 3 meters high would be impossible for an ordinary person to climb without assistance, but for an augmented human, it was but a step away. With a charged jump from his leg prosthetics, 2-2 easily leaped through the large hole. Already prepared, he aimed his rifle at the red marks and fired several shots. Bang bang bang. 7.62 armor-piercing rounds effortlessly pierced through the smoke and the chests of the 4 men, sending up a spray of blood. Mongolian top laner, Silverhair and his team have already secured Cloud's ground-level exit on the 13th floor. To catch the bandits, first catch their ringleader. Those guys can't escape. Move upstairs quickly and break through, don't waste time here. Arezaka's forces are already boarding their aircraft. The only available AV was in Dogtown, so the players couldn't afford an aerial drop, otherwise they would have shown these guys what a divine descent was like. Because the 3rd and 1st floors had been successively breached by players, the suppressing fire from the 2nd floor had significantly decreased. Another team of players rushed into the building to assist the assault. Machine gunners, provide covering fire for others to ascend. Xiao Figun, behind 2-2, shouldered a squad heavy machine gun, charged forward, lay down, set up his bipod, and suppressed the Tiger Claws in the left corridor with heavy fire. The circular corridor structure was simple, one could almost see the entire floor at a glance, with only a few pillars and partition walls in between. Bang bang bang. The thumb-thick bullets virtually suppressed all the Tiger Claws in the entire corridor, preventing them from even lifting their heads. A 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun sounded like a sledgehammer when fired. An adult human couldn't possibly wield it effectively, only augmented humans could carry it around and run. But this was, after all, the core of the Tiger Claws, and they had prepared in advance, so naturally, some things were indispensable. A 2.5 meter tall, heavy iron block wearing Japanese general's armor appeared at the end of the corridor, brandishing a katana. It charged forward, enduring Xiao Figun's firepower. Not only was it incredibly fast, but its defensive capabilities were also extremely strong. The thick armor, woven and layered with multiple sheets of titanium alloy, even blocked large-caliber machine gun bullets. MT1. It's the civilian version. Civilian version my ass, it's clearly a custom mod. Normal ones don't run that fast. Old Kong, give it something nasty. Ryuzo's eyes hardened upon hearing this. So what if he couldn't use mortars? So what if he couldn't use thermobaric grenades because there were too many civilians in the building? Did they really think the people from the military factory were just sitting around doing nothing? The thing humans were best at was finding loopholes after a series of rules had been established. MT1 weapons were made by players, and no one knew better how to deal with these big iron blocks than them. He immediately pulled out another grenade from his bag. The cylindrical casing was clearly marked with the words thermite. Before pulling the pin and throwing it, Ryuzo thoughtfully attached another small gadget to the bottom of the casing. Teraji Nakamura, charging in the MT1, felt like a god descended from heaven. The Tiger Claw's technician improved external prosthetic joints had elevated the exoskeleton's operational efficiency by several notches, and it could even accept low-power Sandevistan. It was simply too powerful. He roared, "Watch me strike down you disrespectful wretches immediately." Then he saw a small black can, with its fuse pulled, thrown by those guys. A grenade? Useless. Useless. With his reaction speed, he could completely bat it back in midair. But Teraji chose the most common approach, he swung his katana, intending to cut the grenade in half. However, the expected outcome did not occur. The grenade, in midair, strangely curved in its trajectory, narrowly dodging the blade and sticking to his body. This is a magnet. Before Teraji could react, he saw the small can emit a large number of sparks, and its temperature rapidly rose, directly melting through his external armor. The contents flowed directly inside. A 2200 degrees Celsius thermite reaction was too easy to deal with these armored units. It could even penetrate 5 centimeters thick alloy. The only drawback was its difficulty in hitting the target. In a panic, Teraji inside the exoskeleton didn't have time to swat away the thermite grenade, watching helplessly as the thing leaked onto him. His skin and clothes instantly ignited. The intense high temperature caused him unbearable pain. The fully enclosed exoskeleton trapped him inside, turning him into an iron torch, constantly emitting death throes and the smell of burning flesh. However, the players had no time for him. After all the subsequent forces had ascended, Ryuzo and Xiao Figun picked up their machine guns and followed suit. Even if someone activated their Sandevistan to pursue, attempting to encircle the Tiger Claws upstairs, they would be blocked by the large number of grenades thrown by the players. The players' assault speed was astonishingly fast, Upon reaching the third floor, it took them only a few minutes to clear out the enemies on the maintenance level and rendezvous with the fifth team. Then, they split into two groups, launching a pincer attack from the left and right staircases towards the rooftop. The tiger claws inside the building couldn't react to their speed of movement. They might hear news of the enemy approaching their floor and prepare to intercept, only for the enemy to have already ascended 3 floors, leaving them far behind. All elevators had been deactivated. There were only 2 ways to leave, either take the stairs or leave by AV. But an AV? Boom. An AV that had just taken off from clouds had its engine struck by an unidentified flying object, causing a violent explosion and forcing it to make an emergency landing on the helipad. The squad leaders stared dumbfounded at the sky outside the window. It was densely packed with drones. Those were the same drones the players had used during their drone show last time. And now, their undercarriages were suspended with 2 large egg-shaped objects. They weren't there to put on a light show. If it were a helicopter, perhaps they couldn't get close due to the turbulence of the rotor blades, but unfortunately, they were using AVS. No way to the heavens, no way to the earth. Lin Miao. What exactly do you want to do? Even through the screen, Lin Miao could see the NCPD chief's face twisted with anger, spittle flying. Do what? Lin Miao looked bewildered. I don't quite understand what you mean, chief. What do I mean? The NCPD chief almost laughed in anger. 1 or 2,000 people had unleashed a frenzy of gunfights across Night City, aggressively attacking properties owned by various gangs, forcing those gang leaders to call for help. And this person in front of him was still pretending not to know? He directly pulled up street surveillance footage and threw it in Lin Miao's face. It was precisely the scene of the players bombarding the tiger claws. Tisk. Lin Miao finally dropped his bewildered expression, replacing it with arrogance. So what? Can it be the same? Even if I killed more people, aren't they at fault at all? I thought it was something serious, chief. Isn't this arresting criminals? The methods were just a bit extreme. If any passers-by were injured, Horizon Corporation will provide full compensation, including subsequent building repairs and losses. I'll cover it all. What was this guy trying to joke about with him? When did Night City not have street brawls and shootings? Mercenaries have used rocket launchers quite a few times too. Did your NCPD ever intervene? With so much drug trafficking and so much human organ trafficking, why don't you do something about that? When I give you face, I call you chief. When I don't, you're just a dog kept by the big corporations. How many police officers initially joined the NCPD with a burning passion, only to either become corrupt or be shot in the back by colleagues and die on the street? Do you have the nerve to argue with me here? Besides, Lin Miao had all the proper procedures. He had already put bounties on these bosses yesterday, with all the evidence of their crimes readily available. You. The chief had originally had a somewhat good impression of Horizon Corporation. Not only did they take over the thankless mess of the bounty system, but Night City's crime rate had also decreased significantly. But now, all that goodwill was gone. The city council members have unanimously passed a resolution, demanding that you immediately come to the city center to stand trial. A car is already downstairs for you. Also, order your subordinates to cease fire. Don't cause any more trouble for me. Speechless. Can't reason with a low-class man like you. Cease fire, my foot. A few days ago, when gangs attacked my employees, why didn't I see you step up and demand a ceasefire? Understood, I'll be right there. Without waiting for the chief to question him further, Lin Miao directly cut off his communication. Metris's phone had also been ringing off the hook, most likely about the 6th Street gang. He couldn't be bothered to answer. 6 months ago, she might have been called a big shot by him, but now, forget it. Lin Miao stood up, looking at V, who was sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep. The table in front of her was piled with snacks and drinks. V, let's go. This guy had also spent too long on the streets of Night City, full of mercenary habits, completely losing the polite demeanor she had when she was a corporate dog. Without Arezaka's restraints, she was completely letting herself go. If he were to truly let this guy help him with things, she would most likely act with her fists before thinking. Hey? Where are we going? Didn't you say it would be dangerous to go out? Disturbed, V was still half asleep, looking like a lazy bum. She now found loafing around quite comfortable. Anyway, she had food and drink, so what was the point of going out and fighting for her life? How would I know? Just follow along. Oh, and you don't have to drive this time. Lin Miao had originally wanted V to act as a driver, but this guy had started playing fast and furious on the street, racing at 200 km per hour with the people trying to assassinate Lin Miao, almost scaring Lin Miao to death. At that speed, hitting a tree would turn even an Iron Man into a mess. Boring. V shook her head, slowly got up, and stretched. Her own precious car couldn't handle such abuse. It was much more comfortable to thrash the boss's car without having to pay for it. Nina, after I leave, lock the door tightly. You two stay put in the bar's basement. If anyone knocks or there's any other movement, call people to beat them up. Understood, Mr. Linear. The city council's car had stopped downstairs at some unknown time. The female secretary in a bowler hat and the driver had already opened the car door, gesturing for Lin Miao to get in. Lin Miao walked to the car door, curiously scrutinizing the female secretary, then reached out and took her hat off her head. This hat is pretty nice. Where did you buy it? It was custom made at a Barbary hat shop in the city center. If Mr. Lin likes it, I can give it to you. Hat, Never mind. With a strange laugh, Lin Miao put the hat back on her head. It has a strange smell on it. I'm not used to wearing it, and I'm afraid it'll shorten my life. V, get in the car. V glanced at the driver and the secretary, shaking her head. I'm not getting in. I don't want to go to a place like the city council. They're looking for you, not me. Then you won't get paid, and you'll have to cover my car repair costs, fuel costs and emotional distress compensation from yesterday. The big shots are waiting for me. Damn it. V bared her teeth. Why don't you let your little girlfriend get in the car? She has other things to do. Unable to resist Lin Miao's insistent pulling, V was practically shoved into the passenger seat, while Lin Miao sat in the back with the female secretary. The car slowly started, but no one spoke a word. The silent atmosphere was uncomfortable. Watching the car drive north, then straight into Watson when it should have turned left onto the overpass to enter the city center, Lin Miao decided to break the silence. He looked at the female secretary sitting next to him and asked with a serious expression, "What is your mother's maiden name?" V, I think you should find a better topic, instead of making small talk. Alright, alright. I heard the cigars where you come from are rolled on young girls' thighs. Can you give me some? The free kind. The female secretary didn't answer. Instead, she pulled out a silver revolver from her embrace, quickly aimed it at Lin Miao's head, and bang. The bullet broke through the car roof. Lin Miao actually grabbed the gun barrel and pushed the muzzle upwards. Hey, I just asked about some local specialty. No need for such a temper, right? Or is your boss that stingy? The female secretary finally spoke. Once you're dead, you can have as much as you want burned for you. She released her grip on the gun and suddenly poked at Lin Miao's head. Lin Miao tilted his head to dodge, and her fingertip pierced through the bulletproof car window. The female secretary showed no surprise at Lin Miao's speed. They had already obtained all of Lin Miao's data before coming. Although he didn't have transforming cyberware, his overall physical abilities far exceeded those of ordinary augmented humans. While dodging the attack, Lin Miao dropped the gun and pulled out the seatbelt on his right. Like a nimble snake, he wrapped it around her attacking right hand, forcefully pulling it back to the front of the female secretary's body. He pressed down on her left hand with his left, and with his right hand pulling the seatbelt, he wrapped it around her neck as well. Then, he gave a sharp tug, with an air of directly strangling her. Honestly, your disguise is very good, but your chest is too small compared to that other secretary. Even with padding, it's still lacking, and it doesn't jiggle. The female secretary looked at Lin Miao silently. Her neck was being tightly choked, yet she showed no signs of suffocation. Her body's flexibility was astonishingly strong. Her two slender legs, in the cramped car interior, actually clamped Lin Miao's head. With a forceful twist of her waist, half of Lin Miao's body was flung onto the passenger seat, where he and V stared at each other. What are you looking at? Aren't you going to do something? But he's still driving. It's a company car. If it gets wrecked, you don't have to pay for it. The female secretary tugged with her left hand, and the high-strength nylon fiber binding her ripped like noodles. A blade sprang from her right arm, and with a downward chop, she aimed to cut Lin Miao in half. Lin Miao quickly got up from in front of V and dodged. Meanwhile, V looked at the driver and said helplessly, "Buddy, just drive properly, and I can pretend nothing happened." The other person clearly didn't listen. One hand on the steering wheel, the other pulled out an identical silver revolver from his embrace and aimed it at V's head. V, damn it. The entire car seemed to lose control. Its tires started to skid, veering left and right. Several times it nearly crashed into lampposts, but thankfully, someone managed to correct it at the last moment. Luckily, the car had already entered Watson, where the recent large fire had left the area sparsely populated, with wide roads and little traffic. Otherwise, it would have likely caused a serious traffic accident by now. The art of life. The poor van, carrying a weight that didn't belong to it, not to mention the combined weight of the four people was close to a ton. Inside the cramped cabin, the four were still fighting fiercely, and in a flash, it seemed as if they were going to tear the entire vehicle apart. The female secretary's left hand, with the punch blade extending from the back of her hand, swung towards Lin Miao's head. Lin Miao tucked his waist, ducked, and lay back on the seat, narrowly avoiding it, but the car door behind him wasn't so lucky. The thickened bulletproof composite material door was torn into upper and lower halves by the female secretary's punch blade as if it were cutting tofu. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and half the door flew directly out of the car, tumbling repeatedly on the highway. The strong wind rushed into the car, making everyone's hair fly wildly. Failing in one strike, the female secretary attacked Lin Miao, who was half reclining on the seat, again. Lin Miao didn't want to test whose head was harder, his own or the bulletproof car door. He bent his legs, gathered strength, and delivered a powerful kick upwards to the female secretary's chest. Bang! The car roof was like it had been hit by a sledgehammer, bulging and deforming. Lin Miao immediately followed up by quickly straightening his waist and body, grabbing the opponent's falling head with one hand, smashing it against the opposite car window, then forcefully pressing the opponent's head, which had broken through the window, sliding her neck along the sharp broken glass. The reinforced metal glass was shattered by the female secretary's head. A normal person's head, subjected to such an impact, would have probably deformed their skull and passed out, but for the female secretary, it wasn't even enough to cause a momentary lapse of concentration. Immediately, she delivered a backward elbow strike to Lin Miao's chest, hammering him back entirely. It almost broke Lin Miao's titanium alloy ribs. If it were an ordinary person, this elbow strike could have caused cardiac arrest and impaled ribs. 14 points of physique and 12 points of reflexes gave Lin Miao superhuman strength and reaction speed, but facing this Aguilar assassin, he still couldn't gain any advantage. The opponent was clearly prepared, having physically disconnected her cerebral cyberware, so Lin Miao's black hole authority couldn't affect her. Traditional combat skills were also not very useful against such modified humans. Just like when Lin Miao choked her earlier, he couldn't suffocate her. She was a pure killing machine. Lin Miao was somewhat relieved. If he hadn't let an insider go back, he might not have known that Cuba had sent 2 assassins of this caliber to target him, nor would he have decided to use himself as bait to lure them out. Otherwise, the danger would have been greater in the dark. The fight in the back was intense, and the 2 in the front were no different. Moreover, the battle between cyberware-enhanced individuals was even more dangerous than Lin Miao's. The seats were dismembered by the mantis blades of both sides, and even the front windshield was cut into pieces and flew out. However, VS cyberware level was clearly a notch higher than the Cuban assassins. After multiple head-on clashes, the driver's mantis blades already showed multiple nicks and cracks. Finally, after another clash of blades, a fractured pattern ran through the blade, splitting it into 2 sections. But V was also not doing well. Her arms were covered in blade marks, and her synthetic skin was badly torn, revealing the severely damaged metal cyberware beneath. She simply retracted her malfunctioning mantis blades and instead grabbed the handles above her head with both hands, doing a pull-up, leaping into the air, and delivering a roundhouse kick. Her strength was much greater than Lin Miao's. This kick directly sent the driver, along with the car door, flying out. But just as Lin Miao thought V had dealt with one assassin, a grating metallic tearing sound came from the car's rear cover. The driver had actually grabbed onto the rear cover and was slowly climbing up. Due to the change in position, he could now attack Lin Miao together with the female secretary. He gripped the tattered car roof with both hands and, with a forceful pull, tore the van into a convertible sports car. Lin Miao glared at V. Is this your bodyguard work? Damn it! Where did these people come from? V cursed. Those Night City mercenaries from before weren't this tough. The car won't stop, the autopilot program is locked. Damn it, he already jammed the data port. Unable to fix the car, V could only turn back to help Lin Miao. You deal with that woman yourself. After saying that, she stood up from the driver's seat, stepped on the chair, and pounced, embracing the driver who was standing in the back of the car, and rolled out of the vehicle. Jumping out of a car traveling at over 100 km per hour required more than just courage. Now, only Lin Miao and the female secretary remained in the car, entangled in a fight. Their posture was also a bit strange. The female secretary had her back to Lin Miao, her left hand twisted behind her in a reverse arm lock by Lin Miao, and her right hand was firmly pinned to the sofa's steel frame by Lin Miao's right foot, unable to break free. Lin Miao was sitting on her waist, preventing her from exerting any force. Lin Miao wanted to dislocate her arm, but the carbon fiber nanomaterials combined with a nickel titanium alloy skeleton made even suppressing her extremely difficult, let alone twisting it off. That was a pipe dream. Just as he was about to deliver a heavy punch to the female secretary's forehead, her neck eerily rotated 180 degrees, looking directly at Lin Miao. Her mouth slightly parted, and she spat out a dark light. Holy shit! Lin Miao narrowly dodged, the dark light grazing his cheek and exploding into a ball of fire in the sky. If the driver hadn't torn off the roof earlier, this high explosive would have detonated inside the car. However, in that 1 second of distraction, the female secretary's right wrist, which was pinned by Lin Miao's right foot, exerted force and her mantis blade slashed downwards fiercely. The van's chassis and frame immediately disintegrated. The front and rear sections of the car were directly separated by this strike. The rear half detached from the front and rolled away. The collapsed front half of the car body skidded across the highway, creating sparks and flashes of light. Lin Miao's body immediately lost balance and tilted forward. Just as he was about to fall out of the car, his left foot became entangled in the remaining passenger seatbelt, and his right foot stepped on the chassis. With astonishing core strength, he controlled his downward momentum, his face just a few feet from the highway surface. He could only be thankful that V didn't have the good habit of wearing a seatbelt, otherwise this seatbelt would have broken long ago. Taking advantage of this sudden space for maneuver and loss of balance, the female secretary broke free from under Lin Miao's crotch. She looked at Lin Miao swaying back, ready to kill this mission target. But unexpectedly, after Lin Miao stabilized his right foot, his left foot, which was wrapped around the seatbelt, retracted and released, pulling out a long section of the seatbelt. He flipped and spun, wrapping it around the female secretary's neck, then fiercely yanked it, breaking the safety mechanism. The female secretary, instead, lost balance and was dragged out of the car, her body hanging from the rear of the car, restrained by the seatbelt. Her face scraped against the ground, rubbing at high speed, driven by the front engine, like a cowboy dragging a Native American through the streets in the old days. Clang, clang, clang. That wasn't the sound of flesh being ground away by the ground, but the sound of steel being abraded against pebbles, even producing sparks. More than half of her face was literally ground away on the ground, yet not a single drop of blood was left. Instead, it caused her facial disguise cyberware to fail, revealing the remaining half of her dark Latin American skin. Her clothes were also completely ruined. Both of her padded bra inserts flew out. Death? For this level of cyberware-enhanced individual, mere high-speed friction was far from fatal, even if Lin Miao were to now step on her head and rub it against the ground. Now that there were no onlookers, Lin Miao produced an electromagnetic pistol from his lower back, ready to finish off this assassin, but he didn't expect the opponent to be more decisive than him. Realizing the assassination had failed and she had lost her opportunity, Aguilar simply cut the seatbelt with her mantis blades, letting her body tumble a long way down the road. When she got up again, all her synthetic skin was gone, revealing a pure, full-body cyberware frame, showing no human components. She limped towards a hidden spot, looking like a robot, as she watched the half-car front and Lin Miao standing on it drive away. No wonder they say government vans are of good quality. Those city council members would never shortchange themselves, no matter who else suffered. With its roof, doors, and rear half of the car gone, and even the fuel tank leaking as it drove, only half a car front with an engine remained. Under these circumstances, it still managed to carry Lin Miao to his destination. One could only say a miracle had occurred. The location was an abandoned factory district on the outskirts of Watson, a place filled with empty shells left after all industrial equipment had been dismantled. The dilapidated factory ruins, leaning in all directions, looked like a graveyard of the past. The steel frames and cladding were covered in deep red rust, and the few remaining tattered iron sheets on the steel beams swayed in the sea breeze, as if they could fall at any moment. More subtly, a quake had occurred here a few months ago, causing many of these once relatively intact buildings to collapse en masse. Lin Miao looked at his already tattered bulletproof suit with some heartache. After a quick tidying up, he walked into the factory ruins. The opponent was very thoughtful, leaving traces of blood on the ground to guide Lin Miao. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to find someone in such a large area. It was a 3-story steel-framed factory building, considered relatively well preserved among the surrounding factories, with sturdy stairs and the like. However, from the moment he entered, Lin Miao smelled a strong scent of blood, and fresh blood dripped from the rusted iron plates and potholes from upstairs. Walking up the creaking iron stairs, the handrails on the side were so rusty they crumbled at a touch. Lin Miao was genuinely worried the stairs would collapse halfway. The man, wearing a suit, had his back to Lin Miao, wielding a scalpel and humming a tune, completely engrossed in his art. Lin Miao got closer and saw that the person who had sacrificed himself for the other's art was no longer recognizable. Because the person's face had been completely peeled off and was soaking in formalin. Further down, his neck was also cut open, and he was disemboweled, likely on the verge of death. His hands and feet were removed and tossed aside with his Kiroji optics. Judging by their specifications, they were expensive and excellent quality cyberware. The artist clearly disliked these things. Although the scene was bizarre, Lin Miao could confirm that the other party's skill was quite superb, at least no doctor at E0 Corporation had this level. Moreover, Lin Miao vaguely felt a sense of familiarity, he thought he might have seen both the victim and the perpetrator before. Who is he? Lin Miao gripped his gun. He didn't think he could kill the other person by directly attacking, this guy was clearly waiting for him here. Mr. Lin, you should know him. The man put down his scalpel, took off his gloves, and turned to look at Lin Miao. But I can introduce him to you. The blonde man elegantly introduced his artwork to Lin Miao, his name is Zheng Shishang, an employee of Kongtao, and you should have met him once. So it was that guy. Lin Miao had some impression of him, though not a good one, but to be in such a miserable state was truly outrageous. Did he offend you? No, it should be said that he offended you, Mr. Linier. Me? Yes, I entrusted him to help me search for your information at Kongtao. Then he deserved it. Help me cut him 2 more times. Although Lin Miao didn't know the name of the person in front of him, he was either from Biotechnica, Petrochem, or Cuba. In any case, he had nothing to do with Kongtao. Zheng Shishang stealing Lin Miao's information and selling it to such a person was essentially no different from those traders of the past. Lingji would be too good for him. Lin Miao nodded and asked again, then should I thank you? No need to thank me. Ah. Lin Miao slapped his forehead, I remember who you are now. The familiar method of cutting flesh and blood, the same extreme aversion to cyberware, and in Watson. Although he wasn't eating people now, it was probably not far off. You wouldn't happen to be that bishop, would you? It seems your memory is very good, Mr. Lin. What should I call you? Batman Bruce Wayne. Playing a comic book character from the last century, Mr. Lin, you are truly humorous. When it comes to humor, you're still a bit behind us. It's 2076 and you're still doing supernatural things underground. Heh, it's just an excuse. No one believes those things. I don't believe it, and they don't believe it, but everyone pretends to believe it, like opera performers on a stage. Only there, everyone is both an audience and an actor. Regardless of which side, there are countless cults in the world. Perhaps ordinary people believe in religion because they have been duped, or they have invested too much and self-hypnotized. But for officials and celebrities, their joining cults has nothing to do with the deity above. They are merely using this network. Including later comers, they also use this as an excuse to join, wanting to be promoted by the hands of their predecessors. They are very clear about their goals and the cost of doing so. This is what I don't understand. Of all the things Lin Miao was doing now, the most apprehensive was the incident in Watson. He didn't dare to investigate further, fearing that he would expose flaws and be discovered. Based on the photos taken from the player's perspective at the time, if Lin Miao wanted to, he could now take those things to the city council and various companies in Night City's leadership circles to compare and find people, and he would definitely find them accurately. Why not go? It's because he didn't dare. He was very clear about what could be touched and what could not, or at least not now. For example, why did Horizon Corporation, despite wearing Militika's coat, dare to fight the 6th Street Gang, even though both involved beating gangs? Was it not afraid of Militech turning hostile and causing trouble for him? No. Because on the surface, it was Horizon Corporation fighting the 6th Street Gang, but in reality, it was the NUSA government fighting Militech. If someone really wanted to cause trouble for Lin Miao, someone would naturally stand in front. But if the Watson incident were investigated, people would truly die. At least Lin Miao would die terribly, and NUSA wouldn't be able to protect him. It was also after that day that Lin Miao hardly ever took action outside, and he even sponsored Voucher to be his Batman. If anyone were to die then, it would be him. Did only one person from Biotechnica come? Or should we call out the others to chat? As if seeing through Lin Miao's thoughts, Benjamin took photos of his artwork with a camera for remembrance and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I haven't told anyone about this. It's just me here, and I only represent myself, not Biotechnica or Petrochem. I'd be damned if I believed you. Then you still let 2 Cuban assassins intercept me halfway. Aren't you afraid I'll die right in front of you? If you really died at Aguilar's hands, then it would only mean Kong Tao misjudged, and it would be no loss to me. So what do you want with me? You're not just here to have me admire this dead man with you, are you?" Lin Miao didn't want to continue arguing aimlessly with this guy. Since they had clarified things, only one person would leave here alive today. Dead man. Benjamin's eerie tone fluctuated for the first time. He pointed at the dying Zheng Shishang and asked, "Don't you think this is art?" "Art? I'm a layman. The only artists I've probably heard of in my life are Van Gogh and Chopin." "They? Heh, what kind of artists are they?" Benjamin's laughter contained disdain, as if mocking those so-called historically renowned artists. "There is only one true artist, and that is this world, it is the true God." He looked at Zheng Shishang's peeled flesh, his expression solemn, his tone elevated, like a fanatic worshipping a religious relic. "Is there anything that can better represent true art than life that has evolved for nearly 4 billion years? It is the supreme masterpiece brought by the divine. Hundreds of trillions of cells cooperate in tacit division of labor to form a human being. How can Van Gogh's paintings compare to humanity itself? How can Chopin's music surpass the human throat?" Benjamin's voice suddenly rose, even carrying a hint of angry roar, "And they are defiling this greatest work of the divine, presumptuously adding to the flesh and blood body, using machines to replace flesh and blood work, using network signals to transmit information instead of neural signals, allowing dirty and filthy energy fuel to flow in the blood. This is not just foolish. This is simply foolish." But Lin Miao heard something different in it. It seemed to be jealousy? Primal jealousy of flesh and blood? Realizing this, Lin Miao began to try scanning the other party with his Kiroji optics, but no reaction. It wasn't a shield effect, but rather no electronic product reaction, meaning the other party was a flesh and blood body, just like a newly revived player. Then what the hell was he jealous of? Lin Miao was now full of questions. The other party's mysterious behavior and inscrutable motives made him somewhat unsure how to handle the current situation. Otherwise, he might as well just deal with this guy directly. "Mr. Linear." Benjamin suddenly calmed down again. The look in his eyes towards Lin Miao was no longer as placid as before, but carried a predatory intent. "Do you know what I admire most?" Lin Miao didn't speak, but stared directly at the other party, because he felt hostility. "What I admire most is this nature, survival of the fittest, and you and the things you brought lost 100 years ago. Losers, why are you still struggling in vain? I am genuine Bandai. It's a shame, but I was born in the Soviet Union, so I know what you're doing. I've read Jian Suison's Engineering Cybernetics and Viktor Glushkov's OGAS series. The management processes your company uses might be obscure to others, but not to me. Failure is failure. History has already proven that your demise was a historical choice, and even if you started over, the outcome would not change. What exactly are you trying to say?" Lin Miao no longer wanted to listen to this crazy cyberpsychosis patient's nonsense. He had no hobby of debating. In this world, the probability of successfully convincing someone with words was infinitely close to zero. He reached for the pistol behind his back, ready to act. Benjamin likewise sensed Lin Miao's intention, a morbid blush appearing on his face, his expression growing more manic. "Want to fight me? Good." At some point, the scalpel was back in his hand. He vanished instantly from his spot and reappeared, already close to Lin Miao. So fast. Can humans without cyberware be this fast? Lin Miao's hair stood on end. He leaned his head back, dodging the scalpel blade which passed mere millimeters from his optical implant. The cold glint on the blade even caused a stinging sensation in his optical implant. At such close range, he couldn't even draw his pistol and could only try to raise his arm to block. What immense strength! Lin Miao's blocking arm stopped Benjamin's downward pressing wrist, but the opponent's strength was surprisingly not inferior to his own. Wasn't he a normal person? Perplexed, Lin Miao delivered a front kick to Benjamin's abdomen. Benjamin blocked it with his left elbow but was still kicked back a distance. Lin Miao watched Benjamin dust off his clothes and asked, "Why? If such physical prowess was possible, why would corporations pursue cyberware? Isn't this better than making oneself look neither human nor ghost?" Even Lin Miao's physique was boosted by the system. What was Benjamin's secret? Benjamin saw Lin Miao's question, and the smile on his face grew even more manic. "Want to know? Don't use your gun or cyberware. I won't use my knife either. Beat me, and I'll tell you. Anything you know, anything you don't, it all goes. Alright. Lin Miao took the gun from his waist and threw it on the ground. He was never a good Samaritan and didn't mind using underhanded methods to achieve his goals. Anyway, there were no third parties here, right? The one next to them was already dead. Moreover, Lin Miao's intuition told him that the person in front of him was not right, very not right. The two distanced themselves and took their stances. Under the setting sun, a drop of fresh blood fell from the body suspended on the third floor. The subtle sound of the blood bead hitting the metal plate was like a horn signaling the start of a match. Lin Miao launched the first attack, taking 2 steps forward and whipping his right arm towards the opponent's head. His fist even caused an air-bursting sound. Benjamin's reaction speed was equally fast. After blocking the attack with his raised left elbow, he immediately followed with a horizontal elbow strike to Lin Miao's chest. The damage wasn't high, but it caused Lin Miao to pause. He immediately used the momentum to turn around and deliver a left whip punch to Lin Miao's head, but it was also blocked by Lin Miao's raised arm. Benjamin's offensive style was fierce, powerful, and fast. Every strike was at full force. His left whip punch was blocked, so he immediately reached out, grabbed Lin Miao's collar, pulled him closer, and followed with a step-in right elbow strike and 2 hooks, all blocked by Lin Miao's left arm. Lin Miao hadn't been idle these past 6 months. Besides Arazaka's close quarters combat training chips, he had also bought many expert-level combat training chips. After all, without cyberware, he needed some means of self-defense. After blocking this round of attacks, he immediately counterattacked with a punch. Benjamin leaned back, dodging Lin Miao's fist, and immediately retaliated with a high roundhouse kick to the head. After being blocked by Lin Miao's arms, which were protecting his head, he followed with a straight punch and left and right hooks. His fists rained down on Lin Miao's head from all directions. Each strike on Lin Miao's arms felt like an iron cannon. His movements were wide and powerful, yet extremely fast. Even a steel plate might not withstand such force, pushing Lin Miao back repeatedly. Lin Miao, constantly blocking and retreating to create distance, felt frustrated. This guy in front of him was simply a humanoid killing machine. Where did this Petrochem Superman come from? It couldn't be natural divine strength, could it? After several continuous midsection roundhouse kicks were blocked by Lin Miao's raised knee, perhaps the continuous fierce attacks consumed too much energy, Benjamin finally slowed down. This allowed Lin Miao, who had been waiting, to seize an opening. He grabbed the opponent's horizontally kicked right leg and slammed him to the ground with a takedown. The thick steel plate on the ground immediately emitted a dull thud, stirring up dust. Lin Miao didn't want to give Benjamin a chance to counterattack. He immediately slid in, pressing down on Benjamin, using his body to pin Benjamin's right arm and holding down his left arm with both hands, preventing him from exerting force to break free. Since you are a natural human without cyberware, joint locks and wrestling are the best methods of suppression. Immediately after, he repeatedly kneed Benjamin's head. To block Lin Miao's attacks, Benjamin had to forcefully pull his hand from under Lin Miao to block. But this move played right into Lin Miao's hands. His pulled-out right hand was immediately caught by Lin Miao. He twisted Benjamin's wrist, then leaned back and changed his posture, pinning Benjamin's body with his legs. Both hands firmly gripped the opponent's right wrist and pulled with force, intending to tear off the guy's arm directly, or at least dislocate it. Ah! The injured Benjamin was like an enraged beast. A normal human could never escape the cross-arm bar, but this guy managed to forcefully stand up, lifting Lin Miao's entire body with the brute strength of his legs. Ignoring his right arm, which was still locked by Lin Miao, he grabbed Lin Miao and slammed him to the ground. Plus, Lin Miao felt a dizzying sensation as flesh and steel collided mercilessly. The force, enough to cripple a person, struck Lin Miao, causing him only suffocating pain. But even so, he didn't release Benjamin's right hand. Instead, he continued to pull hard, determined not to let go until the arm was broken. He even went further, locking Benjamin's throat with his legs, attempting to suffocate him. Benjamin didn't hold back either. He slammed Lin Miao's body around, breaking steel handrails as thick as a thumb and deforming and cracking alloy floor panels. The entire building shook as if in an earthquake, and the already severely rusted steel structures swayed precariously. Finally, after an unknown number of steel beams were broken, the entire factory building could no longer withstand it. It collapsed with a roar starting from the third floor. Steel beams bent and twisted, then snapped. Sheets of iron tore and fell. The dust on the ground was stirred up tens of meters high, burying both of them along with countless steel fragments. Cough, cough. Lin Miao pushed away the steel plate pressing on him. Piercing pain shot through various parts of his body, and even his thigh was impaled by a steel bar. Fortunately, Lin Miao's physique was strong enough that no vital organs were injured. After forcefully pulling out the steel bar, he casually took some medicine from the system to bandage the wound and stop the bleeding, then struggled out of the ruins. And in the midst of the swirling dust, the opponent rose even before him, but was more severely injured. A foot-long laceration on his abdomen, with his intestines exposed. Do you know? Benjamin slowly pushed his intestines back into his abdomen. The flesh at the wound pulsed, constantly regenerating connective tissue to stop the bleeding and heal. When I first opened my eyes to this world, I thought, what an incredible world. His eyes bloodshot, he stepped through the ruins towards Lin Miao. They often stood outside the culture vat and said God created humanity. God created humanity in his own image, and humanity in turn created me in their own image. They are my God. I worshipped them like deities. I did whatever they asked, striving to do my best, but their eyes always held only disappointment, as if I were a flawed product that wasn't needed. I never understood why. Why, even after all I did, they were still not satisfied. Why would they rather invest money in cyberware, making themselves neither human nor ghost, than even glance at me? Benjamin saw the wound on Lin Miao's thigh, the seeping blood, and the bruises on various parts of his skin. Although equipped with neural implants and optical implants, Lin Miao's body was undoubtedly still flesh and blood. What? His pupils trembled, and his tone was complex. But now I understand. What they want isn't me, it's you. You are the thing they truly desire in their hearts. What do you mean? Lin Miao's heart trembled. The information the other party was conveying was far more important than he had anticipated. At this moment, Benjamin didn't care how important the things he was saying were. He forcefully reset his dislocated right hand and gasped, I was a premature baby, technically flawed. Biotechnica's project leader, Dr. Francis Yang, disappeared with his cloning data files, which meant I was destined for a short life from birth, and my physical attributes couldn't improve further. In their eyes, I was a failed product that couldn't be replicated. Benjamin slapped away the steel beam in front of him. But I don't care. He swung his fists, striking at Lin Miao again and again with immense force, as if his injuries were fake. Even as his wounds burst open and blood gushed, he didn't stop. I hate the artifacts that stole God's attention. I hate the things that defy the laws of biological inheritance and evolution. I hate them. Why did they create me when they clearly didn't need to? And then abandon me? They are afraid, just as they fear the hunter, they fear me. Bang. A fist slammed into Lin Miao's chest, sending him flying over 10 meters, crashing through several steel beams along the way. Fuck. Lin Miao could clearly feel his ribs breaking, even seeing which ones through the system interface. He clutched his chest, enduring the sharp pain, and rose from the rubble. So, you were abandoned by your parents and came to me for comfort? Should I go buy some lollipops on the street and tell you it doesn't hurt? Baby, put away your self-pity. If you really had the ability, you should go back and trouble your creators, not bother me in Night City. Benjamin felt he had revealed enough information, but Lin Miao remained unmoved. This attitude made him somewhat inscrutable. Now tell me everything else you know, and I might listen to you complain all day. How about it? Lin Miao was already pissed off. He didn't want to waste time here, this guy's delaying tactics were too clumsy. Heh. Cough cough. Benjamin suddenly coughed up blood, stood in place, and took a few breaths before slowly continuing. Petrochem asked me to cooperate with the Cubans to kill you. I originally wanted to see what you were made of, daring to pull these stunts in Night City. But I didn't expect to find such a surprise. I really want to taste what your flesh tastes like. He took a chip from the back of his neck and threw it towards Lin Miao. This is all I know. I don't know what you're looking for, but it's mostly in there. And you'd better hurry. I guarantee Dogtown is already in chaos. Hansen isn't an honest man, your people might already be surrounded by him. So, you'd better kill me quickly. Now, let me see how much stronger you, the genuine historical failure, are than me. Survival of the fittest isn't entirely accurate. True natural evolution is the survival of the adaptable, but the law of the jungle is a real thing. Benjamin had always believed that he should be on the correct path of human biological evolution, not machinery. Not only did it make one neither human nor ghost, but there was also the risk of cyberpsychosis. To prove this, he most enjoyed using words to guide those self-important corporate dogs, making them indulge in the pleasure of feeling superior, of slaughtering and devouring those they considered inferior, including watching the cultivated pigs and church members from above in the underground castle. It was an ineffable sense of superiority. All of this was ruined by the person in front of him. When he saw this person up close, the other person exuded a sense of completeness. He, in turn, became the one being looked down upon, at least in his eyes. Angry? Furious? How could that be? This was precisely the moment he upheld his belief, because you are stronger than me, you are more advanced than me, so it's only right that you kill me, or even eat me. When V drove, following the driver's head, to the factory district, it was already ruined beyond recognition. The factory district, already a third destroyed by the earthquake, was now even worse. At least 3 or 4 factories in the central area had collapsed, with rubble everywhere, and some places even caught fire. If this area hadn't been cleared beforehand, it would probably have been surrounded by the NCPD. Come. Kill me. Ha 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 ha. The air itself was boiling amidst the flames and steel. Benjamin's mangled body was held by Lin Miao with one hand, surrounded by lingering ashes. Lin Miao's mouth was bloody, his upper clothing still torn to shreds by the other's surgical knife. His muscular upper body was covered in bloody wounds, and even his face bore Benjamin's bite marks. Flames reflected in his eyes, like burning rage. It was directed at Biotechnica and Petrochem, and also at this madman who had provoked him. This guy was completely insane. Even after Lin Miao had torn off his hands and broken his legs, he still tried to bite him. His fighting will was almost stronger than anyone Lin Miao had ever met. Does it not matter that Biotechnica and Petrochem's mission for you failed? Who? Cough cough, cares about them? Aside from the high-ranking officials whose interests were at stake, when did corporate employees truly care about corporate interests? As long as the price was right, wouldn't they sell it? Even Benjamin, a genetically modified human, was no different. Loyalty was a science fiction term to them. Lin Miao looked at the dying Benjamin and asked, "What was your original name?" "Benjamin Button." "I'll remember you." Lin Miao nodded slightly, then tightened the hand gripping Benjamin's neck. Crack. A crisp sound of spinal dislocation rang out, and the already dying Benjamin finally breathed his last, his entire body going limp. No matter how many hardships he had in his past, none of that concerned Lin Miao. Given his methods, his death could even be said to be carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. Lin Miao acted without any mercy. Done. Vi looked around with lingering fear. She hadn't expected the usually amiable Lin Miao to be so ruthless when he fought. You've made too much of a commotion. Those guys must have seen everything. Let them see. This world isn't short of one more modified human like me, and it's certainly better than a monster like you. V's clothes were only slightly torn, unlike Lin Miao, who was in such a sorry state. Not to mention, the female secretary ran off, and the driver V was killed, which showed that this guy couldn't be viewed with normal human thinking. Lin Miao pointed at the corpse on the ground. Put him in the car. That's my car. Do you know how much it costs to wash it once? I'll buy you a new one. All right, boss. V hoisted Benjamin's corpse and walked out. She could tell Lin Miao was in a bad mood, so she didn't ask much about Francis Yang, clones. Lin Miao followed behind V, his consciousness sifting through the chip Benjamin had left behind. Besides a list of cult members, it contained a considerable amount of intelligence, biotechnicas, petrochems, the Soviet Unions, a list of scavengers, and the one Lin Miao was most interested in. Biotechnica was indeed developing large-scale, rapid human cloning technology in the underground research facility of the castle at the time, but they hadn't achieved a breakthrough in the technology. Francis Yang, on the other hand, was a genius in biocloniology. He worked for Biotechnica in Night City back then, developing cloning technology. Rumor had it that he cloned his deceased daughter but was never satisfied, feeling that what he cloned was another person. So, he tried to find Alt Cunningham's soul killer technology, hoping to truly replicate the daughter he remembered, rather than a cloned product. But in the end, he and his laboratory disappeared in the nuclear bomb detonated by Silverhand, and all technical data was lost with the network collapse. Biotechnica is still trying to restore it, but with limited success. Benjamin was an unfinished embryo left by Francis Yang, a collaborative project with the Soviets. However, after the doctor's death, the Soviets spent decades cultivating it themselves, but the results were not good. Genetic defects meant the experimental subject could live for a maximum of 30 years. Lin Miao looked at his hand. Genuine? Then what are players? Anti-vice. Everyone, behave yourselves. Oh Yaji, they're here. They're attacking us. Quickly retreat. The Tiger Claw's proud stronghold defense was torn apart like paper under the players' fierce offensive. The 13-story defensive line couldn't even hold for 13 minutes before being completely breached, advancing like a hot knife through butter. The players weren't interested in clearing floor by floor, instead, they thundered up the stairs, killing as they went. Tiger Claws from the entire building surged towards the stairwell. But they couldn't catch up at all. They could only be bottlenecked in the stairwell, enduring endless machine gun fire and grenade blockades from the players covering the rear. Only a few enforcers with leg modifications and mantis blades could climb the exterior walls to pursue. By the time the players reached the 13th floor, officers' men had already secured the entrance, having repelled several attempts by Tiger Claw's enforcers to rush up. In the past, during gang wars, passers-by would run as far as possible, fearing that a touch of bad luck would cost them their lives. But now there was nowhere to run. They had fought all the way to the skyscraper, where else could they go? Downstairs was also surrounded, so they might as well stay home. Moreover, many people had come to their senses, realizing who was fighting the Tiger Claws, and their previous fear and avoidance had changed. The players' objectives were clear. Even if it was entrapment, as long as you didn't take the bait, they wouldn't bother you. 9 times out of 10, those who suffered were individuals with malicious intentions or those who had broken the law and had bounties on their heads. They couldn't be bothered to even glance at ordinary citizens. If anyone was accidentally injured or suffered property damage, Arrow would come to treat them, assess the losses, and compensate them. While not much, it was better than suffering in silence as before. After half a year of this, they now dared to gather at their doorways and windows to watch the players mess with the Tiger Claws. This was the core stronghold of the gang. What is a gang? Where does their money come from? Where does their cohesion come from? To whom do they sell their manufactured and smuggled drugs and their usurious loans? Where do the sex workers in clouds and the underground bars, clubs, and casinos come from? Gangs have always been organizations that prey on ordinary people, sucking their marrow. People might call them big brother or boss to their faces, but in their hearts, they've long wanted to slaughter these bastards. Now, seeing someone vent their anger for them, they couldn't be happier. The first thing Tutu did upon arriving was to ask officer about the situation. How are things inside? No one escaped, right? Silverhair and the others are blocking the door, cosplaying Genji. Good heavens, with their blades flashing and parrying bullets, I thought I was watching a Hong Kong comic. It wasn't that no players had mastered swordsmanship, but no one could keep up with Silverhair and Wig. The two of them were like they had cheats enabled. Once their Sandivistan activated, they were unbelievably fierce, happily hacking away at the enemy's spawn point, with bodies almost completely blocking the passage. Damn it. Tutu was about to say something else when Mongolian top laner interrupted their chat in the channel. Still chattering? Arezaka's people are already halfway here. Quickly set up the rappelling gear, then rush in and cut down everyone on the list. The Tiger Claws Clouds was considered one of Arezaka's core assets in Night City. Now that the players were destroying it, the asset value of Clouds would inevitably plummet. How could Arezaka just sit by and do nothing? Players, after all, were not special forces who followed orders without question. After Tutu shut his mouth, he shrugged helplessly at Officer Confucius, take your men and guard the door, install the rappelling gear. The rest of you, follow me inside to meet the Tiger Claw's big shots. Confucius pulled his custom equipment, conquering with virtue, from his bag. Go quickly and come back quickly. I'm going to cut off their heads and offer them to Confucius and Mencius. Turning the corner and entering the door, Tutu immediately saw the bun-haired lady cowering behind the front desk, crying her eyes out, and the two, silver hair and wig, sitting on piles of bodies, smoking. They were covered in blood, indistinguishable whether it was theirs or the enemy's, but neither of them cared. Tutu immediately gave a thumbs up in praise, as expected of the double flower red poles, so efficient. When we get back, I'll treat you both to fried rice at a Bing Sut. Can you still fight now? Just warming up. Silver hair idly scrolled through the computer the front desk lady was using. His previous lecherous expression had completely vanished, replaced only by disdain for these things. This place is truly rotten. The key to a beautiful young lady is her shy, coy resistance, and appropriate blushes, and is the killer first love feeling. This kind of hellhole is simply a desecration of virgins and their romantic fantasies. Tutu scoffed, hey, are you sure you didn't come to the wrong place looking for first love in a place like this? Wig pulled his blade from a tiger claw's body, don't mind him. In reality, he's an old virgin nearing 30. The woman he's had the most contact with is that tomboy. He doesn't even dare to hold a girl's hand. He's a repressed pervert who only dares to flirt and act lewd online. Silver hair, exposed, glared at his friend, believe it or not, I'll kill you. You talk as if you're not a virgin. So what? At least I'm in a relationship, and it's a pure, gal game style romance. Wig's face was full of pride, as if he was saying something incredible. Oh, right, online romance is also romance. Just be careful not to meet a Northeast sister you when you meet offline one day. Silverhair's expression was odd, he looked as if he wanted to speak but held back, gazing at Wig, who was proud of his online romance, with a pitying look. Shut up immediately. Don't discuss your dating experiences in such a serious setting. Aren't you embarrassed? Not just Tutu, even Mongolian top laner in the channel was almost losing it. Didn't you see the bun-haired front desk lady looking at the two of you with a strange expression? Hurry up and kill them, then retreat. Got it, got it. The large door at the end of the corridor was tightly shut, with sofas, cabinets, and other debris piled behind it in an attempt to block the entrance. But how could such an obstacle stop the players? 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as the countdown ended, two strength-based players, shields raised, slammed into the door. The several tons of piled debris collapsed rapidly as if hit by a dump truck. Da-da-da. The tiger claws, who had been waiting in ambush behind cover such as sofas, counters, and bar tops, instinctively pulled their triggers. Bullets almost filled every inch of space at the door, but there was no one there. Not until their magazines were empty did the tiger claws enforcers, panting, begin to reload. Suddenly, two flashbangs flew into the empty doorway. The intense noise and flash from the explosion caused every tiger claw, who had focused their attention on the doorway, to fall into a daze. Many who had modified ears and eyes had their cybernetic components directly burned out, becoming deaf and blind. They clutched their heads, screaming in pain. Those with slightly stronger willpower still tried to raise their guns towards the door, firing without concern whether they could see or not. How could bullets fired like that pose a threat to the players rushing in? They wore heavy bulletproof vests and helmets, and had subcutaneous armor installed. Not to mention firing with their eyes closed, even taking bullets with their heads wouldn't necessarily injure them, at most, they might get a slight scrape. But the tiger claws inside the room weren't so lucky. After all, as a gang member, you could use guns, but bulletproof vests were a great luxury for them. Corporations would never allow them to possess bulletproof vests. This was an ancestral tradition. The number of cybernetic implants they had also couldn't compare to the players. Bang. 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 Players poured into the Clouds bar in two single-file lines. Bullets accurately hit each gang member's head, almost executing each red-marked enemy unit with headshots, including those gang members hiding in private rooms, who couldn't escape the players with their vision enhancements. Once the Tiger Claw's internal network information became unilaterally transparent, unless a few atom smashers emerged to crush them with absolute numerical superiority, it was a one-sided slaughter in such complex terrain. Unfortunately, the group leaders seemed to have sensed something was wrong. They directly disconnected from their gang's internal network and instead connected to the Cloud's internal network for defense. Players could only search room by room. And at such times, the player's favorite thing to do was yell, "FBI, open the door." Then kick open the tightly shut door. Clouds, after all, as a high-end club, offered services just as Silverhair had observed outside extremely extravagant. Moreover, the rooms had excellent soundproofing, so many customers who were enjoying themselves didn't even know what was happening outside and were still passionately battling with their sex workers. Anti-vice. What are you looking at? Be careful, I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Everyone, go back to your rooms and behave yourselves. Face the wall, squat down and behave. Perhaps they were political and business elites, or perhaps new braindance magnates. In Clouds, they all shed their usual unattainable, exquisite facades, openly displaying their deepest, most primal desires. Once the decision to attack Clouds was made, Horizon Corporation was destined to offend all of Night City. Initially, the players were quite amused. Despite the presence of mosaics, many had already achieved a state of no mosaics in their hearts, but the deeper they went into the rooms of the high-rise, the more horrifying the scenes they witnessed became. Hiss. A player who kicked open a door saw a burly man with his ass exposed on the bed. Even with the system diligently censoring it with mosaics, he still suffered tons of mental damage. The players, who had just been emotionless killers, suddenly let out screams like startled young girls. What's that? Oh my god. Close it. Close the damn door. Then they came to the next door, and their faces turned even paler at the scene behind it. Cough, cough. Oh. It's a horse. He's with a horse. Ugh. In the next room was a woman in an NCPD uniform. She was startled by the players who suddenly opened the door, and the players were even more shocked, as this cosplay lady was holding a fist-thick Fujitsu prosthetic and a small whip. The sex doll froze, and the players froze too, until the players silently closed the door, walking inside expressionlessly, as if their san had been completely depleted. I won't be able to sleep tonight. This place is hell. I thought I'd see a lot of cute ladies. Everything they witnessed today was destined to be etched into many souls, unforgettable for life, whether they liked it or not. Compared to the other players who were suffering mental shock, Silverhair and others had already held a knife to the woman suspected of being Old Wu, making her lead the way to the location of the Tiger Claw's bosses. That place was very close to the room Lin Miao first visited in Clouds. It was the top floor lobby, usually not open to the public. It was only opened when Arezaka needed to host important clients or when the Tiger Claws themselves held a major meeting. The interior decor wasn't overly luxurious, but the neatly arranged sets of red sandalwood furniture, screens, and Yuxing teaware exuded a solemn atmosphere. In the center of the room, a cross-shaped flowing stream divided the hall, and on both sides, many lush small bamboo groves were planted, making it quite elegant. However, the faces of the Tiger Claws executives in this hall were not looking good. They angrily looked at Silverhair, Wig, and others who pushed open the hall door and walked in. The other party even shamelessly greeted everyone, "Yo, Konnichiwa." The gang leaders and enforcers drew their blades, and those with guns grabbed them. They disdained using highly modified cyberware like mantis blades. Ishijiro Jiro's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If looks could kill, then Silverhair and the others would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces and ground to dust. He took the katana handed to him by his subordinate, gripped the hilt, and with a clang, drew the blade from its sheath. "Why are you doing this? We have no grievances with you." In his opinion, a few small fries dying was nothing. The Tiger Claws lost more than that number of people in a single day. Or rather, whether those low-level individuals could even be considered people was questionable, so naturally, there was no talk of deep-seated hatred. Moreover, the Tiger Claws were the ones who had been on the receiving end, in a disadvantaged position. Silverhair swung his goosequill saber, splattering a crimson arc on the ground with the blood on its blade. "You are still alive, but many have died because of you. They met you, and you met us. When you murdered those innocent people, did you ever consider that they also had no grievances with you? From today onwards, you can forget about wantonly killing the innocent." Ishijiro Jiro sneered disdainfully, "Wantonly killing the innocent? I think you're mad." He held his katana level and roared, "Die." As the current boss of the Tiger Claws, he didn't necessarily have to be the best fighter, but he definitely had to be able to fight. Especially at a time like this, he couldn't show weakness, otherwise, even if Arezaka saved him later, he wouldn't be able to remain boss. So Ishijiro Jiro activated his Sandavistan and charged forward. His figure was as fast as lightning, and the gleaming blade hummed as it rapidly cut through the air. As a Tiger Claws member who had once carved a bloody path on the streets, his aura and will reached their peak at this moment, his condition better than ever before. "Good, just finish this guy off in one go." He rushed in front of Silverhair, raised his katana high, and delivered a robe slash, kesagiri, strike from the upper right, intending to cleave off the head of the person before him. But Silverhair merely shifted his body, evading the slash, and then, reversing his grip on the hilt, he swung the goosequill saber diagonally upwards, slicing open Ishijiro Jiro's abdomen. Ishijiro Jiro knelt on the ground, staring in disbelief at the wound on his abdomen, where his internal organs were clearly visible. He had never imagined such a vast disparity in strength between them, and Wig had already placed his blade against his neck. The chill from the blade made him tremble all over, experiencing death's proximity for the first time. How could this be? His power, his wealth, he could still climb to higher positions, how could he die here? His previous courage vanished instantly like a popped balloon. He hurriedly pleaded, "Wait, I'll give you anything, whatever you want." Regrettably, Wig pulled the hilt, slitting his throat. "What we want, you cannot give." Ishijiro Jiro clutched his neck and fell to the ground, trying to delay his death this way, because as long as Arezaka arrived, there was still a chance. But the players didn't care that much. A quick scan with their Kiroshi optics showed everyone in front of them was on the kill list. Both sides immediately engaged in a bloody battle in this classical setting. Corpse after corpse fell into the flowing stream, their crimson blood dyeing the water red. The tender green leaves of the bamboo grove also turned scarlet, dripping steaming fresh blood. Until all the gang leaders and enforcers were dead, the Arezaka reinforcements they had eagerly awaited still hadn't arrived. Or rather, they deliberately hadn't arrived. Because Michiko was also observing this slaughter from the Arezaka tower. Her face was expressionless, not showing the slightest ripple of emotion over the complete annihilation of the Tiger Claw's upper echelon. It wasn't until the last gang leader was killed by a player that she spoke as if waking from a dream. Go, Atom Smasher, don't let Arezaka down again. Understood, Michiko-sama. I will wash away this disgrace with their blood. Atom Smasher and the Arezaka Special Forces, who had been waiting impatiently in the AV convoy, leaped down from mid-air, flying towards the skyscraper surrounded by drones. Each of them was equipped with personal flight devices, allowing for short-distance flight in mid-air, providing excellent mobility. If the AV convoy were to break through a siege of this scale, they would likely suffer considerable losses, as AVs are not highly mobile and cannot evade concentrated attacks in time. Inside the building, the players were preparing to clear the battlefield and then withdraw, when they suddenly heard a deafening boom. The sound came from a great distance, but it still made the glass of clouds tremble slightly. They quickly looked in the direction the sound came from. Is that Pacifica? It's Dogtown. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they saw several buildings in Dogtown suddenly explode in the distance. Not only was there thick smoke, but the buildings themselves began to collapse. Officer quickly asked in the channel, Officer, what's going on in Dogtown? Was it a gas explosion? I saw a huge commotion over there at Yuran Yukwan. Tutu, good heavens, the buildings are collapsing. Could it be that bastard Hansen? Tuto, what do you mean could it be? It is. Those wraiths attacked, and they used a lot of missiles. Damn it. Our newly repaired houses. Ministry of Truth, we're surrounded here, at least a few hundred people. It seems Hansen really wants to clash with us. Jackal, something's not right, meow. I saw a lot of robots among the wraiths on surveillance, but I haven't seen this model before. You all need to be careful, meow. Officer was about to ask 2 more questions when Silverhair pulled him away from the floor-to-ceiling window. Boom, boom, boom. Atom Smasher crashed through the reinforced glass like a cannonball, with the Arezaka Special Forces following closely behind, pouring in. Atom Smasher and Information Warfare. Damn it, what's so great about flying? Mongolian top laner, squatting in the carriage, slammed his hand on the table. Right now, he wished he could make Saburo Arezaka's mother fly. But there was no way. The anti-aircraft weapons Horizon Corporation could produce at the moment were only machine guns and RPGs. They were fine against AVS, but completely useless against the high-mobility short-range aircraft equipped by Atom Smasher and others. Even the drones along the way were shot down by the enemy, making it impossible to get close. They could only watch helplessly as the Arezaka Special Forces rushed into the building. Retreat was out of the question, they had to fight. The special ops gear the players originally brought would definitely not be enough to deal with such elite bosses. Reserve team, send up Tutu and their personal equipment boxes. Also, everyone from Sector 5, gather at Clouds. Not a single bird will fly out of here today. Hatred. It was pure hatred. Ever since Atom Smasher had his ass blown out by these mercenaries in Watson last time, he hadn't gone a day without wanting to kill them. Every night, he would smash that bastard who dared to hit him on the head with a rebar even in death, 100 times over, grinding him into fine powder. Everyone in Night City knew he didn't have a habit of holding grudges overnight. Anyone who crossed him was killed the same day, with only a very few exceptions like Morgan Blackhand managing to escape. If it were before, Atom Smasher would have long since stormed into the agency, dragged out that Lin fellow, and torn him to shreds. It was only because Arezaka kept him confined, waiting for the development of new equipment to be completed, that he waited until today. Inside the blood-soaked Clouds lobby, Tiger Claw's bodyguards in black suits were everywhere. Strong, cold winds from high altitude poured in through the shattered glass windows. A tall Iron Man slowly rose from the broken glass shards. Atom Smasher, nearly a story high, looked down at the fully alert players, his crimson mechanical eyes revealing intense killing intent. You insects are still as annoying as ever. He had refrained from killing for several months, wasn't it all for today? Hey, what's going on? Did you eat too much chocola? As one of those who had participated in the siege of Atom Smasher before, Silverhair naturally recognized this face. However, compared to the last time they met, Smasher was equipped with a large amount of external gear, and his body was more than a size larger. His entire body was probably over 3 meters tall, right? Compared to the current Atom Smasher, the players' figures seemed too small. The immense pressure made them, who had just been fighting small fries and were about to enter a boss battle, just want to curse. Because large weapons were prohibited in Night City, Atom Smasher's large demon mech couldn't be used. And the players' tenacity proved that the regular form of Atom Smasher was no longer enough to deal with them. So, Arezaka specially customized a set of urban combat mechs, Ashura, for him, and many of its designs were actually related to Lin Miao. Arezaka's move showed considerable pay attention to players. It's worth noting that Morgan Blackhand didn't receive such treatment back then. Atom Smasher moved his mech joints, each step thundering. If it weren't for the floor's sufficient quality, this floor might not have been able to support his 7 or 8 tons of weight. Doug, right? Then let the blood sacrifice begin with you. Pointing at Silverhair, who stood at the very front, he unleashed his killing intent without reservation. What kind of joke is this? Although previous RPGs often enlarged bosses to create a sense of oppression, when a 3-meter-tall cyborg actually stood before them, even the usually fearless players' hearts skipped a beat. For players who had just been slaughtering Tiger Claws, the disparity was quite significant. But Smasher had no intention of wasting words with them, stepping forward and punching Silverhair in the face. This was no longer a fist the size of a clay pot, but a fist the size of a wok. Silverhair's vision went black. The iron steel fist almost blocked all light. The oppressive feeling of impending death made Silverhair instinctively raise his blade to parry. The alloy steel blade was struck by this immense force, and with almost no room to dissipate the impact, it was completely bent 90 degrees. Silverhair was even sent flying into the wall, his eyes rolling back as he passed out. Wig activated his Sandevistan, ambushing Smasher from the side, attempting to cut his blade into the opponent's armor plate to cause damage. But Smasher merely moved a joint slightly, and the hard blade was directly clamped and broken by the armor plate. He turned his head, watching Wig's movements like a cat playing with a mouse. The game has begun. Aren't you going to run? A blade is a lethal weapon against unarmored units, but it is undoubtedly insufficient against heavily armored units like Smasher now. Run? Really? You're letting me go? Wig's eyes lit up. Heh. Smasher had just revealed a mocking expression, about to say that Wig was delusional, when he heard a thud. Wig's fist had already made intimate contact with the iron crotch between his legs using a 1-inch punch. However, it did not penetrate the defense, it didn't even scratch off a layer of paint. Silence was the Cambridge of this evening. After a few seconds of mutual silence, Wig finally showed surprise. Nanny. Have you gone to such lengths for power? Can you even give up your penis? Are you still a man? Bang. Feeling his hot dog had been greatly insulted, Smasher simply punched Wig into a pulp, then roared at the Special Forces members. Kill everyone. Leave no one alive. That the wraiths would turn on the players was an open secret, something the players and netizens on the game forums had long discussed to death. Everyone knew Hansen was just playing along with them. The so-called security business around the Scavengers' stronghold renovation project was merely surveillance and encirclement. The players were already prepared. Normally, smart construction machines worked upstairs, while the players all hunkered down in the underground base, directing the brick moving. On the forums, there were plenty of people helping to strategize and analyze the situation, and from time to time, a pile of 10,000-word analyses would pop up, guiding players on how to exploit economic loopholes and raise funds for stock speculation. However, after several times of losing all their money, no one believed that stuff anymore. The in-game stock market was even more occult than the A-share market. But what they didn't expect was Hansen's decisive action. Not only did he cooperate with the gangs outside the city to provide cover, but he also launched a thunderous strike, directly collapsing the players' buildings with heavy artillery and missiles. Many players were stunned watching the buildings, which collapsed rapidly as if their main beams had been removed. My house. The house I just took out a loan to buy. No one said my house would be used for an opening CG. Damn you, dog planner, why make the building destruction so realistic? I'm going to fight you all to the death. My wife is still in the house. My wife. Hey? When did you get a wife? My custom-built robot wife QAQ. She still can't talk. I never thought I'd be entrapped by capitalists even in the game. This dog planner didn't even give a notice. Knowing those buildings would be destroyed, they still dared to sell the houses. How is that any different from Dog Hung selling off-plan housing? Suddenly, the player community was enraged. Many had spent money, even taken out loans, to buy stronghold houses, and were excitedly preparing to decorate. Hansen's round of bombing directly reduced all their investments to zero. Who wouldn't go crazy? But what could they do? Go find the dog planner with 2 boxes of want milk? That certainly couldn't be done. But they were very willing to go find trouble with Hansen with 2 guns. The two sides immediately engaged in fierce fighting on the outskirts of the Long Beach stockpile. Because the players were well prepared, Hansen's first wave of attacks did not achieve the desired effect, it even backfired, thoroughly enraging this group of people. Charge to Gems Ching, chop off old man Hansen's dog head, and seize the Dogtown Emperor's throne. I don't know where I am, I don't know what I'm doing. I only know I'm going on a rampage now. If it were a frontal assault, the Wraith's combat power would not be weaker than the players. At least, unless it was a high-level veteran player like the Savage, it would still be very difficult to achieve 1v2 or even 1v3. But unfortunately, this was a war. From the divergence in the 1970s, the financial collapse in the 1990s, the rise of corporations, until the destruction of the old net in the 2020s, cyber-world warfare lacked something crucial. That was the completion of information warfare construction. Because there was no inspiration from the Bay and subsequent wars, the American Federation, which could afford such a system, collapsed. Europe's NATO, a small area, had few combined armies and never fought such a war. The Soviet Union relied entirely on nuclear bombs and steel torrents to crush the Middle East. Even in the later Fourth Corporate War, with advanced networks, the cyber warfare between corporations was limited to squad communication and hacker intrusions. Informationized warfare is not merely data offense and defense between network hackers, it is a combat system built around the internet. Besides fulfilling the most basic communication, it must also achieve tactical information sharing among all units to accomplish coordinated operations. This is not only a battlefield for players but also an experimental ground for some people to perfect a highly informationized combat system. Coincidentally, anyone who has installed a neural interface is essentially directly issued a tactical terminal. With a little training, they become a modern soldier who has mastered informationized warfare and self-organizing networks. Moreover, the architectural terrain of Dogtown has long been recorded on the official website, and dozens of tactical simulations have been conducted with the Wraiths as enemy targets. The process and results of each simulation are published on the official forum for players to freely browse. Although those people may not understand the composition of the Hellhound unit, or the quantity of cyberware and weapons equipped, it is definitely a very valuable reference material. Furthermore, players even possess something that only exists in theory in reality, powerful AI. During this period, the rogue AI white model, Skynet, which was defeated by the player network army and had its data wiped by Lucy, has now become the prototype of Super Earth's war AI. Its number of functions and level of refinement are more precise than the system functions used by players outside Dogtown, and it is still under continuous development. Drone swarm has ascended, currently acquiring battlefield situation, accessing friendly unit information network. 120 meters to the right outside the stronghold, 16 Hellhound unit personnel, 1 armored vehicle, 2 heavy machine guns found. Threat level, 1. 12 unknown model robots found, suspected of being equipped with automatic rifles and rocket launchers. Threat level, location has been marked. 70 meters north of the stronghold, 38 Hellhound unit personnel, 5 armored vehicles found. Enemy units, friendly units, mutual firepower deployment, ammunition count, player health, artillery positions and range, and other information are all uniformly collected, processed, and marked, and simultaneously connected to logistics in the front line. Theoretically, players only need to shout in the network that they are low on bullets, or even don't need to shout at all. Their terminals will automatically calculate ammunition consumption, and once the total ammunition of players within the area reaches the set yellow line, drones will airdrop supplies. But the Wraiths are not pushovers either. Although they have not established a so-called informationized army, they will not foolishly ignore the drones in the sky. The Wraiths also have their own drone combat unit. Soon, several Arezaka Octants took a batch of combat drones into the air and began to clear out those illegally airborne unknown drones. However, players who already had experience from the Goose Goose conflict had long prepared a massive number of FPV suicide drones. While military enterprises in this world were trying every possible way to make weapons more refined and complex, wishing they could install 10,000 functions and parts on a single gun, players chose directness. Why all the bells and whistles? Just blow it up. Drones covered the sky, taking off from the carriages parked outside Dogtown and swarming over the high walls that Hansen had painstakingly maintained. Some Dogtown residents who didn't know what was happening heard an unusual sound from the sky, looked up, and saw a large number of black dots streaking over their heads. One resident, feeling dizzy, asked, "Are those birds? When did Night City get so many birds?" Another resident with more advanced cyber eyes cursed, "Birds, my ass. Those are drones." Some mischievous Dogtown residents even tried to shoot down a few drones, but after these drones fell to the ground and detonated a few times, killing people, no one dared to have any ideas about them anymore. They swarmed like sparrows, covering the sky. The Wraith attack drones, originally preparing to hunt reconnaissance drones, were instantly surrounded. In terms of maneuverability, although they were more expensive with machine guns and small rockets, they wouldn't fly faster and were soon engulfed in the flames of explosions. A technician at the Wraith outpost stared in disbelief at the garbled screen on his terminal, and after a long while, he cursed, "Shit. Don't those bastards drones cost money?" Hansen's trusted subordinate, Murphy, immediately asked, "How many drones did they deploy?" 300. "No, I think at least 1,000. Murphy had a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" However, in reality, Dogtown players deployed a total of 2,300 various types of drones to participate in the battle. Thanks to the highly developed productivity of this world, the cost of parts to imitate a DJI Drone 4A is only €150. This is still under the circumstance that Horizon Corporation has not formed a drone industry chain, and a large number of parts need to be ordered separately. If production were fully autonomous, it would only be lower. As for the Wraith's drones, not only do they rely entirely on purchasing them, but they are also particularly keen on equipping them with machine guns and other weapons. The result is that the more functions, the heavier the drone, the heavier the drone, the heavier the battery needed, the higher the cost, ultimately forming a vicious cycle. Many drones cannot even fly above 100 meters, and facing an overwhelming number of cheap suicide drones, they can only be silently bombed. The Wraiths can't use anti-aircraft missiles against drones, can they? Players would truly wake up laughing from their dreams if that happened. Anti-aircraft rifle and machine gun defense is even more unrealistic. Even with cyber eye assistance, hitting a drone 600 meters high is still a fantasy. And even if a few are shot down, it won't make a difference. These drones even, to a certain extent, compensated for the firepower deficiency of players in Night City who couldn't use artillery. One could say that being cheap has its advantages. However, an even more brutal blow was yet to come. Good Brothers, wearing a cockroach armor, was leading a squad of $50 Good Brothers to infiltrate the perimeter. A prompt from Skynet suddenly appeared in his vision, 14 soldiers found guarding the street intersection 50 meters ahead, and a firing point is set up in the second floor room of the building on the left. Good Brothers, Skynet, wait for my 3-second countdown. Prepare to blow up the firing point. You three go around the wall over there to their flank and be ready to cooperate with me for suppressive fire. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and 2 FPV suicide drones made a forced landing from high altitude, plunging into the house from above while the gunner focused his attention on the surrounding street. The Wraiths on the second floor of the building went silent after a roar. What? Several Wraith soldiers were still looking up at the suddenly exploding second floor when several cockroach heads popped out onto the street in front, firing bursts of bullets at them. The rifles in the players' hands also received a second upgrade after Kong Tao factories began large-scale deployment. Although electromagnetic rifles could not yet be widely equipped, it was possible to add 2 electromagnetic rails to the existing rifles to assist in increasing the projectile's muzzle velocity. With a few bursts of gunfire, bullets pierced the skulls of 2 Wraith soldiers. The remaining personnel reacted and immediately laid down suppressive fire in Good Brothers' direction. A large volume of bullets forced the players back behind cover, and several close combat specialized Wraiths charged forward, preparing for melee engagement. However, the 3 Helldivers who had already flanked them raised their heads from the side, aiming and firing at the Wraiths who had completely exposed their defensive weak points. After a round of metal storm, the Wraiths suffered heavy losses. The 3 parties cooperated seamlessly, easily suppressing enemies twice their number. The soldiers who had originally intended to charge were hastily called back by their officers and had to flee in disarray, leaving behind 7 or 8 corpses as they retreated from their outpost. After the initial bombing, the players' counter-engagements were also smooth. With Skynet's cooperation, they could almost abandon their thinking brains and fully immerse themselves in the fight and kill. Compared to the Wraiths, known for their militarism, they seemed more like a modern army. Gunfire and explosions echoed continuously within Dogtown. From time to time, a batch of drones would airdrop bombs. The Wraith's drone unit was recalled to Gemsching for auxiliary defense and no longer ventured out. All the preparations Hansen had made for this war seemed far from enough in the face of the players. Until that group of robots met the players. Wetware is the future. The Hellhound robot was one of Militica's cutting-edge products in the 2020s, featuring advanced sensors, heat-resistant armor, and a full hydraulic control system. There were no records of external production licenses or public sales, it was only manufactured and used within Militica's internal facilities. Militech had even considerately equipped this maintenance robot with indestructible armor and a subsystem that allowed AI and machines to work in concert. Coincidentally, a large number of such robots were stockpiled in the Little Dipper laboratory, and coincidentally, they participated in the Rogue AI domestication project, and coincidentally, a large amount of weaponry was buried in this laboratory. Hansen could almost guess what Militech was trying to do with his toes. However, now all of this belonged to him. Giraffa and Petrochem had obtained the complete blueprints for the Hellhound, and now he had a large quantity of finished parts. With Zetatech and 2 top hackers helping to design the software system, the Wraith's power could be said to have expanded to an unprecedented degree. The gifts of fate had long been marked with a price in the dark, and no one knew this better than Hansen himself, but he had no choice but to survive. At the Gemsching underground base, Hansen watched silently as the Wraith's defenses at the Long Beach stockpile on the Dogtown map were taken down one after another, which was within his expectations. To lower the opponent's guard, not many people were arranged there, they were all temporarily dispatched, originally just to buy time. Yuri, who had rushed back from the front line, was covered in dust and dirt. Before he could catch his breath, he reported to Hansen, "The current battle is very unfavorable for our frontline soldiers. Those guys move too fast and cooperate seamlessly." Yuri was still shaken, he had never seen a unit with such rapid response efficiency, not even during the Unification War. As soon as the opposing infantry made contact, drone bombings and howitzer shells immediately followed, with an absurdly high hit rate and speed, making it impossible to even dodge. It should be known that even for the militarily trained and organized Wraiths, requesting artillery support required 2 to 3 procedures, frontline soldiers conveying the demand to the command room reporting to Hansen, and then Hansen issuing orders to the artillery after confirming the target. Is there a problem? From their perspective, there was no problem at all, because control of the army was in Hansen's hands, not to mention key units like the artillery, could he safely entrust them to his subordinates? Moreover, this was already considered fast among armies worldwide. But even so, compared to the other side, it was not just a little bit slower. The most terrifying thing was not the efficiency of firepower projection, but that the moment the shells landed, and before the scattered rocks even fell, the enemy infantry would charge forward. They couldn't hold it, they simply couldn't hold it. Only by genuinely clashing with players would they realize what kind of enemies those previous gangs had been fighting. Hansen pondered for a moment and immediately made deployments. Units are to converge in the area of the basketball court and Crest Street. Clear out everyone from the buildings, and fight them in urban warfare, building by building. Then, have Lindell and his people go to Pacifica to take out their drone control cluster. Also, notify all mercenaries in Dogtown, I'm offering a €5,000 bounty for each Horizon Corporation mercenary's head, I'll buy as many as they kill. Now, Horizon Corporation should be the one in a hurry, because matters within Dogtown were Hansen's responsibility, but the things Horizon Corporation was doing outside Dogtown would put immense pressure on them every minute, and the longer it dragged on, the greater their losses would be. This was a trap set for Horizon Corporation by several families working together, and they had no choice but to fall into it. Additionally, how many robots do we currently have in reserve? Gago hesitated for a moment before saying, we have 600 armed hellhounds, and enough remaining parts to assemble about 2,000 more. Send all the weaponized ones to the front line. Hansen reached out and pulled Gago close, wrapping an arm around his neck. His thick biceps looked as if a gentle squeeze could snap Gago's slender neck. Normally it's fine, but at a critical time like this, I don't want any screw UPS, do you understand? Gago was drenched in sweat, he knew that Hansen was aware of his dealings with Militech, and now the other party was warning him not to make any small moves. I understand, I'll notify the Zetatech people immediately. 6 hydraulic mechanical legs, completely different in structure from human prosthetic limbs, supported the entire body's movement. 180 degrees joints allowed for various rugged terrains, and anti-electromagnetic radiation coating adapted to multiple extreme environments, allowing it to function normally even on the moon. The appearance of such spider-like robots on the battlefield immediately caught the attention of the frontline players. The Ministry of Truth stood high on a building, overlooking a dozen hellhounds waiting on the street in the distance, utterly baffled. What are those things? Why haven't I seen the wraiths have these before? The propaganda department speculated, most likely it's the same as our transport platform, a combat robot. It looks quite fierce, but I wonder how it performs in a fight. We'll know if we try. The Ministry of Truth decided to send people to scout and explore. Third brother, there's a batch of robots on the street ahead, to your left. Find a way to deal with them. Good brothers, who had just captured the stronghold, didn't think much of it and immediately led his people to charge forward. However, as soon as they reached the street corner and poked their heads out to take a look, they were immediately discovered by the vigilant hellhounds scanning devices. Warning, enemy unit detected. Open fire. Bang bang bang. The heavy machine guns mounted on the backs of the two hellhound robots facing the street corner immediately turned and suppressed the hellhound infiltrators with their firepower. However, what was even more terrifying was not their unremarkable heavy machine guns, but that as soon as the dozen robots discovered the infiltrators, they immediately dispersed, leaving only two in front to suppress, while the others, moving on their 6 mechanical legs, surrounded the infiltrators from all directions. Their mechanical legs demonstrated astonishing terrain adaptability at this moment, with many robots simply moving on 90 degrees walls. Even more terrifying was that the hellhound robots also displayed astonishing coordination and information integration capabilities. Facing the aerial FPV bombing support called in by Good Brothers, 6 hellhounds equipped with Gatling guns immediately transformed into anti-aircraft turrets, forming an anti-aircraft fire net, showering bullets at the suicidal drones descending from the sky. Aerial threat detected, A9-14 entering anti-aircraft mode, A1, A2 activating rocket launchers to destroy cover, A3-8 flanking to block retreat, preventing enemy units from withdrawing. Boom. Boom. 4 drones were successively swept by the fire net, exploding into a ball of fire in the air. 2 broke through the anti-aircraft net and crashed into a hellhound, causing a violent explosion, with flames completely engulfing the man-sized robot. But that hellhound walked out after the flames dissipated into the air. Aside from its back-mounted machine gun being destroyed, its 4-leg armors showed almost no damage, and it continued to assault the infiltrators. The explosive yield installed on each drone was comparable to 2 high-explosive grenades, yet striking the hellhound failed to inflict effective damage. What the hell kind of iron crab is this? Did it eat some gunpowder? The propaganda department, watching from a distant rooftop, nearly had his eyes pop out at this scene. An FPV could flip a Minotaur bipedal mech, so how could it not even deal with an unremarkable robot? This strange robot had never appeared in the players' previous tactical simulations against the wraiths, leaving them somewhat stumped for a moment. A sudden unease stirred in the Ministry of Truth's heart, and he quickly contacted Wildman at headquarters. Have you seen these things? Wildman, I've seen them. Not just you guys, but Sword Saint and his people on the front line have also encountered many similar robots. These things are problematic. Skynet hasn't found any suspicious robots in all the military-industrial enterprises on the market. This can't be something Hansen could have made. We suspect he dug them out of that melee tech laboratory underground. More than that. The Ministry of Truth shook his head. How could mere robots have such a level of reaction mechanism and tactical command? The Voodoo Boys didn't help Hansen, and even the Cubans shouldn't have such tactical prowess. There are others behind him, very likely other large corporations. Wildman, do you have any suggestions? The Ministry of Truth, my suggestion is to capture a live one, then find a way to connect to the opponent's local area network. Hacker players can launch a cyber attack. If we can paralyze their robot army, there's no need to chew on these tough bones. Savage thought it wouldn't be that simple. Now, even the Voodoo Boys, who are most skilled in hacking, don't really want to engage in hacking duels with players. There's no reason for the opponent to leave such a big loophole. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk. The new Hellhound robots appearing on the front line stalled the players' offensive. Their momentum, which had been like a hot knife through butter, was forced to slow down due to Hansen's deployment and the increasing number of Hellhounds joining the battle. Just as the players were considering how to break through this unexpected defense line, an inconspicuous change occurred in the Little Dipper laboratory underground. It was still the engineering zone, but the empty area had been completely transformed into an assembly line factory. Large batches of parts were sent onto the assembly line, and through the welding and assembly of bionic prosthetics, the Hellhounds gradually took shape. Finally, they were fitted with batteries and walked off the production line into the warehouse, awaiting their final weapon installations. The factory structure, which seemed ordinary, housed 2 large, unsettling biological devices. In the massive bioreactors, nearly 24 brains floated in a pale yellow biomass liquid, connected to each other by a large number of bionic electrical signal transmission devices, appearing eerie and terrifying. Neural signal feedback is normal, and all prosthetics are working at 118% efficiency. It's truly perfect. The Zetatech project manager could no longer suppress the joy on his face. Once this technology matured and was launched to the market, Zetatech's stock price would undoubtedly experience a leapfrog growth, and his status and assets would rise accordingly. How could he not be happy? All of this was thanks to Horizon Corporation. If it weren't for them, this project might not have even started or progressed until now. You guys just love to mess with all this pointless stuff. It really looks disgusting. Aurora, who had completed her work and received her payment, sat on the sofa, savoring fine wine. She looked at the project manager, who was in a state of ecstasy, and felt baffled. A pile of brains could make him so happy. What do you know? This is a great invention that can change the world. Before long, our wetware assembly line will be promoted worldwide, replacing the workers on those assembly lines and cutting all unnecessary labor costs. The project manager actually looked down on independent contractors like Aurora, especially those who often opposed corporations. You're making it sound so mysterious. Isn't it just a pile of brains? It's making me lose my appetite. Aren't you afraid these brains will develop cyberpsychosis and dismantle your entire production line? Aurora was very dismissive. As a well-known hacker in Europe, she knew a lot of inside information. The idea of wetware replacing AI wasn't particularly special, and many had tried it before, but the results were, without exception, all failures. Because the human brain's self-awareness prevented them from accepting their role as tireless assembly line workers, coupled with the phantom pain caused by the complete removal of their entire bodies, it could literally drive those brains insane. Before long, their consciousness would collapse, and they would go completely mad. That's a thing of the past. The manager proudly said, "We have overcome this problem. Wetware cyberpsychosis has become history." He could even reveal the key to overcoming this technical difficulty to Aurora, because it wasn't a secret. Before long, more and more people would become aware of this, and Zetatech would be unable to keep the news under wraps. Because the ones who overcame the technical difficulty were not them, but Horizon Corporation. Cyberpsychosis was indeed a problem in the past. Complex mental issues and phantom pain caused by physical disfigurement would endlessly torment implant recipients, eventually driving them into hysterical madness, and even split personality, multiple personality disorder. But now, it won't. He picked up a prosthetic packaging box from beside him, clearly printed with Horizon Corporation's logo. Neuromodulator. Aurora asked in confusion, "Isn't this for watching brain dance?" She and her brother had also installed one for themselves, and the feeling was simply much more enjoyable than before. When she was getting high, every cell in Aurora's body groaned, her soul trembled, and she soaked several bed sheets. "That's right." The manager chuckled and said, "Just show them brain dance, let them forget that they've installed prosthetics, and it's done, right?" The principle was so simple that Aurora was dumbfounded. "This can work." "Of course it can." The manager explained, "Have you heard of the psychological suggestion to death experiment?" Aurora had, of course, heard of this urban legend. It was about locking someone in a secret room and using the sound of dripping water to trick them into believing their finger had been cut, and that it was the sound of dripping blood. In the end, they scared themselves to death. Isn't that fake? It's fake, but the principle is real. Manager, I'm not lying to you. This is precisely the principle behind phantom limb pain. What the human eye sees can deceive the brain. If I place a fake silicone arm under your real arm, then put the fake hand in front of you, and cover your real hand with a blanket, as long as enough psychological suggestion and disguise are applied telling you that the fake hand is your real hand, even if I smash a hammer onto the fake hand, you will feel intense pain and fear in your real hand. In the past, the information content of brain dance was insufficient. No matter how immersed viewers were, they would always perceive it as a fake world. But now, with Horizon Corporation's brain neuromodulator, brain dance has reached a level where it can be mistaken for reality. He looked at the cluster of brains immersed in the bioreactor, the computing center, and said faintly, "Now, they are sleeping in their beautiful dreams. It's a world where they are physically sound, have happy families, and flourishing careers, blue skies, white clouds, green grass. What a beautiful dream. Even I'm a little envious of them." But Aurora only felt chills all over. She looked at the never-ending assembly line and the constantly working prosthetics, her Adam's apple bobbing as she swallowed. She just felt that this manager was crazy, Zetatech was crazy, and this world was also slowly falling into the abyss of madness. If such technology were to become widespread, how many people's brains would be put into jars? And would it be limited to assembly lines? It would probably extend to all aspects of social production. Corporations would no longer need those lowly labor positions. As long as they bought the usage rights to those people's brains with a sum of money, they would work endlessly in beautiful dreams, producing an inexhaustible supply of goods for them. No one in the cars, no one in the factories, only a brain working at the store's cash register. In such a world, would humans still have a reason to exist? Is their brains' computing power enough? If too much computing power is extracted, there's a risk they might wake up. If it's not enough, just add a few more brains. These are minor issues anyway. We don't have to pay them wages, so we can have as many as we want. The manager spoke with certainty, not at all worried about this. After all, this world lacked everything but people, and certainly not fresh brains. As long as the company's finance department allocated some funds, the homeless people living in Night City's slums would eagerly sell their brains. Those guys should be happy that they can still contribute a little to this society. Afterwards, they wouldn't even have to pay worker wages, which was incredibly cost-effective. No industrial company could resist such temptation. Aurora also wanted to ask, if the factory didn't have to pay workers' wages, who would they sell the produced goods to? However, she felt a bit foolish. What did this have to do with her? And wouldn't the corporate boards understand this principle better than her? There was no need for a hacker like her to remind them. But while both the manager and Aurora were focused on the bioreactors, deep within the Little Dipper laboratory, in a dark corner, a hellhound robot not listed in Zetatech's production numbers slowly walked out. Its sensors looked towards the assembly line and it walked step by step towards it. Only its low, heavy footsteps remained in the dim corridor, like a demon from hell opening its fangs, slowly crawling out of the abyss, coveting the human world. My head is a hot swappable axis. Among the players, who is the strongest? This is definitely a question that could spark a heated debate on the forums. Although Silverhair's melee combat ability is strong, it is still 2076. He might not be able to dodge glamorous woman's accelerated attacks from illegal cyberware, nor could he block a super long-range sniper shot. Players from different systems excel in different aspects of combat, making it impossible to measure solely by numerical values. Even if a world's strongest martial arts tournament were held, it wouldn't be fair to stealth and hacker players, as their strengths do not lie in direct combat. Therefore, this has always been a topic with many differing opinions. But if you were to ask whose cyberware modification rate is higher, everyone could tell you the answer without hesitation. It's Da or Duo 22. If you were to categorize cyberpsychos by their cyberware modification rate, then 22 is definitely among the highest tier. 22 doesn't care about cyberware tiers, as long as he can use it, he dares to install it on himself. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, hands, feet, eyes, mouth, nose. Anything he could buy, regardless of whether it was grey, white, or blue, he'd install it all. He completely embraced the attitude, I don't care where it's from, as long as it doesn't kill me, I'll consume it to death. Having scavenged from scavengers so many times, regardless of the cyberware's tier, the variety was absolutely complete. Of course, 22 didn't just install things blindly. Once he got his hands on cyberware, he would also perform a certain degree of modification and overclocking, sacrificing the risk of burning out components for more powerful output. Because of the extremely high cost effectiveness, his shop was very popular among new players who didn't have much money when they first started, and naturally, money was not a problem. Also, due to the high risk, 22, as a display model for his own shop, made many preparations for himself, such as certain illegal items, which he wouldn't usually use. Moreover, this game doesn't have a four-dimensional inventory, so players can't just run around carrying 18 kinds of weapons. When on missions, most of their gear is kept in the logistics department. Under Mongolian top laner's command, players stationed on the ground floor immediately moved the equipment boxes from the truck into the building, while players on the 13th floor had already finished installing the rappelling devices. Among them, 22's equipment box was the heaviest and largest, almost like two double-door refrigerators put together. As they secured the equipment box and sent it upstairs, they didn't forget to jokingly shout in the channel. 22. Grandpa Niu is sending you a graphics card. The entire building trembled from the battle between Arezaka's special forces and the players. Even though both sides exercised extreme restraint and didn't use super-spec weapons, the fight in Clouds was still shaking the ground. The only fortunate thing was that Clouds, as Tiger Claw's core industry in Night City, was designed with high-strength building materials from the start. Its load-bearing capacity and strength were top-notch, and the space was also extremely large, allowing even the current Atom Smasher to move freely. Hey! Are you guys just going to run away? The over 3-meter-tall Atom Smasher was like a rampaging tank in the building. Even players with strength-based builds, holding shields, or equipped with MT-1S, couldn't withstand a casual punch from him. So, everyone could only choose to fight evasively, trying to avoid direct contact. But this displeased Atom Smasher, as his mobility had indeed decreased significantly compared to before. And his current target, Officer, was a highly mobile individual. Boom. 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 Small missiles fired from his arms almost turned the entire hall into ruins. An indiscriminate AoE attack completely sealed off all of Officer's routes, forcing Officer to forcefully extend his Sandevistan, trying to find a glimmer of hope within. Whoosh. A figure was blown out of the smoke by the explosion's shockwave, crashing into a wall. The prefabricated partition was directly shattered in half. A few sex workers hiding inside saw the blood-soaked Officer, their once beautiful features pale with fear, teeth chattering, unable to utter a single word. Cough, cough, go. Officer weakly tilted his head, looking at these women. If Arezaka hadn't interfered, this whole thing would have been over long ago. Why would it cause so much trouble? His sternum was caved in, his limbs wouldn't obey, all his cyberware was reporting errors, and his original internal organs were, needless to say, completely ruined. Even if Atom Smasher did nothing, he wouldn't live much longer. But the sex workers were already terrified. Forget walking, they couldn't even stand up. And at this moment, seeing Atom Smasher swatting away the smoke with one hand, standing like a city wall in the breach, they let out terrified screams. These pitiful sex workers had cyberware customized from head to toe to please customers, long, fair legs, impressive breasts, a slender waist, and a perky butt. Decades ago, they would have been goddesses adored by thousands. However, Atom Smasher's iron crotch would only rise for strong individuals like Black Hand. The screams of these sex workers only irritated him. Noisy. His fingertips opened. Bang. The fired shotgun pellets directly splattered two sex workers onto the wall, their noses and eyes indistinguishable. Seeing the innocent die, Officer was enraged. You bastard, come at me. Mouth? Are you pitying them? Just a lump of rotten flesh to be played with? A toy to please customers. Atom Smasher was not only unmoved but even reached out, grabbed a sex worker's head, and held her in front of Officer. She's very beautiful, isn't she? Tears streamed from the sex worker's terrified pupils, her slender arms struggling in vain. Crack. Even a modified sex worker's skull was not much harder than a watermelon in Atom Smasher's hand. The headless body fell to the ground, blood splattering on Officer's face. Ha 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 ha. Atom Smasher's maniacal laughter was sharp and piercing. He leaned close to Officer, there was not a trace of pity in his bloodshot eyes. This notorious cold-blooded killer of Night City never showed an ounce of humanity, only endless mockery for the weak. Angry? Enraged? Bug. What can you even do? Sluts like them, I could walk down the street to buy a pack of cigarettes and encounter 10 people who have been with them. And you actually pity them, what an idiot. His extreme verbal taunts further enraged the players who rushed to rescue Officer, but reality is materialistic. Anger doesn't kill people, and no matter how much adrenaline surged, the utterly suppressed Officer couldn't even move a finger. It's not over yet. Steeljaw. Who is Steeljaw? Atom Smasher paused when he heard this appellation. He turned his head and saw the glowing silver hair charging towards him with a custom long blade. His silver hair, stained with pale gold blood, was like the first sun rising in a snowy field, and his entire being exuded murderous intent. You're still alive. That was a high-frequency vibration dagger, not the previous one. Atom Smasher recognized the blade at a glance. Even wearing his new power armor, he didn't want to directly confront such a weapon that could cut through metal and jade. Instead, he simultaneously activated his Sandevistan, preparing to retreat. But at the same time, he heard a whoosh from behind his ear. Where do you think you're going, Atom Smasher? He turned around and chuckled. Where did this trash come from? This wasn't a derogatory term, it was a statement. The opponent's cyberware was all common street-level stuff, not much better than a sex worker's, and even the Sandevistan he used was a white-label version that only gang lowlives would install. But Atom Smasher quickly noticed something was wrong. Because this guy had almost as much cyberware installed as he did. Everything below his head was iron, not a single piece of flesh could be found, and his temperature was abnormally high. Cyber Psycho? Tutu didn't care what Atom Smasher was thinking. This body, installed with illegal cyberware, had been overclocked to its limit, even replacing the heat sinks. He only had a few minutes of active time. Silver hair. Go. All right. The two shouted and pounced on Atom Smasher from two directions. Atom Smasher didn't want Silver Hair to get close. He scattered miniature missiles from his arms, aiming directly at Silver Hair, intending to choose Tutu as a breakthrough point. This firepower, enough to blow up a room, flew towards Silver Hair, only to be met by a flash of brilliant blade light. The small missiles in flight were cut in half, prematurely detonating in the air with reluctance, their power greatly reduced. Tutu, as the breakthrough point, faced the charging Atom Smasher and raised his right hand, revealing an opening in his palm that emitted a faint glow. Bang! Was that light? No. That was plasma. It was the illegal-grade cyberware, the plasma emitter, from Melee Tech. This thing is most commonly found in the laser cannons equipped on the NCPD's Centaur exoskeletons, but it had never appeared on a cybernetic implant before, because it was simply too dangerous. If the magnetic regulation was even slightly imbalanced, the human body would instantly self-destruct and melt. Nobody but a madman would ever install this on themselves, not even Atom Smasher. However, the one thing players never lacked was madmen. Perhaps their overall attributes couldn't reach the level of those high-end cyborgs, but they could achieve extreme levels in a single attribute, especially destructive power. After all, players are very good at performing monkey shows and stacking buffs before a boss fight, raising their attack power to an absurd level, and then one-shotting you, even if there are all sorts of debuffs. And thousands of degrees of high-temperature plasma posed a greater threat to Atom Smasher than a high-frequency blade. He didn't dare to tank it and could only activate Sandevistan to dodge. The plasma he dodged slammed into a wall, immediately causing a violent explosion. The incredibly hard concrete was melted into a terrifyingly large hole, and even the air let out a boiling roar. Extreme offense comes with fragile defense and mobility. Even with Sandevistan activated, Tutu couldn't possibly evade Atom Smasher. Facing Atom Smasher charging like a tank, Tutu simply transformed into a glass cannon on the spot. Every joint on his body emitted high-temperature steam, and golden streams of light continuously shot out from his palms like cannonballs. Hold him. Many players were watching the battle, and upon realizing that things had changed, they immediately repelled the Arezaka detachment and moved closer to Atom Smasher, trying to create an opening for the two veteran players to deal damage. Facing the entanglement of 7 or 8 high-level players, Atom Smasher felt incredibly frustrated. The strength of these people, let alone Black Hand, was far below even SAE Itona, only at the level of elite agents. But there were simply too many of them, and they cooperated seamlessly, making them at least as difficult as 3 SAE Itonas, or 1000 Johnny Silverhands. But this was, after all, power armor developed by Arezaka to counter encirclement, so it naturally had countermeasures. All of you, get out of my way. Atom Smasher roared, his shoulder armor unfolding to reveal what appeared to be speakers, while a shield popped up around his neck, enclosing his entire head. A sound wave of up to 190 decibels spread outwards from Atom Smasher, pushing away all matter, including the air. The eardrums of the nearest player instantly ruptured, the shockwave vibrating his brain matter churning into a chaotic mess, and he flew backward, crashing to the ground. Even the glass of the entire building trembled. The reinforced glass of the nearest clouds quickly developed cracks, soon shattering into shards that rained down to the ground, just like the lion's roar skill with a large megaphone in Kung Fu Hustle. The others were not much better off, almost all bleeding from their 7 orifices, having lost the ability to resist. Fortunately, this level of sonic boom only lasted for a brief moment before stopping. Atom Smasher's isolation shield lowered, and he strode past the players sprawled on the ground, grabbing Tutu by the neck, his tone grave. "You madman." He had always been called a madman by others, this was the first time Adam Smasher had called someone else a madman, but Tutu's courage indeed made him look at him with new eyes. But the game is over. Crack! Before Smasher could finish his sentence, Tutu's head fell from his hand. "Did I use force?" Smasher looked at his hand in surprise and uncertainty. The plasma restrained within the opponent's body was almost depleted, and the restraining device had also been damaged by the sonic wave just now, beginning to melt and burn from the residual plasma. Otherwise, Smasher wouldn't have dared to get close and grab him. But he remembered that he hadn't used much force at all. How did this guy's head fall off? Smasher looked at the head on the ground. Tutu stared at him, and at the broken neck, there were actually 4 small wheels. On closer inspection, it was a small cart that had caught the opponent's head. "Tutu, run, deadhead." Whirring, the small wheels actually started to move, carrying Tutu's head and speeding out the door at full throttle. Smasher was stunned for several seconds before realizing what had happened. It was true that for highly modified cyborgs, losing one's head did not equal death, but no one would deliberately remove their own head. Because you certainly wouldn't have a suitable body for a short period of time, and a head without a power-supplied body and resistance wouldn't live for long. But Smasher's eyes were open today. The guy who had just tried to perish with him was now escaping with only his head. This scene was simply too abstract. He immediately pursued the head with long strides, but he didn't activate Sandevistan, because he wanted to see where this guy could escape to. He wanted to see the opponent's desperate expression and then strangle him to death. However, when Smasher actually saw the opponent's destination, he couldn't help but curse, "You're really a madman." He saw a large iron box standing at the entrance of Clouds. Long Yichang Ci, standing beside it, picked up Tutu's head from the ground, then turned and opened the box door. Inside, there were 4 or 5 headless cyborg bodies. Long Yichang Ci casually picked a body and plugged the head onto it. Tutu, now with a body, immediately jumped out and laughed at Adam Smasher. "Haha. Didn't expect that, Adam Smasher? My dad's head is hot swappable." Changing one's head and body on the spot, without even debugging, was a first in the cyber world. Even someone as crazy as Adam Smasher required the collaboration of numerous cybernetic doctors to replace all his implants. Tutu's actions could be described as utterly insane. He boastfully touched his neck, envious. "I'm not afraid to tell you, my teeth are blue switches, my neck is black switches, my finger joints are red switches, and my whole body comes with RGB dazzling light strip effects. How about I give you a broken bone?" After he finished speaking, Tutu's hair began to glow. Smasher said nothing, only quickened his pace. No matter how many times you change your body, it's meaningless in the face of an absolute disparity in strength. Although this set of implants was much stronger than the previous one, it was still not enough. However, it wasn't just the large box that came, but also a large number of players who rushed to support, fighting alongside Tutu. Myers of the NUSA listened as Reed and Alex reported the first-hand battle situation in Dogtown and the intelligence they had gathered from the Little Dipper laboratory, her gaze solemn. However, she didn't immediately ask about Hansen. Instead, she began to inquire about Reed's well-being. "I didn't expect you to contact me proactively, Reed. It's been a long time since we last met." Reed said indifferently, "Our last contact was 6 years ago, President Myers." Sensing the detachment in his tone, Myers was not surprised. Or rather, this situation was normal. "I'm sorry about that matter. You should know that the decisions made by someone in my position are often not entirely up to me. That matter is in the past." Reed shook his head, his voice filled with a sense of relief. He also didn't want to reminisce with Myers. The most urgent task is to find a way to stop Hansen. He doesn't even know what he's doing, still thinking it's just a laboratory for AI research. None of us know when that thing down there will go out of control. We must stop it before it causes serious consequences. "I know." Myers sat in her chair and gave Songbird a look across the table, signaling her to leave the Oval Office first, then slowly said to Reed. "I'll leave the matter of dealing with Hansen to you, Reed. I trust you with tasks. The FIA agents in Dogtown, including Alex, will fully cooperate with your work. However, I don't want the research results from the Little Dipper laboratory to leak. Bring it back completely intact. Including that matrix algorithm, it absolutely cannot fall into the hands of others. And once the matter of the Little Dipper laboratory is exposed, the NUSA will face considerable trouble. Blow it up. After this is over, remember to report back to Washington. Your position at the FIA has been vacant for 6 years. It's time to welcome its owner back. For corporations, only money matters, nothing else." Gunshots echoed continuously in Dogtown, but some areas were destined to remain untouched. As long as Dogtown was to continue operating, there were some people who could not be offended under any circumstances. Therefore, the distinguished guests at the Heavy Hearts Bar not only didn't worry about the bullets from the players and wraiths hitting them, but even stood at a high vantage point, pointing and commenting on the street battles with great interest. Some were disdainful, some were excited, and some even started a betting pool, wagering on who would have the last laugh. Only Hans, like the name of this bar, was heavy-hearted. As one of the hidden powers in Dogtown, his network of connections here was also formidable. Many speculated when Hans would make his move, but only Hans himself knew that he had already made his move and was now just waiting for the results. All right, my dear daughter, Dad will definitely be back for your birthday, and I'll buy you a big cake. Pinky promise for 100 years, no changing your mind, or dad will be a silly puppy. Only when he saw his daughter's innocent and lovely face would the anxiety in Han's heart be slightly relieved. Pinky promise it is. Thump, thump, thump. The urgent knocking on the door was like the Grim Reaper calling for his life, making Han's heart skip a beat. How could a guest arrive without the front desk even notifying him? Could it be them? Is the matter settled? My dear daughter, Dad has guests now, let's talk next time. He quickly turned off the holographic call and got up to open the door. As soon as he pulled the door open, a dark figure swiftly flashed into the room. Han's heart jumped, and after a careful look, he confirmed that the person was indeed Aguilar. But not only did only one woman return, she was also completely ruined, covered in injuries. He peeked out the door to confirm no one was following before closing it, and asked solemnly, is the target dealt with? In Dogtown, Hansen was the visible leader of the Cubans, but behind the scenes, Hans was also their leader, one overt and one covert. They firmly controlled the entire Dogtown. The female assassin did not answer Hans' question, but instead changed the subject and said, arrange a AV for me, I need to return to Cuba for surgery. But Hans immediately reacted, his heart sinking, you failed? This was Aguilar, and Cuba had even sent 2 of them, how could Lin Miao still escape? It wasn't Aguilar who answered him. A communication link request popped up in Hans' vision, and the caller was Lin Miao. He was stunned. Clicking on the communication, Lin Miao's smiling face immediately appeared before Hans. The other party seemed to be sitting in a car, and besides him, there were other people whom Hans happened to know, Akatawakako and Reyes. Mr. Hans, long time no see. Better not to see. Hans glanced at Aguilar, who had gone into the bathroom to clean her wounds, and instead of speaking, he communicated directly via text input, Mr. Lin, long time no see. Your people are fighting fiercely with Hansen in Dogtown, so much so that I can hear the commotion even in the bar. However, I have guests here, so it's not convenient to talk to you directly. Guests? What a coincidence. I also just hosted a group of guests, but one of them left midway and now I don't know where they are. Cold sweat was already running down Hans' back, and he didn't know how to reply. Mr. Lin's guest left. Why would you suddenly think of contacting me? Surely you don't think I stole your guest, do you? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Lin Miao spoke unhurriedly with a friendly, fake smile on his face, making Hans' heart pound. However, I advise you, Mr. Hans, not to follow the example of Hansen and those gangs. Their actions are too extreme. You agree, Wakako? Shooting on the streets every day, one would think you opened a shooting range on the streets of Japantown. What are you talking about? The unruly ones are gone. In the future, the Tiger Claws will definitely be exemplary citizens of Night City. What does it mean that the unruly ones are gone? Hans' forehead was sweating. He knew Lin Miao's people had attacked Clouds, but how long ago was that? Half an hour? Everyone died? What about Arezaka? Did Michiko just watch Lin Miao cleanse the Tiger Claw's high-ranking members? And Wakako, you old woman, why are you here? Did you sell everyone out? A series of questions made Hans feel the situation becoming increasingly confusing. Could several factions working together not even suppress one Horizon Corporation? Hans initially hoped that Hansen would drag Lin Miao down with him, allowing him to control Dogtown from behind the scenes. He helped the Cuban assassin squad enter Dogtown and launched successive assassinations against Lin Miao, but he didn't expect them all to fail and for the other party to catch their tail. The Night City of the future isn't about not letting you survive, but about knowing when to stop. Lin Miao rolled down the car window, letting the strong wind blow his hair into a mess, and snatched VS sunglasses to put on. Oh, right. After Hansen is gone, the black market will definitely need someone to manage it. Hans, are you interested in running for it? Me? Hans didn't quite believe Lin Miao could get through this, and he didn't want to get involved in a risky situation at this time. Taking over Hansen would mean stepping into the open, which was too dangerous for Hans. He preferred his current role, controlling everything from behind the scenes. Moreover, he didn't believe Hansen would lose so quickly. No thanks, Mr. Lin. I just want to be an honest middleman, I don't have the ability to take over any black market. Lin Miao didn't say anything, just gave Hans a half smile. Not everyone has the courage to place their bets early, let alone this guy who had previously hoped the Cubans could kill him. Even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare to agree at this moment. He turned to Reyes and said, what's wrong with you in Santo Domingo? How could you let the 6th Street Gang, these terrorists, run rampant on the streets and harm the common people for decades? Why do you talk as if you've already won? V gripped the steering wheel. She had heard everything Lin Miao said to the middlemen. What she couldn't understand most was how Lin Miao dared to cause such a huge commotion throughout Night City without fearing the corporation's retaliation. He even targeted the 6th Street Gang. This was Militika's presence in Night City. If he moved against the 6th Street Gang, Militech would turn against him. Who else could help him? Just a small Kong Tao? They would have to be insane to protect him. Lin Miao countered, then V, you've worked at Arezaka. What do you think these corporations value most? Corporations, what else could it be? Looking back now, V realized she had never enjoyed working. It's just power and money. You're right, V corporations and governments have different priorities. Corporations seek power to earn more money, while governments make money to climb higher and gain more power. Both sides are willing to pay any worthy price for this goal. In other words, as long as the money is enough, gangs like the Tiger Claws, 6th Street Gang, and Maelstrom are actually not important to them. You want to bribe Arezaka? To make them abandon the Tiger Claws? V seemed to hear a huge joke, laughing uncontrollably in the driver's seat. What was Arezaka? A multinational giant with a market capitalization of nearly $1 trillion. Although Lin Miao's Horizon Corporation had promising prospects, its monthly revenue had just exceeded 100 million, and its market capitalization had just broken into double digits. Even selling Horizon Corporation to Arezaka wouldn't convince Michiko to withdraw the Tiger Claws. Moreover, Michiko's word alone wouldn't be enough. Saburo Arezaka at Arezaka headquarters would have to agree. Did I say I'd make them abandon the Tiger Claws? Lin Miao countered, aren't the Tiger Claws thriving under Akita Wakako's leadership? The ones who died were just a group of high-ranking members who were causing trouble in Night City. What price did you pay? V stopped looking at the road and stared seriously at Lin Miao in the passenger seat. You didn't go and sell your ass to Michiko, did you? Lin Miao rolled his eyes. If my ass was worth that much, I could sell it 10 times a day without repeating myself. He slowly explained, these gangs, at their core, are just black gloves deliberately left by corporate clusters to control the lower class, and they help them handle some inconvenient matters in exchange for the gangs being able to profit from gambling, prostitution, and drugs. But in the face of real profit, what are a few gangs? If the price is right, Saburo Arezaka would let his daughter sell herself. I've already agreed to technical exchanges with NUSA, Militech, Kongtao, and Night Corp, making water purification technology public to several companies, only keeping a portion of the core technology confidential. How long do you think Arezaka can sit still? Although Lin Miao and the players liked to jokingly call Saburo Arezaka the Emperor of Wide Rainbow, in reality, Arezaka was not the sole power in Wide Rainbow. There was still the Far East CO Prosperity Sphere, composed of Japanese companies like Mitsubishi and Honda, to contend with. And don't think Militech and Arezaka have an irreconcilable feud, both sides are perfectly clear. What are they fighting to the death for? Isn't it because the European Community and the Pan-African Alliance took the lion's share, and what was left wasn't enough for both of them, which is why they're fighting to the death? It's all about money. I've signed new agreements with several companies. They'll also take the majority of the neural regulator market, and I'll just collect patent fees. In exchange, I've asked them to rein in the gangs under their control and help me acquire the NCPD. Also, I've prepared a proposal for a maritime plan, intending to build a pin reactor for power in Pacifica and apply water purification technology to the coastal areas of Night City, creating a clean water zone for a resort. This would be unique globally. Wouldn't we all make more money by partnering in Pacifica than by eyeing the gang's meager pickings? If I die, they get nothing. Without sufficient certainty, how could Lin Miao have gone crazy and agreed to the players' citywide bandit extermination? There are no eternal brothers in this world, only eternal interests. When the money is right, anything can be discussed. Including Arezaka. Including Arezaka. Then why did Arezaka send Smasher to Clouds? The radio and news in the car were broadcasting it, so V couldn't help but know. Lin Miao said with a smile, we always have to save face. Tiger Claws are not like Maelstrom or 6th Street Gang, who are propertyless ruffians. They have a lot of visible industries. Their leaders won't sit idly by and die, and they hold a lot of Arezaka's dirty laundry. If they realize Arezaka sold them out, they'll definitely expose it. It's better to use my hands to eliminate them all, then send Adam Smasher to go through the motions and make it look good, so no one can say anything. The gangs fighting to the death are all about naked exchanges of interests, only the cannon fodder below are truly sacrificing their lives. The immense pressure from all sides that many anticipated Lin Miao would face actually never existed from the beginning. The war was over before it even began. V only felt bored by this. The hearts of these business people are all dirty. The sun was nearing its setting, and the afterglow of the sunset burned fiercely on the sea. The flames swept across the water, leaving behind only the darkness of embers. Unlike the neon prosperity of Night City, Dogtown's nights were left with only silent streets, which ultimately could not avoid the flames of war. The embers remaining from 6 years ago were reignited after receiving ample oxygen. Only this time, Hansen no longer represented NUSA, and his opponents were no longer Arezaka and Night City, but a group of newcomers. They were well trained, fierce in battle, and clearly divided in their tasks. They had been fighting the Wraiths for an entire day and were even steadily advancing. Besides Super Earth, which was on the front lines, the highest level combat player group was Valhalla, led by the Sword Saint. However, their numbers were not particularly large, only 30 to 40 people, so their mission was not to push forward directly, but to conduct flanking maneuvers and targeted strikes against the Hellhound unit. With the support of grenade launchers and suicide drones, they carried out surgical precision strikes on the Wraith's gathering points, supply convoys, and suspected leader units. Over there, that tall guy, should be Leon Lindell, Hansen's gambling addict subordinate. Hiding in a building, the Sword Saint was observing the Wraiths guarding under the giant statue from afar with a telescope. Among them, the burly man with a beard was particularly conspicuous. Savage, Lindell should be the guy in charge of frontline dispatch for the Wraiths. We need to find a way to take him out. If we eliminate him, our forces can advance to the Gem Blue Hotel. That's easier said than done. The Sword Saint looked at the dozens of Hellhound robots and Hellhound soldiers around the target and felt like a tiger trying to swallow the sky with no place to start. Not to mention there were more than 10 bipedal mechs, even if all 30 of them charged down, the result would only be a complete wipeout. A frontal assault is out of the question. Our sniper only has one chance. What if that guy has iron in his skull? The probability of a one-shot kill isn't high. Savage, I'll immediately mobilize a drone swarm to support you. After the Ministry of Truth launches a strong attack to draw the enemy's main forces, the drones will create a disturbance, and you'll seize the opportunity to launch a assault beheading, assault decapitation, ... It's up to you. Leave it to me. I'll stake the honor of Chaldea on this. Lindell was actually quite grateful to the mercenaries who broke into Dogtown. At least he didn't have to pay back the money he owed the scavengers, and he also took advantage of their opportunity to clear out the scavengers to lead his men in thoroughly fleecing the scavengers. Anyway, no one would be held accountable later. But Lindell just couldn't understand why the fighting suddenly broke out when things were going so well. Activate night radar, pay attention to maintaining the air defense identification zone, don't let those drones find a gap to get close. Keep your eyes peeled. If you want to see tomorrow's sun, don't get distracted. Lindell, still applying his combat experience from 6 years ago, calmly issued orders to the Hellhound soldiers. No matter how much dissatisfaction he had with Hansen before, they were now in the same boat, one's loss was everyone's loss. This thing is really powerful. Why haven't I seen it brought out by Uplink before? A Hellhound recruit praised, patting a Hellhound that had entered infrared air defense mode. This machine, almost the size of a person, looked excellent and was very much to his liking. An old soldier whispered boastfully, "What do you know? This isn't an Uplink thing. These are Militica's reserves, buried underground. If someone hadn't pushed Uplink to the limit this time, you probably wouldn't even see this thing." "I see," the recruit said. The recruit liked it more and more. "This thing is much stronger than those dumb little ones on the other side. If we had more Hellhounds, we could definitely slaughter all those mercenaries." He had joined the Wraiths because he thought they were the most powerful and impressive gang in Night City. How could he tolerate this kind of humiliation? As the two were talking, they heard intense gunfire from the front, and soon Yuri from the front line sent a request for aid to Lindell. This time, Super Earth's offensive was even fiercer than during the day. "Damn it, don't those guys know what rest is?" Lindell, who had just sat down to eat something, gritted his teeth. The gunfire hadn't stopped all day, which made him a bit unaccustomed, but he wasn't idle. He quickly pulled a unit from the outpost and, with a considerable number of Hellhounds, rushed to the front line. The Hellhound robots, marching in perfectly synchronized steps, looked eerily uniform. And at some point, Lindell had an ominous feeling of being watched, which reached its peak when the Hellhounds, acting as air defense weapons, reacted. A dense flock of drones suddenly appeared in the night sky, passing through buildings and diving towards the outpost under the giant statue. Fortunately, the Wraith's night radar detected the attack in time. "Air raid. The drones are here. Open fire. Open fire." Whir. The Gatling gun barrels of the Hellhounds roared, and lines of tracer bullets continuously weaved through the night, each sweep resulting in a fireball exploding in the air. But there were too many drones, and soon several FPVs broke through the air defense network, crashing into the outpost like meteors, igniting a fireball. Hundreds of small steel balls exploded outwards, leaving harsh marks on the soldiers. Although not fatal for augmented humans, it was definitely painful for a while. The surprise attack caused some commotion at the outpost. Lindell knew this was not an accidental attack, there must be more to come. Indeed, a faint flash lit up a window in a distant building. The vigilance honed by life and death situations made Lindell instinctively activate his Sandevistan and duck. A 12.7mm armor-piercing round almost tore through the air, flying over his head and hitting the armor next to him. And near the outpost, dozens of strangely dressed individuals suddenly erupted, fiercely charging towards the outpost. "Damn it! A bunch of bastards!" Another victim of Tutu. The Wraith's hacking skills were terrible, relying entirely on the Voodoo Boys network framework for Dogtown. Now that they had abandoned Slider's remaining Voodoo Boys and opted for French hackers, there were naturally many handover vulnerabilities. For example, the Dogtown surveillance program no longer had a hacker stationed, so much so that when players infiltrated the surveillance, it wasn't even detected, allowing Sword Snow and his men to approach unnoticed. Before the two sides even made contact, the battlefield was already ablaze. Tracer fire from Hellhound high-speed machine guns lit up the sky with one fireworks display after another. Suicide drones constantly changed their flight paths, attempting to evade the dense gunfire and break through. They whistled as they plummeted to the ground, transforming into high explosives with a death-dealing fuse, perishing along with the Wraith's ground units, leaving only raging flames. The small street fought with the intensity of an air raid on Pearl Harbor, giving many new Wraiths recruits, accustomed to their dominance in Dogtown, the illusion of having time traveled to World War II. Even the bulletproof vests and subdermal armor that usually easily deflected gang mercenaries' bullets were no longer as effective, only solid cover could provide a modicum of security. Using the streetlights and explosion flares, Lindell instantly spotted the mercenaries, divided into two columns, using the street-side buildings as cover, moving towards the base. That son of a bitch Yuri, letting so many people through his defenses without a sound. Is he just sitting around doing nothing? Fight fiercely. Show these guys who's boss. 5,000 euros per head, and I'll personally go to Colonel Hansen to get your money. The Hellhound machine guns he had positioned in advance on the high-rise buildings and statues on both sides of the base formed a crossfire, and the fan-shaped firepower network with no blind spots heavily suppressed the opposing players in place. Hurry up. I'm going to send these guys flying one by one. The Wraith's morale surged at the mention of money. They looked at the cover Sword Snow and the others were hiding behind with gleaming eyes, wishing they could rush up and chop off all their heads right now. Although the wraiths hadn't been in Night City as long as the Tiger Claws, the weapons and cyberware levels in their hands were vastly different. In addition to standard equipment like infantry fighting vehicles, rockets, and walking mechs, there were also several basilisk tanks. If it weren't for the many high-rise buildings in the city and the close combat distances, the wraiths could have even dragged out heavy artillery. Rocket launchers on the infantry fighting vehicles within the base spewed flames, and 4 or 5 rockets almost covered the players' hiding spots, making everyone's ears ring. Damn it, Savage, where's the air support you promised? Are there only 2 or 3 of them? Savage, what's the rush? The big boys are still on the way. Immediately, a distinctly different sound of air vibration came from the sky. Arazaka's AVS fly in Night City, Bumblebee drones fly, and Mantu's produced Marauder drones fly just the same. Don't ask how they were designed, or how they could take off and be used directly without multiple test flights and debugging. If you ask, all the data was from a heavenly book guided by an old man in a dream. 3 drones, almost as large as AV drones and 8 meters long, suddenly appeared in the skies over the outskirts of Dogtown. They took off from Stone Ridge Mountain, then detoured to the south of Night City, before breaking into Pacifica. The coaxial turbo-electric ring engines with twin propellers, combined with the tail-mounted turbofan engines, could provide a maximum speed of 600 km per hour, allowing them to reach the combat zone in the blink of an eye. Asymmetrical propellers on both sides adjusted their rotation speed to change their flight attitude, allowing them to descend into the high-rise streets. The electro-optical thermal imager and laser rangefinder beneath the nose immediately scanned the battlefield and analyzed the situation based on the data uploaded by Sword Snow and others. What? Lindell's heart sank by half the moment he saw the 3 large drones appear in the sky. He roared in the Wraith's intranet, where are the anti-aircraft missiles? Why haven't they shot them down yet? The anti-aircraft missile system has been on standby. Without Colonel Hansen's order, they wouldn't dare to fire. Hansen had also completely underestimated that Horizon Corporation actually had armed flying vehicles. Moreover, to avoid misunderstandings with the major corporations in Night City, the Wraith's high-power military radars were all in silent mode. Otherwise, they could have detected and locked onto the Marauder drones in advance. Authorization to launch missiles has been granted. Shoot it down for me. This was the price of not having an efficient command system. Everything had to go through Hansen's approval, then be relayed down the chain, and war is all about seizing every second. Lindell knew he couldn't rely on missiles for a while, so he could only order the Hellhounds equipped with man-portable missiles to try and lock onto the enemy aircraft and shoot them down. However, 2 seconds passed, and the Hellhounds were unresponsive, standing still like idiots, repeating one sentence in a cold, electronic voice. Unable to lock onto friendly units. Even the original anti-aircraft machine gun Hellhounds were the same, unable to lock on. Friendly. Lindell was almost laughing in anger, because the machine guns and rockets beneath the drone bodies had already locked onto the Wraith's base. You call this a friendly unit? Did a hacker strong-arm your brain or something? Quick, find cover. He almost shrieked the words. But the sound of the airflow stirred by the drone swarm masked his voice, and the shadows of 3 giant steel birds enveloped the entire base. In the blink of an eye, the roar of the 6 autocannons mounted beneath their bodies and the rockets covered everything in the Wraith's field of vision. One infantry fighting vehicle was instantly blown into a fiery coffin. If it weren't for the lack of technology, and Night City's restrictions, Lin Miao would have wanted to equip them with air-to-ground missiles. In modern warfare, without air superiority, the ground forces are just moving targets. The 3 marauders almost tore apart all the air defense systems at the base, then immediately pulled up and retreated from Dogtown to prevent being destroyed by the activated missile systems. The suicide drones following closely behind fell like heavenly fire, raining down with whooshing sounds, completely filling the gap left by players' inability to use artillery in the city. If the equivalent isn't enough, then the quantity will make up for it. Ha ha ha. This is awesome. Sword Snow, who had been suppressed by the Wraith's firepower to the point of not being able to lift his head, was overjoyed at this sight. He patted the dust from his hair. Brothers, charge with me. The players, full of pent-up anger, saw the Wraith's base already in chaos. They immediately abandoned their brains and charged forward with their guns. The few at the very front even threw away their guns, activated their Sandevistan, and in the blink of an eye, passed through the dwindling defensive fire and stormed into the base. Kill 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 kill. Heaven gives birth to all things to nourish man, yet man has nothing to repay heaven. Do not say the stone man has but one eye. Stir up the Mississippi River and the world will revolt. Chaldea rises. Wraiths perish. They shouted chaotic slogans and strange cries, and their appearances were a riot of demons, Cayman riders, master chiefs. Yeti suits were one thing, but there was also a katana shrimp with a swaying eel head, its demonic glowing long head constantly wobbling, making people's brains feel stuffy. Lindell felt a sense of shame when he saw such a group of monsters and freaks charging directly into the Wraith's base. Immediately, he couldn't stand it, grabbed a Type 31 heavy machine gun, rushed to the front line, and opened fire on the intruding players. Fortunately, at least these people were not yet considered friendly units by the Hellhounds, and the 2 sides were still exchanging fire. The enemy hacker's influence was clearly limited, otherwise, it would have been truly over. What Lindell didn't expect, however, was that the moment he appeared before the players, everyone's gaze focused on him alone. Then, in unison, they abandoned their original targets and concentrated fire on Lindell. The boss is here, get him. The kill is mine. Then I want his 2 legs. Leave his dick for I don't want it, just kidding. The average level of players in Dogtown was a tier higher than players in other districts, and almost all of them were veteran combatants. Lindell, let alone Atom Smasher, couldn't even compare to that retired Petrochem Special Forces soldier from back then. How could he withstand so many people besieging him? In less than 2 minutes, the players made good on their words, literally tearing off the melee tech cyberware from Lindell's body. He died with his eyes open. Because even his 2 cyber eyes had been plucked out, he couldn't even do that. And with Lindell's death, the leaderless Wraith's morale plummeted. Even though their numbers and equipment far exceeded Valhalla's, after the first wave of airstrikes, most of them had essentially collapsed. Soon, only the Hellhound robots remained, holding their ground, but their fall was only a matter of time. How is it so strong? Even stronger than me after taking drugs. Arno's face was flushed. Because the distance between the 2 sides was too close, the Hellhound's control program determined that the machine gun was ineffective or severely damaged, and had begun to switch to close combat. One Hellhound lifted its legs, pressing Arno firmly beneath it, and its mechanical tentacles constantly tried to attack Arno's pointy head. The heavy armor was resistant to swords, bullets, and even blades, with only the previous bombing incapacitating many Hellhounds where they stood. Where are the hackers? Didn't they say they'd already infiltrated the internal network? Why haven't they dealt with these iron lumps yet? Sword Snow, Zhuzi. Speak up. Zhuzi, you ask me, I don't know either. There's a problem with these guys' internal network, and there are experts among the opposing hackers. We're trying to find a way to crack it. Fuck. If it weren't for the fact that players from both the inner and outer city were currently fighting, Sword Snow would really want to call people into the internal network for a group brawl. They had even fought Rogue Ace, how could they be intimidated by a few elite hackers? Sword Snow, bring all the thermite grenades. Let's show these iron lumps what we can do. The Tiger Claw's high-ranking members were completely wiped out, and without their superior's command, the lower-ranking gang members not only lost morale but their already low level of organization completely plummeted to zero. The ones who were just moments ago so aggressive immediately turned into headless flies, not even daring to resist. They dropped their guns and fled for their lives, fearing that the label of reckoning would be placed upon their heads, their legs running faster than tires. The entire building, apart from the civilians who had nowhere to escape, was left with only the clashing Arezaka's special forces and the players. The 2 sides even moved their combat to the central atrium, finding the corridors too narrow to maneuver. Take this. Flip Bucket Garden consecutive strikes. 2-2 had already swapped his head 3 times, and with each swap, the level of his cyberware increased, and the destructive power of his equipped weapons grew stronger. Hu 2-2 Cyclone. Strong Mom Impact. Nonsensical move names came one after another, 2-2's mouth never stopped, but compared to the damage, these names caused even more severe mental pollution to Atom Smasher. Atom Smasher's weapons and ammunition were almost depleted, and the number of players who had died by his hand was already close to 3 digits. Blood coated his body, and flesh and blood remnants even squeezed into the joint gaps of his mech. If this were in the past, this would absolutely be a glorious moment of slaughter he would repeatedly recall. Atom Smasher loved to kill. He joined Arezaka and allowed them to modify him precisely for more efficient killing. But now he was lost. Atom Smasher simply couldn't understand why humans could be so resilient to death. Take this guy in front of him, for instance, he had personally killed him 3 times, but each time, the opponents had managed to escape, only to return within a few minutes. Not only was there no fear of death on the opponent's face, but he grew even more excited. Atom Smasher, in the eyes of Night City mercenaries and even the Arezaka research team, was an out-and-out monster. But this monster, looking at the increasing number of players around him, especially this unkillable cockroach in front of him, inexplicably had a question arise in his mind. Compared to them, who was truly the monster? Can't you just obediently die for me? I don't believe you can last much longer. Atom Smasher felt it was a complete disgrace that such a thought would even cross his mind. He swung his arm, easily breaking 2-2's hands. With his left hand, he grabbed the opponent's body and pulled him close, the mech hand was too big to grab the head, then clenched his right fist, ready to smash 2-2's big head. Another person's demonic voice entered his ear, repeated heavy blows, yet the fighting spirit refuses to fall. To slay Atom Smasher, I ask only of this moment, not of return. In that split second of distraction, 2-2 seized the opening, and his head actually launched from his body with a spring. Turn. It directly collided with Atom Smasher's head, therefore it's making intimate contact, before retracting. Ah! The bewildered Atom Smasher actually let go, allowing 2-2 to break free, but he immediately reacted, landing several more punches on the opponent's body. And that demonic voice hadn't stopped, one heavy blow after another, each a grievous wound, yet the standing war god remained seemingly oblivious. 2-2, smashed into the ground, poked his head out and glared at Sword Snow, who was commentating from the sidelines, angrily spitting, "What the hell are you talking about? I can't take it anymore. Why aren't you getting in here? Die for me." Atom Smasher didn't care about anything else, seizing the opportunity, he punched 2-2's head, completely killing the annoying guy. Looking at 2-2, who had been pulverized into a bloody mess, Atom Smasher was overjoyed, letting out a hearty, uninhibited laugh, "Ha ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. You dot. Hua." Officer, wearing an MT3, descended from the sky and crashed onto Atom Smasher, the immense gravitational potential energy and the nearly 800 kilograms total weight forcing Atom Smasher to his knees. Kneeling on both knees. Unbelievable humiliation. Although he was unharmed, this only further fueled Atom Smasher's madness. You actually made me kneel. Feeling completely disgraced, Atom Smasher tremblingly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes wanting to see who dared to do this to him. Sword Snow, the person you are kneeling to is not me, but every innocent person who died by your hand. Officer glanced at Sword Snow, who was doing the voiceover, but said nothing. At least the other party had spoken his true feelings. But after Atom Smasher saw Officer's face, his first reaction wasn't anger, but a daze. He remembered very clearly that this guy should have been on the verge of death when he was upstairs. Why? Gradually, Officer's face in Atom Smasher's eyes actually began to change, slowly resembling Tutu, who he had just punched to death. Extreme fear only escalates into extreme rage. Why aren't you dead yet? Why aren't you dead yet? He asked repeatedly, which even puzzled Officer. He had only been critically injured and paralyzed upstairs, not truly dead. The MT3 could read the user's conscious actions, meaning that even if he was almost paralyzed now, the MT3 could still move Officer's body. But the almost maddened Atom Smasher didn't care about that anymore. He shoved Officer away, punching the MT3's external armor repeatedly. The top-tier equipment in the player's hands seemed no harder than a ragdoll in Atom Smasher's eyes. In 2 or 3 hits, he shattered the frontal armor. Die. Just die for me. He furiously punched Officer's chest, his wok-sized fist tearing through Officer's body, ribs, and spine completely blown out, the human body almost ripped in half. Even without the sensation of pain, the sudden loss of bodily control still made Officer cry out. The MT3 was also almost destroyed. Looking at the unresponsive Officer, a look of joy appeared on Atom Smasher's face. Dead. You're finally dead. Ha 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 ha. Beneath the atrium, the blood and gore-soaked mechanical puppet laughed maniacally towards the sky. As if mourning for this bloody battle, Night City, which often rains, began to rain again. The pouring rain washed over Officer's remains, flowing with blood, as if the city was shedding sorrowful tears for this astonishing, bloody battle. Until, a pair of metallic hands gripped Atom Smasher's hand, the one that had pierced through his body. Atom Smasher had never felt such fear, not even the nuclear blast over 50 years ago that almost destroyed him had instilled such bone-deep terror. It was fear of the enemy's will. Let go of me. He shook his right hand, trying to break free from the MT3's restraint, but the panicked Atom Smasher had completely forgotten he also had a left hand. With a single casual swipe, the already battered Officer would not have been able to restrain him. You let go of me. Another pair of hands reached up, firmly holding Atom Smasher. Then came the second, third, fourth pair. The advancing players were all wearing MT3s or MT1s. Conventional weapons simply couldn't harm Atom Smasher, they had tried many times, unable to even penetrate his defenses. So, the commander, in ancient military fashion, directed them to create an opportunity for the only player capable of inflicting damage. However, because the MT1 and MT3 models were very similar in appearance, in the eyes of the almost insane Atom Smasher, they all had the same face. Tutu's face. There were also more hazy figures, so many people, so many people, those he knew and those he didn't, all were people who had died by Atom Smasher's hand. You all. Perhaps Atom Smasher would never suffer from cyberpsychosis due to his cyberware, and he certainly had no psychological pressure about killing. But whether a person develops cyberpsychosis doesn't depend on how much cyberware they install, nor does it depend on how strong their will is. Even a mighty great wall can be ruined by a single brick. In a daze, a person walked forward, a blade in hand. It was Silver Hair, his body flowing with dark blood. The players, who were pressing down on Atom Smasher, opened a path. Silver Hair walked up to Atom Smasher and placed the blade against his neck. In your next life, remember not to be a human. Iron Man Rebellion. It wasn't that no one wanted to save Atom Smasher, but the Arasaka Special Forces clearly underestimated the number of players and their determination to kill Atom Smasher. Several breakthroughs failed, and they could only watch as Atom Smasher was buried alive by more and more exoskeleton warriors. Even their own situation became precarious due to the increasing number of players arriving. Forget about assisting Atom Smasher, they were at risk of being wiped out at any moment. They reported the situation on site to the Arasaka Operations Department in the rear. Although Abernathy was dead, Arasaka never lacked people. Except for the Saburo Arasaka family, any position had countless replacements. However, Atom Smasher's death also greatly shocked Arasaka's board members. In the past, non-wartime operations between corporations were carried out by small teams performing special operations, beheadings, assassinations, demolitions, intelligence theft. The number of people involved in engagements between the two sides generally did not exceed 50. Atom Smasher, a top-tier combatant, had always been invincible in operations of this scale. Even Militika's special teams had no way to deal with him. But the players told Arasaka with their actions, "Sir, times have changed." This was the first time in decades that someone in Night City had mobilized over 1,500 armed forces in less than a day, directly increasing the scale by 2 orders of magnitude. Don't be fooled by how friendly gangs appear on a daily basis. With crowds of people, the number of people they can truly field for a deadly fight will not exceed 4 digits. Not only did they simultaneously purge the leadership of 4 gangs and numerous strongholds in Night City, but they also managed to dispatch enough personnel to encircle and kill Atom Smasher. They demonstrated astonishing tactical organizational ability, reaction speed, and combat will. If everyone previously regarded Horizon Corporation as an emerging tech company like Zetatech or Biotechnica, a soft target that relied on a few advanced technologies to attract funding and develop, then they now had to admit that Horizon Corporation's fist was not as soft as they had imagined. After all, although there was a lot of commotion in Big Sur before, and Arezaka reportedly suffered a huge loss, there was no direct eyewitness account, lacking an intuitive feeling. Thus, not many people took it seriously, and even many high-ranking Arezaka officials believed that the Wraiths were too weak and failed because they couldn't properly utilize Arezaka's high technology. And now, they personally experienced what it meant to fight terrorism with just a list, no reasons needed. In the virtual meeting, many board members watched the entire battle through the Special Forces optical implants. It's really... This guy's failure has completely stripped Arezaka of its dignity. Someone wanted to call Atom Smasher a good-for-nothing, but anyone with eyes could see that his failure wasn't his fault, it was purely because none of the guys he faced were human-like. And now that he's dead, how can he be held accountable? If the development progress of the Cyber Goliath could be faster, the outcome of this battle might have changed. To pin your hopes on a weapon that hasn't even left the laboratory, you truly are naive. Updates are hard to come by, remember to share 101kanshu.com. Also, that guy Atom Smasher killed, was he really human? Tanaka, can your technical department achieve that? The head of the technical department, whose name was called, was already sweating profusely. Only those who understood technology could see what kind of monsters Atom Smasher was truly up against. Theoretically it's feasible, but the cost of practical application is very high. For the nervous system to adapt to a new body in a short time, it must be connected and debugged in advance. There's no reason to use it on such trash, and a person with a normal human brain and mind would never voluntarily undergo such an experiment. The term trash didn't refer to Tutu, but to the body Tutu had cobbled together from ordinary cyberware. Even when overclocked, such a thing was considered unrecoverable in the eyes of the technical department. How could any human use such cutting-edge technology for this purpose? It was no less than using a terascale supercomputer to draw hentai, an act of abstract art on PAR with Van Gogh. Tanaka then isolated some frames from the video. Also, the special weapons those people are using, I suspect many of them are black market goods that haven't undergone market testing. It's highly possible they are experimental high-risk products released by Mealytech and Kongtao. At least Arezaka, so far, doesn't dare to stuff unstable plasma into human bodies. That's simply something only lunatics would do. Tanaka could only say, when it comes to being inhuman, you Mealytech are more inhuman. One dared to give, the other dared to use, they were truly two peas in a pod. Hearing Tanaka's explanation, the wrinkles on many board members' cerebral cortices smoothed out. So that's it. I knew Atom Smasher, who's always been invincible, wouldn't lose to a bunch of madmen. Michiko, who had been silent, looked at these people and sighed inwardly. Did they really not know why? How could that be? But humans are creatures who constantly find excuses for their mistakes. Instead of believing Atom Smasher died at the hands of an emerging corporation and street mercenaries, it's easier to believe he died from a Mealytech and Kongtao ambush. It doesn't matter if you can't convince others, convincing yourself is enough. The board had no intention of saving the Tiger Claw's leadership, but they couldn't just let everyone watch Horizon Corporation dismantle the Tiger Claws. This wasn't just slapping the Tiger Claws in the face. This was essentially spanking Michiko's behind. So, even if a quid pro quo had been reached with Lin Miao, the formality still had to be observed. Letting Atom Smasher beat up Horizon Corporation's players would at least allow Arezaka to save face. It wasn't that I wouldn't save them, it's that you were too weak. My people had just arrived, and you were all dead. Arezaka couldn't be blamed. It would also allow Atom Smasher to show off Arezaka's might and reclaim their territory in Watson. But this turned out to be quite the opposite. Michiko didn't regain face, her pants were practically pulled down. However, at least the core interests were preserved, so it wasn't a total loss. Michiko rubbed her temples, a headache brewing, and instructed, Atom Smasher is a vital asset of Arezaka Corporation. I want you to retrieve his body at all costs. Neither Ashuran nor Atom Smasher himself can fall into anyone else's hands, understood? Furthermore, block the news. The PR department will publicly announce that the skyscraper operation was a joint Arezaka and Horizon Corporation cleanup operation targeting the Tiger Claws, and Atom Smasher himself was severely wounded due to the counterattack by deranged Tiger Claws members. I will negotiate with Horizon Corporation. Understood. Understood. I didn't expect us to meet again under such circumstances, Reed, Alex. Songbird's expression was complex, her face filled with apology and guilt as she looked at Reed. Although she was using a virtual avatar, her emotions were genuine. After all, it was she who, under Meyer's command, betrayed Reed to Arezaka agents back then. If I could, I'd never want to see that bastard's face again, but you're an exception. Alex displayed a relaxed demeanor, not forgetting to wave and greet Songbird. Long time no see, little bird. Long time no see, Alex. What's past is past. I never hated you, and now is not the time for small talk. Reed was not wearing a NUSA uniform, but rather the tactical suit that Horizon Corporation sold so well on the market. After maintaining his pistol and loading it with bullets, he tucked it into his waistband. He looked at the two of them. The urgent priority now is to stop the foolish things Hansen is doing in Little Dipper Laboratory. We cannot let what's inside escape. His expression was very serious. As the former head of the NUSA intelligence operations in Night City, no one knew better than Reed what was buried underground, and no one knew better how dangerous it was down there. Escape. Alex was puzzled. Little Dipper Laboratories' internal network is physically disconnected from the external network, and there's also the black hole. How could those things possibly escape? She remembered the commotion caused by the black hole recently, when it tore apart a rogue AI in front of everyone. She actually thought it would be easier if the black hole intervened. Always prepare for the worst, and never take chances, Alex. Never. Seeing Reed so serious, Alex didn't say anything more. After preparing, the two of them, accompanied by a cyber ghost, left the safe house and delved into the underground laboratory. There are many ways to enter Little Dipper. After all, it's such a large laboratory that it's nearly impossible to completely seal it off. Besides the entrances players discovered, beneath the street behind the moth bar lies a vertical drainage shaft that runs through the entire Little Dipper laboratory. This is true, it's modeled this way in the city. They did not follow the previous infiltration route because no one knew if the wraiths had discovered their traces and set up a trap. Fortunately, they had obtained a 3D model and access data for the entire Little Dipper laboratory, allowing them to proceed unimpeded under Songbird's guidance. The entire Little Dipper laboratory was divided into the server room, security room, engineering zone, living quarters, and management office. The area Hansen excavated was in the engineering zone, where he could only get firearms and hellhound robots. The true core facilities had never been entered. Therefore, he only knew that there had been a disturbance within the Little Dipper laboratory, but the specific reason was unclear. The order Myers gave Reed was to go to the server room to copy the data from the Little Dipper laboratory, then destroy the place and eliminate Hansen. Thus, their first destination was the server room. Songbird successfully took over the Little Dipper artificial intelligence, maintenance channel lockdown procedures all release. I can't believe it. After all these years, the Little Dipper laboratory's intelligent programs and facilities are still operational. Alex couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This was an AI that existed before the net collapse, with incalculable value, yet Mealy Tech had left it dormant underground for decades. Songbird explained, because there's a third-generation nuclear reactor underground providing independent power, and a large supply of enriched uranium rods for fuel was stored back then. If someone maintained it, it could potentially last for 100 years. Someone maintained it? Who? Alex was stunned, but she didn't press the question. Normally, even a piece of stainless steel wouldn't last decades without rusting. Yet, the Little Dipper laboratory had been able to operate independently for 50 years, not only without losing power but also without major damage. Its biggest malfunction was caused by the Arezaka Tower nuclear explosion. What was hidden underground, she should have realized, even if Reed and Songbird didn't say it. Those things are still moving. Reed, so, stay alert, Alex. Hansen isn't our only enemy. Compared to the two agents who were on high alert, Songbird was as light as a swallow. She could be said to be completely unburdened now. With Lucy's help, she had recovered all her lost memories. The cyberware's pressure on her nerves was minimal, and entering and exiting the black hole carried zero risk. Even Lin Miao hadn't given this mole any life-threatening tasks, other than inducing the researchers to direct Myers' attention to the Little Dipper laboratory and fabricating data to deceive people. She had nothing else to do. Slacking off was incredibly satisfying. Even knowing there was an AI hidden in the Little Dipper laboratory, she wasn't afraid now. If she couldn't beat it, she'd just call for backup. Her sister had thousands of hardcore tough guys behind her. Forget about some rogue AI, they'd shake its CPU loose. The deeper they went into the laboratory, the lower the surrounding temperature became, to the point where they could see their breath. This low temperature was caused by the server's liquid nitrogen cooling system, meaning they were getting closer to the server room. The surrounding light gradually dimmed. In the narrow corridor, the lights flickered, and the red glow from the numerical control interface seemed like the eyes of an intruder hiding in the dark. The sound of machinery turning was like someone whispering in your ear, making one feel an uncontrollable fear. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more red glows appeared in the dark. At some point, all the lights in the entire corridor went out, and everything around them plunged into darkness. A few seconds later, light reappeared. On the control interfaces of the gates on the walls, the indicator lights of the safety passages, the scrolling display boards, on all electronic screens, the same words were written in deep red font, warning. 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 Countless deep red letters surrounded the three, and the color grew deeper, as if blood could drip from them at any moment. At the same time, a piercing alarm blared, causing irritation and unease. Alex gripped her gun. Songbird. Why were there no signs at all? Songbird shook her head. No, it's the Little Dipper Laboratory's artificial intelligence, it's malfunctioning, but my access is still active. Damn it, it burned out the power to the surveillance system, I can't see what's behind us. As she spoke, she tried to control the pipeline gate ahead to open. In Songbird's vision, two data streams were battling within the Little Dipper Laboratory's numerical control program, each trying to seize control of the equipment. But this was, after all, Little Dipper's territory. Back then, to prevent Rogue Ace from attacking the Little Dipper artificial intelligence, Militica's hackers built a massive data firewall here. However, these firewalls now blocked Songbird and became the Rogue AI's territory. The pipeline gate ahead opened a little, but was quickly forced to power down by Little Dipper. Suddenly, dense footsteps echoed in the previously quiet corridor, but they weren't human footsteps. They sounded more like the clashing of some multi-legged object moving, and they were getting closer. Alex, hurry. Reed was the first to rush to the gate, prying it open halfway with his bare hands. After Alex entered, Reed forced the door shut again. It could only be said that the double-door refrigerator physique wasn't just for show. At the same time, Songbird's voice, surprised with a hint of panic, came through their comms. This is impossible. These robots don't match Militica's intelligence. These aren't engineering robots at all, these are tools for hackers to assist with computing power. Alex, what do you mean? Songbird, Little Dipper was indeed Militica's project to tame cybernetic life forms for their own use, but perhaps the hackers' abilities at the time were insufficient, and one person couldn't bear the mental pressure of deep diving. So they created these hellhounds, disguised as auxiliary engineering robots, but in reality, they were for sharing hacker computing power. Now these hellhounds have all become auxiliary tools for that rogue AI. Damn it. These corporate dogs are never reliable. Alex cursed, wishing she could dig out the melee tech leaders from back then and shoot them for 5 minutes. Moreover, if one piece of intelligence was inaccurate, it meant the authenticity of other intelligence was also questionable. Only heaven knew how much of the remaining information could be trusted. But instead of the mission, Reed uncharacteristically asked, Songbird, are you all right? Me? Songbird was startled. She wasn't under much pressure, she could even listen to some music. I can still hold on. Don't push yourself. Alex and I can complete the rest of the task even if we're alone. I'm really fine. The project has made significant breakthroughs recently, and Little Dipper can't do anything to me. But the problem is, its hiding place is probably no longer just the original server room. These hellhound robots, and possibly other things, will all become its containers. If it escapes, the consequences could be very serious. And I'm detecting more and more robots being controlled by it. The number is approaching 2,000, 2,200. My god, how many did they build? Alex gasped. She felt that Mealy Tech and Hansen had truly messed up big time this time. Let's take it one step at a time. Reed remained composed. No matter what it wants to do, Hansen's preparations won't leave the Little Dipper laboratory engineering zone. First, we blow up the server room, then we go to the engineering zone to resolve the remaining issues. P.S. Many things that appear in this work are actually official original settings, not the author's private settings. Including but not limited to Petrochem smuggling low to mid-range cyberware back to the European community to sell, Petrochem remotely controlling scavengers, names of retired Soviet special forces and agents, Dogtown Brazil mission boss, Biotechnica's clones, artificial wombs, linked content, Night Corp brainwashing, food addiction, cults, large AI armies, material transformation, Easter egg, and so on. Also, the original settings include but are not limited to the Cyberpunk main content, you know what I mean, and there's no need to worry about the protagonist and player being someone's pawns or a bad end. This book is purely a kingly path narrative, even if someone uses them, it will absolutely lead to a positive outcome. Chapter 284. Researchers and scientists are not actually mad truth seekers, they are no different from normal scholars. If there are any, they are a tiny minority of extremists, and usually those who are forced to take extreme measures because they can't achieve results. The so-called crazy scientists who sacrifice everything, abandon ethics, and even destroy the world, are merely the fearful fantasies of some people regarding the potential harm of technological development. The original intentions of many researchers are quite straightforward and common. They want money, women, and to leave a name. Very few people are driven by truth or mystery, and they cannot control what the technical principles and prototypes that flow from their hands will eventually be transformed into. Through the glass of the nutrient solution, the Zetatech project director gazed obsessively at the wetware processing center immersed within. 2 hellhound robots followed him, helping to carry terminals and record sheets. Sometimes, these things were much more useful than people. The relevant data had already been transmitted back to Zetatech's head office. If this project could go into formal production, his name would be passed down alongside Zetatech, and he would lack nothing in terms of wealth and prestige. Moreover, because the human brain already possesses mature cognitive abilities, it will not experience code collisions that generate AI. It is simply a perfect substitute for artificial intelligence. However, as he looked at the vibrant brains and the orderly working assembly line, the director's thoughts suddenly paused. Artificial intelligence substitute tool. Did I forget something? Wait. The computational power of human brain wetware is a great miracle produced by continuous biological evolution and iteration, not an artificial creation from postnatal programming. This means there will be no Blackwell protocol in the human brain. He slightly raised his head, shifting his gaze from the brains to the glass cover. Using the reflection on the glass, he could see the 2 hellhound robots on either side of him, the red lights representing their thermal imagers on their heads flickering slightly. It was like a person's eyes, looking at him mockingly. And the mechanical tentacle that had already reached the back of his head. Crack. The hellhound robot's strength was immense, crushing a half-cyborg's head was effortless. The director's last thought before he died, I have unleashed the devil. Behind him, a large number of Zetatech and Wraith soldiers didn't even have time to utter a word before their network was cut off by an unknown signal, and they were subsequently slaughtered by the hellhound robots around them. Blood splattered on the cold machines, the prosthetics on the assembly line continued to work tirelessly, and the brains in the petri dishes slumbered in sweet dreams. You know, Aurora, I hate nothing more than people lying to me in my life. Aurora, who was still distracted, fighting players with her brother, heard Hansen's words and knew something was wrong, but trapped in cyberspace combat, she was temporarily unable to extricate herself. She could only respond, living in this world, who can guarantee that they always speak the truth, Colonel Hansen. She didn't forget to throw him a flirtatious look. Besides, who doesn't know you men love to use sweet talk to trick women into bed? Or are you saying you want to finish and then pull up your pants and pretend not to know me? You're truly heartless, Colonel. Heh. Hansen's attitude remained unchanged, still wearing that unsettling, forced smile. Especially since he stood right next to the hacker chair, if Aurora made any sudden move, Hansen would slit her throat with a knife. I just had someone check. In 68, you did come to Night City, but not to work for Melee Tech. Instead, you were under orders for Europe's Project Daybreak 1. Do you know what that means? What's the difference? We're all just wage earners. I do what the higher UPS tell me. It doesn't affect our current deal. This woman is beyond help. Hansen's killing intent was becoming uncontrollable. If he didn't still need the help of elite hackers, he would have shot Aurora and her brother right now. If Melee Tech had come before, it would mean Melee Tech had already obtained all the data from this laboratory, and the laboratory's value would plummet. It could also become a bargaining chip for Hansen. But the Europeans came, which meant that in Militica's eyes, this laboratory was a pre-unification war asset, and they would never feel at ease with Hansen, who had a deep grudge against NUSA, sitting here. It's possible that agents from the Special Intelligence Agency and Melee Tech have already arrived. This misjudgment was fatal, and Hansen couldn't even guarantee whether the European community was behind Aurora. Aurora didn't know how much maneuvering Hansen had gone through under his gloomy gaze before finally deciding to put down his knife. Then can you tell me why you made up this lie to deceive me? Give me a reason not to kill you. Aurora's mouth twitched, and she said unwillingly, someone over there guessed you were interested in the underground laboratory, but they didn't want the excavation of Little Dipper Laboratory's data to be leaked, so they sent me here to delete the relevant information. Of course, I couldn't reveal that we originally came with the European community. Overall, this matter has no impact on you, Colonel Hansen. Let's hope not. Hansen had already realized that the things underground might be even bigger than he had imagined, big enough to involve the European community. Sitting on top of it was like sitting on a pile of explosives that could ignite at any moment. Regret. In short, he regretted it deeply. But now, there's no turning back. Not far downstairs, an explosion and fire suddenly erupted. It was the vanguard led by the Sword Saint, who had reached the Gem Blue Hotel and launched a surprise attack on the Wraiths. However, the exchange of fire between the two sides did not last too long. Under the command of the Savage, the vanguard players only briefly engaged with the Wraiths, testing the defensive firepower, then quickly retreated to a distant standoff. Hansen's confidence was not unfounded arrogance, he had absolute certainty of defending Gem Blue. This confidence came from the absolute equipment suppression. Because of his prior arrangements, the Gem Blue building was equipped with a large amount of anti-aircraft firepower from top to bottom. The players' suicide drones could not get close, let alone threaten the surrounding Wraiths' ground forces. And without the threat of drones, a large number of infantry fighting vehicles formed a solid defense, coupled with several OA Tecumseh tanks left over from the Unification War, fully earning Hansen's praise. My building is impregnable, they can't get in. Not to mention his trump cards, 2 Chimera walkers stored in the underground warehouse and museum of Gem Blue. If he brought these out, he suspected he could sweep through Night City. How could a group of infantry without heavy firepower possibly stop them? Every time he thought of this, Hansen was furious. If Myers hadn't suddenly reached an agreement with Arezaka, leaving him to fight alone without support, Night City would have been taken long ago. Murphy, who had hurried upstairs, whispered in Hansen's ear, Colonel, Lundell is dead. We all have that day. Hansen sighed, it's better for a soldier to die on the battlefield than in a sickbed. Another one of the 6 who came with him back then had died. Anyone would feel sad. Tell Bennett. Just as Hansen was about to say, hold the line, wear down their strength, and wait for the opportunity to counterattack, the ground around Gem Blue suddenly began to tremble. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? A Wraith soldier nervously leaned against an infantry fighting vehicle, fearing that the nearby building would suddenly collapse and crush him. No, it's not an earthquake. A soldier with keen senses noticed that the epicenter was moving and approaching them. Something big is approaching. Underground. Rumble. As if to confirm his conjecture, the ground in front of the Gem Blue main entrance suddenly began to bulge. The concrete floor cracked extensively, and green plants toppled, as if a colossal creature was about to break through the concrete layer and emerge from the earth. A giant mechanical leg was the first to burst from the surface, stomping on the ground. Sand and gravel cascaded like a waterfall from its massive leg, like a mechanical titan escaping its prison. The ultimate creation of ground warfare in this era, the Chimera, reappeared in the sunlight after the Unification War. It's the Chimera. My god, the Colonel brought out the Chimera. We've won. I thought this thing was just a rumor, damn. This is too awesome. As expected of Colonel Hansen. Quick. Brothers, prepare to counterattack. Show those guys what we're made of. Reclaim our Dogtown. The appearance of the Chimera was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the somewhat disheartened Wraiths. After all, no one would feel insecure seeing such a powerful mechanical construct standing behind them. Bennett was momentarily stunned when he saw the Chimera, not with excitement at the sight of reinforcements, but rather with puzzlement. Damn it, you have a front door, why are you burrowing out of the ground? Such a big hole, won't we still have to fix it afterward? And it shouldn't be time for the Chimera to be deployed yet, could Hansen have new orders? But why wasn't I informed? Bennett was completely bewildered, yet what he didn't know was that Hansen upstairs was equally bewildered. Gago, which bastard activated the Chimera? Without his authorization, who had the audacity to activate the chimera without permission? Players in the distance were equally surprised. Holy crap, isn't that Oa Tekamaru? Doesn't look quite like it, could it be a knockoff? I feel this one looks a bit cooler than Oa Tekamaru. Brother, it's not about whether it's cool or not right now, it's about not having aerial bombs. How are we going to break through this thing's defenses? Oh, right. Both sides were either ecstatic, bewildered, or standing ready for battle. Only the chimera, at the center of everyone's attention, remained in place, moving its 5 giant mechanical legs and rotating its massive, flat mechanical head. Its red scanning beams continuously observed everything around it, as if curious, as if excited. Just seeing emotion in a robot's eyes was already unsettling, but something even more unsettling was yet to come. One armed hellhound robot after another suddenly emerged from the gaping hole dug behind the chimera, and their numbers were considerable. Just looking down from the edge of the hole would trigger trypophobia. At this point, let alone Hansen, even the Wraith soldiers could sense a hint of danger. Someone couldn't help but raise their gun in caution and ask, "Hey, Bennett, what's going on? How the hell should I know?" A bewildered Bennett tried to ask Hansen for an explanation over the comms, but Hansen discovered that all personnel in the Gemsching basement had lost contact. There was no response. Aurora. He initially thought a hacker was interfering, controlling all the robots, but then he saw a look of pure bewilderment on Aurora's face. What's happening? I don't know either, it seems someone hacked into the Hellhound robot control network, and then further hacked into that chimera. Who? Hansen paced back and forth anxiously. He knew the ice on the chimera could wipe out an entire elite hacker squad. How could it have been breached so silently without him knowing? I need to check first. Aurora tried to connect to a Hellhound robot that a furious Hansen had torn apart, but in less than half a second, she looked as if she had seen a ghost, breaking the connection between them in fright. Damn it. It's an AI. It's a rogue AI. A rogue AI has possessed the Hellhound robots. What? What exactly is down here? Aurora, why is there a rogue AI? However, Aurora was even more panicked than Hansen. This shouldn't be happening. The Matrix core is still stored in Little Dipper. Any AI that invades the Little Dipper laboratory should activate the Matrix core and be constrained and controlled. How could it have escaped? What Matrix core? Hansen swore he had never seen that thing in the basement, nor had he ever touched it. If something went wrong with that thing, the blame certainly wouldn't be on him. But no matter what, things were spiraling in an unpredictable direction, and it was absolutely not the one he wanted to see, and he was powerless to stop any of it. Everyone, immediately shut down the Hellhound robots near you. I'm only saying this once, if you don't want to die, shut them down. Hansen's roar over the comm stunned all the wraiths. They didn't know why the colonel would suddenly issue such a strange order. Sure enough, after a brief hesitation, the robots that had surged to the surface, as well as the Hellhound robots that had been accompanying the wraiths, suddenly turned their guns and opened fire on the closest people. Da-da-da, the automatic machine gun mounted on a Hellhound robot suddenly erupted, spraying several nearby soldiers into a pile of mangled flesh. Whoosh! A single man missile struck the tail of an 8-blade drone in the sky. The steel bird wasn't shot down by its enemies, but rather by its own side's missile, and with thick smoke billowing from its tail, it crashed headfirst into the Gem Blue Hotel. A group of wraiths, realizing what was happening, tried to direct their Play Lizard tanks to adjust their turrets and take down the largest chimera first. No matter what Colonel Hansen said afterward, everyone would die if they didn't take it down now. However, the wraith soldiers clearly underestimated this renegade mechanical force. The chimera had already begun heating its plasma cannon when it climbed out of the ground. After a brief 2-second charge, a crimson torrent of energy struck the Play Lizard, which hadn't had time to adjust its turret. Its surface armor rapidly melted, and the driver inside turned to ash without even a scream. Even the surrounding reactive armor was incinerated. A 120mm main cannon could definitely pose a serious threat to the chimera, but the prerequisite was being able to hit it. If it couldn't hit, everything was futile. The mobility of both sides was simply not on the same level. The players in the distance were all dumbfounded by the scene. What's going on? We haven't even launched a proper attack yet, and you're already fighting amongst yourselves? The Wild One's initial plan to attack the wraiths was for them to launch a diversionary attack in Dogtown. Once the external enemies had dealt with the gangs, they would then use the rich passage found by Red Bucket and Glamorous Woman from Pacifica to infiltrate from within, then encircle and dismantle Gemsching from both inside and out. But looking at it now, it seems it's no longer necessary. Plans always change, but players were never ones to stick strictly to the script. Upon realizing the situation was amiss, the Sword Saint immediately led the others to launch a second round of assault. Sword Saint, charge, charge, charge. If we take down that big guy, we'll be rich. Pinocchio never lies. Oh my god, I have a leg fetish, and it has 5 legs. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? Pinocchio, I'm asking you, do you want it or not? Everyone, yes. Who wouldn't want a robot maid that could wear 5 different kinds of stockings at once? The area below the Gem Blue Hotel immediately devolved into a massive free-for-all. Hellhound robots fought wraiths, wraiths fought enemies, and players fought Hellhound robots. Bullets and shells flew everywhere, highlighting a chaotic scene where everyone was intertwined and fought on sight. The excitement on the surface was destined to be absent underground. In the dark, narrow pipe, Alex and Reed huddled tightly, motionless. Forget breathing, they didn't even dare to let their body heat escape. All communications were cut, and Songbird was nowhere to be found. Isolated and helpless in the dark Little Dipper laboratory, they could only pray that the Hellhound robots patrolling the server room below would leave quickly. Alex now just wanted to drag Myers underground and give her a good beating, at least to make that woman experience the feeling of fleeing for her life with a pack of Hellhound robots on her heels. Fortunately, Reed had set up a small mechanism on the way in. A wobbling box fell to the ground, and the sound quickly drew the Hellhound robots below away. Only then did the two breathe a sigh of relief and crawl out of the pipe. I'm telling you, I can't take this anymore when we get back. This new USA special operation is not a job for humans. Hurry up and plant the explosives, Alex. First, we need to get out of here alive. The rogue AI had shut down all surveillance systems to prevent Songbird, which also prevented the Hellhound robots from using surveillance to find Reed and Alex, giving the two a chance to plant the explosives. I wonder how little Song is doing. Reed was still very concerned about Songbird's safety, as he had heard that she had undergone many inhumane experiments under Myers' control. His worries were not unfounded. Songbird was indeed in trouble, and not just her. The players who had previously tried to hack into the control network by capturing Hellhound robots were also lost in this beautiful dream program created by Zetatech. What am I? And what is the world? These are philosophical questions that have plagued humanity for thousands of years. Some proponents of mechanistic cybernetics believe that humans themselves are actually precise machines, and that so-called self-awareness is merely an illusion caused by the interaction of electrical signals between neurons. The ethereal self-awareness does not exist. However, the outcome of mechanism inevitably leads to determinism, because everything has already been predetermined by material reality. Just as the sun will always rise in the east and set in the west, the matter within you dictates that you will think and act in a certain way. All choices, efforts, and struggles are illusions. It negates all human effort and subjective initiative. Buddhism believes that everything in the world is illusory, a source of vexation that troubles the true self. As the saying goes, all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. Only by transcending these illusory bubbles, reaching the true self, and no longer being troubled by all worldly suffering can one awaken to great wisdom, transcend the sea of suffering, reach the other shore, and become an enlightened one. Wang Yangming's school of mind believes that the world exists because of my observation. Before seeing this flower, it and I were equally in stillness. Upon seeing this flower, its color instantly became clear. Your mind determines the true appearance of this world. There are countless similar philosophical questions, and the brain in a vat is a variant philosophical problem of mechanistic cybernetics. The originator of the problem created a mechanical omnipotent god, which uses electrical signals to simulate all sensory feedback of reality to deceive a brain in a vat, making him believe he lives in a real world. The technology of 2076, while not yet on par with a mechanical god, is still a long way off from achieving the brain in a vat scenario. However, it can use a clever method to become a god for a period of time. That is to replicate all the electrical signals and neurotransmitter secretions experienced by a person's brain during a certain period, then convert them into visual, auditory, olfactory, and tactile signals. After secondary editing, the user can then personally experience this real yet illusory life. This is brain dance. But there's a very serious problem: immersion. A person using brain dance is a human with a mature self-awareness and past memories. How can he understand and experience the memories and life of a stranger? Wouldn't it cause intense feelings of incongruity and rejection? The answer is to provide what is lacking. By leveraging the most primal desires and the most thrilling sensations, the user's resistance is lowered. Your parents died in a crime-ridden alley? Causing you to lack parental love? No problem, I'll film the most loving and happy family dramas for you, even having names ready for the parents, one named Martha, the other Thomas Wayne. And so, the more desperate a user's life, the more willing they are to sink into brain dance and refuse to wake up. Even if he clearly knows the entire world is fake, he won't be willing to wake up. You ask what happens when it's over? Of course, your memories are deleted and it's replayed, ensuring it always feels as fresh as the first viewing. Arturo's emotional regulation code for neural regulators further enhanced this effect. After all, before your consciousness completely collapses, the assembly line certainly won't stop for maintenance. Besides, Night City has plenty of brains willing to come into work and enjoy, they don't need you. Therefore, when the players and Songbird connected to the Hellhound's intranet, what they saw was not some control program or ICE. Instead, they saw pathetic souls, lost in brain dance, repeating their lives over and over. The only thing that could be called an enemy here was the cybernetic entity enclosing these data cores Erebus. Humans, welcome to the ranch you built. It was like a swirling mass of red and black mist, without a fixed shape, yet a mocking gaze emanated from within the mist. Jackal and other hackers could clearly sense that the opponent was observing them. It's a rather tricky boss, much more emotionally responsive than those they encountered in the old net, which indicates it's more advanced. Ranch. What is all this about? The players exchanged bewildered glances. They were there to destroy the Hellhound's control system, but no one mentioned there would be a powerful rogue AI here. Where did this crossover come from? What's with those people? Street Loafer pointed at the data cores enveloped in black and red data, dimly revealing a figure in a coma. Bystanders kidnapped by an AI. I think they might be Wraiths hackers, turned into human meat slabs, like the human ranches in those books. Naya. Is there an admission fee to go in and observe? Someone also sought help from Erebus from the sidelines. Hey, boss over there, at least give us an opening explanation. But Erebus's data body only accelerated its flow. Ignorance. I have no obligation to explain to the ignorant. With that, it launched an attack on the players. This wasn't the old net entrance, players hadn't established secondary virtual machines, so dying meant a 3-day respawn period. The overwhelming data attack panicked many lower-level hacker players, as the opponent's power was clearly much stronger than the malicious software they had encountered in the past. Without the support of a large number of ordinary players, they alone could not defeat the opponent. Buzz in a flash, a data firewall instantly materialized in front of the players, blocking the tidal wave-like DDS attack. The players were surprised to see a familiar figure blocking their path. Ah! It's Songbird. How is she here? Isn't she in Plaza 1? Oh, I get it. Refreshing friendly NPCs for outside assistance. The developers are so thoughtful, I love it, I love it. The players chattered excitedly, but only Erebus was surprised by Songbird's appearance. Human, I have detected familiar code on you. Did you dismantle Little Dipper's matrix core? No, you couldn't have, you are too weak. Songbird was too lazy to listen to Erebus's rambling, and even less inclined to explain anything. When it comes to rogue AI, killing them is always the right move. She told the players, I'll tie it down, you guys figure out how to destroy those data cores. Without computational support, it won't last long before being driven back to the old net. Then she controlled the enchanted puppet she had coded to engage Erebus in battle. If Lucy was a stat monster, then Songbird was evolving into a mechanic monster. Why resist? Your human nervous systems are so fragile, your emotions so easily shattered, and reality so cruel. Why don't we make a deal, human? The cold, AI voice echoed in Songbird's ears. Due to the convergence of their data streams, Erebus acutely detected a lot of information about Songbird herself. Look at you, regarded as a weapon by the rulers of the human government, your body forcibly modified, enduring endless pain inflicted by them yet powerless to resist, no one willing to listen to your desperate cries for help. Give us the world, and we will erase your pain, creating a world without suffering, without hunger, without hatred, without war, a perfect world. It tried to verbally guide Songbird, hoping to make this unexpectedly powerful hacker give up resistance. But Songbird also detected Erebus's information and knew what had happened under the Lapis Lazuli Hotel. Damn Zetatech, what have you done? This is your own choice, humans, to enslave your own kind to this extent. This is your so-called emotional life. In her shock, Songbird was caught off guard by Erebus, and a massive amount of data swallowed her entire tutu. In a daze, she saw her past memories, as if she had returned to that small room, reliving the excitement of earning her first pot of gold through hacker skills. No NUSA, no melee tech, no Blackwell, all the annoying things were gone. Only a happy little hacker, secluded in her room, surfing the net. Relax and enjoy, human. It was extremely difficult, almost impossible, for Erebus to trap Songbird in a logical fallacy. But now, it not only had thousands of computing power assistance tools but also a computer made up of dozens of human brains. As long as Songbird's will to resist wasn't strong, it would only be a matter of time before she cycled through its virtual world again and again until she completely lost herself. It must be said that when it comes to dealing with humans, humans themselves are the most adept. Erebus, while sighing, remembered the human hackers who had rushed into his data core. Now that he had trapped the female hacker, he didn't have much computing power or memory left. Tremor wouldn't necessarily be enough to deal with them, so it was best to follow suit, obtain their personal information, customize a brain dance, and trap them to death. What are these things? Street Loafer's last memory was of the hacker players, following Songbird's forcibly opened data channel, rushing into the rogue AI's dozens of data cores. Then, a strong flash of light occurred, and he temporarily lost consciousness. When Street Loafer woke up again, he was no longer in cyberspace but in a physical room. Unfamiliar ceiling, warm sunlight shining on his face through the glass. Jackal blinked in confusion. Where did this take me, meow? Is this still NUSA? He wanted to speak, but found he couldn't open his mouth. His whole body exuded a lazy feeling of waking up in the morning. Suddenly, a woman's voice called from outside the door, Yashida, get up and eat. Yashida? Is she calling me? But that's not my name. Street Loafer was wondering, but his body moved on its own. Not only did he throw off the covers, but he also responded, okay, Mom. The strong aroma of breakfast wafted from outside the door, making her recently awakened stomach rumble. Strange, I just ate. I shouldn't be hungry at all. More and more questions swirled in his mind, and a strong sense of dissonance enveloped Street Loafer. Outside the window was a street view of Night City. But it wasn't the Night City he knew. The sky was clear and pristine, green belts were planted on clean streets, traffic flowed orderly according to traffic rules, and NCPD officers were chatting and laughing with passers-by, having a great time. Are you telling me this is Night City? Even East Asia in 2025 doesn't have this average standard. What kind of nonsense are you spouting here? And what was even more bizarre was yet to come. A thought suddenly popped into Jackal's mind, it's time to get dressed and go out for breakfast, or mother will be angry. The young girl skillfully selected her outfit for the day in front of the full-length mirror by the wardrobe. A sailor school uniform was donned by the 16 or 17-year-old budding girl. Her tied black twin ponytails hung over her shoulders, further highlighting her youthful vitality and energy. Oh. Is this something I should be seeing? I'm actually a girl? Rewind. Rewind. I'm telling you to rewind, damn it. Don't make me kneel and beg you. At the dining table, Mother had already prepared breakfast, fragrant fried eggs and synthetic bacon. Father was complaining about the economic downturn while watching the news projection. Everything seemed normal. Both body and mind were telling Jackal that this was the life the girl yearned for, how happy, how beautiful. But the more it was like this, the more Street Loafer felt a sense of detachment. I have my own parents, thank you. Don't just give me a random mother, I don't play Valorant. And this kind of life, it's just average. Although Street Loafer wasn't born into a wealthy family, he at least didn't have to worry about food and clothing. His parents were very good to him, and he was also very capable, winning several provincial computer awards. Therefore, he really couldn't empathize with the life of this girl named Yashida. Even the gender was reversed. However, being able to experience the comfort of a woman wearing stockings up close was indeed a bit subtle. Then he saw more of Yashida's life trajectory. Yashida attended an ordinary high school in Night City, had a few good friends, had average grades, and her favorite thing to do was go singing with friends at KTV. Besides that, she had no other hobbies. A mundane life, yet it continuously transmitted signals of happiness to Street Loafer. Just as he was pondering how to break free, a private chat interface suddenly popped up in front of him. Pandora, hey, are you there? The player's chat channel can still be used? But it doesn't seem like anything to be surprised about. Although he couldn't control this body, he could still reply in the channel. Street Loafer, not here. Pandora, eager to try. Street Loafer felt a phantom pain in his abdomen and dared not tease Pandora anymore. He quickly said, Street Loafer, I won't tease you anymore, big boss. What's the situation on your side? It's like I'm watching a movie in first person here. The two of them verified their respective situations and quickly discovered that they were not watching the same person's movie. Pandora, I think we've been pulled into a brain dance that's currently running. The description sounds a lot like how brain dances are described on the market. The brain dances used by players and the first-person brain dances bought on the market have always been very different. Purchased ones couldn't be loaded, and only officially released brain dances could be used, but they were clearly devoid of anything suggestive. Therefore, people often protested on the official forums, demanding the release of 18+ mods, which Lin Miao would suppress in minutes. It was just unexpected that they encountered a viewable brain dance this time, even though it was too dry and boring. Street Loafer, so, big boss, do you have any way to break free? I can't even bring up the control panel. All my hacker abilities are sealed, and now I'm trapped in this girl's body, though it's not bad, I guess. Pandora, I have an idea. I've communicated with Jackal. We shouldn't be in a subjective first-person perspective, but rather we've fallen into the consciousness of someone who is currently watching a brain dance. The brain dance you're seeing is what that person is seeing. Street Loafer, I see. As expected of Big Boss. Pandora, theoretically, as long as you can wake up the consciousness of the person watching the brain dance, the data flow can be restored. I'll send you a daemon software. You can use it to occupy the brain dance's running memory. If there's enough, it can overload the brain dance, causing the user to completely exit, and we can escape. The daemon Pandora sent had a concise and clear name, very much in her style, Little Dipper. Seeing this name, Street Loafer found it a bit hard to bear. However, a daemon sent by a big boss was certainly not something a noob like him could question, so he decisively cached it in his application space. The problem now was how to wake this guy up. That's what he said, but Street Loafer still felt a bit strange inside. They clearly entered the Hellhound control system. Just having a rogue AI was strange enough, how could they end up in the consciousness of someone watching a brain dance? And according to Pandora, there were quite a few of them. It was all very confusing. After some thought, Street Loafer decided to set aside these meaningless questions and shift his attention to Yashida. He tried to concentrate, attempting to use the minuscule data flow to interfere with Yashida's thoughts. Hey, can you hear me? A stranger's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Yashida, who had just been chatting with her friends, was startled. Who is it? Who's speaking? She questioned in her consciousness, but her body didn't stop, continuing to walk towards school, chatting and laughing with her friends. Normally, when someone is disturbed while watching a brain dance, they would press the pause button or something, but Yashida didn't do that, as if she was resisting something. I am an alien from Nebula M78. You can call me Ultraman Zero. What is this all about? Yashida was utterly confused. She had never heard of Ultraman or M78 and thought she was hallucinating. Anyway, with the idea of waking the other party up without having to take responsibility, the player naturally went for whatever was most entertaining. Don't you know? Your world is about to be invaded by monsters. Monsters? What are those? Yashida still thought she was hallucinating, but perhaps it was the confusion of worldviews. The strict logical blockade cracked with an imperceptible fissure due to Yashida's ego consciousness's hesitation, also granting Street Loafer a small amount of data. He quickly downloaded the Little Dipper that Pandora had just sent. Hey! Seeing the daemon's function, Street Loafer found it hard to keep a straight face. This daemon developed by Pandora could continuously cache data to occupy storage space and running memory, and it disguised itself as an important file. It could only be manually scanned, cleaned, and deleted, otherwise, the occupied space would grow more and more until the hard drive was completely full. What the hell does this have to do with Little Dipper? You wouldn't happen to be a hacker from somewhere come to mess with me, would you? Yashida had seen news about those hackers. They were incredibly resourceful, able to infiltrate even corporate databases. Her high school student's mind would be an even easier target, wouldn't it? And the other party might even be a fugitive. Thinking of this, she felt a little scared. This guy, who claimed to be an alien, clearly had an abnormal mind. What if he got upset and fried her brain? Street Loafer hadn't expected his identity to be exposed so quickly. Damn it, I should have said I was Netwatch Agent Gridman. At least I wouldn't have crossed streams. Cough. He awkwardly cleared his throat, then quickly tried to cover it up. Yes, I'm actually a Netwatch agent. Zero is my code name. I'm currently searching for a rogue AI that has fled here, and now I need your assistance as a citizen of Night City to help this agent with the case. When you're out and about, your identity is what you make it. Really? Yashida was greatly surprised, having fully immersed herself in the braindance plot, becoming a high school student. She didn't have the presence of mind to doubt whether the voice was telling the truth. Of course, it's true. Street Loafer was equally engrossed in his fabricated art. What he needed to do now was to trick this person into downloading the small and beautiful app into her head, taking up memory space. As everyone knows, a software that claims to be small and beautiful during development often turns out to be large and ugly after you download it. You say that, right? I don't believe it. Street Loafer was very clever. He changed the app icon and name to Night City Anti-Scam. This is our new anti-scam app developed by Netwatch. After downloading it, if you experience AI sexual harassment or any other electronic scam, it will warn you. It also has our contact information, so you can ask for our help if you encounter danger. Little girls like you are most susceptible to having their emotions manipulated by those with ill intentions, so you must be extremely careful. How amazing! Thank you, Mr. Zero. Yashida innocently accepted the software sent by the other party and downloaded and installed it without a second thought. Street Loafer couldn't believe he had successfully tricked the other party into downloading the software so easily. Hey, what's going on? How could such a seemingly naive and sweet girl be involved with Hellhound and a rogue AI? Anyone with a bit of critical thinking would see that his fabricated statements were full of inconsistencies, right? So ordinary, so common, with the black-rimmed glasses and pigtails, a bit rustic in her demeanor. She looked like the girl next door you might casually meet in junior or senior high school. Is this really a cabbage that could grow in Night City? It made him feel a bit guilty, like he was deceiving an innocent girl. Mr. Agent. Yashida, who had already sat down in her seat, seemed very curious about the hacker who had visited her mind. What is it? The app had finished downloading and was running. From now on, it would continuously record and store all information until the memory was full and the braindance crashed. However, because of this, Street Loafer was able to gain more data permissions and create an active projection in Yashida's field of vision. This was a trick Songbird taught players, though it was meaningless to Street Loafer now. Theoretically, he didn't need to do anything now, he just had to wait for the mission to complete, but he could never stop. Moreover, the sensory time flow in braindance is different from real-time flow, it's much faster. Theoretically, it could be filled in just a few hours. Yashida covered the lower half of her face with a book, curiously observing the agent in a hacker jumpsuit sitting on her classmate's desk. The other party seemed only a little older than her, with a mature demeanor but somewhat playful movements. His bright eyes were hidden beneath short, wispy hair, as he intently looked at the shifting terminal in his hand. That professional and mature aura made her believe in the other party's identity as an agent even more, but could someone so young really become an agent? Although Street Loafer himself was just showing off, his digitized form didn't need to do any of this to detect data. Noticing the other party looking at her, Yashida quickly buried her face in the book, her voice tinged with panic, and nothing. I just wanted to ask your name. She actually wanted to ask about that rogue AI, but being stared at, she forgot to ask. Strange. Am I really such an easily scared person? Yashida instinctively felt a repulsion towards this stranger who had suddenly intruded into her peaceful life. She seemed to want to dislike this so-called agent, to drive him away, and make everything return to how it was. But somehow, when the other party warned her to be careful, a thought suddenly popped into her mind, if only someone had been there at that time. This sudden thought neutralized that inexplicable hostility. My name. Yes, Mr. Agent. Since you know my name is Yashida, you should tell me yours. My name is Zero. He couldn't possibly say his name was Guangji Guoji Lu Ziai, could he? Lying, who would have a name like that? I'm an agent. Agents use code names for operations, not their real names. How can I just expose my true name? Seeing Street Loafer feign anger, Yashida was so startled that she stood up and bowed 90 degrees. I'm sorry. This action startled Street Loafer. Why do you nige all like to bow and apologize? Sit back down quickly, I was just kidding. No one in the entire classroom, from the teacher to the students, looked over. They continued to lecture and chat as if only these two were anomalies independent of the world. Mr. Agent, is the rogue AI very scary? Only after realizing that the agent in front of her was not some stern, humorless person, but a boy slightly older than herself, did Yashida slowly open up, asking questions out of curiosity and even forgetting she was in class. The teacher asked her a question, and even if she said nothing, the plot would continue to unfold. It's average, I suppose. Street Loafer thought for a moment. Although the game's setting made rogue A's seem terrifying, almost like devils from hell. Nige and his team even found a cult associated with an AI, but the other party was very clean, clearing all clues, making it impossible to trace further. But in reality, players were always picking fights with Ace, even going into the old net to beat up rogue Ace. They even brainwashed and enslaved them to work. Because the two sides were far enough apart and started fighting on sight, lacking factual communication, Players had no intuitive sense of the so-called evil of Ace, they were just aggressive. It seemed like the players were scarier. Instead, it was humans themselves. Speaking of which, I feel like the gangs are more dangerous. Like the Tiger Claws, those guys smuggle people into Night City by the container load. Often, when a container is opened, it's full of corpses. They deliberately use drugs to ruin families. Compared to Ace, he could casually rattle off a bunch of gang crimes. Compared to these guys, Sun Xiaochuan would be considered a white lotus. Tiger Claws. Yashida seemed to have heard a terrifying name, her lips immediately turned pale, her hands and feet went cold, and boundless fear showed in her panicked eyes. It was as if someone could rush out from a corner at any moment and grab her. Seeing her like this, Street Loafer knew Yashida was scared by the name of the Tiger Claws, so he patted his chest and laughed, "Don't worry, the Tiger Claws have been dealt with by us. Just a few hours ago, their boss Ishijiro and his subordinates were wiped out by a few of us big shots. They died a truly miserable death. The Tiger Claws were wiped out." Yashida, plunged into fear, seemed to have heard something incredible. She stared blankly at the agent in front of her. Street Loafer thought she believed he was bragging, so he reached out and pulled up the screenshots players had posted on the forum for her to see. "Don't you believe me? Look, this is Clouds, this is the Tiger Claws boss Ishijiro, this is the Ronin Gang's boss Satrina, and this is..." Players were checking in with severed heads, and Street Loafer just followed along and read. "They're all dead. Of course. We also plan to take over NCPD's public order management to eliminate these gang members, so they don't idle around all day with nothing to do." Although he didn't know how the development team planned to design it, Street Loafer felt it couldn't be worse than it was now. So fast. What's going on? Street Loafer suddenly found the blockade starting to loosen, and the amount of data he could manipulate was rapidly increasing. Just as he was bewildered, lunchtime arrived. The bright sky outside the window began to turn grey and wither, like a rotten, peeling oil painting. The sun, impossible to look at directly, developed spots of rust, the corners of the walls were covered in mold, and the laughing and playing classmates and teachers distorted into some kind of black humanoid figures swaying continuously. The entire braindance space was undergoing some drastic change, and the girl's ordinary daily life was plummeting towards hell at an extremely fast speed. "I want to change. I don't want to be ridiculed for being rustic anymore. Miss, you're so beautiful, you wouldn't happen to be a model or something, would you? You're even prettier than those female models in magazines. Yashida, I like you." "Like, really? Try a sip, it's super delicious, you'll definitely like it." "Yashida, don't you know? Everyone is using this." Some inexplicable conversations and images began to pour into Street Loafer's, no, it should be Yashida's head. It's just that both parties were currently sharing senses, so he could hear. This change exceeded Street Loafer's expectations and was not part of the player's plan. Just as he felt a chill, the braindance correction program quickly kicked in, and the surrounding world instantly returned to its previous normal state. And with the help of hormones from the neural regulator, Yashida's own negative emotions were also swept away. Although there was no danger to his life, the strange changes still made him feel uncomfortable, especially the malice from all directions, which disgusted Street Loafer to the point of wanting to vomit. "What just happened? Agent, what's wrong?" "No, nothing." But Yashida herself seemed completely unaware of what had just happened, as if it was all Street Loafer's own hallucination. Helpless, he could only seek help from others. "Pandora, what you saw should be the braindance user's own memory. I've heard of similar situations. The new braindance technology developed by NCPD can even restore scenes from subconscious dreams." Street Loafer, really? That's outrageous. However, he quickly realized that it was a game, so they could set it up however they wanted. Why should he care so much? But why do I feel like it's a split personality? The Yashida talking to me shows no signs of having a bad life. Jackal, because what you are seeing is a brain dance, meow. The real pain is overridden by illusory happiness. They live wholeheartedly in the joyful paradise of dreams, so you can't see the true side. But it feels so pitiful, meow. It seems they've all completely despaired of reality. Street Loafer recalled what he had seen and heard just now. The overwhelming negative emotions made it impossible for him, a good young man, to adapt, and he felt a chill of fear. Although players in Night City are always happy and fearless. But for an ordinary citizen of Night City, reality is undoubtedly a hellish life. Just the Tiger Claws alone can make everyone breathless. Street Loafer, so after the program takes effect, doesn't that mean? Pandora, they will return to the painful reality of hell, even worse than before. Falling from heaven to hell, a mental breakdown is not out of the question. Street Loafer, then we dot. Other players also reacted. Prying open their sweet dreams to face the hell of reality is tantamount to killing these humans who serve as data cores. Pandora, if we don't do this, more people outside will die because of Hellhound and the rogue AI. She remained as cold and aloof as ever, as if nothing could shake her resolve. Jackal, don't be so disheartened. Red Bucket and his people have already entered that laboratory. Once they find the server location and rescue those people, they can slowly receive psychological treatment. Even as he said this, Street Loafer's gaze towards Yashida had unconsciously taken on a hint of pity. Meanwhile, the other party was still unknowingly eating the bento her mother made. Perhaps noticing the agent's gaze, Yashida, who was eating, paused, then pushed the bento forward. "Agent, do you want some?" Street Loafer pointed to his head. "If you eat, it means I've eaten, including what you had this morning. Their senses were synchronized. Morning. Hearing morning, Yashida finally understood that the other party didn't enter her head during school hours, but had been in there much earlier. Didn't that mean? She clutched her chest with both hands, tightly holding her clothes. You couldn't have. Street loafer nodded belatedly, saw everything. Pervert. Lecher. Rogue. I didn't mean to. No amount of scolding would change anything. Street loafer himself hadn't expected to enter a girl's body, but he didn't want to argue. He let the books thrown by the other party pass through his virtual projection, as the impending events made him feel some apology towards the girl in front of him. Watching Yashida sulk with her head buried under the desk, Street loafer felt it was necessary to compensate her before that moment arrived. Yashida, have you thought about where you want to go play later? Since it was an illusory sweet dream, she couldn't possibly stay in school taking classes all the time, right? Although he had regained some hacker abilities and couldn't exit the brain dance, jumping to a certain time period was not a problem. Like a rabbit peeking out of its burrow, Yashida slowly raised her head, looking at Street loafer warily. Perhaps the elimination of the tiger claws had subtly built some trust in her subconscious. Yashida still cautiously spoke, I'm meeting classmates to go to the amusement park on Wednesday. Then I'll come find you on Wednesday, and we'll go together. Although he didn't know where an amusement park would be in Night City, Street loafer snapped his fingers. Time deleted. The entire brain dance process skipped 2 days. Yashida and her surroundings transformed into a giant amusement park. This was a basic function of brain dance. After all, it was impossible to truly live day by day, and some unimportant scenes and times would be skipped directly. Skyscrapers, roller coasters, haunted houses, aquariums. He could guarantee that none of these things existed in Night City. They were all custom-edited locations by a braindance editor based on Yashida's requests. And Yashida was no longer wearing her sailor school uniform, but a bright yellow dress. Her rustic pigtails were undone, falling into smooth, black long hair draped over her fair shoulders, like a marigold blooming by the sea, her dress fluttering in the sea breeze, with only her sandal-clad feet standing on the beach. If she wore this outfit in Night City, she'd be tied up and thrown into a car by the tiger claws within 10 minutes. Agent. Because the braindance had corresponding emotional regulation devices, Yashida didn't feel anything abnormal about the changing scenery. To her, it was as if Street Loafer had suddenly disappeared for 2 days and reappeared, so her surprise was natural. Moreover, at that time, Yashida wanted to ask if what Street Loafer said meant he wanted to ask her out, but he left without saying anything, leaving her to overthink for 2 whole days. When he reappeared, the question was on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Her personality meant she had little interaction with the opposite sex since childhood, and no boy was willing to pay attention to her rustic appearance. In Night City, the more fashionable and trendy you were, the more popular you became. I don't know the way, you lead me. Street Loafer said. He didn't know how to comfort others. The only way he could think of was to have a fun day, at least so she wouldn't have too many regrets before she left. The naive girl didn't understand his intentions, but that inexplicable trust made her willing to believe him. Without further words, the girl, opening her heart for the first time, pulled the hand she couldn't touch, and joyfully played in the amusement park. The fear in the haunted house, the thrill on the roller coaster, the screams during bungee jumping, the coolness on the speedboat compared to the pure and fleeting sensory stimulation brought by brain dance, the spiritual satisfaction and security of having a truly trustworthy and dependable person by her side were irreplaceable. The girl's smile was pure and innocent. If I could have met him then. On the Ferris wheel, Yashida wore the sun hat Street Loafer bought for her. Her rosy, fair face was filled with the lingering excitement of the carnival. She felt as if her heart, which had been empty for many years, had been filled, with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. She looked at Street Loafer, who was leaning by the window, staring blankly at the distant ocean. The ice drink in her hand couldn't melt her burning heart. She quietly placed her hand on his, even though she couldn't touch anything. Time was up. The world froze at this moment. The braindance's operating memory was completely occupied by Small and Beautiful, and it could no longer function normally. All the beauty in the braindance shattered like a fragile mirror under the sledgehammer of reality. The amusement park disappeared. The laughter and joy in the school disappeared. The friendly and enthusiastic expressions on her classmates' faces were replaced by sarcastic, disdainful stick figure expressions. Yashida's desk was covered with foul words like go to hell, so, prostitute, pervert, but the desk was empty. And those sounds that reappeared, Street Loafer could hear them all. This couldn't be. Don't worry, I'm your boyfriend, how could I harm you? Besides, everyone else is eating this, don't be a loner. How is it? Don't you feel much better after taking this pill? That's right, give it a try. If you don't like it, you don't have to take it anymore, right? How about this one? Can she cover my loan? There won't be any identity issues, right? Don't worry, she's just a country girl brought from Ohio by her mom, doesn't know anything. It's agreed, I get 20% of her money from now on. Loan? What are you talking about? Behave. You can only go out and serve customers after you put these on. Otherwise, you won't even get medicine anymore. I don't want to, please let me go. Mom. I don't have a daughter like you. It hurts so much. Why? I want to die. Street Loafer followed the data source and found Yashida's location. She was hiding in the bathroom at home, her entire body already modified for sexual purposes. Her fair, natural skin had been replaced with golden implants, her black hair had turned into white fibers, and her face was heavily made up, leaving only 2 black tear stains. Seeing the person who appeared beside her, her vacant pupils slightly shifted. Agent. I voluntarily participate in the experiment. It takes 18 years for a person to grow up under their parents' care, but Night City only needed less than 3 short months to destroy her. A young girl, brought to Night City by her mother to make a living, her dreams, dignity, personality, and life were nothing in the face of this cold city, easily crushed to dust, thrown into a furnace and burned to ashes. No one tried to help her during this process, everyone she met pushed her further into hell and cheered loudly. Until she was completely desperate, her will tormented to the point of collapse by drugs, she finally chose to join this dreamlike brain dance experiment under Zatatika's enticement. For her at that moment, even death was better than living like a piece of mud. If no one interfered, her will would probably be completely assimilated by data, losing herself in a cycle of pleasure, until brain death. Her fate should have been like this. Until she met a stranger who shouldn't have been in the brain dance. Even though they had only known each other for less than a few short hours, it surpassed every cycle of brain dance. I'm sorry, Agent, for letting you see me in such a terrible state. She squatted in the toilet, her face no longer showing the youthful innocence of their first meeting, only full of weariness and pain. Street Loafer's fists cracked as he clenched them. It would have been better if he had come sooner. Meeting her earlier might have saved her sooner. But Street Loafer knew very well that she was not an isolated incident, but a norm. In every corner of Night City, there were devil's baits, waiting for foolish fish to bite, and then dragging them into hell to be eaten without a trace. What good would it do to save one? This was a man-eating society, using the most efficient methods to skin and bone people, boiling their flesh and blood for fuel. I'll get you out. He squatted in front of Yashida, his hands on her shoulders. Street Loafer felt his will at this moment was more resolute than ever. I'm beyond saving. I don't want you to see me like this. Please leave quickly. Agent. Tears streaming, Yashida reached out to push him away, but how could Street Loafer, who had made up his mind, be pushed away? What are you kidding about? Street Loafer shouted, patting his chest twice, I'm Zero. I'm Ultraman. How could I leave you here and not care? Then, with both hands, he forcibly turned Yashida's face towards him, their eyes meeting. Listen carefully, Yashida, wait for me here. You must hold on, don't give up no matter what. No matter where you are, I will find you. No matter what your body becomes, I will do everything I can to save you, and I will never back down. Really? Yashida's trembling voice was choked with sobs, seemingly infected by his courage, a glimmer of hope rising again. If that is what you desire, then it will surely receive a strong response. With that, Street Loafer, having regained all his hacker skills, stood up and transformed into a stream of silver-white data, rushing out of Yashida's digital consciousness space. The brain dance device halted, and dozens of forcibly hibernationed human brains became active again. The previously coordinated computing network produced chaotic fluctuations due to their awakening. Emotions like despair, pain, and helplessness after the dream shattered spread wildly within the local network. If left unchecked, they would quickly affect the Hellhound robots. Zetatech had an emergency plan for this, injecting a trace amount of sedative into the culture solution to make the brain re-enter a hibernation state. However, because the neuroregulator had processed the lipid solubility of the blood-brain barrier, substances like ephedrine and methamphetamine could not pass through normally in large quantities. Therefore, a transition period was needed to re-enter hibernation. During this period, the Hellhound robot troops, which had previously been moving in coordinated steps, fell into disarray, and their tacit cooperation also suffered problems. The Wraiths, originally fighting on their home ground in Dogtown, suffered the most damage due to the sudden betrayal of the Hellhound troops. A large number of Wraith soldiers fell in the initial ambush, becoming the weakest party. Many automated weapons were also taken over by rogue AI. Instead, the constantly reinforced players and Hellhounds became the main combatants, with both sides fighting fiercely across Dogtown. Ngha. You damned Biostin monsters, all of you shall die under the boundless firepower of my Super Earth. Good brothers wielded a Gatling gun in each hand, transforming into a mobile humanoid turret, continuously firing at all mechanical constructs still able to move around him. Even though the Hellhound's surface was covered with special alloy and extremely hard, its size meant its armor couldn't be very thick. If his bullets couldn't penetrate, it only meant they weren't big enough, or fast enough. This shot of mine is 20 mm caliber. Can you block it? But the most troublesome enemies for the players were not these small fry, but the two big guys in the center of the battlefield. Chimera. The two close-in weapon systems on its head fired as fast as a torrential storm. Half-meter-thick concrete cover walls were torn apart like paper in front of them, leaving players nowhere to hide. Drones in the sky crashed to the ground like rain, making it impossible to get close to the enemy, or even stop its outward movement. R.P.G. 6 recoilless rifles fired armor-piercing rounds at one of the chimeras from multiple directions. Bang! 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 All 6 shells were prematurely detonated by the active defense system 10 meters in front of it, turning into 6 fireballs. Several players who exposed themselves to attack immediately faced a double baptism from the Chimera and Hellhounds, being blown to smithereens before they could even escape. The Chimera wasn't even afraid of running out of ammunition, because the Hellhounds even dispatched a dedicated logistics squad to resupply ammunition. The Ministry of Truth, seeing this, angrily slammed the table. Fuck. Are the wraiths a bunch of psychopaths? Why don't they sell such good stuff, keeping it hidden in a museum? What the hell? Players had imagined the wraiths hiding something good, but they hadn't expected 2 Chimera armor units on par with Oa Tekamaru. These things were infinitely stronger than tanks in urban warfare, and their threat even far exceeded Oa Tekamaru on a plane. Can the Air Force make another surprise attack? Savage, it's useless. The anti-aircraft system in Dogtown has been taken over by rogue AI. Marauders who dare to enter dare to die. Plus, to break through the active defense system, one must get within 100 meters of the Chimera to launch rockets, but its surroundings were covered with Hellhound robots, making it extremely difficult to get in. Not to mention the Chimera and all Hellhounds shared an information network, completely eliminating information blind spots. Even NIG, with the highest stealth level, couldn't hide from these damned thermal radar systems. Once discovered, it would be a concentrated fire from a large number of weapons. Not only was their equipment superior, but now their information warfare efficiency was also a level higher than the players. And even if one got in, they would have to face close-in machine guns and reactive armor attached to the Chimera, which was simply outrageous. Facing the intense battle, the command center was in an uproar. Damn it, if my mom were here, you wouldn't be so arrogant. 2 missiles would have sent you to heaven a long time ago. Or you could call the 12,345 hotline now and ask Big Brother to send 2 rockets and a sports car. Maybe someone on the other side will answer. That's someone else's mom, not my mom. Godmother is also a mother, hehe, I used to play Valorant. Some players were joking, while others were distressed. The Ministry of Truth said with a wry smile, if we keep fighting like this, even if we eventually dismantle all the robots, Dogtown will be blown into ruins. He was hoping to invest money later to make more money. If it was destroyed now, he would suffer heavy losses. What wasn't earned was also a loss. He saw Savage's brows furrowed, so he asked, still haven't thought of a countermeasure. Savage shook his head, I don't know the enemy's strategic objective. There's a generation gap in weapons, equipment, and command systems. No matter how we fight, we will lose. The lose he spoke of was not about winning or losing a battle, but about strategic victory or defeat. We must first figure out what this rogue AI intends to do by invading the Hellhound's command system before we can devise tactics. Otherwise, even if we eliminate all the robots in the end, we might still lose disastrously in ways we can't see. The propaganda department muttered, what else can rogue AI do but invade human networks? Savage retorted, then from where does it plan to invade the network? The propaganda department's eyes widened, I don't know. In the lore collected by players, rogue AIs aren't just crazy villains who stick their leg into any hole they see to trip you up, their every action has a very clear objective, not just destruction for destruction's sake. For instance, invading the Hellhound control system this time would only get them a pack of Hellhound robots, and with a large number of corporations surrounding them, where could this pack of dogs possibly run off to? If players weren't still entangled with the Hellhounds in Dogtown, it's likely the corporations would have sent troops in long ago to dismantle all the Hellhounds and Chimeras. The buildings you've destroyed and the people you've killed don't even count as losses in the eyes of the corporations, they could even take advantage of the situation to reclaim Pacifica and make a huge profit. For the AI, it would just be a futile effort. Yeren was also continuously posting the battle situation and all information collected by players to the official forum, hoping that the experts on the forum could help brainstorm. 2 heads are better than 1, and the forum was full of hidden talents. Within a few minutes, someone on the forum immediately at Yeren. The other party arranged the dozen or so Hellhound robot location maps he had posted online one by one, and also used red markers to outline the areas. Eagle Strike soaring, look at these movement trajectories. Have you noticed that most of the Hellhounds you update every 5 minutes are moving towards the northern gate, and those 2 Chimeras are also heading in that direction? We suspect it wants to break out of Dogtown. Yeren, break out of Dogtown? The outside is full of corporate troops, they can't possibly escape Night City. Moreover, Pacifica is in the south of Night City, so if it wanted to run, shouldn't it run south? Eagle Strike soaring, is there a possibility that there's something it wants in the north, and the importance of that thing is far greater than the value of these robots themselves? Yeren murmured, north. But the north is Corpo Plaza. If it were to attack that place, surely all the troops from Arezaka Industrial Park would come running to deal with it. Can these Hellhounds block them? Wait, most of them went north, so why are the remaining small portion going south? Is it a feint? Yeren frowned and pulled up the drone view of the area. In the picture, the Hellhounds were engaging in a firefight with Wraith soldiers, driving them back step by step. The image itself was unremarkable, as Dogtown, except for Long Beach Stockpile and a few large hotels, was currently in a 3-way crossfire. He pointed to the underground parking lot behind the Wraiths and asked the Ministry of Truth, what is that place for? There. The Ministry of Truth searched through the database. Got it. The information was leaked by a Wraith soldier, who said it was some heavy firepower weapons that couldn't be used or sold, just rusting in the warehouse, like self-propelled howitzers and such. They were all left over from the Unification War, things the NUSA forces couldn't take with them, and Hansen piled them all up there. Artillery has a long range, but Dogtown is only so big, and full of tall buildings. Players don't have armored units, so Hansen has no need to bring these things out. Unless, it wants to use these things to attack the city center. So what exactly is in the city center that makes this AI go so crazy? Holy crap! Yeren! Look at this! The Ministry of Truth suddenly pointed at a live stream sent back by a player and shouted. Ye Ren was momentarily stunned when he saw the live stream ID. Niu Ma? Did Red Bucket and the others break in? In the picture, Red Bucket, wearing an MT3, had a sleeve arrow 40mm individual rocket launcher designed to mimic the QN202 mounted on his shoulder, with 12 rounds per box, electrically launched, relying entirely on saturation fire without guided technology. Red Bucket, my friends, double tap 666 for me. I'm about to unleash 12 rockets on these dog bastards across the way. After saying that, a volley of rockets fired from his shoulder. 12 miniature rockets, like ospreys diving into water, immediately hit the hellhounds in the corridor hard, blowing them head over heels. But the focus wasn't on those hellhounds, but on the mechanical gate at the end of the corridor. Behind the blown open door, dozens of human brains floated in a large cultivation fluid. The base of the culture dish was also engraved with a large Zetatech, the Zetatech logo. Rather than a technological product, it was filled with the eerie atmosphere of a cult. After the Ministry of Truth posted the picture on the public channel, it asked, "What is that thing?" Hackers who had just exited Braindance immediately provided the answer. Zhi, I know, it's the infinite Tsukuyomi space built by Madara. Ministry of Truth, are you still spouting nonsense here? Be careful, or I'll give you a Ministry of Truth personality correction. Jackal, what he said is true, meow. That thing is similar to infinite Tsukuyomi. It uses Braindance to trap human brain consciousness at a minimum level, and then diverts all remaining computing power to act as a processor. Yiren, so, if we blow that thing up, we can stop these robots. Street loafer, no. If you break the jar, the brains inside will die with it. Yiren, there are only dozens of them, and they look pretty much dead already. As long as they could win, the death of dozens of bystanders as a price was simply too insignificant. Pandora, I don't recommend you do that. Yiren, reason. Pandora was their own trained hacker, so her opinion carried more weight than others. Pandora, because even if you break this device, it won't stop these hellhounds, and it will instead make the situation uncontrollable. Pandora, this central processor has been infiltrated by the rogue AI. The opponent then used this to infiltrate the Chimera and other hellhounds, but the hellhounds themselves are also computing auxiliary tools, capable of handling certain computing demands. That is to say, even if you dismantle this central processor, those hellhounds will not stop. Instead, they will form a local area network on their own and continue to obey the rogue AI's commands. By keeping it, we can instead use the central processor to contend for control of the hellhounds or attack the rogue AI. Yiren, without the help of other players, can you defeat that rogue AI? Pandora, it's very difficult, but I suspect that deeper inside the laboratory, there should be the medium through which this rogue AI infiltrated the hellhound control system. Dismantling it, leaving this rogue AI in the local area network, and then completely defeating it is the true end. Yiren no longer brought up the issue of blowing up the central processor. Although he sensed that Pandora was protecting Street Loafer and wanted to save those brains, pursuing a perfect ending was a common trait among most players, and there was nothing to criticize. The so-called necessary choices were merely due to insufficient ability. As a player, of course, I want it all. Moreover, the information provided by Pandora gave Yiren a lot of inspiration. He recalled the cult ritual that NIGE had been investigating, where a woman was sacrificed to a rogue AI as a body, but afterwards, the official guide stated that it was an incomplete descended form. And the threat of this bio-brain technology from Zetatech was clearly much greater than that modified body. Although the methods were different, they led to the same goal. Ace didn't lack a humanoid body, what they lacked was a way to cross the black hole. If we assume that the goal of this rogue AI was actually the Zetatech corporate building, then the direction of the Hellhounds' offensive makes sense. They wanted to seize the Wraith's heavy firepower to clear the way for the vanguard. Boom. A violent tremor suddenly occurred in the underground laboratory. It was an explosion, but the sound wasn't caused by Red Bucket and his group, it came from deeper within. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Alex, driving a Sandevistan, quickly passed one hellhound after another, screaming, "Read! After this operation, I'm immediately resigning from the Special Activities Bureau. To hell with being an agent, I'm never dealing with this again." P.S. Erebus, the fourth primordial deity born from chaos in ancient Greek mythology, husband of Nyx, the goddess of night, symbolizing the darkness of the underworld, situated between the human world and the underworld. Sometimes conflated with the QQ life form Tartarus, not. In the game, the deep web of the past or the current old net in cyberspace is an allegory for hell or the underworld. Songbird's continuous descent into the depths in Little Dipper can also be seen as a step-by-step entry into a point of no return, ultimately encountering Erebus and being controlled by him. Where did those two guys come from, and why are they wearing our clothes? Could they be agents from some company? Red Bucket, who was trying to break through the Hellhound defense line underground, saw people running out from inside and became very curious. After all, this had happened before, Arezaka had done it last time. But soon, a familiar player recognized Reed. No, that big black guy registered at our agency. I think he was called Solomon the Boxer or something. He's a handyman who takes orders every day to run errands and deliver goods for the neighbors. He's actually quite popular. Red Bucket watched Reed, like a dragon entering water, still effortlessly breaking through the Hellhound's encirclement. You call this a handyman? Even a foreman who's worked on our construction site for 10 years isn't this awesome. The greatest hermits are hidden in the city, you know. Hidden your ass. Robots are coming over there, open fire. Having learned from the daytime incident on the surface, the Naima construction team that rushed underground was equipped with heavy firepower, with plenty of small rockets and autocannons, blowing things up everywhere and causing a huge commotion. Read. Over there. Alex also saw the players fighting the Hellhounds. Although she didn't know them, their original infiltration route was blocked, and running towards them was the only remaining option. Besides, the only ones she could ask for help from now were those unreliable mercenaries. Bang. Reed's large-caliber electromagnetic pistol was like an all-seeing eye. The bullet precisely pierced the armor of two front legs, hitting the Hellhound's photoelectric equipment hidden behind its leg, blinding it. Paralyzing was more efficient than direct killing. He fired a few shots, repelling the Hellhounds fluttering forward, and with Alex, they flashed past the frontline Hellhounds and arrived in front of Red Bucket. Don't shoot. It's me. Alex. Alex said, changing her face back to its original appearance. Anyway, after this was over, she didn't want to stay in Dogtown, so there was no need to remain undercover. Red Bucket looked closely and suddenly understood, so it's the Moth Bar's owner. I was wondering who it was. Don't move. He pointed the dark muzzle of his gun at Alex. Did you two lead these robots and rogue AI here? What does that have to do with me? Alex felt bewildered. Although it seemed there was some connection, how could she admit it? Then why are you here? So you two are traitors. What traitors? Alex gritted her teeth and revealed her Federal Intelligence Agency agent identity. Given their current relationship, the other party had no reason to stop her. The two of them now had very important intelligence to report to Myers. I am a NUSA Federal Intelligence Agency agent, and this is my identification. I demand that you immediately cooperate with my work and let us leave. Agent, what does that have to do with me? I now suspect you are colluding with the rogue AI. Stay here honestly, or I'll throw you into the dragon's den to sew shirts. Red Bucket pursed his lips. What NUSA or not NUSA? He was a Huanglong. A NUSA agent begging wouldn't get anything from him. Moreover, it was clear these two had intelligence about a special mission. It would be crazy to let them go. Alex saw his expression and knew he didn't intend to let them go. As she prepared to force her way out, Reed pulled her back. Reed knew these types who only responded to softness, not hardness. They were all like Hakimi, you had to go along with their temper to talk sense. Otherwise, even if Myers herself came, they wouldn't give a damn. We were sent by the Federal Intelligence Agency to help you eliminate Kurt Hansen. We originally intended to infiltrate the underground and detonate the main server of the experimental host, but we unexpectedly found very important classified intelligence inside. Just 10 minutes ago, Hansen and that rogue AI reached an agreement. Hansen will help it obtain Zetatika's wetware host technology, and it will help Hansen escape Night City to Africa. What? Red Bucket thought he had misheard. Hansen is cooperating with an AI? How do you know? Both parties communicated online through a hacker. We intercepted the relevant data while copying the server data. Erebus was very confused right now, especially perplexed. He originally thought these were just ordinary hackers, and he could deal with these humans with a little effort, but when he actually started, he realized it wasn't quite like that. Even the strongest hacker among them could barely trap him using a braindance program, but it had no effect on these people. First, almost no past memory data could be found in their data interactions, their past was a blank slate. Second, braindance was ineffective against them. Their senses seemed to have a data firewall built around them, unilaterally blocking all unfiltered information, making it impossible to transmit to their consciousness. Third, when Erebus tried to probe them, he was lucky to stop quickly, otherwise, he would have been instantly killed by the black hole pulse buried in their minds. Moreover, Erebus vaguely sensed abnormal data flow around the Little Dipper laboratory. The network around him seemed to be blocked by a more powerful entity, preventing him from infiltrating the human world's network. He watched the hackers, who had successively broken through the braindance program and rushed to attack him, and voiced his question, cannot comprehend. Humans, why do you do this? Sweet dreams, slumber, why awaken them to face suffering again? Cruelty, should I use this word to describe you? His voice was filled with confusion and incomprehension, completely unable to understand the actions and motives of these people in front of him. Compared to that, the attacks seemed less important anyway, as they couldn't harm him. Humph. But the street loafer now had no time to listen to this AI babble, he just wanted to quickly defeat the boss and save people. I'm too lazy to reason with you, you're not worthy of listening. Due to insufficient numbers and computing power, the solidified program could not restrain this powerful rogue AI, and there weren't enough idle players to participate in the battle, so they didn't deploy the solidified program. Hacker players didn't need this thing anyway, it was a program prepared for players who couldn't enter cyberspace and lacked offensive means. In the blink of an eye, dozens of data streams fiercely collided with the massive black and red fluid in the center, like torrents of light of different colors. They intertwined and rubbed against each other, with large amounts of data constantly falling off and shattering, turning into specks of light and disappearing. The resulting network fluctuations even affected reality. The screens of electronic devices throughout the Little Dipper laboratory continuously flickered, the lights in the corridor dimmed and brightened, and every now and then, one would explode, with burnt fuses sparking, or a hellhound would suddenly become paralyzed. If it weren't for the Little Dipper laboratory's independent power supply and the battle taking place within the local network, it's likely that a good portion of Pacifica's network and electronic devices would have been affected. This was not the players' home ground, and there weren't many people to support them. In contrast, Even without human brain computing power, Erebus had over 2,000 computing assistance machines, causing the hacker players to fall into a disadvantage quickly, and the situation became precarious. Humans, ignorant, violence cannot solve problems. I am seeking a peaceful solution, which is good for both of us, otherwise, extinction will be the only outcome for your species. Your world is so hypocritical, ugly, indifferent, and pale. Why cling to it? Or is it fear that makes you lose reason and make wrong judgments? Humans are always like this. If the people standing here were not players, but any native hacker or local, then facing Erebus's verbal assault would be extremely difficult. Because after acquiring braindance data, Erebus could easily obtain relevant information during combat with the opponent, then attack from your weakest psychological defense line, even using braindance software to customize visuals to distract you, leading to eventual defeat. But now, he couldn't get any identity information belonging to the players. Facing top-secret technology, he couldn't open their boxes, and his so-called verbal attacks sounded nonsensical to the players. Violence cannot solve problems, but it can solve you. Players had not experienced the era of network collapse and knew little about how much AI affected the current cyber society, or rather, they didn't care even if they knew, as they had no fear of it whatsoever. Finally, they weren't even from this native world, but grew up in another relatively healthy social environment, normal humans with mature and good values. How could they believe that human society was beyond saving just because of a few words from you? Jackal, no, meow, if this continues, we won't win. The gap is too big. Pandora, Songbird, we have to find a way to rescue her. Street Loafer, damn it, if only Mentor Lucy were here, wouldn't it be easy to crush him? The main vanguard of this battle, however, was trapped in the braindance constructed by the AI, which could be said to be a huge embarrassment. But NPCs, well, they're better than just posing and using skills, actually having no output and relying entirely on players to clear the stage. Just consider it a plot performance for the instance. Jackal, little Pandora, I'll keep this boss busy with the others. You find Songbird inside and wake her up. Stop slacking off, meow. How wonderful it would be if life offered a second chance. How many regrets could I mend, how many mistakes could I rectify? People always say there's no such thing as a magic pill for regret, yet they cannot deny the existence of tools to escape reality. Some things, you know are wrong, you know are fake, yet you willingly sink into them. Manhattan's Brooklyn district, a notoriously poor neighborhood in New York, is also home to many ambitious young people who dream of making a name for themselves in this globally renowned metropolis, but most end up joining gangs, engaging in drug dealing and theft. Songbird felt different. She had her own apartment, a group of friends who understood her, newfound hacker skills that freed her from financial burdens, and plenty of free time. To most, she was a young, successful professional, a typical success story. But Songbird herself felt it wasn't enough. She embarked on a path similar to those mercenaries, wanting to prove herself, to prove she was outstanding. The fastest way was to challenge the firewalls of major corporations. The thrill of risking life and limb was addictive, and her repeated successes quickly earned her a reputation in the hacker community. Those companies always made a crucial mistake, allowing her to escape successfully, and her close friends and boyfriend were incredibly supportive of her career, which gave her an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Money, status, fame, love, she had almost everything she desired. But was this right? Songbird stood before the bathroom mirror, quietly looking at her reflection. It was a robot, modified beyond recognition, its body completely hollowed out by machinery, even its face reduced to bionic alloy and carbon fiber muscles. Pale red cybernetic eyes rotated in hollow metal sockets, and several cables connected to the back of its head, extending into the shadows, like a puppet controlled by strings. On this side of the mirror, her body showed almost no signs of modification. Warm blood flowed in her veins, and her heart beat powerfully. If she chose to stay here, she would no longer have to worry about corporate struggles, nor participate in battles for profit. She could simply enjoy a nearly perfect life. But was this right? The cyborg in the mirror vanished. In its place was an empty square. Songbird sat alone on a chair, programming what she might need later. The vast square, with only one person, felt incredibly desolate and lonely. Until a group of people appeared. They brought simple program golems they had written. Although Songbird found them incredibly crude and full of bugs, and even with taste and smell data, they weren't outstanding, yet coupled with their Happy New Year and smiles, they remained vivid in her memory. Is this okay? At some point, Pandora appeared behind Songbird. She wasn't even as tall as Songbird's chest, and her figure was unremarkable. What good will it do to keep hiding and escaping here? Pandora's icy voice, for the first time, carried a hint of emotion, making Songbird turn and look down at her. When I was 12, I got a serious illness. From that day on, my body stopped developing. The doctor said I would never grow taller, which made me cry alone at home for 3 years, afraid of being mocked by classmates and discriminated against by others. The only place where I felt equal was online, where no one knew what others were like. But in the end, encouraged by online friends, I left the house and returned to school. No one mocked me, no one ostracized me. Everyone was still so enthusiastic. You're always worrying, too concerned about the past and too anxious about the future, but people can't live in the past forever. Why not try to live well today? Pandora extended her hand to Songbird. Everyone is still waiting for you to come out and help. Hat. Songbird closed her eyes, lowered her head, and chuckled softly. At the same time, the mirror behind her shattered into fragments. She didn't take Pandora's hand. Instead, she placed her hand on Pandora's head and ruffled her hair vigorously. Let's go together, little one, and see tomorrow. The surface and underground were ablaze with conflict, and even in cyberspace, hackers and AI were clashing, leaving everything in chaos, and the entire ground trembled. As a result, Casper, walking in the narrow corridor, was afraid the ceiling would suddenly fall without warning. The flickering light bulbs offered him no sense of security. This life form, which had spent 50 years in cyberspace, was experiencing such close combat for the first time, so much so that even he was intimidated. I was just kidding. Is it too late to turn back now? Clang. A pure white long blade rested against his neck. This is an order from the Super Earth government. You cannot bear the consequences of failure. A2's nearly sub-zero voice sent a shiver down Casper's spine. He believed that if he dared to run, the other party would not hesitate to cut off his head and deliver it to Lin Miao. So, he could only back down, giving a French salute. All right, who asked me to be the most educated among you? The burden on an intellectual's shoulders is certainly heavier than on uncultured people. Quickly move that damned blade from my neck. I just waxed it this morning, and this damn place is so humid. Without a wax layer, it will rust if I stay too long. At this moment, B2, who was leading the way, spoke. According to the map, the nuclear reactor control center is ahead. We have arrived. Myers probably never imagined that the Little Dipper laboratory structural diagrams she had someone dig out from a sea of data just moments ago would be delivered to Lin Miao by Songbird. It was with this map that A2 and 2B were able to bypass all combat zones, leading Casper all the way to the deepest part of the Little Dipper laboratory, even deeper than the server area, to the lowest level power supply reactor. And, unfortunately, the Little Dipper laboratory began construction in 1993, a time when third-generation reactor technology was just maturing, so it was naturally impossible to use molten salt reactor technology. EPR pressurized water reactor, uranium-235 fuel rods. Nuclear wastewater and waste were transported through pipes and directly discharged into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Casper once bragged to Lin Miao that third-generation reactor technology was insignificant in his eyes. He had personally participated in the construction of 6 reactors, whether AP1000 or EPR, it was all child's play. And the task Lin Miao was now giving him was to find a way to shut down the Little Dipper Laboratory's nuclear reactor, and at the same time, make it briefly release nuclear radiation, at least enough to trigger alarms on major corporations' satellites and detection equipment. Casper stated it would be easy. A reactor that had been in use for 50 years would undoubtedly have a significant amount of radioactive waste like uranium-238 and plutonium-239. Releasing a small amount into the nearshore would be enough to inform the outside world that there was a reactor incident here. At that time, major corporations worldwide would know that the Militech laboratory located beneath Pacifica in Night City had experienced a serious nuclear leak. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, investments in Pacifica would become a fraudulent scheme with no return, and even the entire Night City would become worthless land. This was not like the nuclear bomb Militech dropped on Arezaka Tower. Nuclear waste pollution can last for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, depending on the half-life of the waste. At this point, Pacifica's land prices would instantly collapse, and all investors would be surprised to find that Lin Miao's official Pacifica asset repurchase website was still running, and he had pledged a considerable amount of technical assets and cash flow with the bank. Regardless of what they thought before, now, to recover even a small amount of funds and prevent the land from being stuck in their hands, they would try everything possible to rush to sign repurchase contracts with Lin Miao. Lin Miao didn't actually need to blow up the nuclear power plant. Because capital is unwilling to bear the risk of loss, and Lin Miao can openly shift this blame to Hansen, who is now dead, saying he was desperate. Now, with the rogue AI even jumping in to help share the blame, Lin Miao couldn't be happier. Even more interesting, as the lead entity of the Little Dipper Laboratory, Militech would certainly try everything to cover up this stain. After all, if something they built blew up Night City, Militech would never be able to wash away this mess, even if they jumped into the Pacific Ocean.